but I suppose I had an excuse for it. Lillian tilted her head. I'm your excuse? Marionette smiled. You're always my excuse. Lillian stared at her confusingly. What's that supposed to mean, dash? She then watched as Marionette buried herself into the crook of her neck again. She even swore she heard her sniff her or something. Seeing that Marionette wasn't going to answer her, she sighed and reached towards her lantern. Unfortunately, due to her position, she couldn't reach it. Fortunately, however, she was able to turn her arm into water and stretch towards it. After returning back to her mana realm, she glanced back at Marionette. She smiled affectionately at the woman before stroking the back of her head with her right hand. She then grinned at a mischievous thought. She leaned into her ear and whispered, Well, aren't you my little good girl? All cozying up to me like this. Marionette shivered a bit at her words. Just as she was about to pull away from Lillian once again, she felt an arm wrap around her waist, acting as a border. Marionette, in response to this, wrapped her arms around Lillian's chest. She then muttered, Little? I'm older than you. Sure, but you're still my good girl, though. Lillian stated casually. Marionette's ears twitched at her words. She let out a soft hum at Lillian's statement before going quiet. If Lillian could see her face now, she would find a noticeable blush on her face. She then felt the hand on the back of her head push her face deeper into Lillian's neck. She then heard Lillian speak. And I must say, you sure do love this part of me, huh? Is there something about my neck you like or something? Lillian teased her again. After a moment of hesitation, Marionette responded. I like how you smell, Lily. Lillian was never really good with compliments, which was obvious with how she reacted normally at times when given one. So as usual, she just turned her face away from Marionette, scratching her cheek with a shy look. I smell good, Lillian murmured. I'm sure I just smell like blood, though. Unless you like that smell. Marionette shook her head. No, I like your scent only, she said bluntly. Lillian then gave a pondering look before smiling. I like your scent, too, she innocently said. But her words led Marionette to tighten her hold around her briefly before relaxing. I see. Then it's mutual, isn't it? I guess. Marionette nodded before saying, Good. I'm pleased. Now then, good night, Lillian. All right. Yeah, good night to you too, Mari. Lillian was a heavy sleeper. Marionette knew this. She hovered her face over the sleeping girl. It had been a few hours since they last talked, and Marionette had just woken up. She raised her hands to Lillian's cheeks, cupping them tenderly and leaning her face in. Just when their noses touched, she stopped, feeling Lillian's warm breath brush against her face. She studied the girl's beautiful face, becoming more entranced by it. She then whispered as quietly as she could, You really are beautiful, Lillian. She had debated going back to sleep on top of her, but then she had a better idea. She rubbed the corners of Lillian's lips with her thumb and leaned in a bit more. She stopped just a bit above her lips, then turned Lillian's face slightly to the side, and, Jewel. Marionette's lips fell on Lillian's smooth, alabaster skin, her lips pressing against her right cheek. She then pulled away and stared at the spot she kissed. Despite her stoic expression, she soon moved back to the crook of Lillian's neck, a bit embarrassed. But even though she felt like that, she raised her fingers to her lips before glancing at the neck before her eyes. It'd feel nice to kiss Lillian, by an oddly large amount. She then remembered a certain chapter inside the Art of Seduction. Art of Seduction 7 Belonging. No matter a person's nature, they would always want a place they could return to, a place where they belonged. Become that place by branding them with a certain marking. This shows that they could always return to you for comfort. She stroked the back of her finger on the side of Lillian's neck before moving in. Her lips brushed against her skin before eventually pressing against it. Jewel. She then began to leave her mark on Lillian, who had woken out halfway through the process. Marionette quickly moved away from Lillian's neck, leaving her confused about why she felt her neck became wet. Lillian slowly wiped away a strange liquid on her neck, which she assumed to be sweat, ignorant of a romantic, small red mark that was under the sweat. It was a hickey. Chapter 161. Second layer of the Forest of Disruption. 22 the next day soon arrived. As they were packing up, Lillian couldn't help but but feel a lingering gaze on her. After storing the tent in her ring, she turned around. Marionette, who was removing whatever traces of their presence here, was staring at her rather keenly. Lillian, who was crouched beside where the tent had previously been, asked, "Is there something wrong?" With a tilt of her head. Marionette's eyes were focused on the small red mark she made on Lillian's neck. Eventually, she glanced away from it and into the girl's eyes. She smiled before saying, "You're looking much more beautiful today. That's all." She hadn't told her about the hickey yet, and she had no intentions of doing so anytime soon. Lillian raised an eyebrow, then smiled smugly, appreciating the sudden compliment. "Well, thanks. You're looking as stunning as always." "Is that so? I'm grateful for the compliment," she said with a stoic voice. Lillian, after pushing herself off the ground, asked, "Have you stored the spider's corpse yet?" "The monster?" "Yes, I have." Marionette gave a brief nod. Her face then twitched a bit at Lillian's next words. "How about the head? Then, did you also store that?" she asked with a knowing expression. "Or did you think that you destroyed it enough to the point it wasn't usable?" Marionette folded her arms, tilting her head, feigning ignorance. She then asked, her face going stoic, "I have no idea what you could possibly be referring to." Lillian rolled her eyes. "You definitely wanted me to see it. You left a trail of blood, after all." Marionette's stoicness faltered instantly. "I did?" she asked, her eyes widening slowly. Yeah." Marionette wrapped her fingers around her chin, falling into a deep thought and reflection. Well, that was until she noticed Lillian summoned a rather interesting-looking cloak. "By the way, check out this cloak I got from the spider." She twirled around before stopping and flexing the collar at her. "Don't I look extra cool now?" Marionette moved towards her. Once reaching her, she reached out towards the collar, straightening it out. After doing that, she patted Lillian's head. Lillian stared at Marionette's face as her hair was being ruffled. She was smiling at her, a sight much more common nowadays. "You always look cool to me, Lillian," Marionette softly stated. Lillian blushed a bit. She brushed off the hand on her head and turned her face to the side. Thanks." She wasn't expecting that response from her. Once they all finished packing up and got rid of their traces, they made their way through the forest. However, they first had to make a minor detour. They had to first retrieve her odachi. "You killed it without the black maw?" Marionette tilted her head, garnering a nod from the girl beside her. "Huh, I have you to thank for that." Lillian stared up, squeezing her hand. As a way to not get lost from one another, they resorted to holding each other's hand. "How so?" Marionette raised an eyebrow. "I recall I wasn't there with you." No, not that." Lillian waved her hand dismissively, then paused and stared back. "Wait, are you being serious?" Marionette furrowed her brows, her tone adopting confusion. "Yes." "Did I do something to allow you to reign in victory?" Lillian scratched the back of her head. "You train me like hell, Marionette," she stated, holding back the information of her also taking a drug. Marionette narrowed her eyes. "Is that so?" She tilted her head slightly up and rubbed her chin. "You really are talented, huh? Tell me, how different was it for you?" Lillian tilted her head. "Pardon? I don't understand your question." Marionette nodded. "Apologies. Let me clarify. Compared to fighting a rank D monster, how much different was it against a rank C?" Difficult. That question seems quite self-explanatory, Mari. An increase in rank would surely mean a higher difficulty, right?" Marionette's stoic face twitched at her words. "We humans created our rankings of monsters based on the Jester's classification of them, which we found to be created from Hearth, the other world. However, we don't classify them in terms of combat power, but instead threat level to a city or kingdom." She then blinked at Lillian. "Do you know why?" Lillian sighed at the quizzing look she was getting. "That's because of the corruption and exposure." Marionette nodded in satisfaction. The corruption has varying effects on monsters, but the most underlying effect is an increase in intelligence and allowing them to develop more supernatural abilities. So in other words, Lillian paused, thinking about her answer. Corruption equals increased intelligence and more uses in mana. And an increase in mana shells means more bronze and forms it has taken. Marionette smiled, rubbing Lillian's head. Good girl. Yeah. What did you call me? What? I can't say it back. That seems awfully unfair. Soon enough, they were able to retrieve the Odachi and were finally on their way out of the forest. Fortunately, they didn't have to go blind, for the beetle finally recovered from its awful injuries. But it didn't seem so glad that it had to be pulled to become a mount for the two women on its back. Especially after it had just recovered. It let out a low grunt, only to be scolded by Lillian. Oh, don't be so annoyed. I wouldn't need to call you out here if you weren't so useful. She then went silent, her right eye twitching a bit. I'm not even a bad boss. I even let you have lunch. Crunch. Squelch. The beetle snorted as it chewed the flesh of a freshly killed grade lizard. It was allowed lunch breaks. Yes, but it had to hunt for its own food. As Lillian watched as it ate, she noticed a pair of arms gently wrapped around her neck, then two soft mounds pressed into her back. She turned to the side, watching as Marionette rested her chin on her right shoulder. You are quite harsh on your shard, Lily, Marionette commented. Lillian shrugged. Meh. I'm like this with everyone. She then smirked, but not with a... Chapter 160 to 162. Third layer of the Forest of Disruption. One but not with a certain black-haired beauty, though, Lillian stated, winking at Marionette, whose eyes glowed a certain light. HM, are you saying that you treat me differently? Lillian's smirk turned into a playful smile. Like you always say, Mari. Who knows? Marionette rolled her eyes, then sighed. Such a tease. Her fingers caressed the hickey she left on Lillian's neck, who still remained none the wiser about it. Lillian ignored Marionette's consistent touching and responded with, Hey, don't blame me for wanting to tease someone as adorable as you, Mari. She shrugged. I fold in the face of cute things. You're more adorable, I say, Lily. The beetle listened to the women's back-and-forth chatter with an annoyed expression. After it was done with its meal, it began making its way through the forest, and eventually they finally made their way out of the fog-covered layer. Once breaking through the wall of fog, they were immediately met with a vibrant green forest, even greener than the first layer. If she squinted her eyes and looked past the trees, she would see a large cliff up ahead. Lillian's eyes shined wondrously at the sight. She patted the back of the beetle, urging it to move onwards. Keep on moving, you ravenous beetle. I want to see the waterfall. But it never did. She then pinched the bridge of her nose, then sighed. The third layer is considered the safest, due to the fact monsters avoid entering this layer. Don't tell me that you two are affected by this. She looked over the beetle's shoulder and saw it chattering its teeth like it was ill or something. She groaned before noticing that Marionette had gotten off the beetle. She then heard her say, No matter. Return it back for now. If it can't go on any further, we could just walk. Lillian rubbed the back of her head. Yeah, I guess. The beetle under her then cracked and shattered into a cloud of dust before reshaping into a glass shard. Lillian, who was previously on the beetle, fell through the cloud and into Marionette's arms. She smiled at her. Yo, hot stuff. Marionette blinked at her. Hi. Before dropping her. Thud. Ugh. Lillian groaned, staring at Marionette with a twitching face. Was there a need to do that? Why so rough all of a sudden? Marionette smiled, pushing out her hand for Lillian to take. I'm afraid I can't keep you in my arms for too long. Lillian pulled herself up, rubbing her back. Oh, yeah? Why is that? She asked, eyeing the woman. Marionette's smile turned mischievous as she said her next words. Who knows? Oh, come on. You can't just say that and then respond with something like that. Marionette shrugged with an expressionless face. I can. You can imagine the reason why, though. She then gestured towards the forest. Well then, shall we go? Lillian sighed and nodded. Yep. I think once we reach the waterfall, we will be able to find the others. You sound quite confident of that. Well, I'm sure with my luck, we'll find them instantly. And true to her words, they did. However, it was only one person from their group. Ka-ha! Lillian stared with a deadpan expression at the man before her. It was Graham, and he seemed to be thriving in this forest. Me can't believe you got lost in such small forest. He widened his arms, referring to the forest before pointing at Lillian with a mocking grin. Lillian's brows furrowed in annoyance. But he wasn't wrong. She face-bombed and asked, "Where are the others? And this damn forest ain't small one bit, you damn caveman." "Ka-ha-ha!" Grim let out another bellowing laughter. He then pointed back with his thumb. "Down that way, you see many people there. Me go climb forest now." Lillian watched as he walked past them, moving towards a tree. She soon ignored him and tugged at Marionette's hand. As they were walking in the direction they were directed to, Graham leapt towards a branch. However, he suddenly felt something wrap around his ankle, pulling him down and slamming him face first into the ground. Luckily for his thick skull, he remained fine when he sat up and looked around for the perpetrator. And what he found was a slender and sinister-looking tentacle coming out from the ground. He stared at it curiously before shivering at the feeling of a cold and predatory glare on him. He glanced towards the direction the glare was coming from and found it to belong to a tall, raven-haired woman with an intimidating pair of blood-red eyes. It was Marionette. She soon drew back her glare once Lillian struck up a conversation with her about the beauty of the forest they were in. Although Graham was right to a degree, she wasn't particularly happy about Lillian being mocked. "I don't know about you, but I think these trees look a lot different compared to normal ones. Maybe because of the waterfall we might see later." Lillian ranted on. Marionette wasn't exactly interested in how healthy the forest was or how beautiful it was. She wouldn't especially talk about it either. "But I suppose your theory is right. The waterfall is known to be high in minerals and has health benefits when drank." She would be willing to talk about anything as long as Lillian was with her, even if it was out of her comfort zone. "Bruh, where have you guys been?" Millis yelled as she shook Lillian's shoulders. "Vuvoff." "Hey!" Lillian gently pulled Millis' hands off her shoulders. "We were only gone for a day." She then scanned the area behind Millis, which was densely packed and tense. "And you guys didn't seem to have any trouble getting here." Millis gave an exasperated sigh before pulling away. She scratched the back of her head with a tense expression. "Well, the main group didn't. But after that little ambush from the lizards, some of our group got separated." Lillian widened her eyes, slightly concerned. "Oh, did you get them back yet?" Millis waved her hand dismissively. "Yeah, we got them all. But most of them were pretty traumatized like shit, bro." "By what?" "Something about some big-ass spider." "Eh." Lillian tilted her head. "Spider, you say?" "Yeah, bro. Apparently, some spider that shoots a really fast web. Needle. Something really fast." She shrugged. "I didn't know spiders had needles." "Because they don't?" "Bah." "Anyway," Millis stared back at the tents and some of the people standing around them. "That thing apparently took out some of us, causing them to disappear using the talisman. Hopefully they're getting some treatment." Lillian gave a low sigh. "I see. By the way," Lillian looked back up at Millis to find her smirking at her. She tilted her head and asked, "Yeah, I think you got a little something on your neck." Chapter 163. Third layer of the Forest of Disruption. "To my neck?" Lillian repeated, confused. She unconsciously brought her hand to her neck, caressing it. She then asked, "What do you mean my neck? Is there something wrong with it?" Her tone adopted concern. Could it be there was blood on her neck or something? She thought Marionette had washed most of it off. Millis snickered. "Well," she placed her palm on her cheek and leaned into it playfully. "What's that word that begins with H and ends with Y and is usually found on someone's neck?" Lillian raised an eyebrow at her riddle. "What are you on about?" She then thought about her question and held her chin. She fell into a deep thought, muttering, "What begins with H and ends with Y and is usually found on someone's neck?" She repeated, then perked out, "Is it a hickey?" once saying that she froze instantly. Millis blinked at her teasingly before flashing her phone out of her pocket and snapping a photo. "Snap! Hee hee!" She giggled before showing Lillian her screen, tapping at it. "Look at this. I didn't know you were this close." Lillian stared, shivering at the sight of a red mark on her neck. "I didn't know about this," she yelled, cupping her hand over the hickey, hiding it. "Oh, really? You're even wearing a new change of clothes, which looks identical to what Red Ice is wearing." Millis leaned in. "H, hold on. T, this is a big misunderstanding. Lillian backed away slowly, her face turning a dark shade of red. Oh yeah? By going off your words, it seems like you didn't know Marionette did this to you. How does someone not realize a person's sucking on their neck? Well, I don't know. When did Marionette leave this hickey on her? And how did she not realize it? As Lillian was thinking this, another thought popped into her head. Why didn't Marionette tell her about this? At this point, she felt like kissing was more mellow than leaving a hickey on someone's neck for all to see. Millis rolled her eyes, man. To think you two got together in some forest. ID expected you guys to do it somewhere more comfortable. She shrugged, but I guess doing it in the outdoor must have been a lot more exhilarating, right? Lillian's mouth opened and closed repeatedly. She didn't know what to say. She was absolutely speechless at the reveal of a hickey on her neck. Furthermore, she was still wondering when it even happened. Millis, watching as Lillian was short-circuiting, stared at the woman coming up behind her. This woman was Marionette, who had gone off to meet with the prince for unknown reasons a few minutes ago. Marionette reached around Lillian's head and wrapped her arms around her neck. She then rested her chin on top of her head, staring down at Millis. Her eyes lingered briefly on the heroine before turning them back down to Lillian. "I'm back. Lily. Ashi. Marie." Lillian timidly responded, her fingers locked together, fidgeting. Marionette raised an eyebrow at Lillian's strange behavior. Millis stared at the two, blinking at their closeness. She couldn't help but tease Lillian a little more with her snicker and words. "You guys giving each other nicknames now?" Millis snickered. Marionette blinked at Millis before smirking. "Pet names." "Eh." Millis froze. She quickly glanced down at Lillian, finding her hiding her face by staring at the ground. "You guys are into that weird role-play stuff? That's crazy." She then paused, turning her face to the side with a philosophical look. "Really interesting, though." "Shut up, Millis," Lillian yelled with a shaky voice. She then pulled herself out of Marionette's hold. She stared up at her. "And you?" She pointed scoldingly. Marionette tilted her head to the side. "Yes? You and I are going to have a chat about this later." She pointed towards the hickey on her neck before storming off. "I'm going to have a chat with Ref." Marionette watched as Lillian walked away from them, then turned to Millis. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "I assume you're the one who told her about it?" Millis shrugged. "Meh, she was going to find out eventually. But still, to think you did it without her noticing." She shook her head with a smile. TSK, TSK, TSK. How can you expect to bet her if you keep pulling these sorts of things? Red eyes? Bed? Marionette's brows furrowed. "What does that mean?" She asked naively. "You seriously don't know what that word means?" "I'm ignorant when it comes to these terms." Marionette shrugged, then folded her arms. "But coming from you, I assume it has to be something inappropriate. You're the one being inappropriate with your hickey." "What's a hickey? You can't be serious. How did you survive up until this point?" "So, are you going to explain these terms to me?" Lillian walked past the trees, sighing. "Maybe I should have asked where the prince was." "Yeah, perhaps you should have done that." Lillian flinched, jumping at the voice of Ref's voice beside her. The second prince raised a tired brow at her, then glanced at her attire from top to bottom. He sighed. "Great to have you back. I would have preferred you to have come earlier." He eyed the hickey on Lillian's neck. "But I guess you, furthering your relationship with the Roselle, is more important." "Ashi, don't misunderstand. We didn't do anything of that sort," Lillian stated, flustered. Ref stared at her, skeptically. "Sure. Anyway, have you seen the waterfall yet?" "The waterfall?" Lillian tilted her head, then perked up. "Oh, yes. I haven't." Ref nodded. "Then let's go together. I want to go see it again as well." While they were talking to each other, two individuals stalked them from behind trees. It was Marionette and Millis. Except, it didn't seem the heroine was thrilled as the assassin pulled her along by the scruff of her neck. She thrashed about, "Don't drag me along on, you damn obsessed stalker." In response, Marionette briefly answered with, "I need you to show me the way back," entirely ignoring what Millis had referred to her as. Chapter 164. Third layer of the Forest of Disruption. Lillian held her hand over her eyes, shielding them from the beaming sun. They had reached the waterfall, and she had to say, It looked much better in real life rather than on screen. She stood at the edge of a cliff that gave her a great view of a humongous crater that made it look like a meteor had crashed there long ago. It wouldn't be entirely wrong to think that, however, for a gigantic stone skull with two towering horns laid at the center like the remains of a long-forgotten meteor. Its horns rested on the side of its head, curving 90 degrees up, even reaching the clouds themselves. However, that can only be said for its left horn, for its right was completely broken off. It had 3 holes for eyes, the third being in the center of its forehead. Along with it was a nasty groove etched across it, horizontally. But despite it having no eyes, Lillian couldn't help but shiver at the feeling of being watched. The stone skull was bare, without any sort of vegetation on it at all, despite its most likely ancient origins. However, this mystery was soon answered, for around this skull was a breathtaking moat. Lillian turned her gaze to the side, staring at the other cliff sides of the crater, which were the waterfall she came here to see. That is what most would think. The waterfall stretched and curved around the crater, just behind the skull. At the edge, right before the water fell and flowed into the moat below, a wall of white foam bubbled, mixed in with a mysterious fog that shrouded the entire lake behind it. As the water fell and crashed in a moat below, the lake that surrounded and made contact with the skull suddenly exploded into steam. It then traveled into the air before magically clinging to the horns, crawling up it in a spiral and reaching the clouds. Once the steam had been collected by the sea of clouds, the air suddenly began to shake. The clouds above the ancient skull turned a dark gray. It looked as though it was going to rain very soon, but it didn't. Instead, the clouds that hovered above the fog covering the lake took on the gray, sucking it out of the ones floating above the crater. The fog then became a lighter shade as rain fell over and passed through them. The rain then became heavier. The clouds became even darker. Eventually, the light rain miraculously turned into a falling pillar of water. It became a waterfall. Lillian's eyes widened as she sat on the edge, swinging her legs. This was the waterfall she had come here to see, the one that fell from the very heavens themselves. She grew goosebumps at the sight. She turned to Ref to find him admiring the sight as well. Pretty cool, isn't it? The second prince was leaned back, his arms placed behind him on the ground as support. It is, and so is its history. Before Lillian could respond to his statement, he began to rant a tale to her. 35 years ago, February 28th, 1999, the first Tier 6 mage appeared in the world. He tilted his eyes towards the sky. Closely following his appearance, a fearsome monster appeared, as if awaiting his arrival. He then went silent before continuing. It was said to have formed all 7 mana shells and had reached S-rank dash. An apex dread. Lillian quietly muttered, getting a nod from Ref, who continued. The mage was immediately tasked with dealing with the threat. As soon as he exited his trial, with no time to prepare or adjust to his newfound power. If it was any other situation, he would most likely been able to, as other mages can hold off the threat. He then shook his head. But this was, of course, not an ordinary threat a regular mage below Tier 6 could handle easily, even in groups. And at the time, there weren't many Tier 5s either. This was due to the fact of a newfound theory at the time. For each certain bottleneck broken that would allow humanity to remain at the top of the food chain, the average strength of monsters escaping through gates increased. Ref turned to the side, patting the ground beside him, and clutched a small rock in his hand. He chucked it up and down before tossing it over the edge. Splash! After a several dozen-meter drop, they heard it splash into the moat. The apex dread was said to be 300 meters tall, had scales harder than any man-made material that wasn't created by the jester, and a regeneration factor, so fast that it left the land charred by the heat produced by its body. The story also depicted it as a bipedal bull crossed with a dragon. It was also capable of creating shock waves of pure heat, capable of ripping through the land and scorching it in a sea of flames. That was to name one of its key abilities. Lillian listened keenly. She was aware of the story, but since she had just skimmed through in the game, She didn't really know what went on. How did the mage kill it? She asked, then added, and what was his name? Did the monster have a name as well? The mage's name was Zama Macro, and the name we gave to the monster was Dreadlord. He then smiled, but in the face of fear, they changed it to Dreddy. Lillian tilted her head. Dre Audie? She repeated, why do we change it to something so underwhelming? Because it was for that exact reason. Us humans have different ways to cope under high-intense stress, but the most common one would be to laugh it off. So, they gave it an adorable nickname as a joke. He then went into deep thought, recalling what happened in the story, as for how he defeated it. Chapter 165. Third layer of the Forest of Disruption. For he gave a dramatic pause, then said, let's not get to that yet, but instead, let's talk about the grounds where their battle took place. I assume it was in this forest, right? Lillian tilted her head, her words causing Ref to shake his head. No, rather, it was out at sea, near the eastern region where the kingdom of Lucan resides. However, for some odd reason, the monster seemed more interested in coming to ours instead. Did the Eastern Kingdom do anything to help us? They did. They were, after all, the very reason why we were able to win in the first place. He ominously emphasized that was where the Tier 6 mage, Zama, came from. So they sent over Tier 6 to help us? They sure are nice. They didn't have much of a choice anyway. Ref shrugged. Such a threat can't remain for too long in the world. He then began to explain how the battle went. It was said that Zama had the ability to take on the same size as the Dreadlord itself. And from what I was told, this ability was an element. The unorthodox element of size. Geared with the best items we had to offer, coupled with countless endurance traits rewarded to him by the trials. He went toe-to-toe with the Apex Dread. He stared at the skull as another pillar of steam climbed up its horn. Their battle was said to last for exactly 3 weeks. An entire month of nonstop battle. In the first week, it was said that the ocean rained nonstop as the Dreadlord decimated the sea life and ocean with its heat. Zama ultimately took these attacks in full force. In the second week, nothing changed. The threat still loomed. But the Tier 6 mage had grown exhausted. He hadn't eaten, slept, or even seen another person's face in so long. Meanwhile, the Dreadlord wasn't even tired. Its persistent regeneration and seemingly inexhaustible mana allowed it to remain strong, while Zama continued to grow weaker. In this week, a large percentage of the ocean they were fighting and had nearly been evaporated. And Zama's armor had long been destroyed, melting over his flesh and molding into it, as though it still tried to protect him. But he didn't fall for the traits enhancing his body and the humongous boost in strength given to him once becoming an exalted human allowed him to keep going. Lillian watched as he slowly went silent, then asked him, what did the government do to help him? They must have done something, right? Ref glanced at her before facing the giant skull. They did. They did everything they can. But all they could really do is analyze its body for weakness. Just something that during its evolutionary path, it overlooked. He then turned to her. Are you aware of how monsters evolve into their form? Lillian thought for a moment before answering. They either have a set path or one they make themselves, right? Exactly. A monster, once creating another man a shell, could either choose an evolution already built into their species or create one just for themselves. But the latter would have to cause them to go into a deep sleep where they're at their most vulnerable. And if they aren't intelligent enough, they could instead destroy their body instead of improving it. While as the former is an instantaneous process without any risks. He then breathed a sigh. Anyway, the researchers eventually found something about the Dreadlord's abilities and momentary weakness. And that is, Lillian urged in anticipation. The Dreadlord would go into a brief moment of burnout once, releasing a large volume of heat. Its strength would go down by around roughly 25. Of course, only a rough estimation was created by comparing the damages it caused before and after burnout. But that wasn't its only weakness, for its defenses became weaker as well. It was said that its scales would turn at an angle to allow the heat to escape from its body. And strangely, they would always raise to an aligned angle. He then smiled. And that wasn't its last weakness. Lillian then spoke up. Even so, its scales are super durable, right? And its healing factor is still a big issue. Ref then interrupted her. Even though what you said was correct, its healing factor was its biggest downfall. Its evolution was, after all, not perfect. Nothing is perfect. And this was shown on the last day of the second week. Its body began to crack like a statue, despite its body appearing to be without any damage. Once its right arm was sliced off by Zama with his Guandao, Earth Shaker, it suddenly exploded into a tsunami of scorching steam. His tired eyes regained an energetic light as he ran it on. It had a limit to its regeneration, and that was what humanity needed to know to take out this threat. His lips curved into an excited smile. However, we knew this even before its body started breaking down. Lillian noticed he was glancing at her, almost as though he were waiting for a certain question. She smiled. When did they realize? Since the first week. Such was a result of having every cardinal kingdom researching this monster, putting aside their conflicts. He paused for a moment, then added, "You might not know this, but at the time, all four kingdoms were in bad relations with each other." The second prince leaned back, lying on the ground with his arms behind his head. So, when they all came together, they created a plan created by the greatest minds each nation had to offer. And this very plan went as planned. His grin then widened. In fact, it went even better than they had expected on the third week. Lillian tilted her head. What happened on the third week? In the third week, Zama was finally able to draw the Dread Lord out from the waters and into a giant, secluded forest with an unnatural amount of vitality, which was the very forest we are in now. He was able to bring the scorching beast through what we know as the first layer without any issue, and then struggled as the monster released another burning shockwave in the second layer. However, he was able to miraculously toss the apex dread into the center of the third layer. He then sat up and gestured towards a massive crater. And this was their final arena. The arena where Zama was left disarmed as his trusted weapon was destroyed under the hands of the Dreadlord. The arena where each punch they landed sent shockwaves that could be heard for hundreds of miles. And it was in this very arena that Zama achieved on the brink of unconsciousness rank A affinity. After nearly a month of constant tortuous use of his element, he was finally able to achieve it. Ref then raised his hand and gripped the air tightly. Just before he could be rendered by another scorching shockwave, he shrunk its radius to an area it wouldn't reach him. He then began to pummel the fiery titan. The researchers who were spectating the battle were even able to notice the noticeable increase in strength Zama was able to output. Rank A is when one is capable of bringing more meaning to their element. So they speculated her had something increased the size of how much strength he could output from his body. It doesn't make sense if you were it like I did, but that must be the only reason. He then drew in a deep breath and let it out. He was even able to decrease the amount of heat the monster could release, furthering the process of its self-destruction. This process continued until Saturday. And finally, with a massive explosion of steam and fire, the monster's entire body, except for its head, crumbled, since its mana core was in its chest. It also lost its healing factor. And because of that, with one final stomp delivered to its fallen head, Zama came out on top in the battle. That would be later named the Scorching Battle of the Southeast, the battle that disrupted any current conflicts the kingdoms had at the time with one another. He then glanced back at the forest. That was also where this forest got its name, although it was pretty strange to call it the Forest of Disruption when it doesn't really disrupt anything. So, what happened to the mage? Lillian asked. Zama? Ref voice lowered. He died shortly after shrinking back to his regular size. The damage he sustained throughout the battle, despite being remotely healed from afar, was too much. It was said every pain receptor in his body was burned off. His bones blackened, although protected by his flesh. And, stated by him, he briefly became blind halfway through the battle in the forest. He even said that it was only because of his traits that he was able to last as long as he did. The prince then sighed. Just before his passing, he laughed and asked the medical team. Ref's lips curved into an amused smirk. Do not worry about me. Just tell me, how does the alcohol taste since the last couple years? Lillian smiled at that as well. He must sounded fun when he was alive. Ref nodded, indeed. To think about alcohol just before his untimely demise. What a shame for such a legendary man to die. He shook his head in disappointment before turning to Lillian and saying, Chapter 166, Third Layer of the Forest of Disruption. 5. Sorry about making you listen to that. I know it was long. I have a keen interest in history. The more interesting side of it specifically. Ref let out a yawn, holding his palm over his mouth. Lillian waved her hand dismissively. Nah, it's fine. The story of interesting. But could I ask you one thing? HM? Sure. I don't see why not. Shoot. You said that a large portion of the ocean that they fought and caused a large portion of it to become evaporated. Was it ever? Fixed? Ref gave a brief nod, soon after. Although it was a several-year project, they were eventually able to fill the sea back up with water, while dumping in tons of salt and restoring the sea life. We are, after all, tasked with Earth's preservation. By who? Ref raised an eyebrow. By the god of Earth, the black turtle. Lillian tilted her head. I thought you worshipped the vermilion bird, not the black turtle. Ref sighed. I worship the vermilion bird. But that still doesn't mean that we humans are Earth's preserver. He stood up from the ground, dusting his clothes off. Now, then, I think I admired this place long enough to where I got bored. He then turned to Lillian. By the way, yes, did you know that Millis was spying on us? He pointed back with his thumb. Lillian raised an eyebrow, turning towards the direction he was pointing, the forest, and saw Millis was there, hiding behind a tree. What was the heroine doing spying on them? She then watched her sigh and pointed towards the ground. Lillian furrowed her brows, staring at the spot she was pointing at and finding nothing there. However, when she stared down at the ground beneath her own feet, boing, she was immediately met with a face full of something soft. She felt something wrap around her head, pulling in further into this wall. It seems Miss Roselle was here as well. The prince commented, watching as Marionette buried Lillian's face into her chest. He then noticed a somewhat urging look from her, almost as though she were quietly asking him to leave. He sighed and raised his arms before turning around. All right, I better get going now. Lillian finally popped her face out from Marionette's suffocating chest, huffing deeply. She watched as the prince waved back without looking back, then smiled wryly as he grabbed the scruff of Millis' neck and dragged her back into the forest. The heroine didn't seem too happy about this, considering she had just been released from one. She gave a teasing wave at them. You guys better not do anything inappropriate over there while you guys are alone. She emphasized a particular word to mock the assassin. Oh, and try not to get another hickey, Lil. Lillian chuckled self-deprecatingly at her words, waving back. Once the two had disappeared into the forest, both she and Marionette were now left alone. The assassin stared down at the rabbit with a complex expression. You were speaking with the prince for an awfully long while. Lillian raised an eyebrow. Was I? I was kind of just listening to him speak. But anyway, why does that matter? She tilted her head. Marionette's brows furrowed. The arm around Lillian's waist pulled her in further. The hand stroking the back of her white hair paused. The assassin then turned her face away, muttering in an apathetic tone, Nothing. It's nothing. This left Lillian slightly confused, but she ignored the woman's strange behavior. She pulled herself out of Marionette's embrace and took a step away from her. Marionette watched her do this, perplexed. So, Marie. Lillian placed her arms behind her back, smiling at her dangerously. She then pointed at the hickey on her neck. What's this about? I don't know what you were referring to. Marionette casually shrugged, feigning ignorance. Oh, come on. You know exactly what you did. I can't believe you left a hickey on my neck. Lillian turned around and walked around in a circle. She then paused and rubbed the gap between her brows. Marionette watched as Lillian turned to her with a scolding look. And worst of all, you didn't even tell me you did it. When did you even get the chance to, anyway? Back in the tent. Marionette answered in a stoic voice. You know what you did was extremely wrong, right? Lillian face-bombed, staring at her through the gaps between her fingers. You really just can't go around giving people random hickeys. Lillian stared at Marionette's nonchalant expression, finding that she didn't look even the slightest bit ashamed. The assassin, in response to her words, tilted her head. I'm only willing to give those to you, though, Lily. Only you can have these sorts of things for me. She said, then added, I still don't find what I did wrong. What I did was merely a show of ownership and affection to my belongings. Lillian's face flashed red at her last sentence. Vuvuka'a. Tea that's still dash. Marionette interrupted her. It's kind of like how a cat leave their scent on their favorite human. Is it wrong for them to mark you as theirs with their scent? Babu. You're not a cat. Lillian yelled in a high-pitched voice. Marionette folded her arms and tapped her chin with her index finger, pondering on Lillian's words. She then smiled and tilted her upper body to the side with a playful look. But I am your pet, aren't I? She said, shamelessly. Shouldn't you allow me to act like one? Lillian, flustered, watched as Marionette approached her. Watched as she felt her wrap her fingers around her chin and tilted it up. Watched as Marionette leaned her face in closer and cooed. Or, do you perhaps want to be the one? She leaned her head to the side, revealing her bare neck to her. To mark me? Instead, her smile turned into a teasing grin. Lillian widened her eyes and yelled. Chapter 167, 167. Third layer of the Forest of Disruption. 6W, what the hell are you talking about? Lillian couldn't believe what she heard and saw. From experiences, at this point, she didn't even think Marionette was even joking about this. Lillian pulled away, releasing her chin from Marionette's hold, then pointed at her scoldingly, BB, because of the hickey and such, I'm punishing you. Marionette rested her cheek onto her palm and leaned into it. Punishment? She raised an eyebrow. What did I do to warrant such a thing? The hickey. I'll just explain why I'm not in the wrong, though. And I would still like to hear your answer to my question dash. I ain't answering that. Lillian yelled, lowering her finger and turning away with her arms folded. Now be silent while I think of punishment. Marionette tilted her head at Lillian, staring at her back before moving in. The rabbit stiffened as she felt the assassin wrap her arms around her waist and rested her chin on her shoulder. All right, it'll wait. Marionette quietly muttered, burying her nose into Lillian's neck and breathing in her scent. Lillian shivered, unintentionally letting out a shaky moan. She placed her hand on the side of Marionette's face, gently nudging it back. Hey, stop that. She shuddered at the feeling of Marionette's hot and wet breath landing on her neck, causing her to go silent as she let Marionette do as she pleased. Well, until she thought of a punishment for her. After a few moments of constant touching of Marionette, Lillian finally decided on her punishment. Notashing. HM. Marionette raised her head out from her neck and stared at her curiously. May I ask what you mean by what? That's your punishment. Lillian huffed. No touching for 2 days, including today. She quietly said her last part, but she still got what she needed across. HM. Marionette eyed her strangely. I think my ears failed me for a moment. Could you repeat that? You heard what I said, Dash. Lillian felt her body suddenly become light, then moved unwillingly at a sudden speed. She then felt her back press against something hard, something of what she could only assume to be a tree. As she wondered how she had got there, she looked up to find Marionette staring down at her. The assassin's head was tilted slightly to the side, and her face became completely expressionless. Marionette narrowed her eyes coldly on the girl. She wrapped her left arm around Lillian's waist and placed the side of her right forearm above her head onto the tree. She craned her head down, getting a good look at the girl. That's quite an unjustifiable punishment you're giving, Lily. Her voice went low and dangerous. WL, your actions were unjustifiable. Lillian folded her arms, turning away with a stubborn pout on her cheeks. Marionette went silent, just eyeing Lillian down as she thought about what to say next. However, before she could think of one, the rabbit said, It's just 2 days. She shrugged. You can go on for that long with even the slightest bit of physical contact from me. right? She stated, staring as Marionette's cold expression twitched and cracked. Marionette eventually sighed and pulled away. Fine. I still believe I shouldn't be punished for my actions, though, Lillian. There just isn't any explanations for the reason I should. Lillian breathed a sigh as Marionette's oppressive aura decreased before face-palming. Marionette, you gave me a hickey, which is honestly more inappropriate than a kiss, I think. Marionette folded her face and clicked her tongue, turning her face to the side. You won't let me kiss you, that's the thing. However, her words weren't able to reach Lillian due to how quiet she was. Huh? Did you say something? Marionette rolled her eyes. No. Her voice surprisingly carried sass. She was a bit upset. Lillian sighed. Look, just 2 days. It's not like I'm getting you to kill someone, after all. I'd argue that would have been a much easier punishment to give. That's... Lillian shook her head in defeat, giving up on trying to reason with the woman. Just as she was about to say something, she noticed Marionette suddenly stiffened, her eyes having a sort of light to them. Tell me, Lillian, the second prince didn't say anything about this, right? She furrowed her brows at her. He didn't have a say in this decision, right? Well, huh? Lillian stared at her with a deadpan expression. No? Why would he? And weren't you eavesdropping on us the entire time? Marionette, in response, just shrugged and merely curious, Lillian. Then moved toward the forest. Let's just head back to everyone else. I believe we should be getting ready to pack up and leave. Lillian watched as she left, raising an eyebrow. Leave? She then pulled out her phone and checked the time. Oh, it really was about time for them to leave. As she remembered it, Mirage himself would be the one to come get them. As expected of the Paragon class, Mirage yelled, standing in front of the group with a tropical t-shirt and cargo shorts with sandals. It seemed he was enjoying his time here, waiting for the day to come retrieve them. I would have been extremely embarrassed for all of you if you guys actually came in last place in such a place. Although it was surprising that some of you had actually encountered quite a fearsome enemy. He rubbed his chin. Anyway, he pushed out his hand to the side, opening a blue portal. Let's get going, all of you. Even I'm feeling a little homesick. Millis, who was conversing with the prince, took a peek towards Lillian, who was, fortunately, without another hickey. But Marionette did seem to be more upset, although not as obvious to the eye. She even gave the prince cold and suspicious glances from time to time. Millis sighed and rubbed the back of her head. Geez, what did Lillian do now? I hope she didn't go and do anything stupid. Ref also took a glance at them and silently muttered. I hope she didn't either, noticing the glances he got from Marionette. Chapter 168. Bus ride back? Once making their way through the portal, they were met with the other members of their group that had been taken out by the needle prowler, or spider, which Lillian called it. Lillian hummed, seeing the other classes were outside the forest as well. It seemed like it was only their class that had been able to make it out, or maybe they were the last to be taken out by Mirage. As they were getting on the bus, Lillian pulled Marionette and Mirage to the side. Did you need something, Miss Arias? The teacher asked with his usual smile. Yeah. Could we sell you the corpse of one of the monsters we killed in the forest? Mirage rubbed his chin. You could, but I doubt there was anything above a deer rank in that forest ash. He was then met with the sight of the spider's corpse, perfectly dissected and dismembered perfectly. He scrutinized it with the utmost interest, then asked, what rank is this monster? And how many mana shells did it have? It was a rank C gnarl. So 2 HM? He held up one of the jars of blood, eyeing it. Now, which one of you did this now? He glanced towards the Roselle, but rather not make assumptions. It was Marionette. Lillian gestured. He turned to Marionette, who just nodded at him. I see. You did a very fine job. They'll try and sell it for the highest amount. Should I assume Miss Roselle killed it? The assassin shook her head. No, it was rather Lillian who did it. At her words, Mirage's smile seemed to become genuine as he glanced at Lillian. Is that so? Truly remarkable. Well then, please do get on a bus now. He patted the spider's body and caused it to vanish, most likely into some spatial storage. He then raised an eyebrow, feeling something was missing. Hey, where's the head? But as he turned back, he realized that the two women had already gone back to the bus. He breathed a sigh before shrugging. No matter, Must been destroyed or something. Lillian and Marionette made their way inside the chattering bus, making their way over to an empty seat. Once reaching one, the rabbit turned back to the assassin and asked, "Would you like to sit at the—" However, Marionette interrupted her mid-sentence. "Would you like the window seat?" Are you sure? I might fall asleep, Aga. That's fine." "All right." Lillian nimbly scooted in, leaning her shoulder against the window. Soon enough, the bus started up and began to move. After a while, they reached a road that had a magnificent view of the sea. Lillian couldn't help but wonder if this sea was the place that Zama fought the Dread Lord in before taking him into the land. She eventually drew her gaze towards Marionette, to find her reading a book with headphones over her ears. She smiled at her, admiring her beauty, forgetting that this same woman was the one who left a hickey on her neck. Marionette soon noticed her gaze and lowered her headphones. "Did you need something?" "Just admiring the scenery." "That's so?" She lowered her book on her lap. "That same scenery is also the one you scolded not too long ago." "You had it coming, Mari." Lillian pouted. "And I don't even think that you believe your actions were wrong." "Because I still don't." Marionette responded, still-faced. "Are you so against it?" She tilted her head. "If I told you beforehand, would you have been fine with it?" Lillian gave a wry smile as a tin of red came on her cheeks. "You really are shameless to ask that." Mari, curious. "Not shameless, Lily." Lillian rolled her eyes, sure, before leaning against the window. A few hours after their talk, Lillian fell asleep. Marionette glanced down at her shoulder, staring at the sleeping rabbit as she slept on it. She unconsciously raised a hand to the side of Lillian's head, intending to stroke it, before hesitantly pulling it away from her. She gave an irritated sigh. "So, she gets to touch me by I can't touch her? How unfair." She folded her arms with a huff. Her eyes glanced at the hickey on Lillian's neck. She then smiled, pulling out her phone and snapping a photo of the rabbit's sleeping face and hickey in the same picture. "I suppose it was worth it to see this combination." She then moved the photo into a folder called Cute Lillian. Lillian let out a yawn, feeling something stroke the side of her head. She opened her eyes and flinched as a dark hand made contact with her face. She then felt the side of her face press against something. You're finally awake." Lillian glanced up, staring at Marionette. She then noticed a long, dark object stretching from the assassin's back. "Oi, you can't touch me with your darkness as well." Marionette frowned at her words. "Isn't that a bit too much now? It's not like they can leave a mark on you." She then turned her face away, holding her chin, without malicious intent, of course. Lillian sighed, pulling herself away from her and into her own seat. "Where are we? We back at the academy yet?" Marionette nodded. "Just arrived." "Everyone had got off already." "Yeah. Why didn't you wake me up?" Marionette smiled softly. "I was enjoying the scenery." Lillian rolled her eyes but smiled. "Nonetheless, all right, sweet talker. Let's just get off this bus." After exiting the bus, they made their way towards the dorm. "So, are you heading back to your room, or are you going to mine?" Lillian asked. Marionette blinked at her. "They'll visit you the day after tomorrow. We do have 2 days off, if I were to recall correctly from what the teacher said." Lillian smiled wryly. "Isn't the day after tomorrow when the punishment is lifted?" Marionette became silent at her words. Lillian just shook her head with a sigh, then asked, "Oh, by the way, do you have my panties by any chance?" Chapter 169. Lillian's panties? Marionette's ears briefly twitched at Lillian's words. "Panties?" Marionette furrowed her brows at her, then tilted her head. "What panties?" she asked with an innocent expression. Lillian's face twitched at her words. "You have my panties, don't you?" Marionette became silent. Lillian sighed at this, then face-bombed. "Whatever. Just return it back to me whenever you can." She waved her hand dismissively. Marionette gave a nod, an unusually strong one, as she walked Lillian back to her room before leaving. She soon made it back to her room, nonchalantly glancing at its interior to figure out if anything was out of place. After finding nothing wrong, she immediately made her way towards the bathroom. A dozen or so minutes later, she exited it in a new pair of pajamas with a towel on her head. She let out a soft moan before tossing it into the laundry basket inside. She then froze and turned to go back in the bathroom. She stared into the laundry basket, now filled with the clothes she had worn on the trip, as well as the towel. Then, suddenly, it became filled with clothing too small to fit her. It was dyed a dark red and had a putrid iron smell. It was Lillian's clothes. Marionette stared blankly at the torn clothes before holding one of them up, the hoodie. It looked to be quite damaged, no longer suitable to be worn, and it even looked to be permanently stained with the foul crimson liquid. She sighed, dropping the hoodie. Thump! She now wondered what to tell Lillian. She did say she was going to return it back to her once it was cleaned, but considering that these weren't appropriate clothing anymore, it didn't seem right. She thought it over before coming to an idea. What if they were to go out the day after tomorrow to go shopping? Once the word shopping popped into her mind, she held her chin. She remembered Lillian had wanted her to buy something else besides the black Odachi for her, but it seemed she might have forgotten. Marionette stood before the washing machine, having just carried the laundry basket to it. The academy was fortunate enough to supply each dorm room with one, as expected for such a prestigious academy. She then rolled her eyes, filled with weak and spineless nobles, though. She muttered to herself, staring back into the laundry basket and narrowing her eyes. Something was missing. She pulled out her hand, raising it just before her face and pinching the air. Between her index and thumb, a particular white undergarment appeared. It was made with an exceptionally soft fabric and had an elastic waistband. It also had a childish image of a rabbit displayed around the area where the hidden item was concealed. This was Lillian's undergarment. As Marionette stared intensely at the white clothing, still pinched between her fingers, silence drew into the laundry room. Eventually, curiosity got the better of her. Her nose twitched at the familiar scent lingering on the undergarment, but to a much more concentrated degree. Just before she moved her face into the panties, she pulled away and dropped it into the basket. She then walked out of the room, shaking her head at how extremely inappropriate she was. After she left, the laundry room's light was switched off, but was soon switched on as Marionette wandered back into it. She reached into the basket, retrieved the panties, and left. She needed something to survive the next 2 days with, after all, no matter how inappropriate it may be. Meanwhile, that was happening. Lillian was staring curiously at the black maw, the black Odachi, which was in her hands. She couldn't help but feel confused as she raised it, swinging it around. But of course, it was sheathed and swung gently enough to not break anything. She already trashed this room before because of the trial, although unintentional. I swear you're a lot lighter now. She didn't believe the sheath had any weight reduction properties, so she immediately ruled that out. So it must be something having to do with one of its enchantments. And she knew exactly what that was. Hunter's Triumph, an enchantment that causes the sword to resonate with wielders who had been able to prove their strength. Although the Odachi wasn't there when she defeated it, it seemed it sensed she did. Even so, it's not a noteworthy decrease in weight. She pouted, then sighed, and know what? Any little thing helps. She tossed it back into her mana realm and moved into her room and collapsed on her bed. She ran her fingers along the surface of her soft blanket, then clutched one of the rabbit plushies on her bed and brought it into her arms. So soft, she rubbed her face into its white, furry stomach. She then looked down at the black turtleneck sweater she had been wearing. "HM, when should I give this back, I wonder?" She ran her fingers over her chest, feeling the textures of the sweater. Although it was a bit big, it was extremely comfortable. She then quickly sat up and headed off toward the bathroom. She should probably go freshen up before preparing dinner. She also had to be ready for when Marionette comes over for food. "Thank you for the food, as usual, Lily," Marionette said, wiping her face with a napkin, having just finished her plate. Lillian nodded with a smile. "No problem." She then got up and took away the plates to the kitchen. After reaching the sink and putting them in, she deliberated whether or not to do them before shrugging. I'll just them tomorrow. She soon returned back to the living room to find Marionette staring at her intently. Lillian tilted her head at the gaze and asked, "Is something wrong? Would you like to go out with me the day after tomorrow for some shopping?" Marionette asked. Lillian grinned teasingly. It sounds like you're asking me out on a date, you know? Chapter 17170. Is it a date? Hey, date? Marionette tilted her head. Lillian's playful grin turned into a wry smile. Definitely know what date means, right? Of course I do, Lillian. I'm not that naive. Marionette raised an eyebrow. Do you really underestimate my knowledge of relationships that much? Lillian's smile turned shaky. Of course not. She lied. She strongly doubted Marionette's knowledge when it came to this topic. Marionette narrowed her eyes, skeptical, then sighed. Anyway, I'm assuming that's a yes, then? Why do you think I'd say yes? Lillian teased. I could be doing something on the days that we're off. She then shuddered at the slight smile on Marionette's lips. The assassin leaned her elbow on the table, then rested her cheek into her palm. You're refusing? She blinked at her, amused, while smiling eerily. To go on a date with me? Yeah. Lillian held up her hands nervously. Why so serious, Maury? She cooed, trying to ease the rising tension. However, her words only seemed to make the cold shiver running up her back a lot more chilling. Top, top, top. Marionette tapped her finger against the table repeatedly. So, are you busy this Tuesday? Or do you actually have something important and isn't lying? A slight sweat ran down her cheek. She never had anything to do the next couple of days, really. Well, other than preparing for what's to come in the story, but that could always wait. Nope. Imperfectly free and all yours that day. Lillian gave a cute and innocent smile. This sight led to Marionette's eerie expression to turn into a genuine warm look. Marionette then asked her, Do me a favor, Lillian. Huh, sure. Place your hand on top of your head and rub it. Lillian raised an eyebrow, but did it nonetheless without questioning it. Marionette was always quite odd, after all, but she usually had a reason. Although, this reason this time, Marionette watched as Lillian rubbed her own head with a smile before saying, Good girl. Her voice deep and seductive. This reason this time was extremely unexpected. Eh? Lillian squeaked as she froze. She immediately placed her hand away from her head and turned her face away, blushing. You uncalled for, I suppose, but I just had to let you know. Know what? That I am a good girl? No. Marionette shook her head, then stared deeply into Lillian's eyes, her smile curling up more that you're my good girl. Marionette savored the sight of a flustered Lillian, who hid her face whilst letting out a rare chuckle. All right, they'll stop teasing you now. She got up from the table and made her way to the exit. I shall be taking my leave. Already? You're not going to stay for a while? Lillian followed her to the door. Marionette turned around, raising an eyebrow, a teasing glint passing through her eyes. Would you like me to? She asked. Well. Lillian rubbed the side of her arm before smirking. She shrugged. I'm just letting you know you can. You always have a place here, after all. Marionette blinked at her. Is that so? They'll be sure to keep that in mind, then. She then paused. She gestured towards the hickey on Lillian's neck. You two also have a place by my side, whenever. Thanks. Lillian covered the hickey, rubbing it with her hand with a shy look. Marionette nodded but frowned slightly. And please don't keep that hidden, especially in public. Why? Marionette gave a smug look, just so everyone can know your mind, of course. She then quickly left, chuckling as she heard Lillian scream her name. 2 days later, it was now Tuesday. Over the past couple of days, Lillian hadn't done much besides writing in her notebook. It detailed plans, steps in those plans, and the event later to come. The sort of things she wrote were council member volunteering, academy tournament, and finally, invasion. However, those weren't currently important due to the fact that today she had a date with Marionette. But it was more than an outing rather than a date. It was early in the morning, and she had yet to get up. But it was more like she couldn't. She groggily opened her eyes and drifted them to the side, discovering Marionette huddled up next to her in the bed with her arms wrapped around her. The assassin seemed to have joined her in bed. Lillian twisted her body around, making it so she was facing her. She stared at her face, half-lidded. Good morning, Marie, she said, tiredly as she buried her face in her chest. Marionette smiled. bringing her right hand to the back of Lillian's head and played with her hair. Good morning to you too, Lily. Did you sleep well? Somewhat. She turned her face up from Marionette's chest and at her face. First time in a while since I was all by myself. Well, in a leisure setting. Marionette smiled a bit at Lillian's tired face, cupping her cheek. Well, I have always been with you since the start of the school year. Ha! Makes it sound like you're obsessed with me. Lillian wrapped her around Marionette's chest, hugging her tightly as she let out a yawn. Marionette stiffened a bit at the word obsessed. She thought for a moment, thinking about a response. Eventually, she just buried her face into the side of Lillian's neck. I suppose I am, she muttered, breathing in Lillian's scent. Lillian watched as she did this, shivering at the skin contact. I know I said this before, but you sure do love my neck, huh? I suppose, I do. Marionette nuzzled her face deeper. Are you against me doing this? Lillian rolled her eyes. Not really. She patted the back of her head. Just don't leave any surprise hickeys, all right? What if I want to? Marionette immediately asked. Lillian's face twitched at her words. Well, you better ask me first. Can I give you a hickey? No. Lillian shot her down, causing Marionette to sigh. As she sighed, Lillian shivered at the hot and wet air blown into her neck. She gently pushed away from the assassin and said, all right, time to get up. Marionette seemingly groaned. Surprisingly, how about a few minutes later? She said, almost in a clingy way. Lillian raised an eyebrow at her. You sound clingy. Don't you want to go on that date? Marionette eventually released her, but was inevitably kicked out by Lillian to allow her to change. As Lillian changed, Marionette's voice passed through her door. We're both women. Why can't I come in and watch you change? You know exactly why you can't. Lillian yelled, letting out a sigh, and soon finished changing. She then opened the door, finding Marionette standing right outside it. She furrowed her brows at the woman. I'm starting to feel like you got even clingier over the past day. Marionette tilted her head cutely at her. I have no idea what you mean. What makes you suggest that? Lillian shrugged, just a guess. But seeing as you're fine, I take it that a day without me was fine for you? Marionette unconsciously held her chin, thinking back to a certain white undergarment. Yesterday, on a black-sheeted bed, a raven-haired woman laid on her side. She scrolled through the album on her phone, scrolling through countless photos of a certain girl. While she did this, she clutched the same girl's undergarment in her other hand. It was Marionette and Lillian's panties. She was being strange again. She glanced down at the panties in her hand, then quickly sat up, glancing around the room before falling back down to her bed. She hesitantly stared at the panties in her hand before slowly bringing them up to her face. Sniff! She then took it away from her nose and sighed. How inappropriate. She scolded herself, although it wouldn't make it any less weird. She wished she had something like Lillian's shirt instead of her panties. To think I've fallen this low, she murmured, looking through the photos of Lillian on her phone. Her eyes lingered a little bit longer on the photos that were a little bit too revealing. Marionette soon broke herself from that memory and responded, yes, I was fine. It was all normal. She lied as easily as she breathed. Lillian nodded with a smile. I see. She got on her tippy toes and patted Marionette's head, surprising her a bit. Good to see you ain't that lost without me. She snickered. Or else I may have you need me to baby you forever. Marionette tilted her head. Would you, though? Lillian shrugged with a playful grin. Who knows? Am I right? Anyway, she moved past her. Do you want to eat out or want me to cook breakfast? Marionette followed her. Could I have your cooking again? Sure. I don't mind. Lillian moved into the kitchen and put on an apron. She then glanced at Marionette, finding her giving a strange expression. You, all right? Marionette glanced down at the apron before looking back up at her. You look good in an apron. Chapter 171. What's the destination? Lillian smirked. Of course I do. Placing her hands on her waist, I look good in everything, after all. She stated narcissistically. Marionette smiled a bit, watching as Lillian turned around and began cooking. She then whispered, absolutely. Once finishing breakfast, they left the dormitory and made their way outside, wandering through the streets of the Academy realm, starting with the bazaar. Lillian glanced down at her right hand, tightly clutched by Marionette. Since leaving the dorm, the assassin had not once let her go. Marionette glanced around at the surroundings, noting how crowded it was today, as usual. She then turned her attention to Lillian, specifically her current attire. Lillian wore a white blouse under a white tailor jacket, a medium-sized skirt, and sneakers. Marionette then brought her eyes back to Lillian's blue eyes, finding them blinking at her teasingly. "You checking me out?" Marionette smirked naturally, before turning away, leaving Lillian surprised at her response. The assassin then looked through her memories. Although she wasn't proud about it, she did snoop around in her closet, finding that it was all white. That could give her an idea of what to buy for Lillian. Some clothing of different color. However, for that, after reaching a more open area, Marionette pushed out her hand, summoning a portal from the Academy bracelet. They would have to go out of the realm. Whilst they could most definitely get clothes here, it would be a lot better experience to go to a mall, especially for something as special as a date. Lillian stepped through the portal alongside Marionette. She glanced at her, finding the assassin to be covering the lower half of her face. However, through the gaps between her fingers, she was able to make out quite the smile. She seemed quite happy about something. Lillian turned her eyes to her surroundings, watching as cars zoomed by before turning around. She then recognized a familiar tall building. It was the apartment complex she used to live in. The portal was set to this specific location, it seemed. Lillian then looked back at Marionette, who was currently talking on the phone, mentally noting what she was wearing for their outing. Her attire consisted of a black high-neck blouse, charcoal-colored trench coat, black leather ankle boots, and thin black leather gloves. Lillian rubbed her chin. At this point, she figured everything in Marionette's closet was just some variation of black. If they were to stop by a clothing store, she now had an idea of what to buy her. Something with more light. Marionette, finishing her call, noticed Lillian's eyes glancing over her body. "Like what you see?" she asked Lillian, her voice deep and playful. Lillian smirked. Naturally. She then glanced down at their hands, still holding onto each other. Marionette watched as Lillian pulled their hands up, bringing it to her attention. She raised an eyebrow, curious about what Lillian was doing. Lillian said, "If you hold on to me like this, ITLL make us look like a couple, and no?" She grinned. "Should the heir of the Roselle, intimately, close, someone like me? What if people get the wrong-eyed? What is there to misunderstand?" Marionette tilted her head, cutting Lillian off. "We are a couple, are we not? That mark on your neck is enough to prove that, Lily. WL dash. And why should it matter that I'm an heir?" Marionette tilted her head back up, then shrugged with a nonchalant expression. "I don't care about their opinion." Lillian then felt Marionette's right arm slip under her coat, wrapping around her waist and pulling her in. At this point, she got used to being in this situation. But Marionette gave her a seductive wink. "Only you matter, Lillian." It was extremely challenging to get used to being talked to like this. The rabbit buried her face into the assassin's chest, blushing, shy, and now timid. As a way to subvert her shyness, she gave Marionette a playful punch to the gut. Obviously, not enough to hurt her, even though she doubted she could. Marionette let out a small chuckle, sneaking a glance to the side to find a limousine parked up on the curb beside them. The windows then rolled down to reveal the same driver that had previously driven the two of them to the academy. He gave Marionette a small wave. In response, she nodded at him, then looked down at Lillian to find her still hiding her face. She leaned down to her left ear and whispered, "Our ride is here. Be a good girl and get in." Lillian immediately backed away, flinching, before looking back and finding there was a ride waiting for them. She then watched as Marionette walked past her and got the door for her, gesturing her to get in. Lillian quickly got rid of her flustered expression and replaced it with a smug look. She walked up to the door, cupping the side of Marionette's face. "Well, aren't you being a charming wife?" She chuckled before getting in, leaving Marionette frozen. Marionette quickly thought about Lillian's words, even painting a brief, imaginary image. An uncontrollable smile appeared on her lips as she entered the car. However, that was soon wiped off her face, once finding Lillian looking inside a chest filled with alcohol. Lillian read the label on what she assumed to be champagne with a greedy expression. She never had this celebratory alcohol before. She looked back at Marionette to suddenly find a pair of arms stretching past her head, reaching towards the champagne and taking it from her hands. Eh! Lillian watched as the bottle of alcohol left her hands, then turned to Marionette to find her staring down at her scoldingly. You want to start drinking in the morning? She tilted her head. That's an awful time. Lillian rolled her eyes. I was just curious. Marionette stared at her skeptically before putting the bottle away. If you're nice the entire trip, they'll think about giving you the entire bottle. Lillian tilted her head. Oh, I don't have to pay for one now. Marionette raised her head from her chest, staring at Lillian with a deadpan expression. She then smiled. I have to take care of my belongings. That includes expenses that come with maintaining them. Ushu, what you on Abu Dash? Lillian watched as Marionette moved towards the window to the driver's seat, knocking it with the back of her hand. The black curtain that hid the driver's section was then pulled aside, along with the window. What's our destination this time? Miss, take us to the nearest shopping mall. Marionette leaned away from the window, sitting beside Lillian as she talked to the personal driver. Lillian, who was just gazing out the window, suddenly felt something land on her thigh. She slowly turned her eyes down and found Marionette's hand, fondling it. She widened her eyes, glancing at the driver, who professionally ignored his lattice actions. Very well. Would you like it immediately or at a comfortable pace? Confortable pace. No need to rush. At her words, the driver pulled back the window and drew back the curtains. Marionette then turned to Lillian, who tried to pry her fingers off her left thigh. She smiled. Instead of letting go, she began to stroke the rabbit's leg up and down, gently and intimately. Lillian's eye twitched at this. She ultimately gave up at the end and just allowed Marionette to do whatever she pleased. She leaned back in the black leather chair, glancing out the window. Are you looking forward to our date? Lillian turned back to Marionette. Yeah, so you really do believe this is a date, is it not? Marionette narrowed her eyes. Lillian smiled wryly. I just thought you'd be the type of person to dismiss this as just an outing. It started to sound like that you're the type of person to dismiss this as one. Marionette frowned, slightly, gripping Lillian's thigh tightly. Lillian gulped. What? Nope. This is definitely a date. She then patted Marionette's head, easing the sudden tension in the air. On a date. With my lovely, bait. Lillian then watched as Marionette leaned the side of her head on her shoulder, pleased with the treatment she was getting. The assassin then hummed, "Amache," relaxing her grip on Lillian's thigh and returned back to gently stroking it. Lillian let out a small sigh of relief. She smiled at Marionette's current cat-like behavior and continued to pet her like one. She then gazed out the window, finding them to be on one of the many highways. The one they were particularly on gave her a great view of the city of Restera. Towering skyscrapers, blimps showcasing the latest news currently going on in the world, holographic advertisements displayed on specific stands, making them look like billboards. Soon enough, they eventually arrived at the mall. Marionette and Lillian got out of the limousine and... Chapter 172. Dressing up? When to talk to the driver. Well, Marionette was the one that wanted to talk to him. Lillian just stood to the side, looking at the humongous mall. It looked like a typical modern-day mall. This mall's name was Baron Mall. As the name may suggest, it was founded by a baron. Crowds of people leaving and entering, be it from a higher-class family or just a common one. They all had the same purpose in coming here. Lillian felt something slip under her right arm. She looked to the side, finding Marionette linking arms with her. Louis will be waiting for us in the car park. She watched as Lillian's head slightly tilted to the side, confused. She stared blankly at her before saying, "Louis is my driver." Oh. Lillian's lips shaped into an O. Marionette nodded and continued. He's willing to wait the entire day, so? Marionette winked at her. We can take as long as we want. Why did you wink? Lillian asked, suspicious of her. She swore Marionette had only just begun winking at her. Did she just learn this? Or was she just underestimating her knowledge too much now? Marionette tilted her head cutely. Who knows? Now then, let's head on in. She tugged at her arm. Once entering through the automatic double doors, swoosh, they were immediately blasted with a face full of cool air and an overwhelming number of stores displayed across both sides. Stores that sold desserts, devices, food, services, clothing, and such. Lillian rubbed her chin in anticipation, turning her attention to Marionette, who blankly glanced around, her gaze looking over the countless people in the store. Lillian watched as Marionette's face briefly expressed a face of repulsion. She also watched as the assassin covered her nose. The rabbit raised an eyebrow. "Are you all right, Mari? Are you feeling unwell?" Marionette turned to Lillian, then lowered her hand. She stared at the girl's neck. She then turned away and said, "Yes. Let's just begin our date." The first place they stopped by was a clothing store. Marionette stood outside of a dressing booth, staring at the red curtains that hid Lillian behind. Although it was hard to tell, she was currently excited. She had just chosen a set of clothes for Lillian to try on. "Are you having any difficulties putting them on, Lily?" Marionette asked, trying not to sound impatient. Nope." Swoosh. Marionette watched as the curtains were pulled to the side. She stared as Lillian wore a tight-fitted black turtleneck tucked into high-rise trousers and a cropped white leather jacket. Lillian pinched the turtleneck. Turtlenecks really do go with anything. Huh. She then turned her attention to Marionette and asked, "So, what do you think?" Marionette folded her arms, checking her out from top to bottom. She then gestured for her to give a twirl. She watched as Lillian twisted her body around. Marionette's eyes lingered on the rabbit's rear for a split second. "Any good?" Marionette nodded. "It gives you a confident and elegant look, truly fitting the personality of a stunning lady such as yourself, Lillian." Lillian froze, surprised by Marionette's words. She turned her face slightly to the side, scratching her cheek a bit. Thanks. You'll try on the next ones." Then, swoosh, Marionette, as she closed the curtains, smiling a bit as she held out her phone, texting someone. "Me, it worked. Velen, nice work. Keep it up and try not to do anything dumb again." The person she was speaking to was ultimately Millis, who was quite well-versed when it comes to these sorts of things. She had also went to speak with her the day before her date to ask for advice. While she did get what she wanted, she was also scolded by the same woman. "You really just can't leave hickeys on the poor gal," Millis yelled with exaggerated movements, especially not telling them about it. Marionette rolled her eyes. The two of them were currently seated on one of the many benches across the Academy realm. "What's wrong with leaving my mark on what's belongings?" She folded her arms. "It's like leaving your name on your items just to let people know whom to bring it back to." That's not the same," Millis yelled, wide-eyed before face-palming. "You still don't see the problem?" She rubbed the gaps between her brows. "All right. Look, red eyes. Clearly you don't see what the problem is, no matter how many times it's hammered into your skull." "Rude," Millis cut her off. "So how about I put it like this, then?" Millis raised her finger at her. "If you don't hold your horny ass back, you might be denied the luxury of getting to hit." Marionette tilted her head, perplexed. "Hit," she repeated slowly. "What does that mean in this context?" She then narrowed her eyes. "You're not asking me to hurt Lillian, are you?" "Vuvuka'a." "And no, of course not." Millis then waved her hand dismissively. "This." Marionette stared at the inappropriate gesture. She then covered the lower half of her face, falling into a deep thought. She then muttered, "That's indeed a problem." "Exactly. So, after you finally start dating," Millis turned her face to the side, quietly whispering, "even though you guys pretty much are." She turned her face back, just try and not mess up or do anything dumb that could get you on her bad side. She grinned teasingly. "We both wouldn't want that now, would we?" Marionette stared silently at her before nodding. "Yes, you're correct." Marionette continued to stare at the curtains, having just watched Lillian put on a few clothes she had selected already. She then looked at the pile of clothes beside her. These were clothes Lillian had selected just for her. "Alright, Marie, your turn in here." Chapter 173. Whilst Marionette was changing, Marionette nodded and walked into the changing booth, something slipping out of her pocket accidentally. Lillian smiled and walked over to the table she was leaning on and waited. She curiously glanced around, unconsciously playing with the charm of her necklace. HM? Her eyes then landed on a familiar-looking phone with a dark-colored case. It was Marionette's. Lillian picked it up. Marionette must have forgotten to take it in with her. Without thinking, she went inside to hand Marionette back her phone. She slipped through the curtains and into the changing booth. Hey, Mari, you forgot your... She raised her eyes from the phone, finding Marionette's entire body to be covered in a thin black material. Oh, it was just you, Lillian, Marionette muttered, sighing a bit and releasing the darkness she had wrapped around her body. Lillian widened her eyes, watching as the darkness dissipated to reveal Marionette's half-naked body. Well, her sensitive areas were covered with her black bra and panties, but still. She quickly turned around, flustered. What was she thinking coming into a booth Marionette was changing in? She held out her hand, giving back the assassin's phone. Why, you forgot this. Marionette raised an eyebrow at her phone. Patting her clothes, she hung to the side, and finding it was indeed gone. Old, I didn't even realize it had fallen out of my pocket. Marionette took the phone out of her hand, inspecting it before putting it back into her jacket. Thank you for coming in here and giving it to me. Igriga. Lillian muttered, shyly. Independent Illinois be going out now. Would you like to help me get dressed? Ashu. Lillian unconsciously turned her face to the assassin, shocked at her words. She then covered her eyes at the sight of Marionette's bare body, an embarrassed blush on her face. What or why you on about? Lillian shakily muttered as she went towards the curtain. She was then pulled back, Marionette's arms wrapped around her chest. Lillian squeaked in surprise, feeling the back of her head pressing against Marionette's chest, only covered by her bra. She then felt the woman lean down to the side of her head, whispering in her ear, "Aren't we friends?" Her right hand ran down Lillian's chest, rubbing her stomach. Friends help each other, right? Her voice then went low and sad. Do you really not see me as your friend? Lillian shivered. She was currently intimately close with a half-naked woman right now, a half-naked Marionette, to be exact. Ashi, stop messing around. I'm not, though. Marionette quickly answered, so, is it a yes or no? She cooed. Lillian let out a shaky sigh. Fine. Marionette smiled, rubbing Lillian's head. Good girl. Before pulling away and turning around, reaching for clothes that were hung on hangers. As she did this, Lillian unconsciously glanced at Marionette's rear. They were extremely beautiful and eye-catching. In fact, everything about her was eye-catching. Once Marionette turned back around, Lillian hurriedly turned her eyes away. Marionette tilted her head at this, but smiled as she guessed why. You can ogle, Lily. I don't mind, if it's you looking. Aren't you in the least embarrassed by your words? I got nothing to share from the person I like. Marionette swiftly answered, looking at a pair of shirts and deciding which one to wear first. Now, then, which one? She asked. Lillian looked back. After picking through a couple, she watched as Marionette began to dress up. Currently, she had put on her pants, but she was still without a top. She stared hesitantly at her back before stretching her arms out. Marionette, who was just about to put on a top, felt a pair of arms wrap around her stomach and two soft mounds press against her back. She stiffened, feeling Lillian's hands brush against her bare skin, a light blush appearing on her cheeks. Fortunately for her, Lillian couldn't get a good view to see it. The two then fell silent. But it wasn't awkward in the slightest. Marionette smiled, unable to control it, and froze each time she felt Lillian's hot breath brush against her skin. She focused on the feeling of Lillian's fingers running over her stomach, finding it to be addicting in a way. Her ears then twitched as her name left Lillian's mouth. Mari. Yes, Dash? You're really pretty. Marionette then suddenly shivered, feeling Lillian's lips press against her back. She widened her eyes, unconsciously grasping the girl's arm. Not only that, but she also hid the lower half of her face with her free hand. With her voice muffled, she said, Is that so? Do you like what you see? Lillian smiled, resting the side of her face on her back. When it comes to you, I always like what I see. She tightened her arms around her waist. Marionette let out a shaky breath at the intimacy. She released her hold on Lillian's arm and placed her fist on her chest, around where her heart was. Her heart was beating rapidly, so fast that could burst out her chest. She then felt Lillian's hand move away from her stomach. She watched as it climbed up her skin, inching closer towards her chest. She waited in anticipation. Was Lillian going to do what she thought she was going to do? Lillian wasn't. She was the type to ask for permission first, right? However, even if she did do it, Marionette clutched the lower half of her face harder. She wouldn't mind if Lillian did it, especially not after she had got her heart beating like this for her. But just before Lillian's hands reached it, she felt her pull away. Marionette widened her eyes and turned her face around, finding Lillian to have vanished. Gone from the changing booth. Marionette sighed in disappointment and at Lillian's blatant, wordless teasing. She continued to stand there, holding her hand over her chest, and waited for her heart to calm down. While she was doing this, Lillian leaned against the table outside, covering her face that burned hot red. She was incredibly embarrassed about what she was about to do. Chapter 174. Escalating popcorn? After a bit, the curtains were pulled aside. Marionette wore an oversized white sweater and high-waisted jeans. She raised her arms, looking at the sleeves that went over her hands. She raised an eyebrow at the clothes Lillian picked out for her, then looked towards her. "The sweater doesn't fit me, Lil, but you look really cute in it," Lillian exclaimed. She then watched as the assassin cutely tilted her head to the side, blinking at her. "I do. WL. You look adorable either way." Lillian then smirked, "But the sweater truly highlights it." "Is that so?" Marionette smiled warmly at her, then asked, "Would you like to help me change out of these now? You didn't really help when I asked. Did you just get changed?" Lillian shooed her in. After having her change into a few more clothes, they bought what they tried on and left the store. Against Marionette's insistence, Lillian bought the clothes meant for the assassin, while the former did the same for the latter. "I got money, you know," Lillian stated, carrying her shopping bag while staring at the black-haired woman walking beside her. "I'm aware," Marionette whispered, then asked, "But wouldn't you prefer spending less money? I have the money to pay for all the exp." "A no is a no, Mari." Lillian pouted at her, pointing scoldingly. "I'll buy you gifts with my own money." She then placed the hand she used to point onto her waist. Marionette silently stared at her before sighing, "Very well." She then glanced at the bag Lillian was holding. "Would you like me to hold that for you?" Lillian gave her an odd look before smiling. "Well, aren't you being kind?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." She moved closer to the assassin, brushing her shoulder against the side of her arm. Marionette watched as Lillian slipped her arm around hers, linking them together. "Let's go around like this and find something interesting we can do." Marionette gave a nod. Her lips then curled up a bit. She responded with, "Well, I found something interesting I can do." Lillian tilted her head, glancing around at the many stores in the mall before turning back. "Where?" "I'm looking at her." "Her?" "Ah." Lillian instantly realized what she meant. She became flustered at the playful smirk on the woman's face. "You don't say that, and I meant for both of us to do. But it is something we both could." Hush it," Lillian exclaimed. After their playful display, they went on to wander about for a couple of hours in the mall. They tried a few foods and desserts here and there in the mall, and joked around with one another. Currently, they were seated inside a movie theater. Since they didn't do any research beforehand, they just chose a random movie to watch. However, as much as Lillian wanted to enjoy a movie of the romance genre, she was distracted by a particular hand grasping her thigh. She creakingly turned to her right, staring at the face of a stoic woman enjoying the movie before her eyes. She then noticed she had caught the attention of the girl beside her. Lillian watched as Marionette turned her face towards her, smiling softly. She then heard her whisper, "Did you need something? Having fun playing with my thigh?" Lillian's face twitched as she placed her hand over Marionette's to keep it still. Naturally, Marionette leaned against the armrest. "Why wouldn't I enjoy partaking in my favorite belonging?" Lillian's face twitched. She ignored the assassin's flirt and just dipped her hand into her popcorn bucket. After a while of shoveling popcorn into her mouth, she felt something odd about the bucket. As she rummaged her hand in it, it felt empty. She let out a small sigh, placing the bucket in the empty seat beside her. Once doing that, she leaned back in her chair. She then gave a brief glance towards the bucket in Marionette's hands. Despite all the time they were in the movie for about an hour, the bucket wasn't even half finished. Without any sort of shame, Lillian asked, "Could I have some of your popcorn, Mari?" Her voice was devoid of shame, but filled with playfulness. Marionette raised an eyebrow, glancing away from the girl and at the empty bucket beside her. She then moved her eyes back to Lillian and smirked. "Sure." She held the bucket towards her. Hee hee. Lillian reached towards the bucket. "Thanks, Mari," but then watched as it was moved away from her. She raised an eyebrow, staring at Marionette, confused. Is there something wrong, Dash? Yeah. Lillian shuddered as she glanced around, finding a woman in the back being harshly shushed due to her outburst. She gave the scene a strange look before facing back. Once she turned around, she felt Marionette's left hand place itself on her right cheek. She then heard her say, "For the popcorn?" She pointed to the side, towards the movie. "I want that from you." Lillian tilted her head and glanced at the movie. What could she possibly want for a bucket of popcorn? What she saw was a handsome man leaning in to kiss a beautiful girl. Wait. She quickly turned back around, finding Marionette slowly leaning in. She had already raised the armrest, making it so there was nothing in between them. Lillian unconsciously leaned away, her back making contact with the other armrest. She stared nervously at the assassin, crawling towards her. "Why you want to kiss for the popcorn?" Lillian anxiously chuckled, placing both her hands on Marionette's cheeks, holding her back. Marionette stared at her before reaching her hand towards her lap and stroking it. "Do you expect me to give it to you for free?" She smiled mockingly. "Isn't that a bit too naive, Lily?" "WL." Lillian watched as Marionette's hand brushed along the top of her skirt, outlining the inner part of her legs. "So," Marionette pulled off Lillian's hands. "What will it be?" Before moving back in again. However, before she could even release it, Lillian's face moved towards hers. "Ju." Lillian's lips left the tip of her nose, moving her face back and staring at her with a reddened face. "Look, I gave you a kiss. Now give me that popcorn." Marionette went silent, holding her fingers over the tip of her nose, rubbing it. She gave a sigh. "I suppose I didn't make that clear enough." She then tapped her lips. "Here, I want to hear." "And nope, you should have specified earlier," Lillian stated, folding her arms and turning away. "Now hand it over." Lillian then suddenly let out a sharp and high-pitched squeak as Marionette buried her face in her neck, breathing in her scent. She breathed a sigh. It wasn't too bad of a scenario, after all. She used her left hand, stroking the back of Marionette's silky, long black hair. She shivered a few times at the hot, wet air blown onto her neck, but as long as Marionette didn't do anything too crazy again, she should be fine. But this thought of hers must have been somehow heard by the assassin, for she did something completely unexpected, even out of character. Lillian stared down at her chest, finding a conspicuous hand belonging to the woman nuzzled into her neck. Her fingers sunk in her left chest, squeezing it almost, but it was more like it was testing how soft her chest was. "And Marionette," Lillian whispered, staring at the assassin in shock, who just poked her face out briefly. Marionette gave her a short look, then returned back to nuzzling into her neck, bathing in her scent like some addict. Her hand also began to caress the side curves of Lillian's chest, causing her to let out a soft moan. What are you doing?" Lillian grabbed the hand on her chest, trying to pull it off, but it stubbornly continued to touch her. Not only was Marionette pressing close by nuzzling in her neck, but also gripping her with her hand. What on earth was going on? Marionette then muttered, muffled, returning back your teasing. The hand on her chest then shifted slightly, and Lillian immediately clasped her hand over her mouth. Stop," she said shakily. Marionette smiled at Lillian's reaction and responded with, "You could have done this to me too." Back in a changing booth, Lillian, "I was going to do no such thing." The rabbit turned her face to the side, and if I would have asked for your consent first. Lillian then squeaked again, this time feeling Marionette's hand squeeze her chest. Marionette moved her head from the girl's neck, situating her face next to her ear. She then went silent, listening to the shaky breathing of the rabbit under her. She then whispered in a deep and breathy voice, "I wouldn't have minded in the slightest if you were the one to touch me, Lillian." Chapter 175. Crepes? As the movie continued to run, so did Marionette's hands as they traced over the outline of Lillian's shoulders. Gentle but persistent in their movements as they became more bold. Currently, Lillian was doing all that she could hold back the tiniest gasp that might escape from her mouth. This is too much, she thought. How would a common request suddenly lead her to being She let out a small gasp. "You must keep it down, Lillian," Marionette whispered, her hand resting on the rabbit's shoulder. "What if you disturb those watching a movie?" "I can't do that if you're touching me," Lillian hissed. "And why are you groping me all of a sudden?" Marionette stared at her silently, blinking. Her face then went stoic, a sign of her going into thought. As she was thinking, Lillian moved her fingers over the assassin's hand, trying to carefully pry off her fingers. However, this didn't immediately go unnoticed by Marionette. In response to her attempts to pry off her hand, she squeezed even tighter, sinking further into her chest. Lillian's lips stretched into a thin line. It then turned shaky as she felt Marionette massage her fingers into it. Marionette said, answering to her earlier question, "It's because you're irresistible, Lily. That doesn't justify what you're doing," Lillian quietly exclaimed, but then turned her face to the side, whispering, "Although, that does make me glad you think of me that way." Marionette nodded, and he'll continue to do so. Lillian felt the assassin's body pull away from hers, their hand leaving her breast. She didn't know it, but she did express a brief look of disappointment. However, that was hidden by her voluntary sigh of relief. She watched as Marionette brought the popcorn bucket to her. "Here," even though I didn't get what I wanted. Lillian sat up and took it out of her hand, then eyed her. "You just grabbed me. I'd argue you got a lot more than what you asked for. Call it a massage, Lillian. I still find a kiss would be worth a lot more than that." Lillian's face twitched. "So putting your hand on my thigh, stroking it, and caressing my chest while squeezing it isn't enough? Not to mention, I kissed you on the nose." "I suppose." Marionette rubbed her chin, then smiled at her, but a kiss on the lips would mean we would be officially dating. She winked. Lillian turned her face away, groaning at her words. "You sure do want that." Marionette tilted her head at her, her hair falling to one side. "Why wouldn't I? I've been asking it for a while now. Jay, just enjoy the movie." The movie lasted a total of 2 hours. They were now exiting the movie theater. Lillian stretched her back, yawning a bit before looking up. She looked through the glass ceiling of the mall, staring at the sky that had turned an orange tint. "Did you enjoy the movie?" Lillian looked towards Marionette with a wry smile. "I did in the first hour, but I was too distracted by you in the later half." Marionette folded her arms, raising one hand and placing it on her cheek. She then asked innocently, "Oh, did I do something that caused you to be distracted?" Lillian's face twitched at her words. "Don't act innocent and forgetful now." She then raised her hands, making a threatening gesture toward Marionette. "Just you wait. They'll get you when you least expect it." Marionette raised an eyebrow at her gestures, then tilted her head, smiling. "That's not a threat, Lillian," she said with a slight chuckle. "Well, it should be." She huffed and turned away. Her eyes glanced around, finding the mall to be still relatively crowded. Obviously, not as much as it was in the beginning. She turned back around and found Marionette had suddenly disappeared. She turned her head left and right, frantically. She then let out a groan. "No way she got lost again, right?" "Who said I did?" Lillian jumped at the sudden voice behind her. She quickly turned around, finding Marionette holding what seemed to be a CRP in her hand, drizzled with dark chocolate and filled with whipped cream. Oh, where did you get that?" Marionette pointed back with her thumb, directing her eyes to a conspicuous store that sold it. Lillian nodded. "I think I'm going to get myself one as we..." Marionette shook her head. "No need." She raised her free hand, summoning another CRP pea nuzzled in a paper cone, on top of it having cream inside it. It was also topped with slices of strawberry and drizzled in red sauce. Lillian's eyes sparkled as she took it off her hand. Marionette watched as Lillian took a bite out of it. I should have asked what you wanted first before buying. Lillian shook her head. Nah, I like strawberries. She then winked at the assassin. Because it reminds me about how sweet you tasted. Marionette momentarily widened her eyes, somewhat surprised. She unconsciously traced her lips with the tip of her finger. Is that so? I suppose I should continue buying you strawberries, then? Yeah. Lillian gave her a teasing look. But what if you buy me too many, and then all I can think about is strawberries? Even better. Marionette gave her a strong nod. That'll mean all you can think about is the taste of me. You. Lillian gave her a wry look. Sure, down bad for me. Huh? She said, knowing Marionette couldn't possibly understand what that word meant. However, she was proven wrong as Marionette blinked at her with a playful look. I suppose I am. Do you know what that word means? Lillian asked skeptically. Something along the lines of wanting someone, right? Lillian silently stared at her before asking. Millis told you that, didn't she? In response, Marionette just turned her face to the side, taking a bite of her CRP, unwilling to answer her question. What else did she say? Lillian's eye twitched at the fact Millis could have corrupted her dear Marionette's arguably innocent mind. Nothing. Nothing at all. I don't believe you. Chapter 176, 176. Sudden confidence? Lillian stared down at her phone, checking the time. They had been here for quite a while. It seems. The two of them were currently sitting on a bench inside the mall that circled around a tree behind them. She felt like this sort of design was quite troublesome to clean up due to the leaves. However, she gave a mental shrug at it. After all, it looked nice. She looked to the side, finding Marionette staring at her as she ate her CRP. While on her date, she had noticed that Marionette had kept quite a keen eye on her, never losing focus on her figure. How's your CRP, beautiful? She grinned. The woman nodded and said, It's good. Before immediately asking, How's yours? Lillian took a bite out of hers, thinking about her answer before plainly responding with, Mine's good as well. She licked around her lips, getting the cream that stuck to it. Marionette watched as she did this, her gaze drifting to a spot on her cheek that she missed. Can you lean in for a moment? Lillian? The rabbit gave the assassin a suspicious look. Sure. Once she leaned in, she watched Marionette's hand reach towards her face, her index finger stretching out and brushing something off her cheek. Lillian watched as a bit of whipped cream was wiped off her cheek. She smiled, finding Marionette wasn't going to do anything, after all. Thanks. She then went silent as she watched the assassin place the finger she used to wipe in her mouth, cleaning it of the cream. As she did this, Marionette gazed at her teasingly. She let out a flustered sigh, turning away. She continued to eat her CRP, ignoring the fact that the woman had shuffled closer to her, brushing shoulders with her. She didn't mind in the slightest, though. In fact, she quite enjoyed Marionette's close company. As she thought this, she leaned against her, chewing and swallowing strawberry. Lillian's eyes stared at a lone strawberry, which, unlike the others, was completely intact and unsliced. She had a good idea. Marionette, who was still watching her eat, saw her pinch the strawberry, raising it up towards her. She raised an eyebrow at the partially cream-covered strawberry before looking past it. Lillian stared at her warmly before saying, Oh. Now realizing what Lillian was trying to do, she did as she said. Lillian pushed the strawberry inside, feeling the back of her fingers making contact with her warm breath. Once her fingers were out, Marionette closed her mouth and chewed. The cream was smooth, soft, and ultimately sweet, perfect for a dessert of most kind. The strawberry was also delectable as its juices painted the inside of her mouth. It was without any bitter or sourness, completely sweet and plump full of juice. Lillian smiled, patting her head as she ate. Although this act of hers did draw a few curious glances here and there, she didn't really care, and she knew Marionette didn't either. In fact, she doesn't even think Marionette knew people were glancing at them. And she would be right to think that, for currently, Marionette was too busy trying to burn the sight of Lillian's smile into her mind. Sure, this was something she saw on a regular basis, but just a little bit more of Lillian wouldn't hurt. How was it? I was saving it just for you. Lillian cooed. Marionette nodded, leaning into the rabbit's hand a bit, sweet. She then smiled, just like you, Lillian. Marionette felt Lillian's hand move down from the top of her head, stroking the right side of her ear and face, before situating itself on her cheek. Is that so? I'm sure you're a lot sweeter, though. Marionette watched Lillian lick her lips at her, playfully. She didn't know why, but she shifted her legs a bit around at the sight of that. Quite the theory. Can't be a theory if it's true, right? Lillian winked at her. I suppose. Suddenly, Marionette felt something land on her thigh. She glanced down, finding it was Lillian's hand. It stroked her up and down, quick and slow. Her eyes lingered on her hand, something tingling inside her as Lillian did this. She eventually looked up once hearing her name being spoken. Eh, Marie? Marionette tilted her head at the rabbit, with a stoic expression, finding her acting a bit unusual. Yes. Do you like it when I do this to you? Lillian squeezed her thigh, massaging it without any sort of embarrassment at what she was doing in public. Before Marionette could answer, Lillian leaned in beside her ear, whispering, "You seem to speak about hypothetical situations of me touching you like this. Is there something you're not telling me?" I have no idea why. Marionette felt Lillian's hand leave her thigh, making its way to the other side of her face and pulling it in. She then felt something soft and wet make contact with her other cheek. Lillian pressed her lips against the cheek of the frozen Marionette. "Ju!" Lillian leaned away, falling back on the bench and leaning her back against the bench. She continued to stare at Marionette, who just stared at her in shock. This was the second time today. Lillian smiled warmly at her. "What's with the look, darling? Want another?" She grinned, placing her index finger under Marionette's jawline and dragging it along her skin. "That's quite greedy, you know," she whispered in a seductive tone. Marionette processed her words, finding it strange how Lillian had suddenly undergone a strange transformation. Where had the blushing and flustered rabbit go? Was this the same person? She then felt that same person wrap their arm in her waist, pulling her in and whispering in her ear. "Hey, let's go outside and find somewhere private." Chapter 177, 177. Unbuttoned? After finishing her CRP, Lillian pulled Marionette up from the bench, pulling her along through the busy mall by the hand. Marionette stared at the back of Lillian's head as she pulled her along, feeling her heart beat quicker. She clutched the rabbit's hand tighter, tangling fingers with hers. She was a bit excited by what Lillian was planning to do. As they moved farther and farther away from where they were previously, the attention they had drawn disappeared. But that also meant Lillian's sudden burst of confidence did as well. The change in her personality reset back to her usual. Marionette watched as Lillian slowed down in her steps, eventually stopping right before exiting the mall. She raised an eyebrow. Why did the girl stop all of a sudden? The eyes that lingered on them had long disappeared, but so did Lillian's sudden confidence as it slowly drained away. Because of this, a deep blush appeared on her face, followed by shyness. She rubbed her lips with her free hand, remembering the kiss she placed on Marionette's cheek. Then, remembered this was the same hand she used to caress the assassin's thigh. As she was devolving into a blushing mess, Marionette called her name. "Are you okay, Lillian?" Lillian stiffened and reflexively turned around. "Vuvuhao, yeah." She gave a frantic nod. "Are you sure? You just stopped." Marionette tilted her head. Lillian gave a brief glance at the exit before returning her gaze. However, once she did, her eyes met Marionette's, who stared at her, piercingly. The assassin scrutinized the rabbit's face in suspicion. She felt like the girl before her was now acting different again, a lot less confident than before. This suspicion of hers grew with what Lillian said next. "So, what do you want to do?" "Pardon?" Marionette asked, perplexed. "Didn't you say we should go somewhere private?" Well, I take it back now." Lillian chuckled nervously. What was the girl several minutes ago thinking about saying that? Marionette narrowed her eyes, strangely annoyed and irritated by what Lillian said. Are you, what they would say, leading me on? Vuvuka no. Am not. Lillian's face then twitched as she turned it to the side. It does sound like it, doesn't it? She thought. She then felt Marionette's hand tug at hers before finding her entire body being pulled towards the exit. Not only that, but she widened her eyes at the crushing grip the assassin had on her hand. Hold on, Lillian stuttered, glancing up at Marionette's face to find her being shot a cold look. We're leaving, the assassin said in an aloof tone. Lillian was then dragged outside the mall, briefly distracted by the orange sky and ignoring the fact that Marionette had pulled her all the way to the limousine they came here in. Marionette knocked on the driver's side window. After she did that, the window rolled down to reveal Louis, the male driver, giving them a friendly nod and smile. Ready to go home, it seems. Click. He unlocked the car doors. Marionette pulled open the back passenger door, and W.O. Lillian felt herself become lightweight as she was tossed into the limousine. She rubbed the back of her head, which collided with the inside of the other door. What's up with you? She asked the assassin, watching her get in and telling the driver something before leaning back in her seat. She felt the car start up and began to move. She then watched as Marionette moved her hand towards the roof, pressing a conspicuous-looking button. The lights in the car then turned a slight bluish. Lillian raised an eyebrow before finding herself roughly pushed down on her back. Marionette pushed her down, wrapping her fingers around Lillian's wrist and placing them above her head. With her back up against the black leather car seat and her wrists locked above her head by Marionette, she stared up at the woman in shock. Marionette's raven black hair cascaded over the side, forming curtains that hid their faces, leaving Lillian to only focus on her. And like always, she was beautiful beyond compare. However, there seemed to be something off about the way she was looking at her. She seemed annoyed. She winced as she felt Marionette's hand tighten around her wrist, her nails digging into her skin a bit. Marionette then opened her mouth, speaking in a cold tone. You got me excited for nothing, Lillian. Truly a cruel joke you pulled on me. She moved her hand over Lillian's chest, teasing it and causing her to shiver. She then brought it over to the buttons on her white blouse, fiddling with it. Lillian stared shakily at what she was doing before looking back up. Hold on. Now let's not do this, all right? She said with an anxious smile, then added, What if Louis overhears us? Marionette blinked at her before gesturing with her head towards the bluish light. I've set the inside to be silenced. You won't hear a thing unless I turn it off. Lillian shuddered a bit. She stared down at the button Marionette was fiddling with and found it to be unbuttoned. She widened her eyes as she watched the assassin continue down. I wasn't a joke, Mari. I didn't try to play one on you. Marionette glazed over her face, ignoring her. She turned her eyes down to the buttons, unbuttoning them one after the other and getting a glimpse of Lillian's white bra. She continued further down until it was entirely unbuttoned. She then pulled it open, revealing what was under it. Marionette stared intensely at Lillian's chest, hidden behind her white bra, and at her beautiful alabaster skin. Lillian turned her face to the side, shy, as her Marionette stared at her. She then shivered at the feeling of her cold fingers brushing against her skin. They rubbed her stomach, circling her belly button before making their way up, the nail of her index finger drawing imaginary lines on her skin. Eventually, her hand made their way in between the crevice of her chest. Chapter 178. Stimulation? She slipped her hand in between the crevice, feeling the warmth radiated by Lillian's chest. Her hand then moved into the center of her chest. Thump, thump, thump. She felt Lillian's heartbeat through her fingers. She glanced up, finding Lillian staring at her timidly. She didn't know what the feeling was, but the sight of Lillian under her almost half-naked caused her to feel weird. She felt it before as well. The first time was back in the forest when she stripped Lillian naked to change her. Was she aroused? Lillian stared at the aloof assassin's face as her cheeks turned a subtle pink. She was blushing. Although Lillian was glad, She was the cause of it and was able to see it. She didn't know how to feel about this being the reason. She was able to see it. She felt her fingers pinch the strap between her breasts, pulling against it and letting it go. It launched back into place, smacking into her chest and causing them to bounce up and down slightly. Marionette watched as they moved, completely distracted by them. She glanced back at Lillian, finding her turning her face to the side out of embarrassment. However, she then turned her eyes back, putting on a brave face. "So, what do you think? Are they to your liking?" she asked, grinning. Marionette stared at her slightly before nodding absent-mindedly at her. "You are beautiful, Lily," she quietly murmured. "Oh, in love with my chest already?" Lillian snickered. Marionette went silent. Lillian stared at her, mentally sighing in relief as she thought about what to do next. However, she wasn't given enough time to do that, for the assassin had suddenly taken off her coat. Marionette tossed the jacket to the side, causing it to flutter before landing on a separate seat. She stared down at Lillian, specifically her chest, quite intently until answering her question. "Yes." However, Lillian watched as the assassin leaned over, hovering her face above hers, smushing their chests together. "It's more like I love you instead of just your breasts." These words caused a reaction in Lillian, causing her to go dreadfully silent. Her mouth opened and closed repeatedly, try to word out but can't. Marionette's confession had caused her mind to completely short-circuit. Because of that, she didn't notice the assassin's hand slithering under her back, reaching towards a particular strap. All she could notice, however, was Marionette's warm and gentle gaze made towards her. After the assassin had unhooked the straps, she moved her hand towards the rabbit's right cheek, patting it. "You're just so adorable like this, Lily." Her hand steadily moved down from her cheek, stroking her jawline and neck before moving down to her shoulder. She placed her hand there gently, which startled Lillian back to her senses, but it was too late. Lillian stared into Marionette's eyes, which seemed to have gained a dangerous glint. She shuddered a bit. It appears that the assassin was now fully intent on hearing more that came out of her lips. Marionette pinched the bra with her fingers before gently tugging at it. Lillian widened her eyes, watching as the bra became loose and slowly raised along with Marionette's hand. Once the bra was tossed aside, the assassin was greeted by an attractive sight of Lillian's bare chest, something she had only seen twice now. But each time she had seen it, it left her with an odd feeling in between her legs. Lillian became nervous and even a bit scared under Marionette's gaze. She instinctively wanted to hide her chest, but was reminded her hands were pinned down. Due to her movements, and without the bra to support them in place, Marionette watched dazedly as Lillian's chest bounced, the pinkish blush on her cheeks becoming more visible as she watched. They were round, big, and the tips were a magnificent pink. But ultimately, they looked soft. As she thought about this, her hand unconsciously moved towards Lillian's chest. However, before making contact, she stopped hesitantly. She looked up towards Lillian, finding her staring back with a hint of fear in her eyes. As much as Marionette caressed it, she needed to know she could first. She, after all, didn't want Lillian to hate her for this. She then said with a surprisingly shaking voice, "Seeking, I." Lillian gave a shaky smirk. "Oh, now, you're asking me after taking off my bra? Dat naughty, Marie?" She giggled, feigning confidence. Marionette tilted her face down a bit, causing her face to be hidden behind her hair. She then whispered, "It's your fault." "Huh?" Before Lillian knew it, Marionette had already placed her hand over her right breast, kneading it in. The rabbit's eyes swirled in shock. Marionette was groping her right now. "Har bara chest, moreover." How did a simple date suddenly turn out like this? Lillian's lips became shaky as they held back the moan that may erupt through. She felt strange, extremely strange. It felt strange having someone touch her so personally. Huh. Lillian was sure she wasn't reacting outwardly right now. So what was it she was sensing? She looked up, finding Marionette trembling slightly as her hand rested against her chest. She then shivered as she felt her nipple gently squeezed and played with him between her fingers. Marionette was so focused on playing with the breast that she neglected everything around her. Her heart beat so quickly that it felt like she couldn't even breathe. If she had to describe the softness, it would be the smoothest and softest ball of cotton in existence for her. But it was still firm enough to act as a stress reliever. It was addicting, to say the least. And it was all for her. Lillian was hers, right? She must be enjoying this as much as she was. She glanced up, finding Lillian still holding back her voice. Despite her currently breathing like some animal, Lillian was here, being silent. But she knew she was enjoying it, definitely. Her eyes spoke that much with how much it was shaking. However, she wanted to hear it. She wanted to hear the voice Lillian was keeping behind the lips she always thought about since the day they kissed. Lillian's body shuddered as she felt Marionette smush her body against hers and leaned into her ear. Marionette then whispered, Chapter 179, 179. Eh? Quiche? Let out. No one but us will hear. Lillian gave a shaky but playful smile. Oh, why you want to dash? MH, and me moan that badly, Mari. She intentionally let one out. She then moved her lips into Marionette's ear, whispering, Naughty girl. Marionette's body stiffened and froze, her breath becoming even more ragged. The hand she was using to knead Lillian's breast also froze in place. Sensing this, Lillian continued, Why you are reacting even more than me? Where did my stoic baby go? She cooed, brushing her lips against the assassin's ear. She then let out a small moan. MH. Purely for fun. She continued to do it even more, despite Marionette's hand not moving. I appreciate it, Mari. Aren't you going to continue, baby? Marionette keenly listened to these, staying close to Lillian's neck, unwilling to pull away. For once, she was too flustered to show her face. Was this what Lillian experienced when she was around her? Was this what embarrassment feels like? Just before Lillian let out another teasing moan, she heard the assassin let out a shaky whisper. Only you make me feel like this, Lily. HM? Make you feel what? Lillian playfully asked. Marionette then went silent for a moment before answering. Everything. I don't know how you do it, but... She moved her lips to the side of Lillian's neck. You make me feel strange. No matter what you do. Jewel. She pressed her lips against Lillian's neck, causing a slight shiver. Her hand also began to move again, resting against the rabbit's chest. Lillian let out a soft sound at the contact, and she held her hand there a moment longer. She traced the gentle curve of her form, and Lillian shivered at the light touch. As she did this, she created a trail of kisses from her neck to her jawline and finally hovered before her ear. With each kiss and squeeze, a soft sound escaped Lillian's lips, fueling Marionette's need to continue. She also felt Lillian shift her legs around uncontrollably, causing her knee to drift higher between her thighs. Marionette soon stopped her gropes and kisses, letting Lillian have a breather. She now knew the girl was quite sensitive to these things, something she would keep an absolute mental note of. But that didn't mean she won't make one for herself, because it seems she, too, was quite sensitive to this as well, despite not being the victim in this situation. Lily, Marionette whispered. Lillian gave a few short breaths before answering. Igriga. Marionette moved away from the girl's ear, hovering over her face. She released the hand restraining Lillian's wrist together and slowly brought it down to her cheek, whilst also moving her other hand to her other cheek. Cupping them, she stared down at Lillian, who was at this point a blushing mess as she breathed raggedly. Marionette's lips stretched into a shaky, thin line before relaxing. She leaned in, startling Lillian a bit. However, she leaned in as well, their lips drawing dangerously close. Lillian's mind had turned foggy, too distracted from the thought they were just about to kiss. But unfortunately, or fortunately for her, they heard 3 consecutive knocks. Knock, knock, knock. They both unconsciously looked towards the wall where the driver was seated behind. It appears that he was trying to get their attention. They must have arrived at their destination. Lillian, now without any fog in her head, looked back towards Marionette to find her giving a complex expression. It was a mix between frustration, disappointment, and defeat. She then watched as she pulled herself away from her, moving into a seated position between her legs, while still staring towards the wall. Lillian then heard her murmur, "But I was so close." Marionette gave a short sigh, shooting a glance back at Lillian. She turned and reached toward the rabbit's bra she had tossed away. Lillian slowly sat up and was immediately met with her bra as Marionette held it before her face. She tilted her head, looking past it and at the assassin's hesitant face, who said, "Please put this back on while I speak with Louis." Lillian raised a teasing eyebrow at her. "Groped me, and not even going to bother helping me put it back on? How mean. They'll pounce on you again, Lillian." Lillian turned her face away. "Independent Illinois, just put it on." Marionette gave a firm nod, turning around, but only after shooting another glance at Lillian's chest. However, the way she was looking at her was as if she were trying to burn the sight into her retinas. After she turned around, Lillian suddenly flinched as a black substance flowed up from the ground, forming a thin wall of darkness. Lillian smiled, rolling her eyes a bit. At least she's considerate enough. She began to put on her bra and buttoned up her blouse, straightening out the creases. Moments later, she jumped at the sudden sight of Marionette's face appearing through the wall of darkness. The assassin's red eyes scrutinized her face and body. A brief light of disappointment passed through her eyes as she found Lillian had completely fixed herself up. "I see that you're done." "No, thanks to you, you naughty girl," Lillian cooed, winking at Marionette as she watched her drop the wall. "It was still your fault, and that's my defense if you decide to place another punishment on me." The assassin folded her arms, staring down at her stoically. Lillian blinked at her, sighing with a smile. Yeah, you hate being punished. It was only 2 days, anyway. Well, 1 day and a half, kinda." Marionette gave her a strong nod. "Good to know I'm not being punished." She then stared at Lillian's lips, remembering what could have unfolded if they weren't disturbed. However, Lillian watched as Marionette cupped her cheeks. She raised an eyebrow at the assassin, who leaned in. Her eye twitched. She placed her right index finger on the woman's forehead and pushed her face back. "Oi, you already had your chance. Drop it." Chapter 1, 8180, Volunteering Form. The next day, Lillian tapped the class desk with her finger, staring wryly at Marionette, whose eyes were gazing at a specific part of her body. "You're staring quite intently at my chest, huh?" Since breakfast, Marionette had been taking glances at them, although they were quite hard to notice at the beginning. She was starting to think Marionette was quite perverted as well. The assassin turned her face away at her words, murmuring, "It's your fault." Lillian's ears twitched at this. She stared incredulously at her. Wah slam. Mirage slid the door open and strolled into the room with his usual cold smile. "Good morning, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed your weekends, for we're back to lessons now." As Mirage went on with his lesson, Lillian was bored out of her mind in the back. She was blocking out most of what was going on in the lesson, but still jotted down notes to keep up the act she was listening. If her memory still works, she should be able to pass through the exams. Not 100, but just a passing grade. That was all that really mattered. Anyway, but if she did want to study, she could ask Marionette to tutor her for a bit. Lillian's eyes drifted to the side, staring at the red-eyed beauty with a smile. Since she wasn't doing much with her writing hand, while Marionette was focused on writing down on her notebook, Lillian's hand slithered onto her thigh. Marionette briefly paused, glancing down at the hand. She silently stared at it before moving her attention towards Lillian, who winked at her playfully. The assassin turned back to her work, but only after placing her left hand on Lillian's. She had even scooted closer to the girl, making it so there wasn't even an inch of a gap between them. Lillian gave a conflicted smile. While she was glad Marionette wanted to be close to her, she couldn't help but be disappointed that the assassin didn't feel embarrassed. That didn't make her a bad person, right? No. She was just doing it to try and get back at the woman. Unfortunately, she was doing an extremely bad job at it. Anyway, it didn't really matter since they were at the back. Nobody could really see her doing this. Well, except for Millis, who had reached under the desk to grab her dropped pen. The heroine stared blankly at Lillian's hand on Marionette's thigh. She gave a proud smirk and pumped her fist. After that class, the day went on as usual. The week went on as usual. Eventually, time flew by, and it was now next month. March. It was also in this month that people were able to begin volunteering at the student council office. But only the office for the actual student council committee was separate from it. She wasn't sure why they needed to be separate, but it didn't really matter. The two were similar, anyway, in terms of dealing with some of the affairs in the academy realm. The student council committee, however, was mainly known for, dealing with troublesome individuals. Lillian, seated on a bench, watched as two members of the committee took down some of her classmates, specifically Xander and Graham. She gave a sigh. I'm starting to rethink whether I want to join the committee now. Why? Lillian looked to the side, seeing Marionette return with 2 cans of sodas in her hands. She smiled as the assassin handed one over to her before sitting down. Having to discipline people seems to be tedious and annoying. She pointed over at the scene. Marionette glanced over before returning her eyes back toward the rabbit. I suppose. But I recall you to be quite an avid person of action. What happened to that? She tilted her head. Lillian shrugged. I changed it to something else. May I ask what you decided on? Sure. Marionette suddenly felt Lillian's arm wrap around her waist, pulling her in a bit. She raised an eyebrow at the girl. Lillian blinked at her, flirtatiously. I decided on being your avid distractor. Marionette stared silently at her, before looking forward and taking a sip from her soda. She then stated in a stoic voice, You have a bright future in that department, Lily. Lillian smiled, her eye twitching a bit. I can't tell whether that was sarcasm or not if you use that voice. Marionette turned to her and smirked. It wasn't. But I can guarantee you a bright future if you stay by my side, though, Lillian. Lillian rolled her eyes, playfully, at the assassin. All right, I get it. You want me to be by your side at all times. After saying that, she sipped her soda. She froze and pulled it away from her mouth, scrutinizing it curiously. What she saw was a charming illustration of a strawberry. Strawberry-flavored, huh? She continued to drink it before remembering something. I should really begin filling in that volunteering form. She deliberated. She pulled out her phone, looked through her student email, and found one sent by Mirage. Her teacher had also sold the spider's corpse already. If she were to recall correctly, it went for around 52,000 semis. Considering that was over half of what she had in her bank account in the beginning, she felt pretty good about it. She looked through the volunteering form. Marionette leaned over, staring at her screen, curiously. Doing it now? Might as well get it done now. I think Ref had his done already, surprisingly. The second prince is joining as well. Lillian glanced up from her phone. Yep. Well, I convinced him to. She shrugged. They bring you in as pairs, so he had to come along as well if he wanted to help me get in. She then chuckled. Pretty nice, isn't he? Yes. Marionette slowly responded with a strained voice before asking. When was this? A little while ago. Why? Lillian tilted her head at the assassin, who was covering the lower half of her face. Marionette fell into a deep thought at the rabbit's words. Eventually, she snapped out of it. She stood up from the bench and held her hand out to Lillian. We don't have any more classes for the rest of the day. Let's go train your skills in the virtual reality. Do we have to? We could train your stamina instead if you'd... Lillian interrupted her with a twitching face. Why, let's just head to the technological building. She wasn't looking to be paralyzed from overexhaustion today. Chapter 181. Fenty Spa. This is the scenery you chose? Lillian scratched the back of her head as she glanced around. It was an almost barren mountaintop. Cracked stone ground, dry bushes with barely any leaves, unstable spots that may seem to collapse at any time. It was also quite cold. Lillian shivered a bit, noticing how high up they were. Fortunately, it was not high enough to the point where it was hard to breathe. She looked towards Marionette, who had her back facing her. She was looking over the edges, assumably checking the condition of what may be their arena. The assassin turned back to face her and said, Yes, this will suffice well. Lillian gave a hesitant look. Must it be in such a unstable spot? Marionette raised an eyebrow. Not everywhere you fight will be in your favor. She shrugged. Remember your fight with that horned monster back in the catacomb. Lillian groaned, I suppose, saying that she stretched her hand out to the side, manifesting a fluid long sword of water. After a few short wobbles, it straightened, sharpening itself into a worthy blade. Marionette stared at Lillian, who pointed her weapon at her, before stating, "You are allowed to use the Odachi, Lillian." "I. The rabbit tilted her head, immediately dissipating the liquid longsword. She summoned the black maw into her hands, familiarizing herself with the gritty, black leather hilt before unsheathing it. She gave it a few short swings to warm up. Marionette watched as she did this before nodding to her question. "Yes, it will only be fair." Lillian froze before slowly turning to the assassin with a deadpan look. Her eyes met the face of the stoic woman, who smiled softly at her. "Right? I'm already self-aware, Mari. No need to rub salt in the wound." Marionette let out a soft chuckle. "I suppose." She then went silent, her smile turning into a smirk. "Are you also aware of the fact I like you?" Lillian turned her face to the side at her words with a slightly reddish face. "Dunno." She turned her face back around. "Do you dash?" However, once she turned her head around to face the assassin, she found the woman, who was several meters away from her, was now suddenly in front of her. Swish! Lillian watched as the world turned and flipped, a feeling of disconnection passing through her mind as well. Thud! Marionette stared down nonchalantly at Lillian's beheaded body. The area where her head and neck were disconnected was covered in blue digital particles. These particles spread across the rabbit's body and stretched towards Lillian's head, which had rolled off to the side. As this happened, Marionette's ears twitched at the sound of a familiar voice off to the side. That just wasn't fair. She turned around, finding Lillian's body being constructed from top to bottom. She didn't look too happy with Marionette's sneak attack as her face twitched in irritation. The assassin just shrugged stoically, holding an obsidian dagger in her hand. It was going to happen sooner or later. "You can't be complacent. Even around me, Lillian." Lillian watched as the woman bent down to the black Odachi at her feet. Marionette gripped the hilt of the sword, narrowing her eyes at the weight. However, after a moment, the weight she felt had nearly been cut down in half. What a troublesome enchantment, she outwardly thought, holding it up with one arm. After giving the sword a careful look, she chucked it over to Lillian, who hurriedly stepped out of the way. Clang dash. Thud. The sword landed heavily and clattered against the uneven stone ground. Fortunately, for its enchantment, it was perfectly fine. "It's quite heavy," Marionette commented, watching as Lillian bent down and got it. "Even for you? Did the enchantment not work, or something?" Lillian asked, staring at her cautiously and also confusedly at the sword, gripping the hilt. Marionette shook her head. The enchantment did work. But before it changed, the weight must still been set for you. She then paused before adding, "And I am still human, Lillian." Before tilting her head to the side, swoosh, dodging a bullet of water aimed at her head. Lillian's face twitched at her nonchalant dodge. "Sometimes I think you aren't." Marionette just shrugged. "Who knows? I could be a human, homunculus, monster, or all three." She muttered with a cool voice, then smiled. "But I am without a doubt yours, though, Lily." She winked. Lillian's face reddened again, but didn't turn her face away like last time. Marionette saw this and shifted her expression back to a stoic one. "Oh, you learned fast. So that's what you were doing, Dash," Lillian growled, then startled at the fact Marionette had appeared before her again. The assassin, having just closed the gap between them with a single dash, slashed up with her dagger. Swish! Lillian stumbled back, escaping from the attack with just a long diagonal cut across her chest. Her mind raced with plans of counterattacks. The only conclusions she came to were, Marionette drew back her arm, delivering a stab with the obsidian dagger. KRR. The assassin raised an eyebrow, staring at a fluttering dark wall of narrow, metallic spikes. Her blade scraped along the spikes, cutting into it but ultimately unable to pierce through. Lillian braced the blow, hiding behind the protective cloak. She knew she had no chance of counterattacking in this range, especially with her odachi. Marionette drew back her arm again, moving her free hand towards the spiked cloak. Before she could get a hold and pull it aside, droplets of water manifested in the air behind Lillian. They stretched and sharpened like arrows. With a huff from Lillian, they rained down on the assassin, who calmly hopped back. It tore up the ground like a harsh hail, creating a small cloud of dust, only reaching up to their knee and hips. Marionette gave a hum at the holes punctured through the ground before looking back up. She stared at Lillian's face, which popped out from the side. The rabbit gave a sigh, seeing the woman was completely unharmed from her attack. She wrapped the cloak around her shoulder, bringing back in its spikes that shimmered and disappeared. She then summoned back her odachi, which she put away to block the assassin's attack. Lillian stared at Marionette, who smiled at her, impressed. She then heard her say, Chapter 182, Fallen Kniefe? I have a question about that dagger of yours. Marionette raised an eyebrow, glancing down at her weapon before looking back up. She then held it up. Do you want it? Huh? And no, I just wanted to ask Dash. Lillian paused. Wait, hold up. Would you give it to me? Marionette tilted her head from side to side, pondering the girl's question. She threw the dagger a few glances. She eventually came to a conclusion. If you allow me to do whatever I want with you, I might. Yeah. No. Lillian stared at her with a deadpan look. You already had your fun a month ago, which I still remember. Marionette smiled. Then you must have enjoyed it enough for it to stick. Her voice, teasing. The assassin then stepped to the side, swoosh. Thump, dodging another projectile from the rabbit, standing meters away from her. She stared back at the spot where the bullet landed before staring at Lillian, who was preparing even more. She blinked at her, then tilted her head, flustered. Humph. Lillian huffed, sending a volley, consisting of 5 spiraling drills, at her. While they were fast and destructive enough to crack even the spider's armor, it wasn't truly as fast as she thought it was. The dagger in the assassin's hand glinted, flashing through the air. Marionette stared at an incoming drill, smacking it with the side of her dagger. Although the drill persisted for a moment, it ultimately shattered, its form collapsing. She did this for 2 more before dodging arrest. Lillian stared at her wryly, then tightened her grip on her odachi, watching as Marionette quickly approached her. The assassin's movements were elegant and swift. Not only that, above, Lillian held up her odachi, clang, blocking a fierce downward slash from the assassin. Not only were Marionette's speed impressive, but so were the forces behind her attacks. Something she was constantly reminded of each time they spared. That weapon is too heavy for you, Lillian. Clang! Marionette stuck the black odachi again, putting Lillian on the defensive. With the way things were playing out, it seemed as though the assassin was intentionally avoiding the major weaknesses in Lillian's defense. Clang! Lillian groaned, blocking another downward slash. In a strained voice, she answered, "You'll get used to it. HM, you gotta get used to it fast, then." Lillian watched as Marionette pulled back, spinning to the side and delivering a kick in her chest. Crack! Lillian was sent back, falling to the ground and into a coughing fit. She moved her hand over her collapsing chest. Her ribs must have been cracked and shattered. They had lowered the pain sensitivity, but having their ribs crushed wasn't an ideal thing to feel. Her eyes squinted, briefly blinded by the sun hanging over the peak of the mountain. After a few deep breaths, she pulled herself up. Well, something she would have liked to do. Pushed. Lillian's head shot back, the back of it slamming into the ground. Her eyes were wide and empty. Between them was an ominous obsidian dagger stuck into her skull. Marionette, still holding a throwing position, raised an eyebrow. She muttered, "I recall." She had some sort of chest plate, before straightening her back, flexing her hand. The dagger she had thrown magically flew back into her hand, almost as though it had a mind of its own. Marionette sat at a random edge of the mountain, staring through the light fog below. She turned to the side, finding Lillian staring at her intensely. Her body was covered in scrapes and the light brownish chest plate. The carapace chest plate was covered in dents, cuts, and cracks. She had been taking quite the beating for the past hour or two. Currently, they were on a break. Lillian continued to stare at the raven-haired woman before asking, "Are you going to tell me about that dagger now?" Marionette raised an eyebrow. After an awkward moment of silence, she summoned her dagger and passed it over to her. "Here, you can give me my payment later when we get back to your RO." Lillian's face twitched. "I'm not taking it." She grabbed the handle. Marionette hummed. "What a shame, then." Lillian's face twitched again at her words before giving a sigh. She scrutinized the jagged blade of the dagger before looking into its description. Item name, fallen knife item type, weapon item grade. See item rank. For item description, what hungry bunch you guys are. Crafted from the remains of a fallen meteorite, and with a monster that took residence inside. It was created to serve as a dependable kitchen knife to a dependable hunter to serve his gluttonous cohort. Enchantments, blood memory, dependable return, unbreakable, instinctual cuts, blood memory. Once tasting the blood of a creature, its biology will be remembered and stored in the knife's material. Dependable return. This knife will always gravitate towards the user's presence when called. Unbreakable. It can never be dulled, shattered, dented, etc. It will always keep its form as a knife. Instinctual cuts. Once tasting the blood of a creature and storing its biology, the knife will instinctually know where to cut and how to cut. Lillian tilted her head. This dagger in her hands was actually a kitchen knife? Not only that, but it had 4 enchantments. She stared at Unbreakable and finally realized something. This must have been what was keeping it from being sliced through by her Odachi. She sighed. She really wanted it now. Marionette noticed Lillian's expression and thought for a moment. She then got up from the edge of the cliff, pushing her hand out to the rabbit. "How about this, Lillian? If you could keep up with me for 10 minutes, it'll give you a treat." Lillian stared up at her, wide-eyed. "Seriously?" Marionette shrugged, even more motivation. "Considering my company isn't enough for you, it seems." She looked away, pretending to be upset. In actuality, she just looked the same as she usually does. Stoic. Lillian gave her a deadpan expression before smiling. "All right, let's go another round then." Chapter 183. Heading off to a meeting? Lillian let out a groan as she walked through the streets of the bazaar. They had just exited the virtual reality pod after she had failed to last even 5 minutes against the assassin. She gave a sigh. "I don't think I'm making any progress at all." This thought was more evident by the fact that the assassin hadn't even used her element in their fight. Marionette, who was walking along beside her, patted her shoulder. She then said bluntly, "Because you're not." Ugh. Lillian flinched at her cold words, her head drooping. "You don't gotta be that harsh about it." Marionette's eyes softened, raising her hand and patting the back of her head. "Don't worry, Lillian. How about I rephrase, then? You're not making any noticeable progress when it comes to beating me." Marionette then tilted her head. "How about that? Did that make you feel any better?" Lillian gave her a wry look. "That makes me feel even worse." "Am I even making any progress at all when I spar with you?" she asked, letting out another frustrated sigh. "What makes you say that?" The assassin raised an eyebrow. "Of course you are." "Why Dash? But didn't you say I wasn't Dash?" "Against me. You're not making much progress in hopes of taking me down." Marionette blinked at her, then added, "But you are collecting valuable experiences in our battles. I even see you potentially adopting my style of fighting. I'm like, way too slow to fight like you." Lillian gave her a deadpan expression. Marionette shrugged. "I suppose. But you can always become faster." Lillian groaned impatiently. "I really want to see instant results, though," before shaking her head, knowing that'll be unlikely. She then added, "And I really want to take you down soon." Marionette tilted her head at her curiously. "May I ask why?" Lillian turned her face slightly away, rubbing the side of her arm with a sheepish expression. "So, I can prove to myself I can fight along Dash side you?" she responded in an uncertain tone. Marionette tilted her head back up, rubbing her chin. "Is that so?" before smiling. "But you have already proved yourself already." "Huh? How?" The red-eyed woman smirked flirtatiously at her. You have already taken my heart. Lillian quickly turned her face away from her, pinching and fidgeting with her hair. She then muttered shyly, Flirt. Marionette gave a hum before a chuckle. She moved her arm around Lillian's, linking them together. Don't be like that. How about I tell you how I got my knife? Lillian turned her face back around, staring at the assassin curiously. How you got it? Marionette nodded before opening her mouth and saying, My dagger was gifted to me by my father, which was once owned by my late mother. Oh. Lillian stared at her with guilt. She now felt somewhat bad about wanting to take the dagger away from her. Sorry for your loss. And for trying to take the dagger away from you. Marionette shook her head. It's fine. I didn't know her anyway. All I know was that she passed away in a trial, and that the team she was in was only able to retrieve her items before the exit portal closed. Did they say anything about what the trial was like? Marionette held her chin with a pondering look. They said it was a partially infected land of flesh and blood. The monsters that resided in this zone were also said to be difficult to put down due to their high regeneration. Lillian tilted her head. Zone? Did they encounter the true flesh? Marionette gave a nod. Yes. And one in the early stages, where the boss monster still had most of its strength. Do you know what rank the trial was? It was said to be around B rank, while her and her group were around C rank at the time. How did they defeat the bosses? Marionette corrected her. There were exactly 4 bosses in this trial. She then went silent for a second before adding, and they didn't defeat them. How did they win then? Lillian tilted her head. An artificial exit gate. Marionette answered. They found an artificial exit gate in the trial, but it took a large amount of mana and time for them to activate it. In the end, only 3 out of 6 of her team, excluding her, were able to escape. I see, Lillian murmured, her voice quiet. How did your father react to it, could I ask? Marionette tapped her chin. He was upset, but didn't lash out. Death in a trial is not uncommon or rare. She sighed. She then smiled at Lillian. Would you like to know how he told me the death of my mother? If you're comfortable. Marionette shook her head. I don't mind. It doesn't affect me much. She then paused for a moment before telling Lillian. He told me it as some sort of fairy tale. A fairy tale? MHM. I suppose it's just his way of coping through it. The assassin stared at the orangish sky, admiring it, before turning to Lillian and admiring her instead. If you would still like the knife, we can still go through with that previous offer. Yeah. No. Especially not after what you just told me. Next day, Lillian walked up the stair aisle in the classroom, shooting curious glances at the desks on either side. She then paused as she heard her name. Good morning, Lillian. The girl turned her head around, finding Ref calling out to her in his usual lazy fashion. Fortunately, besides his eye bags, his appearance was tidy. Lillian smiled at him. Good morning to you too, Ref. What's up? Have you checked the email Mirage sent us yesterday? Yeah. What time was it sent? The prince stared at her silently, with a blank expression, most likely thinking of an answer. Late evening. Could you remind me what it was about? She gave a guilty smile. Ref gave a small frown. Volunteers for the student council office are going to have a meeting. It will take up all first period to finish, likely. He then paused before adding, You sure you want to be part of the student council? You seem to be oddly incompetent in this field of work. No offense. Lillian gave a nervous chuckle at his words, choosing not to respond to his question. When do we have to be there by? About right now. Seriously? Lillian rubbed the back of her head, glancing back at Marionette, who seemed to be giving quite the stare with her blood-red eyes. I gotta head off to a meeting. He'll come back here to pick you up when I'm done. After saying that, she left with the second prince. This left Millis and Marionette to sit alone on the same curved desk. And currently, the heroine was internally sweating bullets as she turned her gaze to the side. With her elbows resting on the desk and the lower half of her face hidden behind her hands that were interlocked, Marionette glared at the doorway Lillian and the prince left through. With how intensely she was staring, it felt like it could suddenly go up in flames. So, how ya and Lillian going? Well, right? Millis asked, striking up a conversation. Marionette glanced at her for a moment before straightening her back. She turned to her and answered stoically. Well, it is going well. I see. Millis smiled wryly at her cold tone. Not sure why, but I get dangerous jealousy vibes from you. Jealous? I'm not jealous. Marionette shook her head, then said bluntly, why would I be jealous of the prince? I didn't say anything about Ref, though. Marionette narrowed her eyes on her. Yes, you did. Why? I didn't. I believe you did. Marionette interrupted her. Millis' face twitched. Are you trying to gaslight me right now? I don't know what you mean, Velen. The assassin turned her face, staring towards the front, leaving Millis flabbergasted. Bruh. Their attentions were then drawn towards a particular man with a black ponytail, carrying stacks of what seemed to be leaflets. He then began to hand them out one by one, silently. Eventually, Millis and Marionette got theirs as well. What was displayed on the leaflet was the word tournament and two names underneath. One read, Lewis Mana Academy, and the other read, Luton School of Prestigious Magic. This seemed to be some kind of tournament between two academies. This was solidified by Mirage's words. Next month, we will be hosting the yearly tournament between us and Luton School of Prestigious Magic here. I hope you all train for the upcoming tournament, for it will be the Paragon first-year class facing off against them. Before some could speak up, he waved his hand dismissively. Of course, there will be some other first years mixed in with yours that show more promise. As Mirage went on about the tournament, Marionette stared down at the leaflet deep in thought. She then quietly muttered, looks like I'll have to tweak our training regimen a bit. Chapter 184. Committee's Head? While that was going on, Lillian and Ref had reached their destination. They sat beside each other on a desk. She glanced around the room they were in, feeling the stares they got from other students in the room. Of course, most of it was on the prince, who didn't give much attention to them, except for some waves. She turned her eyes back to the front, watching a young man she believed to be from the second year. In a month's time, a tournament will take place, so as the student council office, we will be taking part helping to set it up. Lillian tapped her chin, thinking, help, but it's mainly just dealing with the statistic side of things. She then paused her thought, remembering something. Not much action during the academy side of things, which is to be expected since this moment is to just build up your bond with characters in the game. She twirled her hair. I wonder how high my bond is with Marionette if it was still a game. It must be pretty high, considering all that they've been through. It should be around the level of dating, which they unofficially are at this point. Lillian gave a silly grin, although Marionette consistently teased and flustered her. She was still winning their little competition by not giving in and kissing her. This was all that was needed to be official. Edging. As Lillian giggled like a fool, the second year had finally finished, leaving them the room as he went out to fetch someone. Ref turned towards her, bumping and nudging elbows with her. Lillian broke out of her daydream before turning towards the prince, who asked, you got all that, right? Huh? Oh yeah. We just gotta help with setting up the upcoming event, calculate the expenses, accept or refuse people who want to set up a stand near the Coliseum, and etc. Ref nodded. I'm glad you heard. He then paused before adding, may I also talk to you about something? HM? Sure. It's about your girlfriend. We're not dating. Lillian turned her face slightly to the side, then added timidly, well, yet. We're not dating yet. Ref scratched the back of his head. Well, you're going to need to speed it up. Why dash? Why? Lillian stared at the prince, who stared back at her silently. She watched as he sighed and said, because I get a bad premonition that I'm going to keel over and die next month. He rested his elbows on the table, resting his chin on the back of his interlocked fingers. And that's not by overdosing on coffee. Lillian's furrowed her eyebrows, confused. What makes you say that? Are you implying Marionette is beginning to make her move on you or something? Ref blinked at her, his eyes glazed over as he deliberated about telling her what happened in the forest. She already gave me a warning. Hey, warning? Ref gave a brief nod. I won't say any more in case she suddenly finds out I told you this, but do hurry. Well, hold on. I see no reason for her to do what you are implying. Lillian held up her hands, alarmed by the sudden deadline, even if she does go through with it. What then? What plan would she have after assassinating you? I don't know, and am too paranoid by that woman to care what she'll do after. He shook his head. Lillian gave a small frown. Aren't you going to do anything? She tilted her head, slightly concerned. This is your life we're talking about, after all. Ref sighed. Antagonizing her would only further the chances she would go through with it. I don't want my family dealing with more issues than they're already facing. His hand then twitched, his leg bumping up and down uncontrollably. Especially my brother. I don't wish to trouble my brother any more than I have already. Just as Lillian was about to open her mouth, the second year came back, walking beside a woman with long blonde hair, blue eyes, and a scar over her right eye. Her eyes scanned the room, lingering on the prince and a few other individuals. Her eyes eventually met Lillian's eyes, who stared at her intensely. Lillian felt this woman was familiar from somewhere. She then lit up, once realizing who she was. Isn't she Beatrice? The current head of the Student Council Committee Dash? Nice to see you again, Lily. Lillian stiffened, hearing her nickname, which Marionette had only given her. She looked around, rapidly, noticing that the assassin wasn't there. She raised an eyebrow, before looking towards the front, finding the blonde woman staring at her with a smile. Lillian watched as she gave a wave, before turning to the other volunteers in the room. Welcome to the Student Council. I'm glad to see. The blonde woman looked around again, quietly counting 23 volunteers for this year. She tapped her chin. I thought we'd get more, to be honest. She then shrugged. I guess it's close to exams now. Have to save time for studying. Anyway, I'm just here to welcome you all and hope that most of you decide to stay after this year is over. The council head then raised her hand, gesturing towards the door. Since this meeting is all done now, you all may leave and return to whatever you were doing before. Please do make sure to constantly check your emails. Everyone shuffled around and walked down the stair aisle. Ref and Lillian were no different, but as they were about to leave, they were stopped. Well, Lillian was. Could I please borrow this lady beside you, Your Highness? The blonde woman asked, walking towards them. Ref raised an eyebrow, glancing towards Lillian, who shrugged. Sure, you'll be going now. He walked towards the door before turning his head back and saying, Do you remember what we talked about, Lillian? The girl nodded at the prince, who then left, leaving her and the committee's head behind. Chapter 185. There what? Lillian faced the blonde woman with a nervous expression. Lillian. She held out her hand for a handshake. The woman glanced down at the hand and shook it. Beatrice. But we already know each other, you know. She smiled, wryly. Lillian tilted her head. Do we? Beatrice's face twitched. Forgetting the person who helped you in your first trial is not good. Lily, you know. Lillian, surprised at her words, squinted her eyes at her. She looked through her memory. Did the past her actually know the head of the committee before? The woman knows her name, so they must. But for some reason, she couldn't find any traces of the woman in her memories. Just as she was about to say something about it, like a spark, something popped into her head. She widened her eyes. She grasped the woman's hand with both of hers, shaking it eccentrically. It's been so long. I really did almost forget you. Beatrice tilted her head, her left bottom eyelid twitching at the nickname. And it seems you also remember that nickname as well. Not your best work, you know. Lillian scratched the back of her head. Sheepishly, So, how have you been? I knew you were the student council head. Beatrice interrupted her. Is it that you knew me as the student council head, or as the person you knew personally? Lillian turned her face away, guilty. It's been a while. That's all I can say. Beatrice sighed, shaking her head. Memory is never your strong point, you know. Is there a reason you keep putting you know at the end of your sentence? Lillian tilted her head, asking the blonde woman, whose face became wrinkled at her words. Forgetting my flaw as well? How cruel you are, you know. That's your flaw. Right? Didn't my family help you with that? Beatrice nodded. Minor enhancement, but still it gave me an irritable flaw. Even though it only sparks up like half the time. Lillian watched as Beatrice's lips shook before hearing her whisper. You know? Are you sure it's half the time? Well, it should be, or I could be getting unlucky. She sighed. Strange. Lillian scratched her cheek before glancing towards the door. Anyway, it was nice chatting with you. I should get going. I got someone waiting for me. Oh, then I'll come with you. That's fine, right? Well, maybe, Lillian said with uncertainty, causing the committee's head to raise an eyebrow. She didn't ask, but instead followed her out. So, how do you think about the upcoming tournament? I believe it's your class that's mainly going against theirs, you know? Lillian nodded, yeah, but she placed her hands behind her head. I don't really have much motivation to give it my all. Really? Seriously? You are always someone to brag, you know? I guess. But the academy isn't really giving anything to our class if we win. You seem quite confident. Could it be you have gotten stronger? Beatrice blinked at her. I remember you can barely control your mana well to form a ball of water. Yeah, I remember that as well. But hey, I got first place in that entrance exam. I've heard, and watched as well. I must say, it was quite entertaining to watch. You know, glad I was entertaining to watch. They went on to talk for a bit as they walked through the corridors. They eventually reached the Paragon classroom. Lillian slowly slid open the door, peeking inside and finding everyone to be gone. She opened it entirely and took one last look inside. This time, she was able to see someone. Marionette was sat at the back, leaning the side of her face in her palm and resting her elbow on the table. She stared out the window, bored, before turning towards the door. She smiled at the sight of Lillian and straightened her back. The assassin then raised an eyebrow at the glimpse of a blonde-haired woman behind her. Lillian watched as Marionette walked down and greeted her. You took your time, Lillian. I take it that the second prince isn't with you? Nah, he isn't. I just had to catch up with a friend, that's all. Lillian let out a chuckle, gesturing to Beatrice, who smiled at the roselle. Hey, friend? Marionette raised an eyebrow, staring at the blonde-haired woman, and watched as she pushed out her hand. In Beatrice Lynn contrast, you're the current head of the student council committee. Am I correct? Marionette raised her hand, wrapping a thin membrane of darkness around her hand, creating a sort of black glove. She clutched the woman's hand and shook it. She noticed Beatrice's confusion at what she did and responded with, I dislike direct physical contact when it comes with my hands. I see. Good to know. The blonde-haired woman nodded, then glanced at Lillian. I take it you two are great friends. Lillian nodded, but her voice strained a bit, something like that. Marionette answered as well, albeit briefly, her voice firm, we are. Beatrice pulled back from the handshake and nodded at their words. Is that so? Well, I'm glad. She then felt something vibrate in her pocket, realizing it was her phone. Pulling it out and checking it, she realized she had to get going. I would love to stay and chat with you, Lily, but I have to get going now. Oh, busy, huh? Definitely. Are you planning on joining the committee? I plan to. Beatrice smiled. Well, how about this, since you're low on motivation? If you do well in the tournament, they'll make sure to get you a place on the committee. How about it? She asked in a persuading tone. Lillian held her chin, nodding strongly. That's definitely a good motivation. All right, I'll work harder. Then, the student head nodded. I hope you do. Well then, I hope you two have a good day. She left after giving them a wave. After she left, Marionette turned to Lillian with a curious expression. Something like that. She repeated the rabbit's words. Chapter 186. The tome is a diary? Lillian tilted her head like a curious rabbit. Her ears twitched and her eyes glowed playfully. Are we really just friends, though? Marionette raised an eyebrow, then planted the side of her fist into her palm. Ah, are we officially dating yet? She asked in stoic excitement. Get a kiss from me first, and then we'll talk about that. Lillian giggled, seeing Marionette deflate into disappointment. They soon left the classroom and wandered down the corridor. So, what did the student council head speak to you about? Marionette asked. Just catching up, you know. Lillian shrugged. She was quite surprised I got into this academy. Marionette blinked at her, confused. Were you not meant to? I think my parents were planning on sending me somewhere else. Lillian stated, then froze. I haven't contacted them in a while. You might want to add some point in this year. They might get worried. Marionette smiled, teasingly. I'm sure they know how troublesome you are to deal with. Oi, you don't seem to have any trouble dealing with me. Marionette side-eyed her blankly and responded with, who knows? Lillian laid on her couch, the grimoire she found in the trial in hand. She had just finished all her classes today, and Marionette seemed to be nice enough to allow her to have a day off from training. She said something about changing up their schedule. Lillian shivered a bit, sensing a bad premonition of what it may turn into. She shook her head, ridding herself of the thought, and turned her attention back to the grimoire. She felt like she was making progress, but lately she has been feeling that it would be much better for her to just cheat and get a translator. The girl sighed. She had already got this far into studying this mysterious tome. She might as well keep on going. And she was almost done with the entire thing as well. From what she has studied so far, this tome just highlighted the process of growth with the violet parasitic tree. Just as much as it was interesting to read, it was as useful as well. It documented the traits that the tree had. Perhaps in the near future, she could refer back to this tome for inspiration for her abilities. She flipped through the pages. Not only did it act like some experiments test log, but it also acted as a diary. She flipped to a page and began to read it. Day 13. The tree has yet to even reach AD despite what has been fed to it. I just have to be patient. It will prove useful in the upcoming battle, without a doubt. Day 16. The tree had grown taller since the last time I saw it. It also seemed to have latched itself onto what used to be a carapace hunter. By taking over its body, it seemed to have gained the ability to digest FH through the monster's organs and jaws. This is good. Day 20. The tree's insides have become more flesh-like or just filled with blood, perhaps from the monster it was latched to. The others and I have grown fond of the tree. Enough to give a name. We just have to think of one first. Day 23. We have decided to name the tree More Basker. The reasoning being how it wants to bask in the sunlight more. I say we, but it was really my idea. The others didn't have any better ones. Hopefully, we could bring it up to the surface soon. Day 24. More Basker accidentally ate one of our items. The tip of its roots had started to secrete a dangerous poison even for us. Its body had even taken on a darker shade of brown. I'm not sure how, but it must have formed another core. Day 25. With each day that passed, the dirt hill that More Basker grew on grew taller and taller. Knowing that these used to belong to the residents of the catacomb is mortifying to say the least. Luckily, their minds were already long gone. Credits to the Truda SS Lillian continued to read through the tome, which could only be described as more of a diary. She looked over some words, noting the ones she didn't know, although she might be able to guess what they were. Just as she was about to turn to the next page, her ears twitched at her name being called. It's done, Lillian. She popped her face out from the pages. Looking up, the voice belonged to Marionette, and it seemed to have come from the kitchen. She grimaced. Ah, that's right. Marionette is the one cooking this time. She remembered the assassin mentioning that about practicing cooking. Lillian placed the tome to the side and got up. She reached the kitchen, sticking her head through the doorway. Her eyes then met an apron-wearing Marionette, who was washing her hands. She was still in her uniform, minus her blazer, which she hung to the side. The rabbit couldn't help but be drawn to the stoic chef. She looked really good in an apron. You can go sit at the table. Lillian broke out of her daze, finding Marionette staring at her with a warm gaze as she dried off her hands, took off her apron, and hung it. Has anyone said you looked really good in an apron? Marionette tilted her head at her, tapping her chin. I believe not. Am not known for cooking much. Believe me or not. She then paused, staring at Lillian intently. Are you saying I look good in an apron? Huh, absolutely. Lillian then grinned, winking at her sexy even. Marionette widened her eyes, surprised at the rabbit's flirt, before narrowing them briefly. She thought about a response, and when she eventually thought of one, Lillian watched as Marionette narrowed the gap between them, wrapping an arm around her waist and bringing her in. Sixy? Hashem? She repeated, blinking teasingly at the white-haired girl, who stared back with a playful look. Always. Lillian giggled. But not enough for a kiss. Marionette raised her free hand and placed her index finger on Lillian's lips. The rabbit pursed her lips, blinking bashfully at her. Her hand was soon moved away with the help of Lillian's hand. Don't be so upset, Mari. You might get it soon. Lillian giggled, cheekily, patting the top of the assassin's head, who just rolled her eyes at her softly. Marionette brushed the hand off her head and moved away from the girl. She moved towards two plates and clutched their white porcelain rim. She glanced back to Lillian and stated, "They'll bring it over to the dining table." After making their way over to the table, Lillian stared down at the meal before her. It was a nicely plated steak with a delicate brown sauce dripping over it, with a side of greens. She stared at it curiously. Did she even have steak in the fridge? Or did Marionette use her own ingredients? She didn't really bother asking. She sliced into the steak, which was cooked to a medium rare quite well. Better than what she could do. She even felt some high hopes about it. But after taking a bite of it along with the sauce, it didn't taste right. The steak was cooked brilliantly. Nothing wrong with it. The sauce was the only issue. It just tasted strange. It wasn't inedible, though, fortunately. Marionette watched as Lillian ate, only asking after she had a few bites. "How is it? Is it satisfactory?" "The steak is cooked great." Marionette nodded, but then scrutinized the girl's face, feeling as though she were holding something in. "Were there any issues?" Lillian's lips stretched into a thin line. She then said with a wry smile, "The sauce tastes weird." "Oh, I see." Marionette took a bite of her own meal and nodded. "It does. Not quite what I was imagining. That's upsetting." "Didn't worry." Marionette glanced up, watching as Lillian took another bite. She felt warm about the fact the rabbit was willing to eat her cooking, despite its strange tastes. As Lillian continued to slice the steak and pop it in her mouth, Marionette was just staring at her, with her elbow resting on the table and the side of her face in her palm. Lillian noticed her stare and tilted her head cutely at it. "What's up? Aren't you going to eat?" Marionette nodded, smiling at her. "I will. I just like the show currently on." "Show?" Lillian raised an eyebrow before smirking. "I'm a show, huh? Am I your favorite as well?" Marionette responded in a teasing tone. Who knows? Once they finished eating, they watched the news together on the couch. Well, it was only Marionette watching. Lillian was too invested in the diary she had been reading beforehand. As they watched, however, the assassin played with the hair of the rabbit, whose head was on her lap. Lillian didn't mind what she was doing, considering it was normal at this point. Instead, what she did mind was the fact that the page she was looking at was unfinished. The words were messy. The page had countless splashes of ink. The author was no doubt in a hurry of sorts. From the words that were left on the page, she was able to decipher. Day 35. We have fallen ill. Chapter 187. Recent news? What did the author mean by saying that they got sick? Lillian continued to read on further, shifting a bit on the couch. The FH had begun to take over a large portion of the land above. Its vessel must be reaching its limit. It must be searching for a new one. It has set its eyes on us. Morbasker is not ready. We are running out of time. We must leave and abandon this project. I'm sorry, my friend. Maybe one day we might meet again. Lillian stared grimly at the text of jagged, thin ink letters. Her mouth felt dry as she read this. What could the author possibly mean by it? And what did they need the violet tree for? Lillian was at a loss for words. She wanted to know more, but this was the page it stopped at. She gave an exaggerated sigh. After a second of blankly staring at the diary, she analyzed it and began to read its description. Item name, mysterious experiment log, item type, tool item rank, NA item tier, NA description, an experimental log created by a mysterious archer on the topic of a sapling that held parasitic traits. The archer wrote daily about its journey of growth, but it eventually came to a stop. Morbasker, a tree that was planned for a greater purpose, was abandoned after the author saw its slow growth. Enchantments. And Lillian stared at its description, somberly. A tree that was planned for a greater purpose. What does the jester mean by this? She wondered, then eventually gave up using any more brain power. She turned her body around, making it so her face was facing up. What she was met with were two mounds, blocking her view of the assassin's face. She smirked smugly. She then realized that the assassin was still in her academy uniform. "Hey, Mari, aren't you going to change out of that?" Marionette looked down, over her chest, and at the girl's face. "Not sure. Are you going to let me sleep with you? HM? Sure. I don't see why not. Lillian shrugged. I see. Then, may I use your bathroom? Marionette watched as the rabbit nodded and sat up from her lap, allowing her to get up. Lillian's eyes followed the woman as she left the couch and made her way out of the living room. She then turned her eyes towards the TV, watching the news. Now moving on to our next piece of news. The female news anchor tapped her documents on the table, organizing them. The North and South regions, Nolstra and Seth, have begun to show slight suspicion to one another due to the recent accident that happened just a few days ago. Lillian blinked at this news, glancing towards the ceiling with a pondering look. The accident the news anchor was referring to was the sudden attack on the West's prestigious academy, Indomitable Shield Academy. The reason for the sudden suspicion was that this attack took place during an annual event. This event was similar to the tournament that's about to take place with Lewis Mana Academy and Luton School of Prestigious Magic. Once their tournament with the North's region's prestigious academy, King Grand Noble Academy, ended, the North winning, an unidentified army invaded the academy grounds, causing massive damage. Lillian looked down from the ceiling, looking back towards the TV. From witnesses that were fortunate to survive, it was said that the unidentified attackers wore dark hooded cloaks that shielded their identity. The TV shifted to camera footage that caught a glimpse of a hooded figure running by before shortly cutting out. Before their attack, it was said they had launched an EMP strike, shutting down the cameras that weren't created to withstand it. And it was stated that the casualties in this attack had numbered the thousands. The news then cut to a different scene. It was a much higher quality than the stuttering camera footage, and it seemed to be taken outside. The West Academy was said to be situated in a more urban area, rather than inside the city or within a realm like hers. For an academy that boasted its ability to protect its students, it truly didn't look like it. Tall towers on the academy grounds were more like hellish spires, as they glowed like obsidian torches. Buildings of more basic shape appeared more as burning cradles. It was a horrific scene, even more so with what happened next. In the dreadful orange sky, something flew towards the burning academy. It was long with a metal body, sharpened at the tip, and propelled by blue flames coming out from its rear. It was a missile, and it wasn't the only one. From a couple to a few to at least a dozen shot through the air. It was an artillery strike, an attack that would surely devastate the entire academy. However, the academy was at least able to prove its reputation for its defenses. A gargantuan dome shot out from the center of the academy, putting out the flames inside it with a powerful gust, and embraced the buildings within it. It was of a dark greenish color and made of hexagonal cells, outlined with a brownish light. Boom! 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 The missiles had no noticeable effect on this dome of pure mana. Not a dent, nor a crack, not even a shake. This particular barrier was called the Great Tortoise Shell. The news then cuts back to the news anchor. Currently, the two kingdoms' ambassadors are arranging a meeting to discuss this tragic event. However, due to the fact that the North Kingdom's citizens were there when it happened, some residents in the West Kingdom have begun to accuse them of it. Lillian's hand played with the remote, twirling it around and sliding her thumb over the buttons. She then noticed Marionette's return and switched off the TV. Ready to head off to bed? She asked, getting a curious tilt from the assassin. You wish to sleep now? Meh, just feeling a bit tired. Sure, I see no problem with that. However, just before Lillian turned off the TV, the news switched to a different scene. It was an illustration of a silverish mask with subtle jagged edges and antlers. Following its appearance, the news anchor muttered before disappearing. Some may also speculate that it was the cult of Jester's doing. Chapter 188. Return of Motivation. Next morning the next day was the weekend, fortunately, but it felt more like a curse rather than a blessing. The first thing Marionette did in the morning was wake her up to go on a run. Huh. Lillian leaned her back against a tree, breathing raggedly as she wiped the sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand. She was currently wearing a dark blue tracksuit and white trainers. Off to the side, Marionette was staring at her with folded arms. She was wearing a black tracksuit and dark red trainers, whilst not looking even the least bit tired. Another lap, the assassin stated, leaving the tired girl shocked. We just went around the academy twice, each being around 10 miles, Lillian stated. In the past, they would go for a single lap around before heading to virtual reality to polish her skills. Marionette shook her head. Not enough. We have to train your stamina more. She unfolded her arms, summoning a metal canteen and passing it to the girl. It was the purified quench. Here, well, rest for a bit before beginning again. Lillian stared at her unwillingly before sighing. After drinking from the canteen that seemingly held an endless supply of water, they rested for a moment before running again. After running for 1 or 2 laps, Marionette decided to call off. They then made their way towards the technological building, which besides acting as a place of innovation and creation, was also a gym of sorts. With their status as priority students, they were allowed to more equipment to further their potential. Marionette stood before a dark pillar, with Lillian off to the side, watching. The assassin raised her fist, pulled her arm back. It then glowed a faint blue light, becoming coated in it. It was mana. With a fluid twist of her body, she unleashed a blow on the pillar. Dumb. The pillar shook at her punch, vibrating slightly before stabilizing. Then, a holographic screen of numbers appeared above it. It read, Marionette gave a satisfied hum before turning around and saying, Your turn. Lillian grimaced. She smiled wryly, running her fingers over her knuckles. Do I have to, though? Marionette stared at her blankly, then nodded. Yes. Lillian let out a groan and walked past her while muttering, I already know it's going to be low. She stood before the pillar. This sort of equipment was called a force scaler, a machine that measures the force applied to it and outputs a number. The number that Marionette dealt with may seem small, but 1 equals to about 100 newtons. So, she stared grimly at the number 100.26 and glanced back at Marionette, finding her nonchalant about it. The force behind her punch was exactly 10,026 newtons of force. Although she wasn't sure how strong that exactly was, she knew it would no doubt be devastating. Lillian raised her hand, glancing at it with a look of doubt. She twisted her torso around, bringing back her arm. Just like Marionette, she enhanced her arm with mana before bam. Lillian stared with a deadpan expression at the unfazed pillar, which outputted her result. Lillian cringed at the result, feeling a bit embarrassed before feeling a hand land on her back. Marionette patted her back, comfortingly, and said, Not bad. Lillian, really? It's extremely low compared to yours. Marionette blinked at her, before tilting her head. You have an awful habit to compare, don't you? Lillian rubbed the back of her head, looking away slightly. I guess I'm just a bit pessimistic. Is that so? The assassin moved her hand from Lillian's back, moving it towards the top of her head. Marionette's fingers brushed through her hair, stroking her scalp. Lillian raised an eyebrow at the tall woman, finding her staring down with an amused expression. Self-awareness is a good trait. Nothing entirely wrong with being pessimistic. You cannot guarantee everything, after all, especially growth. She moved her hand to Lillian's cheek, patting it. But you must have more faith in your strength, Lillian. Even the most humble man, who had honed his skills for years, would feel assurance of his profession. No matter what, faith is the strongest foundation for growth and strength. Lillian stared at her silently. Her lips then curled up into a smirk. She brushed off the hand on her cheek and said, Thanks, but I must say, you sure do have a habit of making these sorts of speeches. She used the assassin's own words against her. Marionette gave an amused huff. You act like you don't quietly sit through them. Lillian shrugged with a smile. Who wouldn't when you're the one saying them? Marionette gave a short hum. She folded her arms and held her chin, pondering. She then gave a smug look. I suppose you are right. Not even a bit of humbleness? Who knows, Lillian? Now then, it's time to go build your muscles. Off to the weights. Lillian let out a groan before stretching her back. She still wondered why Marionette had decided to change how she trained her. Perhaps it was because she had seen her lazy past self reveal itself more as time went on. But She wasn't going to ask, for there would be no point. Marionette was taking time out of her day and effort to train her. She had to at least put in the same effort. The longer she trained, the more she felt like the day was never going to end. However, Marionette, off to the side, watched as Lillian tightly clutched a long, curved handle before pulling it down. The weights attached by a wire were then lifted. It was a lat pull down. Her ears twitched at the girl's ragged breathing, then smiled satisfied. Lillian's motivation to train had begun to return. Perhaps it was because of the student council head's reward. Perhaps it was the remembrance of the countless time and effort Marionette put into her. Or perhaps it was because of the incoming dangers. Chapter 189. 21 days left? Lillian said a disk. Her day of training had finished. But, of course, it was just one out of many. She stared down at the notebook and pen before her and straightened her back, getting to work. She noted down the countless close calls she had, starting with the entrance exam with Marionette, Graham, Xander, and Testry, Ref, and Millis. But also the ferocious bear. She then moved on to her trial. The catacomb dweller was easy enough, but the catacomb brawler wasn't. She still remembered how difficult it was to face it. However, she had grown stronger. The ones that would pose an issue in that trial, with her current strength, would be the beetle, the violet tree, and the corrupted catacomb dweller. She turned the page and continued. The most recent close call she had was with the needle prowler, otherwise known by her as the spider. It was capable of melding into the fog seamlessly, bombarding her and the beetle with high-speed needles. But that wasn't all. It was nimble on its legs, had strength greater than the beetle, even being able to get through its once impenetrable shell, and had caused her to use countless potions in her fight. She had even needed to spend her hard-earned points on a major affinity pill. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't checked her points in a while. Name: Lillian Ker, Arius age, 18 elements, water, parasitic traits, A shards, depressing warmth, black maw, spatial ring middle grade, Lady Fate's lucky necklace of entertainment, Carapace Hunter Quest theatrical points, 24,097 system shop. She needed to grow faster. Lillian raised her hand, moving the system panel to the side. She then tapped at the screen, causing it to morph 24,097 TP. 19,097 TP. The girl watched as the panel now had a dark black square in the center of it. She reached inside, pulling out an interesting-looking pill. Her eyes shone with familiarity, but also a look of hesitance. Compared to the lower-quality ones she took in, these had the side effect of causing one's inside to feel like they were burning and bloated. In her intense battle with the spider, though, she was able to ignore it to a degree. The reason? It was because she was high on adrenaline. So much so that she was able to completely disregard the pain that came from the loss of her arm. The pill that was held in between her index and thumb shook along with her hand. She was shaking a bit. She wasn't going to have the numbing effects of the hormone. Could she? Do it! Lillian popped it into her mouth. Her eyes shot wide open immediately. Once the pill had completely melted into her body, a sudden force slammed into her core. But due to the fact that her mana core was right beside her heart, it felt like someone had punched her square in the chest. Bam! She bent over her desk, slamming the side of her fist against the table reflectively. She winced repeatedly, her face contorting at the scorching feeling of something coursing through her body. It was like molten metal was being injected into her blood vessels, merging with her blood while still keeping its heat. Not only does she have to deal with that, but also the feeling of her heart beating like drums. It was suffocating in a way. Bloating too. After a minute had gone by, the fiery side effects of the pill wore off. Her breathing was harsh, and her body was shaking, but the result was noticeable. The pills of higher quality did more than increase your affinity, but it also forcefully increased the size of your mana core. However, it would cause temporary strain. The strain was an intense soreness. It was almost like the feeling of spraining your ankle. It would feel like it was swelling. It would feel like it was throbbing like a second heart, and pain when she needed to use her mana. Such was the return of skipping countless months or maybe a year for some in progress. She let out a tired breath of relief, the side of her head resting on her desk. She was lucky. She had a tool capable of making her stronger with just a tiny bit more effort. She had arguably the best trainer she could ask for. And last of all, she had time. 19,097 to 14,097. Lillian raised her hand, retrieving yet another pill. She stared warily at the pill. Like everything in the world, the pill was flawed due to its side effects. Faith is the strongest foundation for growth and strength. Lillian quietly muttered, repeating a certain assassin's words. She gritted her teeth and popped it into her mouth. Her tired body then shot up, reflectively standing up from her desk. Her right hand then shot up towards her neck. In her hand was the charm of her lucky necklace. 3 factors played in her survival: the motivation to get stronger, the interest of fate, and the amusement of the Lady of Fate. She had faith that until she had reached the end of her great destiny that Marionette spoke of, she would not die as long as she had something worthy to bring to the table of entertainment. Lillian stumbled back in her chair, the back of her foot tripping over one of its legs. Thud! Huh! Huh! Lillian's chest rose and fell, quick and slow. Her sweat poured from her forehead. Although her chest burned and her body sore, she felt like something else had appeared inside her heart. A flame of motivation. Just like the pill, she too was flawed. That's why. Ha! Lillian gave an exaggerated smile, laying on her back as she let out a chuckle that hid her current uncomfort. She needed to get stronger fast. After an excruciating amount of time, she pushed herself back to her feet and fell back in her chair. She bent over her table, supporting herself with shaking arms. She stared down into her notebook, looking at a string of numbers. April 5th, the current date, was March 15th. The tournament begins on the 1st, while the invasion begins on the 5th. She had exactly 21 more days to prepare. Lillian scratched the back of her head. It looks like I have a lot of work cut out for me. How fun. 21 days before the invasion. Chapter 190. She did slightly better? Are you all right, Lillian? Marionette asked the girl, standing in the doorway, leaning to the side against the door. She seemed to be quite uncomfortable. If Marionette hadn't known any better, she would have thought it was because of her presence. But over the few months, that idea was surely not the case. Lillian waved her hand, dismissively with a nervous expression. Wah. Imperfectly fine. She stated, her legs shaking. She was of course lying. The soreness from the pills had kept her up all night. She should have stopped at the first one and let herself recover before digesting another. Without a wink of sleep and a disheveled appearance, she looked as though she had been fighting in her sleep. Marionette moved closer, raising her hand. Lillian watched as the assassin stroked her hair, brushing down any that were sticking up. She then moved towards her collar and tie, adjusting it. Did you not sleep well? Marionette asked in a curious tone, causing Lillian to let out a guilty chuckle. Well. Such things happen when a beauty leaves your side for the night. She blinked at the tall woman, flirtatiously. Marionette let out a small hum. She moved her hand from Lillian's blazer and hovered it before the girl's forehead. Her index finger curled, her thumb moving over its nail, holding it back. With her hand forming an O shape, she flicked Lillian's forehead, causing the girl to reel back in both shock and pain. Lillian clutched her forehead with both hands, pulling back from the door. She stared wide-eyed at the assassin. What on earth did she do to deserve that? Marionette stared silently at the rabbit's expression before smiling. Your flirts are adorable, Lillian. Now, then, are you ready to go train? Yeah. Don't we have classes today? Marionette tilted her head. HM? No. Are you sure you are all right? She raised her hand, placing it over the girl's forehead, checking her temperature. You haven't eaten anything awful, did you? Lillian shook her head, brushing the hand off her forehead gently. I didn't. I guess my mind was playing tricks on me. She pinched the edges of her blazer. Should I change then? Marionette thought for a moment before shaking her head. No. If you're feeling unwell, she can postpone it tomorrow, nah. Let's train some more today. HM? Marionette folded her arms, staring at her with concern. It was evident that Lillian was unwell. The girl barely hid it. If you feel forced by me, Lillian, please do say. I'd rather you be in your most peak condition rather than whatever this is. Lillian shook her head and shrugged. You ain't. Rather. She moved in, wrapping her arms around the surprised woman. I'm glad you're pushing me, she muttered. Marionette stared down at her, feeling something off about the girl today. But it was the good kind of off. She glanced left and right, checking out the empty corridors before wrapping her arms around the girl. She pulled her in tighter, causing Lillian's face to smush further into her chest. Well, I'm glad you acknowledge my efforts. But are you most definitely sure you are fine, Lily? She inquired. Lillian shuffled a little bit, tilting her face up from the woman's chest. She stared up into the assassin's eyes before saying, Yeah, I'm fine. She smiled in amusement, finding the woman's concern adorable. She then pulled herself out from the raven-haired woman's embrace and began making her way down the corridor. Let's just make our way to the technological building. I'm not sure why, but I feel like I'll do plenty better than I did last time. Are you ready? Marionette asked, stretching her arms. Lillian nodded, doing the same thing she was doing. The place where their battle was going to take place would be in an open area inside a lush, thick jungle. To the right, Marionette wielded only the obsidian knife, while to the left, Lillian wore her carapace chestplate and wielded her black odachi. As their eyes locked, Lillian couldn't help but wonder if she would suffer from using her mana core within the confines of virtual reality. Surely not, right? She wasn't given much time to deliberate the thought, for Marionette had already prepared to close the gap between them with earnest swiftness. Lillian returned the black mob back to her mana realm, figuring it was best not to be weighed down by it. She didn't really know why she had it out in the first place. She raised her right hand, creating a wide liquid obstacle between them. Marionette's eyes blinked at the sudden appearance of a wall of pure water. A light flickered deep inside her red eyes as she saw the surface of the wall deform. Marionette slowed down, pausing in her tracks as she observed it with deep curiosity. Several peaks stretched out from the surface of the wall, facing her. Once reaching a meter or two in length, they transformed into spears, spikes, and needles. Marionette tapped her feet on the ground before leaping to the side, dodging Lillian's barrage that tore through the trees behind her with expected ease. Lillian watched as the assassin circled around her, intending to go around her liquid barrier. She smirked. She raised her right arm once again, causing it to stop in its firing. She then swiped her arm from left to right, stretching the wall around her. Marionette skidded along the ground as she stopped running towards the girl. Noticing that she had only a couple of seconds before Lillian would resume her barrage, she dashed towards the trees. Lillian's eyes glinted at Marionette's retreat. She snapped her fingers. As Marionette ran through the maze of trees, sharp, narrow blurs shot through the air. FWIP. BSHH. They tore through the body of the trees above her, ripped through the shrubs, and caused leaves to rustle and fall. It was as though she were intending to deforest the entire jungle. Soon enough, Lillian stopped her random attacks. She stood behind her barrier that had now transformed into a dome of water. Even though her mana was roughly around double her previous mana reservoir, she would most likely run out of mana carelessly attacking like this. SWIP. Splash. Lillian glanced to the side, immediately tilting her body to the side. Her eyes followed the body of sharpened branch as it tore through her barrier before exiting. She quickly looked back towards the forest, finding more sharpened branches darting towards her. Before it could barrado her dome, she snapped her fingers and caused it to rotate. The tips of the branches were then dragged to the side, causing them to be caught in the current of the rotating dome. Lillian squinted her eyes, trying to see through her now blurry barrier, finding it difficult to see anything accurately. FWIP. Lillian flinched at another branch thrown at her dome. This one was particularly close, as it was almost able to barrado through. What was Marionette doing? Without a delay in between throws, more followed. Soon enough, Her entire vision was skewered as she was merely left with slight gaps in between branches, due to Marionette's insistent throws. Her dome was now covered in branches and sharp, wooden debris. She felt like a sitting duck. I think I should probably get out of here. Lillian turned to the side before suddenly catching something in the corner of her eyes. It was something that caused her eyes to widen. See crack. Splash. What appeared and tore through her dome was an entire log. Marionette had chucked a log at her. Lillian moved her mana through her upper body, causing it to turn fluid. The log blasted through her head, which had turned to water. Once it left, she regrew her head. She let out a sigh as she stared at the gaping hole in her dome before fixing it. She had to think of a counterattack because, apparently, it seemed that Marionette had decided to throw entire trees at her. However, she didn't need to think that hard. Your mana has exceptionally improved, Lillian. A pair of arms wrapped around her neck from behind. Something soft pressed against the back of her head, and the chilling voice of a familiar person rang inside her ears. She twisted herself around, controlling her mana to move inside her right arm. She twisted its shape, turning it into a blade of water. Once she caught a glimpse of the assassin, smiling at her, she felt something pass through her neck. Marionette gently kicked back Lillian's body before raising her hand and catching the girl's head. She clutched the sides of the rabbit's head with both her hands, smiling down at them. Good attempt, Lillian. Let's try again, shall we? Lillian stared back, wide-eyed, before smiling in defeat but also determination. I'll get you next time, Marionette. Then, it'll wait for you to appear again. 20 days left until Invasion Chapter 191. Time for this individual? It was back to a school day, and, as usual, it went as normally as it could get. Well, by Lillian's standards. The white-haired girl took a short glance down at her thigh, staring curiously at the hand on her thigh that stroked her black stockings. She then took a glance to the side, staring at the raven-haired beauty. The beauty then raised her eyes from the notebook that she had moved between them on the desk. She turned her eyes towards the girl and asked, "Are you paying attention?" "HM?" Lillian tilted her head. "I thought you were going to do it." Marionette's hand paused her stroking. "This is a partnered work. Can't expect to leave your partner to do everything. Can you?" The assassin raised an eyebrow at her. Lillian smirked, recalling a few words spoken by the woman, and thought of a comeback. And that said partner had once said they would take care of me as long as I stay by their side. Marionette's face twitched. Then she sighed. "I suppose you are right. But you must do some work, Lillian. Exams are coming up very soon. In a few days, no less." Lillian shrugged. "If I'm struggling, I can ask you to tutor me." She rested her elbow on the table, leaning the side of her face in her cheek with a cheeky grin. "You'll help me, right?" Marionette stared at her silently. She pulled her hand back from the girl's thigh, raising it towards her ear, and dash. "Oh," harshly pulled on the rabbit's ear. "I have no issue with you asking for my help, Lillian." She pulled her hand back, seeing that Lillian had enough. "But you must put in the effort like you had recently with your training. Not everything is about fighting." Lillian giggled wryly as she rubbed her ear, easing the pain. Sure." She then perked up, then said, "But I do love it when everything is about you, though." Marionette blinked at her before turning her attention to her notebook. However, before she completely ignored Lillian to get on with the work, she opened her mouth and said in a blunt tone, "Keep talking like that, and my hand will be going up your skirt." Lillian flinched, feeling the hand fall back on her thigh. Squeezing it, she gave a wry smile at her threat and responded with, "Oh, good girl." Marionette gave one last flirty comment before fully moving her attention back to the work. Lillian blinked at her before turning away with a faint blush. She shifted her arm and moved her hand over Marionette's thigh, stroking hers as well. It was moments like these that she wondered, should she just kiss her already to just make it official? But each time she reminded herself that, I have leverage. Although it's not really needed, it's nice to have a card up my sleeve to fluster or tease with. She gave a smug huff, ignorant of the fact that amidst her monologue, the bell had already rung. "I didn't want to judge you guys." Lillian snapped out of her daze and looked forward, staring down at Millis, who had moved to the row after and under hers. The heroine perched her chin on the rabbit's and assassin's desk, staring at them with a knowing look. I know you guys want to express your love for one another and make us singles look bad, but are you guys going to get anything to eat at all? Lillian, at her words, immediately drew back her hand from Marionette's thigh, embarrassed slightly at being caught. Vuvukahu. I have no idea what you are on up. I don't need any other sustenance. Marionette chimed in, staring down at the purple-haired woman with a smirk. As long as I have Lillian, of course. Millis rolled her eyes, while Lillian just turned her face away, hiding her blush. Very smooth, you are. Now we're going to go. Imhela hongli. Millis turned to the side, staring at Ref, who just spectated them quietly. Aren't you hungry as well? Ref turned his eyes, focusing them on Millis. He stared at her quietly before responding in his usual tired voice. Rather not die. Millis turned away from him, turning her attention back to the two lovebirds and saying, even he's hungry. Lillian's right. I twitched at her words, glancing at the prince, who just facepalmed. Millis had misunderstood him. Marionette stared down at her before turning her gaze to the rabbit beside her. Lillian looked into the woman's dark red eyes, whose hand had paused in its stroking. Would you like to go eat, Lillian? I guess I'm feeling a bit hungry. Marionette nodded and removed her hand, getting up from the curved bench. Lillian did so as well. The group then climbed down the stair aisle. Where do you guys want to go? Cafeteria again? Or some CAF? Millis asked, facing the group as she walked backwards. She then noticed as everyone suddenly paused dead in their tracks. She raised an eyebrow before turning around, being met with the soft chest of a blonde-haired woman with a scar over her eye. Millis fell onto her rear, rubbing her before looking up, discovering she had walked into the student council head by mistake. Beatrice smiled down at the girl, raising a hand to her. Are you okay, miss? Millis grabbed her hand and pulled herself up. She continued to rub her ass. I think I am, but... She then gave an innocent smile. Would you be willing to nurse me back to health, beautiful? Beatrice watched as Millis tilted her head at her, before chuckling. I would, but unfortunately, I have only a limited amount of time. She gestured towards Lillian, which I would like to waste with this individual over here. Lillian raised an eyebrow, then smiled wryly as she watched Millis' face creakingly turn to face her. The heroine's face was of shock, disbelief, and even betrayal, yet bagging another hottie as well. Chapter 192. Lukawam Cafe. Marionette stiffened at the heroine's words. She folded her arms, unconsciously. Was Lillian really going after another woman? She couldn't possibly, right? Lillian smiled wryly at the heroine's words. Of course, I am no, before stopping mid-sentence as she felt the back of her spine tingle. It was a tingle that notified her of a certain someone's gaze on her that seemed to turn into a glare the longer it lingered on her. She gave a brief sigh, ignoring the assassin. She looked towards the student council head, pondering about her decision. She then asked, Are you free for just this lunch? Beatrice fidgeted with a few strands of her hair. Yeah, I'm free this lunch only for this week, you know? Lillian gave a nod, glancing at the members of her group before asking, You guys don't mind if I join her for today? I don't get to see her much. Ref gave a brief nod, whilst Millis gave an incredulous thumbs up. Sure, but you really only gotta ask Red Eyes here for approval. Lillian's smile curved down slightly as she slowly turned her head towards the raven-haired beauty, whose face was unexpressive and the aura surrounding her was cold. So, can I? Marionette stared at her silently, before shrugging. Sure, she said, turning her face slightly to the side where nobody could see it. Lillian widened her eyes slightly before smiling cool. She wrapped her arms around the tall woman and went off with Beatrice, who watched the two interact silently. Once they left, Millis turned to Ref and asked in a surprised tone, The two know each other? In response, he shrugged and said they seem well acquainted with one another. Millis rubbed her chin, thinking hard like a scholar who had been given a century-old question. How did Lillian know the student council head? Were they childhood friends? They could be childhood friends. She then tilted her head back, facing the ceiling. Seems unlikely, though, considering she would have looked for the student council head as soon as she passed the exams. Turning her head around, Millis asked the assassin. What do you think, Red Ice? She then froze, discovering that the expected person had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Millis dramatically twisted her head around, looking over the room. Where did she go? She asked before facepalming. She looked towards the ref with an inquisitive look. She found the prince looking towards the empty doorway. Ref turned back to Millis and said, Not sure what she's planning to do. Do you know where she went? Ref blinked at her silently before moving towards the door. Let's go. Just like you said before. Imhongli. As Millis followed after him, he replayed the scene of Marionette's body sinking into the ground, specifically an ominous black puddle of what he could only assume to be darkness. Although he wasn't proud of thinking it, he hoped that the assassin would shift the target from him to the student council head. Lillian and the student council head, Beatrice, walked down the bustling hallway, which seemed to part slightly. The cause was most likely the blonde-haired woman. They shuffled past, conversing over small things. So, what with the sudden request to hang out? Lillian asked, sticking close to Beatrice as some brushed against her shoulder, accidentally pushing her into the blonde woman. Beatrice wrapped her arm around the back of Lillian's neck, placing her hand on her shoulder and pulling her in a bit, just to hang out. You know? Especially after we had just met up after so long, you know? Lillian, ignorant of the fact that the center of her shadow was shaking a bit, asked, I guess. Where do you want to go? I was thinking we head to a CAF or the cafeteria. Oh, definitely. Beatrice's lips then became thin and shaky. You know, I know this really good place. Lillian's smile twitched at her, figuring out how annoying it must be. I think I know where you might be talking about. Oh, do you really, though? Beatrice asked, raising a curious eyebrow at her before quietly muttering, to the side. MHM. Lillian tilted her head side to side, rattling her brain to recall her memory. It's on the road between the library and the bazaar, right? Around there, yeah. Who told you? Beatrice asked as they exited the academy building. Lillian shrugged, her eyes looking over the sky. I have been there before and saw you in there once, I think. She was, of course, lying. She had passed by a few times, but never went into it. And the reason was, it looked extremely decrepit. Lillian stood before a nearly run-down building that seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Its brick walls looked as though they were decaying, especially with their already scraped-off paint. Its sign was slanted at an angle, but still readable, and it gave off a repelling aura. Her eyes went over the etched name in the wide wooden signboard in red. Lukewarm Beatrice pushed open the wooden doors, whose hinges looked as though they were ready to give out and drop. Lillian followed her in, pausing immediately as the floorboard dropped a bit and let out a creak. She shivered at the sound before sighing and looking around. The place was in every sense mysterious and not fit to be resided in. It did, however, have quite the cozy and warming feeling with the dimly lit candles in the corners and a surprisingly nice smell instead of a musky one she would unconsciously expect from a place like this. She soon turned her gaze back to Beatrice, finding her already seated at a table and waving for her to come over. Lillian walked over, sitting down at the table. For a student council head, you sure do go to the oddest of places. Lillian shuffled in her seat, noticing how comfortable the seat was despite its poor state. It was a wooden chair with a classic backrest. It had a red cushion that seemed to have been stitched back together countless times. Beatrice shrugged. I thought you'd know that about me by now. She paused before quickly saying, I'm hurt, Lillian rolled her eyes, smiling a bit, before noticing a server approaching from outside a room. It was an old man of tall stature in a professional waiter's attire. He had long dark gray hair, a humorously long mustache, and wore a monocle over his right eye. Customers. As expected, it's you, Miss Beatrice. Beatrice gave the elder a wave, watching as he approached at a steady pace. Good afternoon. Walter, how's business? Any other customers? Some, mainly those who you had brought before, and some newcomers, which I assumed to be from the new year that had arrived recently. The old man stroked his gray goatee. I suppose only their curiosity led them into having a drink here. He then glanced towards Lillian. Oh, someone new this time, miss? Beatrice nodded, gesturing towards Lillian. This is Lillian, a good friend of mine, which I've known since I was young. She was actually the first place winner of the entrance exam held at the beginning of the year. The server, Walter, perked up at the news. Is that so? He asked in an incredulous tone before facing the white-haired girl and bowing like a butler. Then I congratulate you for your superb efforts and performance in the exam. I heard this year was much more difficult compared to the last, although it was only through word of mouth. Lillian smiled and nodded, grateful. It was extremely difficult. I only won through luck. But thank you for your words. Walter smiled, straightening his back. Luck can only take you so far, Mississippi. Now, then, what can I get for the two ladies? Beatrice raised a hand and asked for a black coffee, whilst Lillian asked for a cappuccino. Walter left and returned with their coffee. Afterwards, he left again, once hearing his service wouldn't be needed yet. The two ladies then conversed over the table, indulging in the caffeine in their drinks. And while this was happening, Lillian couldn't help but feel an intense gaze on her the entire time. Beatrice noticed the white-haired girl glance around before tilting her head. Is there something wrong? Nah. Lillian shook her head, still ignorant of the presence inside her shadow that seemed to cause ripples in her faint, dark figure. Chapter 193. Realization of Stagnation. Lillian pinched the handle of her mug, stroking it with the back of her fingers before wrapping them around it. She raised the rim to her lips and drank. Once she had done that, she set it aside and asked the blonde-haired woman, "If I recall correctly, it has been 8 years or so." Her voice filled with uncertainty as her eyes scanned the woman for confirmation. Beatrice nodded, her lips curling up at Lillian's question. "Yes, I'm glad you were able to remember that much, at least." She then froze and waited. Lillian stared at the student president's lips, waiting for a certain phrase. Fortunately for the woman, it didn't arrive. Beatrice sighed in subtle relief and added, "What have you been up to in those past years? Last I remember, you could hardly take care of yourself outside of appearances." The corner of Lillian's lips twitched, irritated but unable to rebut her words. Beatrice was, after all, correct. If she were to go through her memories, the past Lillian was, in a sense, lazy. However, when it came to making herself look good, she was energetic. Lillian wrapped her fingers under her chin. Her other self, Melissa, too, was a lazy person, but one of more diligence and hard work. As she thought more about this, her eyes suddenly sparked in realization. She finally knew the reason for her sudden, paralyzing laziness over the past couple of months. Although both Lillian and Melissa had been fused together, Melissa had more of an effect on her personality at the beginning of her transmigration. As she continued to live her new life, Lillian's laziness melded with Melissa's laziness. This must have been the cause of her stagnation in motivation. Lillian, even though her theory was rough around the edges, it was also logical. And if it was logical, it must mean that some parts of it were correct. And if it was correct, Melissa's diligence must be taking more of an effect again. Her forehead wrinkled, her brows furrowed. She clutched the right side of her head with her right hand. She felt annoyed, and her brain hurt a little. It doesn't make any sense when I continue to think about it. Both Lillian S. and my old self's personality should be combined. Having personality swings wouldn't make sense, would it? While she was deep in her thought, Beatrice tapped her fingers on the table, waiting for the white-haired girl to finish her excruciatingly long thought. And as she was doing this, she chanted her name, each having no effect on waking her up. So, she called out her name in varying pitches for fun. Eventually, Lillian woke up, but that was in the middle of Lillian cough cough. A humiliating voice crack. Lillian stared at her weirdly, watching as the woman took a sip of her black coffee to drink down her coughs. "Are you all right?" she asked, slightly concerned at how Beatrice started coughing randomly. Beatrice set her mug on a small plate before pushing aside with the back of her fingers. She gave the rabbit a nod, easing her worry, and asked, "I should be asking you that. Did something I say spark something inside your head of something? You know?" Beatrice asked, "Did something bad happen with your family or something?" "What?" "And no. Well, I don't think so. Lillian then waved her hand dismissively. If something bad happened, it would no doubt be on the news. Then dash. Nothing much happened over the 8 years. Lillian chimed, shaking her head. The only exciting thing that happened was at the start of this year. Oh, the entrance exam was most definitely an exciting event, you know? Beatrice nodded in an understanding manner. Lillian smiled. I guess it was. She moved her mug, which she had placed to the side, in front of her. She stared down at the surface of her coffee, her eyes glancing at the foam on the inner walls of the mug. But that wasn't what I meant by exciting. That's surprising. What else happened? Beatrice leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table and resting her chin in her hands. Lillian's eyes shone with an affectionate, warm light. I met someone special. She then grinned and muttered, you know? Beatrice's face twitched at her phrase at the end, finding it to be a playful jab at her. She ignored it and instead focused on what she had said before. Someone special? Lillian nodded, leaning back in her chair, and folded her arms. She stared up at the ceiling as the front 2 legs of her wooden chair were raised slightly from the ground. Marionette von Roselle. That's my special someone. Beatrice's lips curled into a proud and teasing smile. Special. Huh? Oh my Lillian, going after the heir of such a prestigious and dangerous family. You got a lot bolder over the years. Ambitious too. And to think you'd lie about you two being friends. Lillian swung her arms over the backrest of her chair, turning her face to the side that had a slight blush. It was her fault that she's so likable. Not mine. And we're still friends. Beatrice raised an eyebrow. Seriously? You made it sound like you two are dating. Now that I think about it, with what I've seen back in that classroom of yours, you really act like her girlfriend around her. How? Lillian asked in an incredulous manner as her eyes widened. Does she actually act like Marionette's girlfriend? Wait, how would one act like someone's girlfriend? Don't they just have to look like they're really close with that person? Beatrice shrugged with a teasing glint in her eyes. Not sure. It's just this aura around you too, you know? That doesn't give me anything at all, she said, staring at her with a deadpan expression. She watched as Beatrice shrugged again and sighed. She then heard her ask, anyway, are you planning on making her yours anytime soon? Beatrice tilted her head in her hands, her teasing smirk causing the blush on Lillian's face to grow more apparent. However, to make herself seem more confident in her answer, she straightened her voice and answered with, Bah, she's already mine. I have no idea what you mean. Beatrice blinked at her before, puffed, laughing. Lillian's face twitched as she pulled the chair down, making it so all 4 legs were on the ground now. What's so funny about my answer? Nothing. Nothing. Beatrice waved her hand, calming down the flustered Lillian before adding, I just meant, when are you going to ask her out? You said you two are friends. But from the way your voice acts on the topic of her, you should definitely take it to the next level already. Lillian rested her left arm on the table while raising her right hand and twirling her white hair. Like, soon? Beatrice shrugged. I'm not sure how close you two are. If you guys only met 3 months ago, then maybe it's too soon. But that's my opinion. If your chemistry with one another is strong enough, doing it soon is definitely a win. Lillian stared at her silently before sighing. She had a point if she did it soon that could open a lot more doors, even though there weren't any doors for them to open since they seemed to have skipped quite a few steps. She leaned back in her chair, rocking on it again. As she was doing it, she felt it shake and creak a bit. Beatrice watched as Lillian rocked in her chair and said, You might want to stop that before you hurt yourself. These aren't really the right chairs for it. Lillian stared down at the chair, wondering how correct she was. She shouldn't be playing around on a chair that looked as though it had been broken several times. She then glanced down at her neck, glimpsing at the chain of her lucky necklace. She frowned a bit before nodding at the student president. Yeah, you are right. See crack. However, just as she was about to drop the front legs back onto the ground, the 2 back legs suddenly snapped under the weight. Her eyes shot wide open as she fell down. She instinctively closed her eyes and arms behind her to catch her fall. But as soon as she closed her eyes, a flicker of erratic light appeared. She felt herself fall, but then felt something wrap around her arm and onto her back. Feeling that there wasn't any pain, she skeptically opened her eyes. She was instantly met with the student president's face, who stared down at her scoldingly. I told you, you know? With her arm around Lillian's back, she dragged her back to her feet. However, as she was doing this, she looked over the girl's shoulder, finding something sticking out from her shadow. It looked to be an arm with its hand stretched out, almost as though it were there to keep Lillian's back from hitting the ground. It soon sank back into the rabbit's shadow, disappearing without a trace. Beatrice blinked before smirking at Lillian, who thanked her for catching her. Chapter 194. Likeable traits? Even when you know the chair is like that, you still rock. Beatrice scolded, releasing her arm around the girl, who rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Sorry. Oh dear. Lillian then stiffened at the voice of the elderly waiter who had entered the room. He saw the snapped, broken legs and glanced towards the rabbit, who just avoided his piercing gaze. The server, Walter, rubbed his chin before sighing. Must you all break down this little CAF? Of mine? Beatrice waved her hand. You're rich, Walter. I can't see why you can't just fix up this place. She glanced at the old man, who shook his head and rolled her eyes. Just add it to the bill. They'll pay for it. Once they finished their little time at the CAF, paying for it, they left and made their way around the academy realm. As they conversed in lovely chatter, Beatrice couldn't help but glance at Lillian's shadow from time to time. It was then she asked, Hey, Lily, are there any particular traits you like about your friend? HM? Lillian raised an eyebrow. Traits? Of who? Marionette? Seeing the woman nod, Lillian held her chin, pondering. She couldn't help but feel there was another set of eyes intensely looking upon her figure besides Beatrice, almost like it was urging her to answer. Well, I like her blunt honesty. That's something you don't really see much nowadays, I think. She paused, glancing at the student president. Beatrice nodded, blinking at her to continue. I also like how strong, confident, and wise she is. Wise? Lillian nodded strongly. Sometimes she acts like some kind of philosopher. She then giggled, which I find extremely endearing. Oh, you truly do sound like a girl in love, you know. Lillian? Lillian waved her hand at the girl, playfully slapping her shoulder at her tease. Hush. You're the one who wanted to know what I like about her. I'm aware. Beatrice snickered. Any more? Lillian blinked at her before gently grabbing a handful of her hair and hiding the side of her face with it. Plenty, but I'm not going to tell you that. Beatrice hummed, shrugging in an understanding manner. I do not mind. Only if you are comfortable in sharing. But you really are a tease, you know? Anyone tell you that? Lillian smirked, her face twitching a bit. I thought you'd be the one to know me best in the academy, considering we've known each other for so long. It has been so long since we last contacted each other. Beatrice shook her head before faking a sad expression. And you haven't even bothered to call or text me once. Lillian gave her a deadpan expression, unable to think of a rebuttal. She moved her hand into the inside of her blazer pocket and fished out her phone. She checked the time, realizing that she had only a dozen minutes to spare. I should probably get back to classes now. Beatrice nodded. Me too. Honestly, both the council and student work I do is tiring. She gave a sigh before gave Lillian a cheeky grin. So make sure to do well in the tournament, so I can justify bringing you in. Lillian nodded. She then stiffened at a thought. With a curious expression, she asked, Remind me, does council work take up a lot of time? Like my break, lunch, and such? Unfortunately, yes. But you do get given access to more resources. Beatrice shrugged. Lillian wrapped her fingers under her chin, nodding. Oh, I see. Uh-huh. But the fact, you have to deal with that. Beatrice pointed forward, gesturing towards a scuffle between two male students off in the distance. They seemed to be in some kind of intense disagreement with one another. Beatrice moved forward, turning her head back to Lillian and waving. Want to meet up next week or in a couple of days? She watched as Lillian gave a nod and sprinted off towards the students with a flicker of electricity. As soon as she went, Lillian turned a corner, walking through an alleyway. Just a minor shortcut. However, she couldn't help but feel the alleyway she was in getting darker and colder. She shivered a bit before feeling herself become wrapped in something. Around her neck, a pair of arms appeared. It had a shadowy aura wrapped around them, which dissipated soon after their appearance. She then shuddered at the feeling of hot air being blown into her ear canal. Blunt honesty, HM? Lillian glanced to the side, finding Marionette's face hovering just above her ear. She widened her eyes and stutteringly asked, how long have you been with me? Marionette stared at her silently before shifting her body. Lillian felt herself get pulled along. The assassin rested her back against the wall and hugged Lillian against her. The rabbit reflectively placed her arm against the wall behind the tall woman, then wondered what the assassin was up to. She looked up, staring at the raven-haired bow-tie's face. Marionette stared down at her, her arms wrapped around the back of Lillian's head. After glancing in both directions, the alleyway led, she asked, "What else do you like about me?" "Lily? Lillian watched as the woman of taller stature than her tilted her head at an inquisitive angle. Her lips curled into a thin smile at the assassin's question. "You're so nosy, Marionette. Such is one of the traits an assassin may have, Lillian." Marionette smiled, then asked, "Do you like this trait of me too?" Lillian smirked, responding in a teasing tone, "Huh? Desperate to know." She then raised her finger to the tip of the assassin's nose, tapping it playfully. "How unfortunate, because I'm not going to say. Is that so? How about that confession? When will we start dating?" "Then? Even your friend said we should do it soon." Marionette asked. The corner of Lillian's mouth twitched. However, a mischievous idea popped into her mind. She carelessly moved her hand along the side of Marionette's waist, slipping under her blazer and moving to her hips and stroking it. Marionette carefully watched as Lillian's hand made its way up her body, but watched as it avoided her chest and moved around the back of her neck. She felt her hand cup the back of her head. Lillian stood on her toes, moving her face closer to the assassin, while pushing the woman's head closer towards her. Marionette widened her eyes as Lillian seemed to lean in for a kiss. Could it be? This sudden action caused a stir inside the stoic assassin, for she hadn't expected this sudden outcome. Her eyes unconsciously darted around, avoiding Lillian's face that approached dangerously close. She could feel the girl's breath brush against her face. Her nose twitched at the rabbit's attractive scent, and her fingers behind Lillian's head fidgeted. Marionette's lips stretched into a thin line before relaxing. Steeling herself, she moved in as well. Chapter 195. Something. Hand to hand? As they neared each other, their breath making contact and mingling, and their lips dangerously nearing the gaps, Marionette watched as Lillian raised her free hand. Boop! Lillian's index finger placed itself on the tip of the assassin's nose. This gesture caused the woman to freeze, her eyes glowing a confused light. Marionette moved her gaze away from the finger and at the girl, grinning at her teasingly. She then heard her say, "In the past, I've always seen you as a strict person, Mari." "Huh!" Her lips opened, letting out a soft giggle that turned playful. Her finger moved down from the assassin's nose. Her hand then reached under Marionette's chin. Wrapping it with her finger, she said, "But you can't last a few or so months?" Lillian's legs then turned blurry as they started to bend at an unnatural angle. It became fluid, see-through, and watery. It stretched up, causing Rabbit's upper body to rise higher from the ground. Lillian, now at eye level with the assassin, leaned into the woman's ear and whispered, "Calm yourself, Marionette," her chest pressing against the red-eyed woman, "or else you'll be the one losing this mere competition of ours." Her hand then raised to the Marionette's other cheek, firmly clutching it. She then whispered again, "Don't you hate losing more than anyone else?" At these words spoken by the rabbit, who continued to stand at the same height as the woman, with the help of her magic, Marionette spoke. "Lose? I'm not losing if I were to break these rules set up by both of us. Gaining and having you as a win, either way." Marionette's hand, wrapped around the back of Lillian's head, moved to the girl's chin, tilting it up. "No matter how you may describe it, us breaking the rules is considered a win for the both of us." The assassin leaned in towards the girl, having already adapted to her current height. "So why resist? The longer you prolong the inevitability, the harsher it will become." "Oh, And what is that supposed to mean? Lillian asked. Keeping Marionette's face in place, is that a threat? Marionette blinked at her before smiling maliciously. No, but me forcing a kiss on you is one. Just as she was about to pull Lillian in, she watched as the girl's entire body became fluid. Lillian passed through Marionette's hold and straightened her blazer coolly, returning to her regular height. Once she had fixed her clothes, she smiled at the assassin with a knowing look. I guess that is a threat. But if you do that, he'll be mad. Marionette stiffened as her breath hitched. Lillian tilted her head, noticing the frozen expression on the woman's face. She continued to smile. Would you really want that? If I were to remember correctly, you didn't take it that well last time, even if I wasn't really mad. Seeing that the assassin wasn't going to respond, she moved in, patting the woman's cheek with a cheerful smile. Worry not, my dear Mari. They'll let you do whatever you want of me as a reward for your patience when we become official. At the word reward, Marionette nodded slowly, which then turned into an energetic nod as she thought longer about it. Lillian smiled, patting her shoulder and muttering, now that's a good girl. After saying that, she turned and walked down the alleyway. Marionette rested her back against the wall, holding a hand over the lower half of her face before getting up from it and following Lillian. Classes had just ended for the day. They were currently back in the dorms. More specifically, Marionette's. Lillian tapped her chin with the back of her pen. Her face hardened as her brows furrowed in deep thought. She stared at her notebook as she rested the back of her head on Marionette's lap. She was currently figuring out what to get from the shop with her current points, 19,493. Although she could buy something ridiculously powerful, the only issue with that would be if she was either strong enough to use it and be able to survive any kind of backlash it may give due to the enchantments. B. Having to explain where she had got such an item, which she didn't want to do. C. That would cause her to use up a large majority of her points. She needed to keep some beforehand. Potions are a necessary factor in her winning battles. The spider was a perfect example of that. But she had also realized that if she were to lose her only weapon, that could prove troublesome. Although her magic was strong enough to win her a partial number of battles against those of the same tier as her, she snuck a glance up at the assassin's face, who was distracted by the news. They're always those monstrously strong. Marionette's eyes blinked at the news before looking down at Lillian, noticing her gaze. She tilted her head. Yes? What weapon do you think I should use as a secondary? Marionette raised an eyebrow. A second weapon? She repeated, rubbing the top of the rabbit's head. I think you should be thinking about what kind of weapon you should be carrying instead. Lillian's eyes shone with a confused light. Carry? She repeated, getting a brief nod from the woman. Carry the weapon you are second most proficient with. Or carry the one that would deal the most damage with the least amount of skill. Lillian scratched her cheek. I guess. I believe you were told which weapon would suit you best. HM? Really? Lillian stared at her strangely. When? MHM. During our first week in our survival combat class. Mr. Corin told you about the Jian, an Eastern short sword. Oh, right. Lillian jotted down the name of the sword. She then scratched the side of her head. I also think I should get something else. May I ask what you mean? Lillian rubbed her chin, thinking deeply. Something. Hand to hand. Maybe? Hand to hand? Marionette widened her eyes slightly. I thought you hated hand-to-hand combat. Chapter 196-196. Doubtful Mentor? Lillian's face wrinkled at the assassin's inquiry. She did, in fact, hate it a bit. But only a bit. Kinda. But there is something about using my fist to win battles. You know, she placed her notebook to the side, interlocking her fingers and placing her hands over her chest. Even if it does hurt my knuckles whenever I hit something, it's kind of cool, right? Marionette raised an eyebrow at her reasoning. I suppose I see where you are coming from. But that reason is highly illogical from my point of view. You shouldn't spend time on something you dislike. She shook her head, demotivating the rabbit lying in her lap. Lillian gave a disappointed sigh, just as she was about to respond and agree with the woman. However, Marionette raised her hand, wrapping her fingers around her chin and adopting a pondering expression. She thought about the possibilities of Lillian's skills that may grow. It would not be bad if you were to move from someone who constantly uses range attacks to win, to someone who could win through both close quarter and range combat. Eh, am I not the latter already? Lillian asked. Marionette tilted her head side to side, constructing her words. You are, but your skills are only enough to win against the weak. Fortunately, your abilities with your magic are enough to push you further up the scale. Lillian's right eye twitched at her words. Slightly irritated, but she knew she was right. But wasn't it unfair for her if the woman were to compare her to other monsters like her? What about our spars, then? Aren't they helping, like you said? Experience, right? Lillian asked, sitting up from the assassin's lap. The raven-haired woman watched as the girl sat up before sighing. You're making progress, most definitely. Your strength, flexibility, and stamina are far more than what you had before. And miraculously, so, is your mana. At the end of her sentence, Marionette eyed her suspiciously, causing Lillian to shrug nonchalantly. The rabbit had yet to tell her the reason for this sudden boost in magical power. Currently, Marionette was just assuming Lillian had undergone some sort of breakthrough. But if she were to believe such a thing, she would be naive. Seeing that Lillian wasn't going to say anything, she sighed. She wasn't going to pry into personal matters that hadn't been given consent to. I suppose, adding on to your previous battle experiences, you had accumulated quite a fair amount. But that isn't quite enough. The assassin sighed. She raised her hand, placing the tip of her fingers onto her forehead, while leaning back into the couch. She had a doubtful look, not the usual confident one she always wore. Sometimes, when we spar, I feel like I'm not doing as good a job as your trainer as I hope I am. She shook her head before glancing to the side, finding Lillian staring at her strangely. Did I say something odd? Lillian's eyes, which were squinted, stared at her skeptically. Is this a joke? You always make them so hard to guess. Marionette widened her eyes briefly, lowering her hand from her forehead and onto her lap. It's not. Why would you think so? Lillian cringed. You're like a really good trainer, she stated, leaning her back into the couch. She then raised her hand, wrapping it around the other side of the assassin's head. Marionette felt herself tilt to the side, due to the hand pressing against the side of her head. She then found her head in Lillian's lap. The girl smiled down at her, brushing her fingers through her long, black, and silky hair. Please don't doubt yourself, Marionette. It's out of character for you. Lillian chuckled, feeling the assassin's weird gaze as she said the last part. Marionette blinked at her, perplexed at the term out of character. Being out of character? I believe I'm always the same. Are you though? Lillian snickered, moving her hand down for the top of the assassin's head and onto her cheek. Marionette's eyes drifted towards the hand cupping her cheek before gazing up at the girl, who opened her mouth and muttered. You are strong, confident, and beautiful, Marionette. Traits I couldn't imagine achieving in the past. Marionette stared at her silently before asking, Do you think you could now? Lillian gave a gentle shrug. Not sure. I could, but I definitely might not reach the same level as you. She then took in a deep breath before continuing. Not only are you all those, you are highly affectionate, and most importantly of all, Lillian's voice became softer, the most patient person I've met. Kind of, she whispered the last part wryly. Marionette's stoic face relaxed at her words. Well, more relaxed than she was regularly when she was around Lillian. Lillian noticed this and kept on going. So, don't go and be pessimistic, Mari. That's my job. Then, what's my job? Marionette asked, listening closely. The white-haired girl smirked. Isn't it obvious? Your job to help me get stronger, while also dealing with any shortcomings I may have. She then tilted her head, smiling with a cheerful and playful grin. You're the best person for it. I couldn't ever hope to find someone superior than you inside the academy for the job. Lillian stared down at the assassin, finding their eyes drifting to the side, avoiding her gaze. She then heard her say, You lie? Puffed. Lillian let out a soft chuckle. She was indeed lying. There may be a few individuals in the academy capable enough, but she was too lazy to go after such high-maintenance individuals, even though she wanted to be stronger. Perhaps I am, but Lillian clutched the assassin's cheek, causing the woman's eyes to turn back to face her. Lillian, using the side of her thumb, stroked her cheek intimately. After a tense and long pause, "You are the best partner I could have." Even though she wanted to be stronger, it wouldn't be as fun if she couldn't grow alongside the assassin. Lillian watched as the assassin raised a hand over the lower half of her face, hiding something underneath. It was at this point, "You're blushing, aren't you?" Lillian knew what it meant. Marionette stared at her silently before shaking her head briefly in denial. "I'm not. You totally are." Marionette rolled her eyes at Lillian's playful tone and went silent. She shuffled around a bit on the couch, eventually turning in Lillian's lap to where her face was facing the girl's stomach. A few moments later, she lowered her hand, revealing her face again. The expected blush was nowhere to be seen. The corners of Lillian's lips twitched. It seemed that the assassin had waited for the blush to die down. She let out a sigh, but then perked up once she heard the woman's voice. "Gauntlets. Light gauntlets would suffice for what you're asking." Lillian thought about Marionette's suggestion and nodded. "I guess they do. I gotta find ones with some nice enchantments, though." She rubbed her chin, pondering. "Would you like me to prepare some for you?" Marionette asked in a muffled voice as she buried her face in the girl's stomach. Lillian momentarily froze before chuckling, patting the assassin's hair. "Nah, I have an idea where to find some good items." "I see." It stayed like this for a while. No specific amount. All Lillian knew was that Marionette continued to rub her face against her stomach like some sort of cat. The woman eventually pulled away from her stomach, staring up at her and at her smile. She then raised her hand. Lillian stiffened once she felt Marionette's cold fingers brush against the side of her neck. She found the assassin staring at a particular spot on her neck. She then heard her mutter in a quiet voice, "It's gone?" Lillian raised an eyebrow. What was gone? Just as she was about to ask Marionette what she meant, she watched as the assassin suddenly leapt up from her lap. Lillian felt her body twist around, the world spinning as her back fell onto the couch. Not only that, but she felt something soft and wet press against the side of her neck. Marionette's body was tightly smushed against Lillian's. Their chests rubbed against each other through their clothes. And while this was happening, the rabbit felt a sucking motion on her neck. Lillian widened her eyes at what Marionette could possibly be doing. Was she intending on leaving another hickey on her neck? She quickly raised her hand to her head before freezing for a brief moment. Instead of pushing the assassin away, she placed it on the back of her head, stroking it. Lillian gave a defeated sigh as a warm smile stretched across her face. "Just this time, I'll let you do it. If ITLL make Marionette feel a little bit better, something like a hickey wasn't so bad as a cost." Lillian stared at the ceiling, letting Marionette do as she pleased, while thinking, "I'm such a pushover for cute things." 19 days left until the invasion. Chapter 197, 197. "I'm not a stalker." Next day, Sue. "You got another hickey, LL." Millis stared at the red mark on Lillian's neck with a teasing smile. It was hardly covered up, something most people wouldn't want to happen. She raised her eyes, scrutinizing the girl's face, whose eyes were looking off to the side, avoiding her interrogating gaze. Millis then drifted her attention towards the assassin, who was staring at the red mark as well, with her arms folded and her face stoic. However, despite her expressionless face, a glimmer of pride could be seen in her red eyes at the sight of her handiwork. She had spent quite a while on it and was proud of how great it turned out. Millis raised her hands beside her head, her fingers opening out and her voice adopting a mocking tone. "Oh, we're not dating, but we like leaving hickeys on each other's necks." She wiggled her fingers as she mocked the two, intending to annoy and tease them. She was only half successful in her task. Marionette wasn't too bothered by the heroine's words, for she agreed with her, given how she didn't retort to her words. But that couldn't be said for Lillian. For like always, "Oh, hush it, Millis," told her to quiet it down. Millis gave a loud snicker before looking towards Ref, who looked half dead as always. It was these days that made them believe that they should take him to the hospital or something. But of course, it was just because of the prince's tiresome flaw, something only Lillian knew about apart from him in the group. The white-haired girl widened her eyes slightly. Now that I think about it, she glanced towards the tall, black-haired woman beside her, locking eyes with her. She hadn't yet been told about what flaw had been inflicted upon the assassin yet. She rubbed her chin curiously. Perhaps I should ask soon. At this point, Marionette would tell me nearly everything about herself, right? She then rubbed the back of her head in sudden realization, man. I sure have been neglecting asking questions. Huh? That's the whole point of the rule. The student office is calling for us. Lillian blinked out of her daze. She looked towards Ref, who stared at his phone, reading a particular email that had been sent out. She raised an eyebrow. Did they? What day is it today? It's the 18th. Forgetting the day is not helping your case when it comes to memory, Lillian. Ref shook his head, causing Lillian to let out a nervous chuckle. Well then, I assume they want us for the whole day? Helping around setting up the stuff, right? Ref nodded. Of course, we can just not go and say it's because of classes. He then rolled his eyes, but I don't really do much in those lessons. So I think I'm going to go. Lillian nodded and looked towards Marionette. I think I'm going to go with Ref to help them out as well. She then raised her index finger and pointed scoldingly at the woman. Stay in class. Don't move into my shadow and follow me, all right? Marionette's left eye twitched at her words. She let out a sigh, turning her face slightly to the side and muttered without any visible issues. Very well. She watched as the two left, walking down the corridor before turning to the heroine, who was smirking at her teasingly. Marionette raised an eyebrow. Yes. Want to flunk class to follow them? The assassin stared at the woman silently before blinking. Flunk? Follow them? Why on earth would I want to do that? She frowned slightly. Milla's face twitched at the woman's words. You make it sound like you don't want to. Because I don't. If you weren't paying attention, Lillian told me to stay put in class and not follow her. Not only that, but our exams are nearing. Millis rubbed her chin. When is our exam again? The 14th of April? Marionette gave a slow nod. Unfortunately, yes. Millis tilted her head. Why? Unfortunately? Yeah, and Lillian planning a date on that day. The assassin stiffened at her words. The 14th of April was her birthday. Usually, she doesn't do much on those days, however, with the appearance of Lillian into the mix. Millis watched as Marionette held her hand to her chin, tapping her index finger with a pondering expression. You truly are wise on this sort of topic, Velen. Was that not it? Then, what's something else happening on that day for it to be unfortunate? Marionette glanced at her and deliberated. She eventually responded with, Nothing. Nothing but a date with Lillian, of course. Nah, it's totally something else. You gotta tell me now, I'm curious. I don't have to tell you anything. Marionette turned to the side, folding her arms. However, she froze. Was there anything wrong with telling the woman about her birthday? There wasn't any particular way it could harm her except for her being annoyed by the woman. Not only that, but Millis had also been helping her when it came to Lillian, albeit for some odd reason she had yet to figure out. The 14th is my birthday. For real. Millis lit up, so what? You turning 19 this year? Seeing as the assassin nodded, she held her hand to her chin, thinking deeply. How about I help you plan your date? Then, plan. My date? I'm already well-versed in the one who helped you with your last date. Don't argue, red ice. Marionette winced before sighing fine. But let's talk as we follow them. She began to walk in the direction Lillian and Ref went. Millis raised a playful eyebrow, grinning widely as she followed. I believed I heard you didn't want to do it. They'll pass the exams without a doubt, so I can do this. You should be the one worrying about whether you can or not. Millis smiled wryly, irritated. Just say you want to see Lillian, you possessive stalker. I'm not a stalker, but you sure are possessive. Though, Lillian and Ref stood side by side as they were in the middle of a group outside of the Coliseum. They had just given their names to the second year, currently in charge of overseeing them. Besides putting up posters across the academy realm, retrieving banners from the clubs in charge of designing them, and getting names and signatures from traders and individuals who wished to sell on the day of the tournament, nothing much happened. I truly expected something much more interesting. Ref muttered, carrying a stack of papers with signatures on them. Lillian was doing the same and nodded to his words. Same here. But it's better than sitting in class, though. You're not wrong, Lillian, but that would only be true if exams weren't so close. Lillian shrugged, man. It might get pushed back anyway. At a steady pace, they entered one of the academy's buildings and reached a room. Inside were a studious bunch of student office members, particularly second years. There were also some teachers here and there to oversee them. They passed over their stacks of paper and left. It was after this that Ref suddenly realized something about what Lillian had just said. Pushback. What do you mean by that? He raised an eyebrow. What did Lillian mean by the exams being pushed back? Was there something she knew that he didn't? Or was it just some hopeful guess? Lillian looked at him, scratching the top of her head. Have you seen the news recently about the sudden attack in the West Kingdom's academy? I have heard, yes. Some speculated it was the North's doing. I wouldn't blame them. Lillian shrugged nonchalantly. In the past, they were known to be the strongest region. Well, they still are, kind of. In terms of military power, they are. But in everything else besides fighting, they aren't. Ref shook his head. However, that really is what anyone needs to be considered the strongest. Lillian tilted her head, side to side. I guess you were right. But anyway, we're getting off track. All I'm saying is that something is going to happen on the last day of the tournament that will cause them to push back the exams. They exited the building and stopped before a vending machine, grabbing a drink. Sea crack. And that would be? Ref asked, cracking open a soda can, as he was about to drink. However, he watched as Lillian held a hand over a bin and began to fill it up with water. He froze and then asked, I keep seeing you do that. Why? HM? Just in case it won't explode or something. Excuse me? Lillian pulled her hand away from the bin, seeing that it was filled to the brim. She shrugged at the prince. Nothing. Anyway, there was also another theory going around that could be the cause for it. Are you perhaps talking about the cult of jesters? He asked with a slightly concerned voice, which was, of course, hidden behind his usual tired one. Lillian gave a slow nod. I was thinking about telling Mirage about it, my theory, but I feel like that would... Chapter 198, 198. Do you have ADHD? I was thinking about telling Mirage about it, my theory, but I feel like that would cause me to have some suspicions arise. Ref shrugged, drinking the soda. It's just a theory, not like it's a definite thing. If you tell him, I don't think he would think much about it besides taking it into account. Lillian rubbed her chin. I suppose you were right. Could you tell him for me, though? HM. Why? Lillian took in the weird look Ref was giving her before rolling her eyes. Look, as much as I want to take the credit for such a theory, ITLL feel a lot more convincing coming from someone with a higher status. Just before Ref could respond, Lillian interrupted him with a smile. But if you were so adamant about giving me the credit, you could just say it was me who thought of it. If the theory were to actually come true. Ref gave a loud and exasperated sigh at her words, still confused about her reason. However, he knew where she was coming from. His words would naturally hold more weight behind them than someone like Lillian, thus causing them to stick in the person's mind longer. The person in this context was Mirage. Very well. He rubbed the back of his head, moving towards the bin and holding his empty soda can over it. He was then immediately reminded about what had happened to the bin. He gave Lillian a glance, causing her to let out a nervous chuckle before sighing once again. I swear, with you around, or anything having to do with you, makes me sigh more than usual. Ashi, that just means you like me, right? Ref stared at her silently, slowly raising an eyebrow at the way she worded it. He then twisted his head around, scanning the surroundings for a particular assassin before answering. Yeah, sure. Lillian smiled wryly at his paranoia. Perhaps she could have worded it a little better, but that shouldn't really matter considering that Marionette wasn't here. She looked towards the sky, finding it to have turned an orange tint. With how many times she saw it, she couldn't help but remember that she was trapped inside the game world she knew all too well. I say that, but everywhere she went, Easter eggs that may help her in this world were missing. Granted, some of them were achievements that gifted the player boosts in specific stats. But she scratched the back of her head. That didn't mean that items from these Easter eggs should have disappeared. Or could it be they never existed? Lillian internally shrugged. Doesn't really matter if I have them or not. Isn't like they'll help me throughout the story, anyway. Now that she thought more about these Easter eggs, it brought her attention back to her class and its students. She hadn't really interacted with anyone outside of her small group. Is there a need to? She had all the essentials already. 2 members in her group were extremely wealthy. While the other took a little more convincing to get what she wanted, the other gave her whatever with just a few cuddles here and there. I also have Millis, the heroine. Although, I feel like she's a bit weaker in this timeline. Granted, she hadn't seen her in combat besides the entrance exam, but still, how could a Tier 2 lose to a mere Tier 1? It was odd. She shook her head. It shouldn't really matter, given the current total strength in the group. We only just need one more member to be completely set for the event that takes place in December. Lillian breathed a sigh, stepping backwards and leaning against the vending machine with her arms crossed. She unconsciously wrapped her fingers into a fist, gripping tightly as the days until the invasion neared. If what Marionette said was true about her not making much progress, despite her talents, then she would have to work twice as hard as before. Lillian raised a hand to the lower half of her face. She muttered with a smile, "How exhilarating." As she said this, Ref, who had just returned from a trip to another bin, heard what she said and asked, "What is?" Lillian lowered her hand and waved at him. Ignoring his question, "Oh, you're back. I think the student office will allow us to go back to the dorms now." "You think?" Ref tilted his head curiously before looking up into the sky as well. He rubbed his chin and nodded. "I'm tired." "I'm sure they would understand that as an excuse, right? It's just volunteer work, anyway." Lillian shrugged, pushing herself off the vending machine and tucking her hands into the pockets of her blazer. As the two walked away, Marionette and Millis keenly spied on them from an alleyway off to the side. Well, Marionette was. Millis was just bored out of her mind as she sat on the ground, dragging her fingers around the outlines of the cobblestone ground. She eventually let out a loud groan as she rested her back against a brick wall. Ugh. Spying is so lame and boring. How can you sit around and watch people like this for hours? Marionette, who was resting her shoulder against the corner of the wall, looked over towards the heroine, raising an eyebrow. "You just have to have patience. That's all." The assassin then paused before adding, "Do you have ADHD? Velen? Vuvuha." Millis raised an eyebrow at her before widening her eyes. She held her chin with a pondering look before responding with, "Does ADHD include symptoms of not keeping my hand to myself?" Marionette slowly turned away from the woman, mentally noting that the heroine did indeed have ADHD. She drew her attention back to Lillian's back, which moved further and further away from their position. As her gaze lingered on the girl, Millis stared at her weirdly. The heroine then stated with a teasing tone, "You obsessed." "Am not." Marionette immediately responded with a deadpan voice. "You so are. You dang obsessed, possessive stalker with red eyes. Must you mock my affection for Lillian?" 18 days left until Invasion Chapter 199. She wants what for her birthday? Hey, date? Another? Lillian tilted her head as she wiped her mouth with a napkin, having just finished her breakfast. Marionette gave a soft nod, wiping her own mouth as well before speaking. "Yes, specifically one on my birthday." "Your birthday?" Lillian held her chin. "That's on the 14th, isn't it?" "Oh, you remembered?" Lillian stared into Marionette's eyes, which seemed to stare back in surprise. Her face twitched at the question that seemed to mock her ability to remember. "Of course I did." She then grinned. "Why wouldn't I when it's on the topic of my darling pet?" Marionette stared at her before glancing down, finding Lillian's hand crawling on her thigh, her fingers wrapping around it. The assassin's eyes lingered on the hand before looking up and toward the coffee mug to the side. Lillian watched as Marionette drank her coffee without much of a reaction to what she was doing. Her grin faltered slightly, finding it a little disappointing. She gave a sigh and pulled her hand off. However, once she did, the assassin's hand shot out towards it, grasping and interlocking fingers. Marionette then slowly moved Lillian's hand back on her thigh, patting it before moving her hand back up to her mug as she warmed her hands. Lillian widened her eyes slightly before giggling, adorable as always. So, a date on your birthday, huh? I guess that means you just want me there? Marionette set down her mug, glancing over and tilting her head in a confused manner. Who else would come on my birthday? And I expect for it to only be us, since it's a date. Even if we're having a date, that isn't going to take up the rest of your day, right? Surely, your family or Millis and Ref would like to celebrate with you. Before Lillian could finish, she felt Marionette's warm fingers brush against the underside of her chin before tilting it up. With her face turned up slightly, she looked into Marionette's red eyes that stared down at her intently. The hand she had placed onto the woman's lap had also been covered by their other hand. Do you not want to be alone with me, Lily? Yeah. Lillian widened her eyes, perplexed. Who said that? Marionette's thumb rubbed the knuckles of the hand on her thigh. You keep talking about my family or the two that follow us around, when it should really just be about the two of us. WL, are we really going on a date the entire day? The assassin gave a slow nod. My family are too busy to make time for me, although they do find time to send me gifts. So, I usually spend alone. However, Marionette moved the hand under Lillian's chin to the left side of the girl's head, pulling a strand of hair behind her ear. Now that you're with me, I wouldn't need to necessarily spend it alone. Lillian felt the hold that Marionette had on her hand tighten a bit. She then heard her say, unless you don't want to, which I suppose is fine. Marionette muttered in a solemn tone as her face darkened the longer Lillian didn't respond. Ashul? Of course. I do. Lillian tilted her head, confused. Why wouldn't I? Marionette then watched as Lillian raised her finger, tapping against a particular red mark on her neck. She then heard her say, do you think I'm not after you left this on me? The red mark on her neck hadn't even looked like it was in the process of going away. While this had left Lillian to garner some curious stares, particularly those from her class, she didn't mind it at all. What she did mind, however, was how hard Marionette sucked to make it. As Lillian recalled the day it happened, Marionette was just staring at the hickey, her eyes narrowing and her eyes glowing a subtle red. She then smirked a bit, quickly recalling the sight of her saliva on Lillian's neck and her reddened face. Lillian broke out of her daze once she felt Marionette's fingers brush over her lips. I also want this. For my birthday. The assassin watched as the rabbit blinked at her, thinking hard with a dense expression. But you already have me, though. Marionette blinked back. You aren't dense, Lillian. April 14th. My birthday. End of date. I want my kiss. Lillian's face twitched at her demands. You and your obsession with kissing, I swear. You shouldn't have tasted delicious then, Marionette muttered, watching as Lillian's hand moved up to hers, clutching it. Lillian raised the assassin's palm to the side of her face, giving it a quick peck. It's your fault for being too adamant in getting it. Marionette then watched as Lillian stood up from the table, straightening out her skirt. She then heard her say, well then, let's get going to class. Ugh. In a hall densely packed with rows of tall shelves with a seemingly endless supply of books, Lillian sat at a table with a frustrated look. Kissing, she murmured as she flicked through pages of a book that could only be described as inappropriate. Even so, it held great information for those with abilities related to kissing. However, she wasn't exactly here to try and learn how to make use of kissing, but to actually know how to kiss someone. Sure, kissing someone's cheek, hand, neck, and such was easy. It was just when it came to mouth that things became a little more complicated. Lillian sighed, scratching the back of her head. Look at me, sitting around in a library, at a table, trying to learn how to kiss through a book. This is embarrassing. Fortunately, she had told Marionette to go back to the dorm and not follow her. If the assassin were to know what she was doing here, she wouldn't let it down, she bet. With her head over the backrest of her wooden chair, a familiar face popped up in the corner of her eyes. Chapter 200. Every other day? Is that you, Beatrice? Lillian asked, sitting up properly as she turned in her seat. Behind her was the student council president, carrying a stack of books to her table. The blonde-haired woman nodded with a smile, pleased to see the white-haired girl, especially when noticing how hard she was studying. It is, you know. How are you doing? Lillian watched as she pulled back a chair and sat in it, laying the books on the table. She shrugged her shoulders in response to her question. I'm doing all right. I'm just... Lillian narrowed her eyes on her books, consciously covering the contents and titles with her arms. Studying for the exams next month. Same here. Nice to see you acting so responsible, Lily. Huh? I'm always responsible. You're really not. If you don't remember, which I highly think you don't, you lost one of your father's keys to his sports car. Beatrice then tapped her chin and added, and I think at that time, it was exclusive to only supporters to that car brand. Lillian deflated at her words, her expression hardening at the reminder. The memory of her father scurrying around with his hands on his head as he ran around the house became distinct in her mind. But, if she had to be honest, it looked quite funny, even if what she did was terribly wrong. Look, that was an accident, okay? Not so sure about that. Beatrice stared at her before rolling her eyes playfully. Anyway, enough about that. How have your studies been? It has been well. Grades pretty high, I think. That's so? That's nice to know, you know. Beatrice reached over, opening one of the books she carried. Well then, don't mind me. I'm just going to study beside you. Do ask if you have any questions about a particular topic. Lillian's ears twitched at her words. She took a subtle glance towards the books she hid under her hands before looking back up at the woman. Should she ask? Hey, Beatrice. HM? The student president looked up from her book. Already got a question? That was fast. It's a weird one. Sure, I don't mind. I doubt it's as weird as UT. Do you have any experience in kissing? Beatrice stiffened, staring at her with eyes that slowly widened in surprise as she processed her words. Kissing? Are your classes about kissing now? That's a bit odd, you know. The woman tapped her chin. Lillian raised an eyebrow, shaking her head. Wah? And no, it's not. I just wanted to know if you could give some advice to someone who had never kissed before. Lillian then paused before adding, You've been in a relationship before, right? Beatrice scratched her chin with a shy smile. Well, I have, but we split up under mutual terms a while ago. Nothing much happened in our relationship. Her hand then moved to the back of her head, rubbing it sheepishly. I'm still a novice when it comes to anything kissing related. Lillian gave a short hum as she removed her arms from the covers of her book, allowing Beatrice to see. And because of that, the blonde-haired woman widened her eyes. She then squinted before staring at Lillian, who smiled at her wryly. Same. I'm a novice as well. See? Why are you? Before she finished her sentence, she was able to discover a certain red mark on the girl's neck, a particular red mark that caused her lips to curl up into a teasing smile. Yeah, all right. I get it now. Beatrice leaned back in her chair. So, you guys haven't kissed yet, huh? I believe a hickey is way after that stage, Lillian. Oi, it's not my fault it happened. Lillian pouted before unconsciously covering her mouth at how loud she was getting. Beatrice shrugged. If a hickey is still in the friend stage, who knows what your girlfriend might do when you guys actually become official? She snickered. Just as Lillian was about to retort, she froze and sat there, imagining a type of scene. Beatrice watched as the girl's face turned awfully red. Lillian shook her head, getting rid of the terrible blush she had on her face, as well as the scene inside her head. Oh, let's not talk about that. Beatrice rested her elbow against the table, cupping her chin. Sure. Does your friend know about this? I hope not. I told her to go back to the dorms. I really don't want her seeing me here and know I was studying stuff like this. She rubbed the back of her head with a timid look. HM, since exams are closed and we are both studying for them, want to meet here after classes are done for the day? ITLL be nice to bond a little after so many years have passed, you know? Lillian tilted her head, cupping her chin as she stared at her. Bond a little? I guess. But I might not be able to do it every day, since I got to train with Marionette for the upcoming tournament. Beatrice nodded, understanding where she was coming from. Then, how about every other day? So, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday? Yeah, sure. But, no Sunday. Marionette might get a little upset. 17 days until invasion time skip. Next week, Lillian and Marionette exited the academy building, having just finished another set of classes for the day. The assassin turned to the white-haired girl, finding her checking out her phone. That same girl turned their eyes to her. smiling before saying, "They'll be heading off to the library. Do head back to the dorm without me, okay?" Marionette watched as the girl walked away, turning around the corner. She couldn't help but think Lillian was intentionally spending a bit less time with her. Had she done something wrong that had upset her again? She unconsciously raised her hand to the side of her neck. Had the hickey she left on the rabbit's neck caused her to become distant or something? That couldn't be right. Or else the girl would have pushed her away while she was placing it on her. Not only that, but she wasn't visibly bothered by it in the least, even flaunting it a bit, which she found to be. Chapter 201. Suspicion? She wasn't visibly bothered by it in the least, even flaunting it a bit, which she found to be quite endearing. Pulling out her phone and opening a particular app, she saw the tracker she had planted on Lillian, which was moving farther and farther away from her, turning left and right a few times. After following her a couple of times, which was every time, she found that Lillian was indeed heading off to the library. At the beginning, she assumed it was to prepare for the upcoming exam, but she could just come to me for that. Her grip on her phone unconsciously tightened before eventually relaxing a second later. "I'm too paranoid." She shook her head. "I suppose she just wants to study alone. No reason to chase after her for that." Just as she was about to take a step forward, she felt a hand land on her shoulder. "Yo, I see ya and Lil ain't together. What's up with that this week?" Marionette's face twitched as she looked to the side, finding Millis staring at her with a curious expression. She also found the woman to be holding a piece of paper in her hand. The assassin let out a hum to her question. "I'm not sure. I believe she is studying for the exam." Millis blinked at her before smirking. Is that so? Wouldn't she do that with you? Though, I feel like that would be a lot better than studying on her own." Marionette shrugged off her hand, folding her arms. "If her choice of studying is by herself, then there is nothing I can do." She then turned her face slightly to the side. "I can only wait for her to ask for my help." Okay. Millis held out the piece of paper to the assassin. Marionette scrutinized it curiously before glancing at her face, finding the heroine urging her to take it. Popping out her hand from her folded arms, she pinched it with her fingers. She began reading it. What she found were place names outside the academy realm. Some were recognizable to her, while some weren't. She raised an eyebrow at the woman. Millis, noticing her inquisitive look, rolled her eyes at her. "I listed down some places you could take Lillian date on your birthday. Consider this my present for you, Red Ice." Marionette widened her eyes, clutching the piece of paper. She then gave the heroine a smile, which was something she rarely does. "Thank you, Gremlin. I appreciate your efforts." "Gee, Gremlin?" Millis yelled, offended before laughing. Yeah. So about Lillian?" Seeing that Marionette's full attention was now on her, she said, "Do you think that she's seeing someone else? To study with?" At her words, Marionette shook a bit, her stoic face cracking a bit before fixing itself. She unconsciously flexed and straightened the lapels of her blazer before asking, "Do you perhaps have an interest in instigating?" Maybe. But now the thought is inside your head now." Millis patted her back. "Try not to lose that gal. She's a good one, no doubt." She then laughed. "If she wasn't yours, I would have went after her myself," but stopped herself once she felt the air around Marionette shift a bit. She felt an imaginary sweat drip down her cheek as her laugh turned shaky and anxious. "Oh, of course. I am just joking. I don't go after taking people, you see." She pulled her collar, walking backwards, and after reaching a certain distance, she ran. "He'll be off now. Later." While Millis was running away, Marionette's eyes were glowing a subtle red. The heroine was right. The thought of Lillian being with someone other than her was now stuck in her head. How vexing. Shall return to the dorm for now. She was sure Lillian wasn't doing anything that could threaten their relationship. She can trust her that much, right? Clang. Vuvoff. Lillian stumbled back, wielding a basic odachi in her hand. She and Marionette were currently in virtual reality for their usual spar, this time inside an open area in a quaint forest. They had opted to use basic weapons instead of their usual ones. But that wasn't the only change. Lillian watched as the assassin dashed towards her with sickles in her hands. She hurriedly raised her weapon, a task that was a lot easier than doing it with her usual weapon. Marionette raised the sickle in her right hand, hooking under the blade of the sword and yanking it to the side, causing Lillian to be wide open. Instead of going for the killing blow, Marionette turned her body to the side and kicked out her leg. Her foot slammed against the carapace chest plate wrapped over Lillian's chest and shot her back, knocking her into a roll. Lillian winced as the side of her body crashed into the ground, rolling before pushing herself up into a crouch. She let out a few rapid breaths and quickly got up from the ground. The rabbit then held a hand over her chest plate, finding it without damage, fortunately. But she was still confused about why Marionette hadn't gone on and beheaded her in that moment. Now that she thought about it, she squinted at the assassin's face, finding it much colder compared to how it usually was when around her. Was Marionette irritated or something? Since last night and this morning, the assassin was a lot less responsive compared to before. Well, a lot less than she usually was. Had she upset her somehow? Wait, had she even done anything that could possibly upset her? Just before Marionette went in for another dash, Lillian held up her arms in a surrendering manner. "Oh, let's take a break." "Marie." Marionette froze before straightening her back. She tossed the sickles to the ground before walking away toward a random tree. Lillian raised an eyebrow. "What's up with her?" she internally asked, stabbing her sword into the ground. She began to steadily make her way over to the woman. Marionette, who was leaning up against a tree, watched as Lillian did the same. She then also heard her ask, "Are you all right? You've been acting a bit off." Marionette huffed and responded with, "It's Chapter 202. She needs permission? It's nothing. I'm just..." Marionette looked off to the side, looking away from Lillian's interrogating stare as she thought of the next part of her sentence. "I'm just tired." Tired? Have you been doing something that can get you tired or something? Lillian tilted her head, perplexed. Was this really the reason why she had become so cold? Marionette eyed the girl silently before snorting, "Things. I've been doing things. On my own," she emphasized, causing Lillian to slouch a bit and give her a deadpan stare. On your own? We've practically been stuck together." "What do you mean on your own?" "Have we, though?" Marionette raised an eyebrow, glaring intently at the girl. "From what I recall, you've been heading off to the library for some reason, which I could only assume to be studying." Lillian waited for Marionette to continue, only to find out she wasn't. A look of confusion crossed her face, but also one that could be described as, "That's it? Yeah, I've been studying. Is there anything particular wrong about that?" "No." Marionette folded her arms, turning to the side with a slight frown. "It's not an issue at all. If you were to tell me the reason why you want to be alone in the first place." "I need a reason to study alone?" the rabbit asked in a slow and confused manner. Was this woman actually being serious? Did she need her permission to do something as mundane as studying? The assassin shook her head at the girl's question. "No, it's more like informing me that you would like to study by yourself." "Just so." She raised her right hand over the lower half of her face. "Just so. I don't get worried over things that wouldn't ever happen." After saying this, silence suddenly entered between them, something Marionette hadn't expected. She turned back to Lillian, after a moment had passed, to find her returning her chest plate back to her mana realm. Once she had done that, Marionette watched as Lillian sharply turned her body towards her, pouncing with unknown intent. Without a doubt, she could dodge this. Thud! But she would like to see where this would go. With her back on the ground and the grass tickling the back of her neck, Marionette drifted her eyes to the side. Lillian laid on top of her, rubbing her cheek against hers, while repeating, "So cute." Marionette continued to lie on the grass as she was subjected to an endless barrage of face rubbing and head pats. This kind of activity was something she didn't mind in the slightest. It was also the activity that caused them to lose track of time and be kicked out of the virtual reality. "You just can't blame me for that kind of thing." Lillian chuckled as she strolled with her arms behind her back like a child. Marionette closely followed behind her as she was led by the girl towards the female dormitory. If you hadn't distracted us for so long, we would have got more done in that time we lost. Eh, did we really lose anything, though? I know you enjoyed, Mari. At the rabbit's words, Marionette let out a huff, not admitting, but also not denying her claims. Her eyes happened to glance to the side. The cobblestone street they were on gave them a great view of the Colosseum, which had nearly been prepared for the tournament that would happen in a few days. Lillian noticed that Marionette had stopped in the middle of the street to gaze at the Colosseum. Walking over, she stood by her side and looked over as well. Banners were hung on the side, flags held up by poles diagonally pinned in the stone walls. Rows of tents lined up near the center of the Colosseum, most likely from traders preparing their stands from inside. Looks exciting, doesn't it? Just a few more days, and we'll already be participating in the tournament. Marionette gave a brief nod, shooting Lillian a glance. Yes, and I still have much to teach you. The corners of Lillian's lips twitched. By beating it into me? It is said that pain is the best teacher, Lily. Lillian rubbed the back of her head. Yeah, sure. Maybe if it's not being nailed into your head so hard that you get too distracted to learn. Marionette shrugged, land a blow, and maybe those teachings might mean something. Oh yeah? I can land a blow right now. HM, you really want to do it in the stra? Before Marionette could finish her sentence, Lillian stood on the tip of her toes, planting a peck on the assassin's cheek before running off with a childish, "Whoever is last to get back to the dorm has to cook dinner." As Lillian ran off, Marionette held a hand over her cheek, her other hand fidgeting a bit as her heart swelled a bit. Just before she went off and chased after the girl, she muttered, "Now only if you did that to where I wanted you to." Their race eventually led to Lillian losing easily, making it so she had to cook. But it was the most pleasant result from their race. 10 days until invasion inside the classroom. During one of the breaks in between classes, Lillian and Ref were hunched over the desk at the front, which was the teacher's desk. They were currently figuring out who to put in the teams for the upcoming tournament, specifically what they would be competing in. Both Millis and Marionette had gone off to fetch them some drinks from the vending machine outside. 3 competitions and 2 teams for each. Lillian scratched the back of her head as she muttered this. Yeah, and we're in charge of picking the people for the teams. We have to get this back to Mirage soon. Lillian gave a slow nod. She kind of remembered who was good in each competition, but it was a bit hard to recall. Uh-huh. Hey, did you tell Mirage about my guess yet? The one about the cult of jesters? Yeah, that one. Ref rubbed the back of his head. I did, and I think he took it into great consideration. Is that so, Dash? Just as she was about to ask something else, someone called out for them as they entered the classroom. Ah, here they are. Looking up from the desk, they found a group of 3 walking up to them. Chapter 203, March 27th? Oh, here they are. It was a group of 3 individuals, specifically those of their class. One was a man with grayish hair with a red streak through it and dark blue eyes. Another was a woman with brown hair and grayish pupils. Lastly, there was a man with green hair and eyes, whom Lillian recognized as Killian from the time they sparred at the Colosseum during class. Besides Killian, whom she had only interacted with once in the past, she hadn't really got to know the 2 in front of her. Well, in the sense that they had conversed in the past. She obviously knew who they were. Vincent, Gloria, and Killian, right? She asked, garnering a nod from the 3. However, the green-haired man seemed to have quite a hurt expression, which turned to instant satisfaction. Lillian chose to ignore his blatant joy of being forgotten and added, "Did you need to see us?" The gray-haired man, Vincent, spoke up. Yeah, actually. He raised his fist, popping out his thumb and swiping at himself and the 2 beside him. We would like to be in a group for the Crystal Defense part. Lillian gave a hum, acknowledging their request. The Crystal Defense was, as it was stated, in the 3 competitions held in the tournament. This one would take place as the first one. The goal would be to defend the crystal carried by the holder of a team, whilst the opposing team tries to destroy it. It wasn't necessarily complicated. Just the map it takes place on was. The Crystal Defense? HM? Her eyes narrowed on the 3 of them. If she had to be honest, she quite liked the group they had currently. Vincent had been given the ability to more or less control the density of something. It was an impressive power in the hands of someone who did not put in much effort to better it. Gloria was given the element to control Earth, just like Millis. But of course, compared to the heroine, she was definitely weaker. However, that still didn't push out the fact that it was a defensive ability. Killian was an air user, so having him be the one to carry the crystal would be ideal due to the speed that can be gained through the use of his element. Considering that the team has to be made up of 3 people, this would work perfectly. Sure, I'll put you down for that. Lillian nodded, watching as they left with a happy smile, whilst also chuckling at Vincent pumping his fist into the air energetically. As this was happening, Ref was looking at a box before him. It was wrapped in charming wrapping paper with a cross ribbon to keep it together. It was a present. Ref moved his hand over the gift before nonchalantly storing it within his spatial storage, within a black ring around his index finger. He then raised his eyes from the spot from which it had just disappeared and to the side, finding Lillian staring at him with a teasing look. A lot of gifts, huh? Perks of being a prince and your birthday being today. Ref shrugged, I believe. It's just so they can get on my good side. Well, some are in this class, but that's about it. With the gifts you got, are they getting on your good side? They are. Lillian watched as Ref raised his eyes above her head. She raised an eyebrow before feeling a pair of arms wrap around her neck, pulling her back. The back of her head bounced against 2 soft mounds before lying on them. Lillian gave a small smile as she felt something rest on top of her head. We're back, Millis yelled as she stepped through the open doorway, walking over to them. As she did so, she gave a quick glance towards the assassin, who was wrapped around Lillian. She shot Lillian a teasing smirk before passing over a warm can of coffee to Ref, who nodded gratefully. Whilst Ref was cracking over the can, sniffing and drinking it, Marionette was staring at him with narrowed eyes as her eyes wrapped around Lillian tighter. That was until Lillian's voice rang inside her ear. So, did you give me anything, Marionette? The assassin, at the girl's words, moved one arm away from her neck and held a plastic cup of what she could only assume to be a strawberry milkshake from a cafe that was topped with whipped cream. Lillian widened her eyes as she took it out of her hands, staring at the straw before glancing at the woman's face that was now situated on her shoulder. Did you guys go to a cafe or something? Marionette nodded. We did. I felt like getting you something much better than the usual soda you drink. As soon as she said this, Ref turned to look at Millis, whilst glancing between her and the warm can of coffee. You went to a cafe and got me a can of instant coffee? Millis felt offended at his judging stare and began to defend herself. Look, buddy, I'm like hella broke. You can't expect me to buy their really expensive coffee dash. Before she could even finish, Marionette chimed in. She bought your coffee at the vending machine and saw no reason to spend more money at a cafe for another coffee. She then shrugged, which I found to make sense. Ref stared at the assassin silently before glancing towards Millis, who stared away with a sheepish and guilty look. The prince just sighed and drank his coffee. If you're low on money, just ask. Classes have just ended, and currently, the 4 were discussing something rather special about one of their members. Are you going to be doing anything special today? Millis asked Ref with a cheery. Since it's your birthday and everything. You're turning 19 this year, aren't you? Ref gave a slow nod as he admired the sky. Uh-huh, March 27th. I'm getting older. As he said this with a sigh, Millis began smacking his shoulder while laughing. Baha, don't worry, shum. It's just life, you know. The 4 of them eventually went on to have some fun. The Academy was fortunate enough to allow entertainment in the realm, such as an arcade. And surprisingly enough, the 2 gamers of the group, Lillian and Millis, had the highest loss ratio compared to the other 2. They were now crouched in the corner with their heads slumped, facing the ground. Honestly, how embarrassing. 9 days until Invasion Chapter 204. Drunkenness? I shouldn't have drank that much. Lillian walked through the bazaar, clutching the side of her head with an expression that was split between dizziness and discomfort. She felt her head throbbing and spinning a bit. Marionette, who was holding her hand, smiled slightly. And whose fault is that? You're the one that insisted for us to go to a bar. She watched as Lillian gave a groan before raising her hand to the side of her neck, caressing over a newly made mark on her neck. The corner of the assassin's lips curled higher as she remembered what happened. Ref pulled Millis' unconscious, drunk body onto his back before turning to Marionette, finding her dealing with a drunk Lillian as well, who was nuzzling against her quite intimately. His eyes narrowed warmly before gazing up at the assassin. They'll be taking this idiot home. Do have a good night. They'll be taking her back now. You're drunk, Lillian, Marionette mentioned, staring down at the girl, who was clinging onto her right arm. Lillian leaned the side of her face against the assassin's arm before facing her. She gave a silly and wobbly grin as she muttered with a hiccup. H-hic-dash. New. Marionette's ears twitched at her denial before she sighed. She gazed up at the moon, which illuminated the dark street ahead of them. However, just before she could pull them along, Lillian tugged at her arm. She looked back down at the girl, finding her pointing towards an empty alleyway. She raised an eyebrow and asked, Yes? Hick, me saw something in there. Me want to go check. Lillian asked in an adorable manner, slurring a bit. Let's not. It's late, and we have to get back home for classes tomorrow. Oh, come on, just a little peek. Marionette let herself get pulled along by Lillian, although she was a bit unwilling to allow the two of them to be out for so long. Nonetheless, she shook her head in defeat. They stepped into the alleyway and looked around. As they did this, Marionette frowned slightly. Was there really anything in here that could warrant their detour? Are you sure you saw something in here? She asked, staring at Lillian's back, who froze mid-step. I thought I saw something. The girl responded without turning around to show her face. This gave the rabbit a sort of eerie impression. Marionette tilted her head. Could you describe what it may have looked like? As she said this, Lillian turned on the heel of her foot, albeit a bit unstable. Her face was covered by the shadow of her fringe, which wasn't much of an issue to the assassin. However, that didn't cause the mysterious feeling she felt coming from the girl stray from her mind. Lillian's eyes were focused on her dully, but also greedily for some odd reason. Marionette watched as the girl walked up to her with her arms wrapped around her back. She then watched as Lillian pushed one hand from her back and placed it onto her left shoulder. Gently, but surely, she was pushed up against a wall. Marionette watched this happen with confusion in her eyes and curiosity. Just as she was about to ask what the girl was doing, she heard Lillian mutter, I saw a heart in here. Marionette's eyes glinted at her words with a strange expression. Hey, heart? What was Lillian on about? Why would there be a random heart in some alleyway? And how come they haven't come upon it so far? Lillian gave a small nod as she moved her hand towards the assassin, grabbing it before raising it towards her. Marionette widened her eyes as she felt her hand land on something soft. Lillian had pulled the assassin's hand onto her chest. Marionette let out a silent gulp, briefly remembering the firm and softness of the chest she had once fondled a month ago. It was also because of this flash of remembrance that a light pink tint was painted on her cheek. Lillian lazily pushed Marionette's hand further against her breast, gasping slightly at the stimulation before speaking. Yes, my heart to be exact. I thought I saw my heart in here. The one you stole. She then sighed, but it seems that you had hidden it well. Lillian stared up at the assassin's face, finding her lips stretched into a thin, shaky line as her eyes were fully focused on her hand pressed against her chest. She gave a sluggish smile at this, pressing herself further against the assassin's body, flustering her a bit more, which doesn't normally happen much. Lillian felt Marionette's hand, trying to pull away from her chest, but was unable to do to her hand, pulling it back in. Why pull away? Don't you want this? Lillian leaned in, breathing hot air into the crevice of the assassin's neck, causing her to stiffen and her breath to hitch. Marionette stared at how close Lillian was, while also taking into account where her hand was. In an attempt to calm herself from the girl's sudden action of intimacy, she took a deep breath, without a hint of shakiness in her voice. She responded with a firm voice as she yanked her hand back from the girl's chest. Let's go home now, Lily. Lillian's eyes glazed over at her words, humming a bit in dissatisfaction. We could, she murmured, staring at the hand Marionette had pulled away from before glancing back at the assassin, particularly at her neck. She smirked. Standing on her tippy toes, she moved her face into the crevice of the assassin's neck. Marionette felt the girl lean against her once more. In a response, she unconsciously wrapped her arms around Lillian's waist. She then felt her go still and limp. Her breathing became rhythmic. She gave a sigh, realizing that Lillian must have fallen asleep. Well, that was until she felt a wet sensation press against the side of her neck, followed by a suction. She widened her eyes at the odd feeling of Lillian sucking on her neck. Without any delay, she tightened her arms around the girl's waist, pulling her in more. As Lillian continued to suck on her neck, she couldn't help but question whether this was how Lillian had felt when she did this to her. Her face reddened a bit. Did it feel as good as she was feeling now? Her legs shook from the pleasure as she tilted her head more to the side, allowing Lillian to reach further in. Moments later, under her own disbelief, her legs gave out thud, causing her to slide down the brick wall and land on the ground. Lillian, who had fallen down alongside the woman, straddled her, getting further into her neck with the intention of leaving a long-lasting mark on the assassin. Marionette's face twitched from the stimulation as her left hand moved to the back of Lillian's head, gently clawing at it as she repeated her name. Lillian. The feeling of Lillian's lips pressed against her neck. The feeling of her wet tongue going over her skin felt too much, even for her. Eventually, Lillian pulled away after a few minutes. Pwah! Lillian leaned back, her eyes focused on a translucent, thin bridge connecting her mouth to the red hickey on the assassin's neck. It soon snapped once she leaned back far enough. She gazed at the mark she had left behind, admiring how brilliant it looked on the woman's neck. She soon drew her eyes towards the assassin's face, finding her cheeks a deep red and her breath ragged. Marionette gazed back flusteredly, shakingly raising her left hand to the left side of her neck, cupping the hickey before raising the palm towards her eyes. Her pristine palm was now covered in wet saliva. Her eyes shook a bit at the glistening liquid. She couldn't believe what she was looking at. Soon enough, her attention was taken away from the sight of her wet palm and towards the first button of her white shirt. Lillian's index and middle fingers fiddled with the button before undoing it. Her hand slowly caressed Marionette's chest, causing her to jolt a bit, before making her way to another button. Marionette watched as Lillian unfastened it with hesitation in her eyes. She then brought her gaze towards the girl's face, finding her eyes staring back at her intently. We have a moment. You know, this alleyway is one of the few overlooked places where the cameras can't see into. Her eyes then dropped down towards the assassin's chest. She looked past her white shirt and found a glimpse of the colored bra Marionette was wearing that day. Black. Huh. Her hands raised themselves towards the assassin's chest before freezing. It shook in hesitation, causing the drunken Lillian to frown slightly. Eventually, her hands changed course and moved themselves behind the woman's neck, essentially wrapping themselves. The tip of her nose then pressed against Marionette's, who was still blushing deeply. Lillian smiled warmly, giving the assassin a gentle stroke on the cheek before leaning in, wanting to plant a kiss on the woman's lips. But something unexpected happened. Lillian gave a confused hum as she glanced at the palms pressed against the sides of her head, stopping her advancement. She raised a lazy eyebrow at the woman. Marionette gave a few deep breaths to calm her beating heart while pressing her hand tighter against Lillian's face, stopping her. Don't you want me to kiss you, Mari? Marionette's ears twitched timidly at her words. Her eyes glanced down at the girl's lips, something she had wanted to taste since forever. I do, she muttered, loosening her hand a bit before making her hold firm. The assassin shook her head with a certain light in her eyes. But not like this, she stated in a strong voice. Lillian raised an eyebrow, her eyes flickering with a perplexed light. Just as she was about to speak, Marionette continued, her fingers stroking the girl's ears. I want you to kiss me when you're in your right state of mind. I don't want to take advantage of your current self. Lillian stared at her silently before widening her eyes. She then narrowed them, staring at the woman with an intimate and warm smile before pulling off the hands from the sides of her head. Marionette stiffened a bit as she watched Lillian lean over and plant her face in her chest, nuzzling into them before falling asleep. However, before she did, though, she heard her whisper, "I really like you." Lillian watched as Marionette still continued to caress the hickey she had left on her face from last night, even while they were still in class. Sorry about last night," she stated shyly, bumping her leg up and down under their desk. Marionette turned to face the girl, giving her a strange look. "No need to apologize." She then grinned brightly. "Why apologize for giving me such a brilliant time, Lillian?" Chapter 205. Unforgivable? Lillian's face twitched at the assassin's words before slowly turning away from her. "Yeah. Great time. Do you doubt me?" "It's more like I believe you entirely, especially with how distracted you are with that hickey." Marionette tilted her head cutely. "You make it sound like I shouldn't feel happy about receiving a gift from you." Lillian, who had turned back to face the woman, blinked at her before turning away again. Her face scrunched up at how adorable the assassin was acting. "This is why she's my top-tier waifu," she internally screamed. Since the current day was a weekend, they were able to go home early. The reason why they had gone to class today was that the teachers had given their students an option to come in and study for the upcoming exam or not. However, for people like Lillian and Marionette, the day was not yet over, as some people would think. They were off to training once more. In a bare-bones simulation, a room made up of white squares, two women stood on either side of the room. Marionette twisted her body around, stretching, as she tightly clutched a baseball that came from a pile beside her. Lillian, on the other hand, was shaping her hand into the gesture of a gun. The reason why? It gave her just a tad bit more points, which was always needed, no matter what. "So, I just have to shoot them out of the air?" Marionette nodded. "Moving into a throwing pose, yes. We'll be practicing your accuracy and reaction time today." "Isn't my accuracy already good?" "Most of the time. You still remember how you missed the corrupted catacomb dweller, do you not?" Lillian stared at her with a twitching face. "All right, look, I was still a novice back then." Marionette gave a low hum before tilting her head. "You're still a greenhorn to me." Just as Lillian was about to retort, she quickly morphed her head into water as a baseball blasted through her head. Splash! As Lillian was reforming her head, Marionette stared at her with an impressed look. "Your reaction time is satisfactory for your current level, though," she stated, twisting her body around as she went into another throwing pose. Lillian, having reshaped her head, watched as another baseball shot through the air, this time arcing down towards her position. She raised her gun-shaped hand to the baseball, shooting it with a bullet of water that had grown considerably more powerful the more she used it. This continued on for a while. Although Lillian had been able to get most of them, she did have to avoid some by transforming her body into water. It seemed the rabbit found it easier to dodge the attack instead of preventing or taking a head-on. This was something the assassin had mentally noted. As Lillian kept on shooting them out of the air, feeling her supply of mana being reduced, she began to feel like the baseballs were growing in number. With her mind and attention split between shooting them from out of the air and dodging them, she wasn't able to avoid one slamming into her right eye. Marionette watched as Lillian collapsed on her back with the area of the impact on her face being caved in. Fortunately, the digital particles were there to hide this bit. Her body digitized and appeared in the same spot. Good as new. Lillian harshly rubbed the back of her head in frustration. "How'd I not dodge that? I saw it coming," she yelled, scratching her head like some gamer who had lost all of their progress. Marionette tilted her head left and right, thinking. She walked over to Lillian and placed her hand on top of her head, patting her. "You did well, Lillian. Of course, there is room for improvement, but don't beat yourself up about something as mild as that." Lillian grumbled a bit at the patting before giving in. "I guess. Did you have to go through stuff like this in your training as well?" Marionette's hand froze. She took on a pondering expression as she went through her memories. "I went through something similar." The assassin answered in a vague manner, leaving room for the girl to imagine. Lillian raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" She then gestured for the assassin to lower herself to her level. Marionette stared at her curiously before bending her knees, making it so she was eye level with the rabbit. Yes? She then felt Lillian's hand land on top of her head, followed by rubbing and pats. Hey, erase your payment, as usual. Lillian cooed as she patted the assassin, watching as the stoic woman's face cracked. The edges of Marionette's lips curled up slightly into a small smile as she closed her eyes. You've been forgetting to do this, you know? Lillian grinned teasingly. And you forget to remind me to do it. No need to feel shy about it. The assassin opened one eye and stared at her. Who said I was shy? You're the shy one here. Eh, how so? Too shy to kiss me. What's wrong? Can't kiss your beloved friend? Bah, I already gave you a hickey. Be satisfied for now, you pervert. Pervet. HM? Says the one who gave it while drunk. Oh, shush. 2 days later, Ref tapped his chin with the back of his pen, staring at the forms in front of him. He was sitting at his desk as he overlooked the teams that would be participating in the tournament that would begin tomorrow. In a corner of his eye, another slip of paper was passed to him. Glancing in that direction, he found Lillian standing beside his desk. Oh, have you finally decided on what to partake in? Lillian smiled wryly. You make it sound like I was going at the beginning. Were you? Not. Ref raised an eyebrow. I feel like this assumption was obvious, considering you are a strong contestant and all. Lillian rubbed the back of her head, sheepishly, at his compliment. Thanks. Anyway, I want to do the 1 versus 1. Oh, and not the hunting one? That's the one where you have to kill a certain number of monsters under a time limit, right? Yeah. No. Lillian shook her head. I'm not fast enough for that. She then added, but Marionette did tell me to sign her up for that one, as well as the Crystal Defense. Ref widened his eyes. She wants to do Crystal Defense? Uh-huh. Lillian nodded before shrugging. You'd think someone like her would do the same thing as me. Speaking about her, where is she? Lillian raised her thumb and pointed towards the front of the class. Ref turned his eyes and found 2 familiar individuals huddled around an empty desk. Marionette and Millis were hunched over as they looked at something on the desk, which resembled a piece of paper with writing on it. He raised an eyebrow before looking back towards Lillian. She shrugged. They pushed me away, so I can't really see what they're doing. Ref gave a low hum, I see. Well then, could you help me with looking over these teams? I'm sure you have a good grasp on our class abilities. Are you off to the library now? Marionette asked, exiting the classroom alongside a white-haired girl. Lillian gave her a wry smile. I am, just before she could finish. She froze at the sound of another person's voice. Oh, then how about we walk together, you know? Both Lillian and Marionette turned to their left, finding the student council president walking down the corridor towards them. Ooh, Beatrice. Lillian perked up, seeing the woman who had just smiled at them. Marionette watched as Lillian bursted into joy at the sight of the woman and couldn't help but feel a bit weird about that, an almost uncomfortable feeling. The edges of her lips curved down into a frown as she unconsciously folded her arms. Was it wrong for her to feel like that? She also couldn't help but feel her intuition warning her about the student president, who conversed with the rabbit. She was then snapped out of her deep thought at her name being called. Hey, Mari, I'm going to head off to the library with her. You don't mind, right? The assassin silently stared at the girl before glancing towards the blonde-haired woman, who was waving at her innocently with a smile. May I ask something? Huh, sure. What's up? Lillian tilted her head, suddenly getting a strange feeling from the assassin. Have you two been meeting up all this time? Lillian's ears twitched at her question, a slight shiver running up her spine. She didn't know why, but she felt an ominous aura radiating off the woman. Just as she was about to respond to her normal question, an arm suddenly wrapped around her neck, pulling her in. Beatrice, pulling Lillian into her side, leaned against her casually. She stared at the assassin with a playful look. It's just us in there, don't worry. What you should be worrying about is how we've been learning how to kiss in there, you know? Lillian widened her eyes as she slowly turned towards the blonde-haired woman. She was shocked by what she said. Not only had she exposed their secret for some unknown reason, but she worded it extremely badly. Why'd you tell her about that, Dash? However, She then stopped as she felt the lighting in the empty corridor become dimmer. She turned her head around, turning her eyes towards the assassin to find her. Is that so? Staring at her with dull eyes that seemed to glow in eerie blood-red light. With her head tilted to the side, she raised her hand and pushed it towards the wall beside her. A dark puddle appeared on the wall, and coming out of it was a long, narrow javelin. Chapter 206. Huge Misunderstanding? Last Wednesday, out of curiosity, Lillian clutched the edges of her book as she looked up from its context. She stared at Beatrice, who gave her an interested look as she scrolled through her phone. She then watched as the woman faced the screen towards her, displaying an image of an old photo of a familiar black-haired woman. Lillian tilted her head. Marionette? What about her? Well, how strong is she? You know, purely out of curiosity if you want to know why. Lillian raised an eyebrow at the woman before thinking about how to word her sentence. She shut her book and placed it aside on the table. Turning in her seat, she crossed her legs. She leaned her elbow on the table and rested her chin in her palm. If you really want to know, she's strong. Like really strong. Extremely skilled in a variety of weapons, too. How about her mastery with her element? Lillian stared at her silently, wondering if she should be giving away such valuable information while Marionette wasn't here. It's high. That's really all I'm going to give you, though. Is that so? Although you haven't seen me fight in a long time. You know, she twirled her wrist before pointing her index finger at herself. Would you think I would be able to win against her? Lillian stared at the woman, watching as she grinned. She then began to go through her memories again. While the student council president was no doubt a formidable opponent with her lightning-fast reflexes and being able to control electricity, she was still in the first tier. Even if tiers at the lower levels didn't truly decide the outcome of some fights, it was at least a baseline. However, what truly decides the battle would be the person's individual strength and skills. Lillian gave a short chuckle, waving her hand dismissively. No offense, Beat. Beatrice pouted at her answer before laughing along with the girl. Is that right? I kind of want to try it. Though, you know? Provoke her, and you might die, Beatrice. Then, you should try your best to mediate the fight before that happens, you know? The corridor became dreadfully dimmer as the darkness puddled on the wall, pushed out a dark javelin that radiated malice. This left Lillian a little shaken, worried about what was to come. In the corner of her eyes, she found Beatrice's body releasing jagged yellow strings of pure electricity. Was she really going to fight the assassin? In such an enclosed space? No less. Lillian raised her hands towards the assassin. And Marionette, this is a huge misunderstanding. This idiot here just horribly worded her sentence dash. Out of my way, Lillian. With her face hidden under the shadows of her fringe, Marionette gripped the shaft of the sharp javelin with a strength that could shatter concrete. In the blink of an eye, Marionette's hand flashed with a dark blur as she stabbed with the javelin with piercing speed. Beatrice, pushing Lillian out of the way, tilted to the side swish, dodging the swift stab with supernatural speed. Marionette narrowed her eyes, focusing entirely on the woman and disregarding Lillian, who had just regained her balance off to the side. With a twist of her body, she transformed the javelin mid-swing into a hammer, swinging it at the council president, who ducked. Beatrice's body then glowed an energetic light as a soft explosion of electricity occurred, which snaked across the surface of the corridor. Marionette leapt back, her eyes gazing at the sporadic lines of electricity dancing on the walls and floor. Since they were on Academy property, they could not afford to damage it. Beatrice slowly got out of her crouch, straightening herself as she gave a brief stretch of her body. She had a mocking grin. She then said, attacking another student has consequences first year, as well as coming at them with deadly force. Marionette glanced at the dark weapon in her hand, deadly force, and tossed it aside, letting it merge with the surrounding darkness. With her face hidden under a shadow, and her eyes glowing with a blood-red light, she raised her right fist to the center of her palm and cracked her knuckles. Very well, she muttered, her voice devoid of warmth as a dark and gaseous substance appeared an inch around her body, veiling her further into darkness. In an unhurried and elegant manner, she turned her body to the side, walking through a wall and entering the darkness she had created on it. This very darkness then expanded further out from the surface of the wall it was stuck on, drenching the entire corridor in a black. With her darkness covering the windows of the corridor, the lights embedded in the ceiling, and any cameras that could be found, she had essentially turned those within this area blind. Beatrice, with electricity still flickering around her, smirked. With another gathering of mana across her body, she gave another discharge of energy. Bzzz. Snake-like electricity ate away the darkness around them, deterring them with the light created by their appearance. Beatrice twisted her head around, using her electricity as a form of a radar to discover where the assassin was hiding. She then felt something grab the scruff of her neck. Turning around, she found a pair of eyes staring at her through the darkness that still lingered around her. They swirled with an unbridled, unknown emotion as they glowed with an intense light. Marionette, having forced her way through Beatrice's little discharge and grabbed the scruff of her neck, gripped it tighter as she twisted her body around. However, zap! Beatrice shot a paralyzing current through the hand of the assassin, intending to force them to release their hold on the back of her collar. Unfortunately for her, it didn't work. The student president found her body become light as she felt herself flying through the air. She gave an unbothered huff as she flipped herself around, feeling a bit excited, in an attempt to figure out her location amidst the darkness around her. She let out another soft discharge. She twisted around and slammed her feet into the ground, making her flight come to a stop with a skid. Once regaining her balance, she felt something off about her surroundings besides their foreboding impression. She felt it move, or something akin to that, almost as though it was being pulled into a whirlpool of sorts. Of course, this was only her intuition, and it was because of this intuition that she was able to quickly react to the fist shot through her gut. She let out a crooked grin, finding the arm through her stomach unaffected by her electrical body. The darkness that was wrapped around her suddenly withdrew away, disappearing as the natural light from the sun sank into the corridor. Due to this, Marionette's figure was revealed right before the student president with her fist passing through her body. Beatrice noted their cold and apathetic gaze on her as they still kept their fist through her body, completely unbothered by the shocks that attacked her because of this. She then heard the woman's words that responded to her earlier statement about deadly force. Weapons are not allowed. Yes? Marionette tilted her head eerily at the woman, her hair falling to one side like a curtain of darkness. She then withdrew her arm from the woman's body. Then I'll pummel you into the ground with my fists instead. Chapter 207. Hand to hand, Lillian ran after the two, who had strayed farther down the corridor in their fight. As she was running, she couldn't help but note how the corridor wasn't in the least bit damaged from their fight. She had just regained her vision from the sudden blackout and immediately ran after them with worry in her heart. There was no way that Marionette would actually kill her, right? And where were these teachers while this was happening? Could it be they were having a meeting or something? Possibly to discuss the fact that tomorrow was the day the tournament was happening? She glanced down at her necklace. She couldn't help but glare at it for every little misfortune that may occur to her. Although she wasn't the victim, she was still going to be affected by this. Marionette and Beatrice battled through the academy corridors, even passing through ones that were crowded with students, who still lingered around after academy hours. Fortunately for both of them, or for Beatrice in this case, Marionette was too focused on the student president to acknowledge the presence of others in her vicinity. After reaching another empty corridor, the two slowed down as they stood a few meters away from each other. While Marionette was the least bit tired, Beatrice's breathing had a hint of raggedness. She gave a low chuckle and asked, "With the way you're moving, it's almost as though you were trying to kill me." Marionette gave her a blank and stoic expression. She raised her hand and gestured towards the woman. With a cold but also arrogant tone, she answered, If I wanted you dead, you wouldn't be alive 50 steps ago. Oh, I suppose so. Having fixed her breathing, Beatrice straightened her back. She pulled off her blazer, causing it to disappear. She tore off her tire as well and unbuttoned the top button of her white shirt. Enough running around, shall we? Hand-to-hand combat. Marionette narrowed her eyes before snorting mockingly. No, running around? Hand-to-hand combat. A logical and foolish decision, but very well. She raised her wrists, fixing the sleeves of her blazer. If you wish to taste the ground much sooner, let's... The two then began moving their legs forward. Step. Approaching each other in a steady manner. Step. Step. And once they reached the meter gap, they shot their fist out at each other's faces. Beatrice, still flickering with electricity, narrowly dodged a swift strike from Marionette before shooting back with another swing of her own. The assassin raised a palm, catching the punch before finding it crumble and dissipate into electricity. The current then traveled into her hand, causing it to twitch uncomfortably and sting. With a snort, she forced back the control of her hand and shaped it into a fist, delivering a counterattack that tore through Beatrice's head, which turned into electricity. Her face twitched at her brief loss of control in her hand again, before feeling something slam against the center of her stomach. Bam! Beatrice, leaping back and reforming her head, watched as Marionette slowly lowered her hand. She watched as the assassin patted her stomach without a sign of discomfort on her face. The student president tilted her head. You don't dodge, huh? Marionette, moving her attention away from her stomach, turned towards the woman and said, Dodge? Dodge from whom? You're just a mere electric eel that is more slippery than most. Why should I dodge from a prey that can barely affect me with her attacks? Beatrice smiled wryly. Is that so? Such confidence. She then glanced at her surroundings. She couldn't help but feel how restricted she was in this corridor. If she were to even crack something, she would be punished. Fortunately, she wouldn't be fined for the cost of getting in, which covers that. But even so, she would have preferred a much freer arena. Marionette stared at her, as though she had spoken something unbelievable. She then shook her head, feeling her head clear up a bit. However, even though she wasn't filled with whatever she had been feeling earlier, she wasn't going to let what Beatrice had done to Lillian slide. Now then, prepare yourself. She rolled her shoulders as she began walking towards her unhurriedly. Laying hands on my belongings is an unforgivable act, especially when doing something so indecent to them. Beatrice smirked as she walked back, intending to create some more space. Something? Indecent? What are you talking about? Her smirk became teasing. I never done anything to Lillian, you know. Marionette then froze mid-step. She stared at the woman silently as her eyes glowed an even deeper red. Lying will get you nowhere but 6 feet under the ground. Student Council President. Under the effects of her ability, Beatrice watched as Marionette dashed towards her at a rapid speed. Her body flickered and bent down, dashing at her as well. Bam! Marionette's fist clashed against a yellow gauntlet made of pure electricity. She snorted, feeling her hand twitch at the shock before pulling her hand back. She threw another punch, BM, meeting another shocking gauntlet, while Marionette's strengths were far above what Beatrice could achieve. The blonde-haired woman was undoubtedly faster as electricity coursed through her body. Unlike someone like the ref, whose element was no doubt faster than something like electricity, she had built her way of fighting around speed rather than completely beating someone instantly with destructive force. And because of this, she was able to contend with Marionette in terms of speed, allowing her to dodge narrowly and instantly deal back counterattacks. Such was the experience she had accumulated over her time at the academy. Bam! Zap! But even with her speedy advantage, she wasn't doing much in terms of actually affecting Marionette, who had endured her blows without fail. Marionette, having endured another blow, reached out a hand towards one of Beatrice's gauntlets. Gripping it, she cracked and shattered it, causing it to dissipate into the air. However, this caused her hand to twitch uncontrollably again from the shock and led the current to travel around her body. Beatrice watched as Marionette regained control of her body in the blink of an eye without any trouble. Any normal person would black out from the countless shocks that had occurred on Marionette's body, but she still remained standing. This left Beatrice both impressed and wanting more. However, swish, shatter. In the corner of their eyes, they watched as the glass pane window beside them shattered as something flew between them. You guys are idiots, I swear. Chapter 208208. Bargain? You guys are idiots. I swear. Turning their eyes to the side, they found Lillian stomping towards them with an irritated expression. She had a reason to, after all, standing before them. She pointed towards Beatrice scoldingly. Are you not the student council president? A position such as that should be taken with more seriousness. What are you doing picking fights so suddenly? She then turned towards Marionette, swiping her finger toward and pointing towards her as well. And you? Why did you suddenly attack her so impulsively? Lillian folded her arms, tapping her foot as she stared up at the two women of taller stature. Beatrice scratched the back of her head, finding Lillian's words to be right. She should have been thinking about her position. As for Marionette, she didn't seem to be in the slightest bit remorseful. Instead, she looked slightly pissed of it being interrupted from beating the council president into a pulp. The assassin opened her mouth and said, It's both of your faults. I'm still innocent. She huffed, looking away from Lillian, who stared at her intently. Who? What'd I do? TSK. Beatrice watched their exchange and smirked. She walked over to Lillian's side, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, and pulled her in. Don't you remember? How we passionately learned how to kiss alone in the library. Lillian scrutinized her face. Her eye twitched at her words. Please reword the dash. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt Marionette's hand wrap itself around her arm, pulling her off to the side and dragging her away. Vuvukaa. Ashi, Marionette. Not too hard, Lillian pleaded, but was left on deaf ears as Marionette continued to pull her away from where they were previously. Beatrice watched this happen with a chuckle, and once they had turned around the corner, she glanced around the corridor she was in. So, are you going to come out now? I believe I had upheld my end of the bargain. Slam! She looked off to the side, staring at a classroom door that had slid open. Coming out of it was a blonde-haired man with a slouching posture and a tired expression. It was Ref, with his hands in his pockets. He strolled over to the student council president. Once reaching her, he pulled out a spatial ring. Hey, erase your payment. Beatrice pinched the metal rings of the ring, staring at it curiously before pocketing it. She then turned back toward the prince and said, I'm quite pleased you held your side. Are you? Doubting a royal family member? Ref blinked at her before letting out a yawn as he scratched the back of his head. Beatrice shook her head. I am not. I was merely seeing if the political rumors going around were true to an extent or not. We're in an enclosed realm. Ref stared at her weirdly. I'd be foolish to make any enemies here. Beatrice shrugged, pulling a strand of hair behind her ear. I suppose you are right. But some of the students in the academy think otherwise in the name of fun. Met those types of people on duty before? Plenty. But anyway, I'm surprised someone like yourself is willing to play Cupid. Ref stared at her silently before sighing. Not my greatest moment, but I'm willing to secure my well-being here. And it wasn't exactly my idea to begin with. Oh, and whose idea was it? I'm not going to disclose such an information. Is that so? Then are you willing to disclose how you knew to be in that exact classroom? Ref turned around, facing his back to Beatrice, and saying before leaving, I didn't. I just kept switching classes. Vuva. Hey, Dash. Bam. Lillian's back was pushed up against the wall. Following that, a hand slammed into the spot beside her head. She stared at the woman behind this act and found her staring at her with a look that could only be described as, You got a lot of nerves. Lillian Ker is. Jealousy. To be so chummy with that despicable woman, especially when you have me as your friend, Marionette hissed, pinning the white-haired girl up the wall, who shivered slightly at her words. Lillian briefly frowned before smiling nervously. Marionette, Should you really be doing this in such a conspicuous place? This is the Academy's hall. After all, what if someone were to walk? Marionette frowned before leaning in and firmly whispering into the girl's ear. Answer my question, Lillian. Lillian flinched at the hot hair being blown into her ear, whilst also noticing how dark the small and empty corridor they were in became. It also felt colder than before, even suffocating. She thought about Marionette's words and couldn't help but notice something. That isn't even a question. Once she thought this, she soon had to clasp her hand over her mouth to hold back a shaky moan. Marionette's wet and soft lips strongly pressed against the side of her neck, brushing over the hickey that was still on her neck. Lillian felt stimulated. How'd I get myself in this situation? Her face twitched as Marionette pecked the side of her neck, hugging her body tightly with an obvious sign of possessiveness in her movements, especially the way she rubbed her body against the rabbit. However, before she could do anything more, Lillian pushed her back by the shoulder. With her lips detached from Lillian's neck, her frown grew bigger, but it softened once she stared at the addictive blush on Lillian's flushed face. Lillian let out a ragged breath as she calmed herself down, clutching the assassin's shoulder unconsciously. She didn't mind if the assassin did these sorts of things at home, but doing this when someone could be walking by was a bit. Stop. And not here. As Lillian said this, Marionette's face seemed to morph into one of discomfort at her words. Lillian watched as the assassin placed her hand over hers, which was still on the woman's shoulder. She then heard her say in a voice that was shaky, "Fine." Marionette clutched Lillian's hand tighter as she stared at her with eyes that seemed to have lost their luster a bit. With her lips stretched into a thin line and shaking slightly, she asked, "But answer me this. Chapter 209, Thierry? Am I actually special to you?" she asked, tilting her head at her with eyes that surprisingly screamed insecurity and vulnerability. This shocked Lillian. Was Marionette actually feeling insecure about herself? "Oh, of course you are," Lillian scolded, placing her hand against the side of the assassin's face and asking, "Why do you ask such an obvious thing?" Marionette stared at her before quickly looking away. Her face split between doubt and belief in the girl's words. She was special to Lillian, right? The only person that Lillian had ever done things, such as leaving marks and playful pecks on, right? The girl hadn't had any past lovers as she had researched. So, why does she doubt her words so much? The thought of the same sentence, with the words kissing and Lillian from someone other than her, still remained in her mind. The rabbit couldn't have possibly done that with the student council president, right? But how could that explain Lillian's constant visits to the library? Even if it was for studying, why was Beatrice needed there and not her? She knew the two were childhood friends, but were they really that close? They had been separated for years, right? With the way they acted with one another. They hadn't been in contact during those periods. Their bond with one another couldn't possibly be as strong as before they became separated. This meant they shouldn't have progressed further than her and Lillian, who had barely even reached that step, right? Marionette's face twitched, contorting as she thought more about this. She placed a hand over the lower half of her face, pressing her lips against her palm. It's not fair. She should be the one who belongs beside Lillian, not Beatrice. Their bond was far stronger than what she could hope to achieve with the girl. That was a fact, right? Marionette couldn't help but begin fidgeting as her newfound insecurities arose. However, her shaking soon stopped once she felt Lillian's fingers wrap around her hand, pulling it off her face. She turned her eyes back towards the woman, finding her face to be eye level with her. Lillian, having boosted her height by stretching herself up a bit using her magic, stared at her tenderly. I see. You're jealous, right?" Marionette stared at her silently, becoming silent at her words. Her eyes darted around uncontrollably as she thought of a way to deflect her words. But she couldn't. Lillian watched as Marionette pulled away, moving towards the opposite wall and leaning her back against it with her eyes facing down, hiding her face. The assassin stated, raising her left hand and placing it on her right shoulder, rubbing it to comfort herself from her embarrassing confession. I'm jealous, she muttered, breathing in a sharp breath. I'm always jealous, Lillian. She spoke in a strained voice, biting the bottom of her lip. Lillian blinked at her, her eyes widening in surprise before softening in confusion. Jealous? Are you? Once she returned to her original height, she took a step towards her. Are you, perhaps, jealous of me? She watched as Marionette shook her head and said, No, rather. Lillian watched as the assassin raised her right hand towards her face, hiding it even more from the girl. I'm jealous of the attention you give to others. Attention? Others? What for? Lillian repeated and asked, reaching the woman. She raised her hands towards her cheek, patting it. She then wrapped her fingers around the hand that covered the assassin's face and slowly pulled it off, finding Marionette's eyes to be a lot more red and... That was she. Marionette. Drip. The assassin stared at her with wet eyes as she turned away, immediately wiping the liquid around her eyes in a hurried manner, a far cry from how she usually acts. And no, I'm not. Such a thing never happens to me, she stated rapidly, quickly wiping her eyes. But the more she wiped, the more she thought about Lillian, the more tears flowed out. It was vexing for her. It was frustrating for her. Expressing herself was one thing, but crying and showing weakness was another. How could someone from such a strict family like hers possibly be able to feel such? How could the heir to said family be crying like this? Her mind was then brought back into reality once she heard the rabbit's voice. Marie, please do not cover your face, Lillian whispered, becoming eye level with the woman as she tugged at her arm. Do you want to see me get upset? Marionette quietly listened to her words. She truly didn't want Lillian to get upset, but she didn't want her to see her face either. She didn't want the girl, whom she liked so much, to see her in such a pathetic state, especially when the girl spoke and saw her so highly. She felt something press against her forehead, most likely Lillian's forehead. She then felt her face tilted up, most likely due to Lillian's hands. She then felt something press itself against her lips, most likely. Her thoughts then paused. What could be pressing against her lips right now? It was soft, but at the same time moist. It was sweet and addictive, and it moved against her lips as though it were alive. Jewel! She felt it leave her lips. For a split second, she wanted to chase after it, but she remained stuck on the wall behind her. Eventually, she pulled her forearm away from her eyes. With tear-filled eyes, she stared as Lillian gave her a warm smile. She looked into the girl's beautiful blue eyes that seemed to light up her day before glancing down at something that caught her eyes. She stared at Lillian's mouth and watched as the girl licked her lips at her in a playful and signaling manner. For a brief moment, she was left confused, but that was until... How was it? Did you enjoy our kiss? Chapter 210. Intimate Session? How was it? Did you enjoy our kiss? Marionette froze, failing to process what she had just heard. Because of this, she allowed the tears in the corners of her eyes to run down her face. Quiche had what she tasted and felt against her lips. Her eyes slowly drifted down towards Lillian's lips, focusing on them to a passionate degree. She then felt the back of Lillian's hand brush against her face, wiping her tears. While she was doing this, the girl couldn't help but keep displaying her smile, which warmed the assassin's heart and comforted her to an infinite degree. She then heard her say, "Still thinking?" Lillian watched as Marionette continued to stay silent to her question. The edges of her lips curved up even more as she leaned in, pressing the tip of her nose against the assassin's. It was far easier doing this now that she was the same height, and it was especially easier to do specific tasks. Lillian moved her left hand down to the assassin's, holding it in hers as she wiggled her fingers around and interlocked both of their fingers together. With one hand on Marionette's cheek and the other softly holding her hand, she said before leaning in, "How about another? Ashashim." Before Marionette could even respond, Lillian had already moved through the gap, separating their lips. She pressed her lips against the woman, silencing her. And as this was happening, Marionette's mind had gone blank as she stared at Lillian's closed eyes, with her back up against the wall, and Lillian pressing her entire body against her, even her lips. She was stuck. She still couldn't accept the fact that what was happening was real. The very thing she had wanted for months was now happening, and here she was passive as Lillian moved her lips against hers. She couldn't even move her hand to hold Lillian's tighter or use her other arm to wrap around the girl's waist and pull her in. All she could do was stay frozen as she tasted the girl's lips on hers. It had a delicious, vibrant taste from fresh blueberries, and with each taste, she couldn't help but feel a sudden heat wrinkle on her face. "Joe!" Lillian pulled away, staring at the assassin's face as she wiped away any seeable tears that could be found. She then focused on the woman's expression, finding her, breathing quite harshly. This left Lillian slightly stunned. Was that even a right word? She shook her head, ridding herself of such an irrelevant thought, and instead focused all her brain power on the assassin. After all, Marionette did state she wanted her full attention on her, right? She looked back at the woman, finding her staring at her with eyes that burned with a certain emotion. Feeling her hand clutched hers more tightly, she smiled. She then asked, ignoring the way Marionette's breathing seemed to quicken a bit, "So, did you come to a conclusion, ye dash?" Before she could even finish her sentence, she felt Marionette's hand clutch the back of her head, pushing her in and causing their lips to meet again. Lillian widened her eyes as she felt Marionette hungrily move her lips against hers, almost as though she had been craving such a thing for a long time. I suppose she had been waiting for this for a long time. Lillian's eyes softened. She stared at Marionette's closed eyelids, watching as they opened and stared back at her as they made out. She gave a playful wink before closing her eyes. Marionette watched as she did this and did so as well, now pulling all of her focus on the kiss at hand. "Jewel, Jewel, Jewel." Soft echoes of their lips connecting and disconnecting resounded across the hallway that still remained empty, luckily. Since the two were still extremely inexperienced, it was clumsy and didn't move as deeply. However, there was one thing that could be made certain. It was that their lips moved with pure passion and love for one another. For Lillian, it was one of innocence and caring. "Jewel, Jewel." As for Marionette, it was a combination of both possessiveness and relief. "Jewel." Relief in the fact that, "Jewel, Jewel." Lillian was most definitely hers now. As she kissed Lillian, she couldn't help but repeat her name, Lily, Chew, in between each kiss made. This was all that was left for them to be official. This was all that was left for them to be together. This was all that was left for Lillian to be truly hers. Marionette felt Lillian's lips pull away. Her body leaned slightly forward, trying to chase after her, but failed in her pursuit. She slowly opened her eyes. Lillian stared at the assassin with a teasing smile, giggling at the needy look in the woman's eyes as she felt the arm around her waist pull her in more. "Lily," she murmured in a quiet and clingy voice before leaning in. Lillian watched as the woman leaned in and let out another soft giggle. Pressing her finger against the assassin's lips, she whispered to the woman, who came to a stop, "Let's take a small breather." Marionette watched as the girl leaned her forehead against hers with a flushed face. She let out a grumble, unlocking her fingers from the rabbit. With both arms now wrapped around the girl's waist, she whispered back, "For how long?" Lillian stared at her, widening her eyes a little at how much the woman wanted this. She then softened her warm gaze on the assassin, panting as she leaned her forehead against hers. The corridor then went intensely silent, with soft pants being the only thing that could be heard. Lillian and Marionette stared at each other's reddened faces, which had begun to sweat slightly from their intimate moment. Lillian listened to the assassin's unstable breathing, finding it a bit exciting that she had been able to get this sort of reaction out of her. She couldn't help but feel herself heating up from the sight of the blushing woman. Not only that, but the longer she gazed into Marionette's beautiful red eyes that screamed the need to continue, she couldn't help but get even more excited. You're so beautiful, Marie. As she said these words, she watched as the assassin's facial expression froze. She could even sense her breath hitching from her words. Marionette's lips turned shaky as her mind went blank again, even blanker than it was when they kissed. She can't even think of a response to her words, especially when her heart reacted so strongly that it felt suffocating. She then shivered as she watched Lillian move to the side of her face and blow hot air into her ear. Soon after that, her ears twitched to the girl's words, "And you taste delicious as well." Marionette widened her eyes, unconsciously raising the tips of her fingers to her own lips and caressing them. By doing this, she realized how hot the air she was breathing out was. She couldn't help but feel a sort of tingle in her lower region. That was when the thought of arousal popped into her mind. How aroused was she to feel this way? As she was thinking this, she watched as Lillian pulled away from her ear, staring at her with eyes that were distracted from these perverse thoughts of hers. However, she soon broke out of this daze of hers and murmured in a quiet voice, Lily." She watched as Lillian blinked curiously at her before tilting her head, smiling at her teasingly. "Yes, baby." Marionette went silent at the girl's words. The arm she had wrapped around the rabbit tightened, pulling her further into her body. "I love you," she whispered, slowly turning her face away as sudden embarrassment appeared. Her face was then turned back around, facing the girl as they grinned at her lovingly. "I love you too, Mari." Marionette's heart skipped a beat again, forgetting to breathe for a moment. Before she could respond, Lillian leaned in and pecked her lips tenderly again. "Jewel." Pulling away, Lillian watched as Marionette's eyes lit up with pleasure and then disappointment at her lack of presence on her lips. She smiled and leaned in again. "Jewel." After a few more, she leaned back, staring at the woman, who had gone completely passive, breathing deeply in short intervals. The assassin stiffened once she felt the girl's hand reach for her cheek, stroking it. She then heard her whisper in a sultry voice, "My adorable little girlfriend." MMHG. Marionette let out a soft, satisfied noise at her words as she leaned into her hand. The way that Lillian referred to her as her girlfriend was exciting and pleasing, and any words that could mean joy. However, it was turned to sadness and disappointment once she felt the girl slip out of her arms. She watched as the girl backed away, folding her arms behind her back and asking, "So, are you willing to answer my question now?" K's dash. Tyen? Chapter 211. She enjoyed it? K's dash. Tyen? Marionette stared at the girl, startled at her question and wondering what it could be for her to pull away. Lillian noticed her confused gaze and chuckled, teasingly. "Too lost? I'm talking about the kiss. How was it?" She tilted her head at the woman, watching as her face morphed into one of realization. Marionette, having remembered that Lillian had indeed asked her this question, couldn't help but fall silent. She couldn't really explain how she felt in that moment. Even now, she was still trying to process what had happened, as evidenced by her unrhythmic breathing. Marionette shyly turned her face away from Lillian, using her hair to hide her face, which glowed an embarrassing red. She then licked her lips, tasting the residue flavor of the girl's lips before answering. "I really enjoyed it." Lillian's lips widened into an O, before curling into a relieved smile. "Is that so? I'm glad. I studied really hard on how to, studied." Marionette's eyes slowly drifted back to the girl, wondering what she could have possibly meant. Lillian nodded before scratching the back of her head. "I, kind of lied about what I was doing in the library." "Were you not studying?" Lillian shook her head. No. I was. It's just." She scratched her cheek shyly. "I wasn't really focusing on the upcoming exam." The assassin turned her face back to face the girl, her eyes widening slightly. "Were you learning how to kiss the entire time?" Her voice adopted an incredulous tone. Lillian placed the tips of her 2 index fingers together, giggling sheepishly. "I wanted to make the moment a lot more memorable and pleasing for you. That's why I didn't want you to come with me to the library." Her eyes darted back and forth between an empty space and the assassin, embarrassed about her confession. Me studying how to kiss isn't weird, right? Marionette stared at the rabbit silently before turning her face away again. She raised her hand and began to wave it at her red face, fanning it. After a few moments of calming herself down, she spoke. I am at a loss for words, Lillian. Lillian rubbed the back of her head. So, am I weird for that? Huh? Marionette shook her head. Absolutely not. Before holding her hand over the lips. Rather, I found it quite endearing for you to do that. For me. Her ears twitched at the sound of a soft giggle escaping Lillian's lips. She then heard her say, "Then, I'm even more glad that I'm not weird to you." The rabbit then moved forward, grabbing the woman's hand and pulling her along. Anyway, we'd better head back home. Because we made out for so long, it's extremely late. Marionette narrowed her eyes on the back of the girl's head and sighed. But I still want more. Lillian stretched her back, moaning at the smell of her dorm room. She walked over to her couch and leapt on it, leaving Marionette to close the door. She turned on the couch, nuzzling into its cushions. After a couple of seconds, she felt something land on the couch. Sitting up, she leaned her body to the side, resting herself against the assassin, who was surprised by her sudden actions. The woman hesitantly raised her hand and placed it on the girl's shoulder, rubbing it before whispering, "We are officially dating, correct? No cheekiness this time." "Nope." Lillian turned, wrapping arms around the woman's waist. "Now you can flamboyantly yell we are dating without the thought of losing." Marionette gave a brief hum before shaking her head. "I won't do that. However, I do have something else I would like to do, though." "HM? And what would that be, Dash?" Lillian felt herself fall to the side, turning and feeling her back fall onto the cushion of the couch. She then felt something rest on her chest. Looking down, she found Marionette's face buried in her chest. Her face lit up with a red hue before shakingly asking, "What are you doing?" She felt the woman nuzzle into her chest before staring up at her. She also felt her arms wrap around her back. "If I were to recall correctly, did you or did you not state you would do anything I want if we were to become official?" Lillian processed the assassin's words and recalled that she did make such a statement. Because of that, she began to feel quite anxious about what Marionette could possibly want to ask of her. "Did you want anything?" She watched as the woman nodded, her eyes glowing a bit in excitement despite her expressionless face. "Yes, I want you to." Lillian watched as Marionette gave a rather dramatic pause before finishing. "Pat me. I want you to pat me." "Lily, that's it?" Lillian was a bit startled at how plain the request the woman had asked of her was. "What? Did you want me to ask something else?" Marionette gave her a confused look, which had a hint of naivety as well. Lillian shook her head and let out an internal sigh of relief. She smiled and raised her hand to the back of the woman's head. "Nah, I like it like this." "I see." Lillian then watched as the assassin moved her face back down into her chest, nuzzling into it again. She let out a chuckle at how adorable the woman was. After a little while of just patting her and watching how she reacted to her touch, she asked with a wry smile, "So, how long do you want to do this for? I want you to never stop." How about we pause this? I want to go take a shower." Raising her head from the girl's chest, the assassin asked, looking at her with a hint of expectance. "Since we're dating, would you like to go in together?" Lillian raised her hand to the woman's forehead before flicking it, shooting down any ideas that she had inside her mind. "Nope. And don't even try and get a peek while I'm showering, got it?" Marionette rubbed her forehead, staring at her with a stoic expression before nodding. "Fine." She pulled herself up from the couch, allowing the girl to get up. Once Lillian got up from the couch, the assassin pushed her hand out and grabbed onto her wrist. Lillian stared back at her with a raised eyebrow before blushing at what she heard come out of the woman's mouth. "I require a kiss when you get back." Vuvuha. Lillian stared at her with wide eyes, the edges of her lips twitching at her boldness. "We just kissed today, and you still want more?" "I always want more of you, Lillian." "That's..." Lillian shook her head with a defeated expression before waving her hand tiredly. Yeah, I'll give you another kiss when I get back." After saying that, she left once Marionette had finally let go of her. After seeing that she had left, the assassin collapsed onto the couch, lying on her side before summoning a piece of white clothing into her hand. It was a white hoodie, one that had originated from Lillian's wardrobe. Marionette pressed her face into the soft fabric of the hoodie, treating it as a treasured keepsake she had taken from the girl. She had, of course, returned it secretly, but she, of course, needed something else. Sniff, sniff. She hugged the hoodie tightly while mumbling, "I really love her." Next day, Mari, you do realize the tournament is today, right? Lillian laid strapped to her bed due to a certain raven-haired woman tying her down to it. Marionette continued to rub the side of her face against the girl's cheek, whispering, "I've already known that, but this is a much greater importance. What's so important about being in bed together?" Lillian grumbled, feeling a bit impatient as she turned away from the assassin. However, she instantly changed her opinion about her statement once she felt Marionette's arms tighten around her coldly. Looking back towards the woman, she found her staring at her rather intently. "Do you find not being together with me is important?" "That's rather hurtful, Lillian." "Ushu, I didn't mean that." "Then what did you mean?" Lillian's right eye twitched at the assassin's interrogation. Eventually, she let out a sigh. She stared at the woman dead in the eyes before leaning in. Marionette watched as the girl's lips made contact with hers. She widened her eyes, not expecting such an answer to her question. "Ju." Lillian leaned back, smirking at the woman, finding her frozen and blushing slightly. She raised her hand and patted the assassin's head. "Be a good girl and let me go," Lillian whispered, watching as Marionette nodded at her quietly. "Okay, but I require another for that, though." Chapter 212. Out in the bazaar again, Marionette wrapped her hand around the mug of her coffee, taking a sip from it before setting it down. She then looked to her side, staring at the white-haired girl as she ate her breakfast. She seemed to be in quite a rush. The assassin raised her eyebrow. "I'm aware we have the tournament today, but I'm sure you know that it begins in the middle of the afternoon, right?" Lillian side-eyed the woman, gulping down her food. She laid her silverware against her plate and stared at the assassin weirdly. "I need to make sure everyone is in their teams. Well, those that will be taking part in the competition. Did you tell Ref about the fact I would like to be added to the roster for the first round?" "I did." Lillian nodded. "However, we both came to the conclusion that it would be best if you just competed in only the Crystal Defense one." Marionette tilted her head, staring at the girl strangely. "And what would the reason for that be?" Lillian grinned, "Because I want to be the one to fight in it." The assassin widened her eyes at the rabbit's rather surprising decision. Was it not better for her to go out and secure their win without any noticeable issue? "For what reason, could I ask?" Lillian leaned into the back of her chair, letting out a sigh. "Because I want to feel like I'm winning instead of getting my butt handed to me every time we spar." Marionette raised an eyebrow, slightly amused by the girl's words. "You're quite confident in the fact you can win, and you're not?" Lillian pouted, causing the assassin's lips to curl up. Her ears twitched, and her cheeks reddened a little at the woman's next words. "You have already won over my heart. I'm sure you can win some mere competition," said the assassin as they cupped their mug and brought the mouth to her lips. Lillian gave her a deadpan look before turning away with a slight blush. "You and your sweet words. Your fault for blushing adorably. How about I kiss you then and make you blush? HM? Please do." "HM? Stay here?" Marionette folded her arms, standing inside the open doorway as she gazed at the white-haired girl who had just told her not to follow. Lillian gave a nod. "Yep, I won't take long. I'm just going to go out and buy something." The assassin frowned. "But why can't I come with?" The girl smiled wryly at the woman. She noticed how the assassin was tapping the side of her arm as she waited for her response. She gave a sigh and said, "Because there is no need for you to. They'll be back, don't worry. And I'm not meeting anybody for a reason like last time." Her face then twitched at her. "I also have to punish you to that, you know? You really can't suddenly attack people on an impulse." Marionette gave an irritated snort. "That wasn't my fault to begin with. It's the student president's fault. Go to her if you wish to argue whether who was in the wrong." She then gave a loud huff and from what I've seen from our brief scuffle, she seemed to have rather enjoyed it. So from my point of view, no one was offended by my actions other than you. Lillian gaped at the woman's reasoning. She thought of a retort to her words, but couldn't think of any presently. The assassin did have a point. Well, she then thought of one. You didn't have to attack her either way. We could have just talked it out. Marionette stared at her silently before sighing. I suppose my actions were impulsive, but such is reasonable when someone had claimed to done something so intimate with what's mine. Lillian blinked at her before smiling broadly. She wrapped her arms around the woman, hugging her tightly as she muttered, "Why are you so cute? Talking about getting jealous because you thought someone was going to steal me away." She then pulled away and turned to leave. "Anyway, they'll be going now. Don't go wandering off from me if you get lonely. It'll be a pain to come find you again." Marionette watched as Lillian waved back and walked down the corridor. Once she saw that the girl's face had turned forward and away from her, she pouted. "You're the cute one, not me." Like most days, Lillian wandered through the bazaar, and just like before, it was crowded as usual. She had even sworn that it was even more than average. To be fair, it is the day of the tournament. It would be surprising if it wasn't. She monologued as she looked around. Eventually, her legs took her to the end of the bazaar, which was a lot less packed. And surprisingly, it was also there that she met a certain purple-haired girl wandering the streets. She found the woman scrutinizing the countless wares of traders. She grinned, thinking up a mischievous idea. As Millis was looking over the variety of wares, a white hand reached over her shoulder and grabbed it. "Boo! Millis jumped, nearly tripping a trader's stand, who reflectively moved back and fell onto the ground. Lillian watched this with a wry smile as she watched the heroine rub their rear with a pained expression. She couldn't help but think how the woman was a lot more fitted to have the theatrical system than her. Hello, and sorry," Lillian muttered, pushing out a hand to the woman, who pouted at her. Millis eventually smiled and grabbed onto her hand with a laugh. "You appeared out of nowhere. You really got me good." After dusting off her clothes, she asked, "So, where are you off to?" "Marionette not with you." "I see." Lillian shook her head. "Nah. I told her to stay in my room until I come back." "Is that so?" Millis grinned, poking the white-haired girl's shoulder. "You should be careful. You know that girlfriend of you is quite freaky." Lillian raised an eyebrow after her face twitched from the heroine's insistent poking. "Freaky? How so? And do you mean in a sexual way?" Millis stared at her with a deadpan expression, her lips curling wryly. "How do you know it was sexual?" "So, anyway, how is she freaky?" Lillian feigned ignorance to the woman's question, causing her to pout. Millis smiled before laughing. "When you have someone that obsessed with you, they might start smelling your clothes." Lillian stared at her weirdly. "That's... Marionette isn't that type of person to do such an inappropriate thing." "Millis." "Huh. Yeah, okay." Millis turned away, smirking. Lillian sighed, and after a while, she said, "By the way, we are actually dating now." "For real?" "Finally, bro. You guys have been edging everyone for so long." "Everyone?" Lillian tilted her head, but didn't bother asking what she meant. Millis noticed this too and waved her hand. "Don't worry about that last part. But seriously, you guys have been stalling for so long. How's it feel to finally start dating? And with someone that hot?" Lillian stared at Millis' perverted wink, rolling her eyes. "Hands off, bro, she's mine." Millis' face twitched. "That's not what and it feels pretty good." Lillian interrupted her. She could her chest become warm, and her smile became uncontrollable as it spread across her lips. Millis gazed at the radiant smile on the girl's face and smiled as well. "Well, that is all that matters." She then froze before adding with a teasing look, "And were you feeling possessive there, Dash?" "I wasn't." Lillian immediately shot her down with a shake of her head, causing the teasing look she got from the heroine to intensify. "Nah, you totally were." From under a mountain of rabbit-shaped plushies, a head popped out. Marionette looked around, scanning the room with her red eyes as she tightly hugged a plushie to her chest. Was Lillian talking about me? She outwardly wondered before falling back under the mountain and taking in a deep breath of A certain white-haired girl's scent. After a little more walking, Lillian and Millis eventually came upon a lonesome stand with some plain old items on it. And behind it was a short, elderly man with a wise, long beard. He was dressed in a long gray robe as he sat on a stool, reading over a newspaper, something that should have been discontinued but brought back by the older generation due to nostalgia. The two slowed down and began walking towards it. It was also because of this that Lillian raised an eyebrow. You gonna buy something as well? Huh? Oh, I was just following you. Wait, are you gonna buy something from here? Lillian smiled. Yep. I got a good feeling about this particular trader, you know? And after saying that, she stopped in front of the stand and asked the old man. Chapter 2:13. Regular items? Good morning, sir. May I have a look at your wares? She asked, watching as the old man raised his eyes from his newspaper. She could feel his scrutinizing gaze. This elderly trader was a unique NPC in the game, usually appearing once every 2 days during the tournament. Obviously, his first appearance was today. Her eyes then dropped from the old man's face, eyeing the boring display of his collection. From cold medieval weapons that lack fancy flares to modern weapons that appear quite basic. Lillian couldn't help but get excited at the thought of acquiring one of these basic-looking items. She then drew her eyes back towards the old trader's face once she heard his voice. Her face couldn't help but twitch at his words. My wares. His gaze was settled on the white-haired girl, who was filled with confusion as he scratched the back of his head with his right hand. It was only then, when he took a look at his stand before him, that he finally recalled why he was here. With a slow voice, he said, "Oh, you wish to have a look at my wares despite their unattractive appearance?" He folded his newspaper and stroked his long beard. Do go ahead. The name's Gruff, by the way. Lillian nodded. Nice to meet you, Mr. Gruff, before moving off to the side and looking over what to pick. While she was doing this, Millis moved up and asked the old man with a chirpy voice, "Good morning. Could I ask why you're over in this part of the bazaar instead of with the other traders? Surely, you would get more customers, right? You would think, right?" Gruff shook his head while stroking his beard as though it was a strong habit. These days, people are under the illusion that items with an imposing appearance would bring the greatest result. Millis curiously thought about his statement before stroking her own chin, but animals with an imposing appearance have a great result in whatever they are doing. Because animals have a purpose in being flashy and having dramatic appearances. He leaned over to the side, slowly reaching under his stool and pulling out a short walking stick. Pushing himself off the stool and using the stick that had a minimalistic appearance, he got onto his feet. Items, besides some exceptions, aren't purposed to be all beautiful and good-looking. Sure, they may gather you some respect with their appearance, but that's about it. He then moved over towards a plain steel sword, wrapping his fingers around the hilt and raising it. He gave it a few short swings that seemed to resonate with the blade. In this day and age, and even the past, the enchantment and skill you had with the item is all that matters. Well, how about? As the two conversed more on this topic, Lillian, who was listening in to the side, couldn't help but let out a smile. She moved her hand towards her neck, her fingers tracing over the silverish chain of her lucky necklace. Her necklace was simplistic in its design as well, despite being created from materials that could leave a craftsman offering his life and family a chance to use it. Its simplistic design, however, didn't apply to its reality-manipulating enchantments. She gave a proud snort before returning her gaze towards the elder's wares. Maybe she should get Marionette a gift as well. These are what you have chosen, HM? The old trader stroked his chin, eyeing the items Lillian had laid out before him. What Lillian had picked out was a pair of chainmail gloves that were able to cover her entire forearm, a steel short sword, and a handgun. Lillian felt quite satisfied with what she had picked out, considering that she had bought these items once before in the game, the handgun being her favorite. Holding her hand out, she grabbed a hold of the handgun and raised it to her eyes, inspecting its dimensions. It had a long and silver elongated barrel with a polished and rugged stainless steel finish. It had cylinders that were huge enough to accommodate rounds of what she remembered to be magnums. On its back was an exposed hammer, similar to the style of a revolver. It also had a synthetic black grip with grooves for fingers to be placed on. What she was currently holding and had researched for fun in the past was a Smith Wesson Model 500. This sort of handgun was primarily designed for large hunting games and to fend off bears. For a weapon that could kill an elephant, using it against an average old Joe was overkill. But in a world like the one she was in now, it was going to need more firepower than the original design to take down monsters of much greater size and defenses in the future. She squinted her eyes at the gun, looking into its description. Item name: regular handgun. Item type: weapon. Item grade: D. Item rank. 3. Item description: a regular old handgun with an odd past. Nothing truly special about it on the surface besides its above-average firepower. Enchantment: enhanced durability, limited, restricted enhanced durability. This item is capable of handling more abuse. Limited. Something is restricting this item's full potential. Only by figuring out and completing its requirements will this item be able to shine. Restricted: upon use of the item, you would feel as though you were restricted by something. To rid yourself of this feeling, you must first complete the requirements of the enchantment. Limited. Lillian snorted. Regular old handgun, my ass. Although what the jester had said in its description was true, it had left out further details. If Lillian were to recall correctly, if she were to be able to complete the set requirements for the enchantment that seemed more like a curse, this handgun would dramatically jump in strength. And by dramatically, she meant it would jump by a whole extra rank and tier. Wouldn't that place it on the same tier as the fallen knife that Marionette carried around? Lillian tilted her head side to side. I don't think either of them will be the same. I think that knife of hers is still better in terms of secondary uses. She shook her head as she placed it to the side. It doesn't really matter, anyway. She would be giving this gun away to Marionette. Although it was her favorite and highly illogical to give away such a powerful weapon to someone already much stronger, the thought of making the assassin happy with her gift was stronger than anything. She froze, scratching the back of her head. "Mun, I'm really head over heels, aren't I?" She smirked at her thought and looked towards the rest of her items, the ones she would actually be using. And just like the handgun, they all had similar ranks, tiers, enchantments. Even the affixes beside their name are the same, all regular. However, they did not all have the same restrictions placed upon it by the enchantment restricted. This particular enchantment was most definitely a curse, no matter how you saw it. Just by using the item, you feel as though you are restricted. Higher the risk, the higher the rewards, right? She let out a smile. It was like those scenarios where a game would put penalties on you to make it much more challenging but rewarding at the same time. But even so, despite the restrictions, she was willing to play the waiting game. Well, just long enough to where she could rid her items of the enchantment. Limited. She already knew what was needed to unseal them anyway with her absolutely brilliant memory, which allowed her to recall back to the forums. She rubbed the side of her head with an uncertain expression on the topic of memory. I feel like I've been forgetting a lot lately. As she thought more about it, she felt her mind grow just a bit foggier. Eventually, she came to the decision that she might have just gotten dumber over time in her new life. Snapping out of her thoughts, she drew her attention back towards the elderly trader, who had been trying to get her attention for a while now. She forgot about his question. Yeah, they'll be buying this, please." The trader gave her an odd look before nodding. He then asked, "Are you certain of your decision? Considering you must have access to the jester. You had already seen these items' enchantments, correct?" Lillian shrugged with a cocky smile. "They're not much trouble anyway. They'll be fine." The old man gruff sighed, shaking his head. "Don't be cocky, or else you'll regret it. Why lecture when you are selling?" Fair argument. He then reached under the desk, albeit slowly. Lillian could even hear soft, popping noises from behind the stand. She shivered. That wasn't his back, right? He then straightened his back and pushed out a familiar-looking orb to her. "All right, put your hand on it. Let's check your affinity." Chapter 214. Affinity Recheck. Lillian nodded, raising her hand towards the orb. The old trader in the game was shown to not sell to those with affinity below a certain amount. Something about worthiness. She recalled. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't checked her affinity in a while. She remembered that it was previously 500 or so. And, if she remembered correctly, she had taken quite a few affinity pills and added on some training with her element. She should be in the 1323. Gruff stroked his beard with a thoughtful expression. He seemed to be quite pleased and satisfied with Lillian's high affinity. And he wasn't the only one, for Lillian too was pleased with the result. Once she reached 1400, she would be able to transform her body into water. This would allow her to gain just a tad bit more survivability in upcoming battles. But that currently wasn't the topic. She drew her attention from the thought and back towards the old man to find him scribbling on a piece of paper before holding it out towards her. 12,000 semis. Lillian smiled. This was the cheapest price she had seen so far in her life when it came to buying an item. After transferring the payment into the man's account and even being given a box of ammunition for her handgun, she wrapped her fingers around her newly acquired items like a fool, as much as she wanted to make her chainmail gloves and sword into shards. She was met with the fact that she had used up all of her available slots. Because of that, she had to store them within her ring, which wasn't much of an issue. Please place your hand on this orb. Lillian's ears twitched at the old trader's words. Returning back to reality, she watched as Millis pushed her hand out towards the orb. The white-haired girl raised an eyebrow. Was Millis buying something as well? She thought the heroine was broke, although she wasn't against the idea of buying for women as well. 1550. How impressive for someone as young as you. Huh, thanks. It took a hell of a lot of time to get it that high. MHM, I can imagine. This is for you, free of charge. Oh, really? Thanks a lot, Mr. Gruff. Millis strolled towards Lillian in a happy-go-lucky manner with a newly given steel sword. Once reaching the girl, she found her to be gaping at her with immense shock. 1,550. If Lillian recalled correctly, Marionette's past affinity was 1449. Exempting the fact that the assassin could have achieved more progress with her affinity, didn't this mean Millis was far superior to the woman in this regard? Millis tilted her head, placing the flat side of her sword on her shoulder. She smirked proudly. What's up? Surprised? Flexing her hand, she caused the sword to disappear before holding up her arm. She then moved over to Lillian's side, wrapping an arm around her neck before flexing her other arm. I too have been working out. You know, Lillian stared at the woman with a deadpan expression before turning away. She must have used pills. They then left the old trader's stand. On their way back, Lillian sighed still in disbelief at the fact that, I can't believe you got that sword for free. Huh, I know. Right. Millis dramatically brushed and flipped her hair to the side. I guess I'm just so charismatic that everyone would give me things on a whim. Yeah, just like how I'm going to spank you if you keep talking. Millis gasped at Lillian's playful threat. But such an action should only be given to your lover, Lil. She then held her cheeks, faking a bashful expression. I can't believe you wish to do such activities with me. That's cheating, you know. Lillian stared at the woman with a defeated expression. She was just going to ignore the heroine until she got back to her room. Beep. Placing her student card over the scanner to her door, she pushed it open and entered before yelling, Mari, I'm back. Just after finishing her sentence, she felt a pair of arms wrapped around her neck from behind. Following the sudden appearance of the arms was something leaning against the side of her head. Her eyes drifted to the side, finding a familiar bow tie's face rubbing against hers. She smiled slightly at the woman's intimate gesture. Miss me, honey? Lillian flirted, seeing the woman freeze for a moment. She felt the assassin tightened her arm around her neck before responding with, I did. The woman whispered, moving her face down into the crevice of Lillian's neck. I missed you lots, honey, before giving a deep sniff. She then stiffened as she sensed something besides the comforting smell of the girl. It was familiar, and it felt as though it belonged to someone she knew. Was Millis with you? Huh. How'd you know? Lillian blinked at her. Was the assassin's sense of smell that strong? Marionette stared at the girl silently before asking, I thought you said you weren't going to be meeting with anyone. Well, I wasn't. Millis just happened to be on the way to where I was going. MHM. So, you went with Millis to go buy something. May I ask what you bought? Lillian nodded before getting a mischievous idea. She shot her hand out and flashed it towards the woman's face. Holding the handgun she bought towards the woman's face, she grinned. "This is what I boog," but before she could get out what she wanted to say, the gun was ripped out of her hand. Following that was her BM being slammed into the ground. Marionette, having Lillian's arms wrapped behind her back and pushing her into the ground, finally came to her senses. She widened her eyes and immediately got off of the girl. "Sorry about that, Lillian." Her eyes flickered worriedly, reflexes. After a few moments, Lillian pushed herself up to her knees, groaning a bit as she rubbed her forehead, which had crashed into the ground. "Ugh, yeah, that's kind of my fault." She then reached over to her gun, which Marionette had knocked to the side, and held it up to her. "I got this for you." Chapter 215. Tournament begins? "I got this for you." Marionette blinked at the gun raised towards her. She then tilted her head. What did Lillian mean by this gun was for her? Was there some deeper meaning, or did she actually mean to get her a firearm? Taking it off the girl's hand, she stared at it curiously, inspecting its description. Lillian, seeing how suspicious Marionette was of the gun, smiled wryly. "There's nothing much to it. I just wanted to get you a gift." Marionette turned her attention back from the firearm to the girl. "Hey, gift." She tilted her head. "You bought me a regular handgun as a gift, Dash?" Lillian pouted. "What? Is something wrong with my handgun?" She squinted her eyes at the woman. "They'll take it back if you're so unhappy." Marionette watched the girl raise her hand towards the firearm and narrowed her eyes. She slowly backed the gun away from the approaching hand. "I have never said I am unhappy, Lillian. In fact," Lillian watched as Marionette leaned in, pulling her fringe up and pecked her forehead. "In fact, am overjoyed at your thoughtfulness, Lillian." She then leaned away, ignoring Lillian's blush and turning her eyes back to the handgun. "I'm merely confused why you had decided to gift me such an item." Gripping the handle tightly, she pushed her thumb out and placed it on the side of the cylinders. Clack dash. Pushing out the cylinder, she looked inside to find that the holes for the bullets were empty, and one with no ammunition, it seems. "Bah, I got the ammo stored." She flipped her hand, her blush having already died down. "And this isn't just any ordinary handgun. This just so happens to be a particularly special one. One of a kind, you might say." "Hey, one of a kind?" Marionette blinked at the girl. "You speak of it as if it was some kind of a collector's item." She then stiffened. "Is this handgun you got me such a thing?" "Why, Dash? No, it's not that old to be such a relic. Actually," Lillian tilted her head side to side. "All right, it's pretty old in history. But it's not just a collector's item. It's a pretty powerful weapon." She then froze and added, "I'm sure it's pretty powerful once you unlocked the item's full potential." "I see." After saying that, she waved it away into her spatial storage. Once doing that, she returned her gaze to the rabbit to find her. "I also," pressing the tips of her index finger together like a shy child, "I also bought it for you. Celebrate us getting together." Lillian's eyes rapidly darted between the woman and the ground. Marionette's stoic face remained facing the girl. Her eyes flickered in confusion as she asked, "You got me a gift for such a reason? Why, is that not a good reason?" "It's an excellent reason. However," Marionette tilted her head, "why bother buying such a thing when—" She smiled playfully. "You can just offer yourself to me?" "Eh?" Lillian placed her hands on the ground behind her, pushing herself back as she watched the assassin crawl in her direction. "Just think about it, Lillian. You wouldn't have needed to spend money, which is something you dislike doing. You wouldn't have needed to think so hard about what to get me, although I would be happy with just about anything." Eventually, they made it into the center of the living room. This was also where Lillian's distancing from the assassin came to a stop as her back met the side of the room's coffee table. She drew her eyes back from the table and back to the front, finding the woman climbing onto her lap and placing her hands on her shoulders. Marionette leaned her face into the girl's ears and whispered, "Such small inconveniences could have been easily avoided. You are aware that you are the perfect congratulatory gift for me, right?" Lillian, watching the woman lean her face back from her ear and stare at her dead in the eyes, stared back nervously. "Is that so?" How silly of me. Hee hee hee. But that handgun will be extremely helpful to you, and no, you just got to use it. Lillian was then shushed and stopped by a finger that was meticulously placed on her lips. Let's not talk about such matters for now. Marionette then smirked. Let's bond a little before your big game. Welcome back, everyone, to this year's annual competition. And, standing on a large pillar at the center of the Colosseum, the announcer shouted as he looked across the countless people seated. For what I see, you guys must have brought plenty more people to watch the exciting show that will spark soon enough. Compared to last year's tournament, this year, there were plenty more prominent figures in the stands and in the 4 main VIP boxes. However, he wasn't allowed to spend too much time gawking over their appearance, for he had to continue. The ones competing in this year's competition will be Lewis Mana Academy, who was kind enough to lend this wonderful Colosseum, and Luton School of Prestigious Magic. Above the announcer and pillar, a holographic blue screen appeared. On it were familiar names and a bold title at the top reading, Monster Hunt. Below this bold title were 4 teams of 3 matched with one another. Lillian Ker Arius, Charlottones, Norman Bracket Sicilian Parut, Lincoln Bravo, Mark Alibin Millisvellen, Gram Savas, Lula Manareventun, Historia Kraft. Quinn Farfetch today and tomorrow. One of these 2 teams will be going at it. And for today, we will be witnessing the first team on this list. Rumble. Once his booming voice said that the pillar he was standing on was brought back to the ground. Following his disappearance, a massive rectangular cube manifested in the air. It displayed a scene of a mountain surrounded by a thick forest, showcasing its abundance of life, as well as cutting to the wild monsters that lay within it. This cube was then separated into 2, which revealed the 2 teams and their members' appearances. Chapter 216. Little flag? Hey, ref, do you know where Red Ice is? Millis looked at the empty seat beside her before turning her gaze towards the prince. Ref shrugged as he looked towards the holographic cube at the center, specifically the one that displayed Lillian's figure. Not entirely sure. I did see her leave earlier, probably to go get something. Millis rubbed her chin with a worried expression. Well, she better be quick, you know? She could miss her girlfriend's performance. Yeah, telling the Roselle herself would have did more than telling me, but sure. Lillian stretched her back, letting out a small moan as she breathed in the realistic, earthy air of the forest. Looking around and gazing at the green canopy of the tall trees, she couldn't help but let out an awfully large grin as her fingers twitched in excitement. She was actually here participating in such a major event, just right before another major one. She looked up towards the sky, finding a large screen of a timer that counted down from 20. Just a few more seconds, she thought. Her attention was then drawn from the timer towards a rather annoyed woman. Honestly, Vice Rep, why must you put me on something as laborious as monster hunting? Charlotte flicked her curled blonde pigtail over her shoulder as she hissed a bit. This left Lillian to give her a deadpan expression coupled with a wry smile. This woman, Lillian and Ref decided, was one of the many nobles in their class. An entitled one at that. In the game, she was depicted to be rather snobbish as she, please don't give me such a look, in merely saying that those of lower social classes should be the ones to do such a barbaric task, instead of one such as myself. Flaunted her social class in society. In other words, she was an arrogant noblewoman. Lillian sighed and looked to the side. Her ability to manipulate sound will be very helpful. Let's just bear with her. She then drew her eyes toward the tall, young man with round glasses. He had black hair and a hint of mystery to him. His name was Norman Bracket. Lillian blinked at him. The game depicted him as a relatively quiet individual. While some may say it could be due to his social anxiety, Lillian knew it was because, isn't this guy the edgy one? The youth, who had crossed his arms and was looking off to the side, was putting on his silent facade in the name of acting cool. She then watched as he raised his middle finger to the bridge of his glasses, pushing it up and saying, "Victory awaits us, comrades. We must move when the time is right." Lillian face-palmed as she turned her eyes back to the timer, waiting for it to finish counting down. In all honesty, She really didn't think much when putting together this team besides their ability. Sure, she could have done better. But there was one thing she wanted to know. Could she take on a 3v1? As much as I want to try, this competition is ultimately about how many monsters we can kill in a set amount of time. Turning back to her team, she began devising a brief plan with them. Millis' eyes darted between the cube that showed Lillian's team and the other. Her attention was then drawn away once she saw someone sit in the empty seat beside her. HM? Oh, you finally here, Red Eyes? Marionette, having finished whatever she was doing, nodded. Yes, I see that they haven't begun yet. Yep, but there's only a few seconds left until it begins anyway. She then eyed the assassin curiously. So, could you tell me what you were doing before coming here? She then added, I doubt that I wanted to miss out on your girl's big game. Marionette stared at the woman before tucking her hand inside her blazer pocket. Millis then watched as the woman pulled out a small white plastic stick wrapped in a white piece of fabric. Marionette unwrapped the stick and revealed to heroine what was on it. Millis couldn't help but widen her eyes as she discovered that on the white cloth was an illustration of a rabbit with the name Lillian under it. One of the stands outside was making custom miniature flags. She then began waving it around. I wanted to cheer Lillian on through this way. Millis' eyes widened as she stared at her with an incredulous expression. She then smiled slightly. Such devotion to your lover. She then turned away and shook her head, chuckling. This must be what true simping looks like. Marionette tilted her head, still adorably waving the flag. Simping? HM? Don't know the meaning of that word? The heroine raised an eyebrow before grinning. Well, it basically means dash. Just before she could explain, the announcer's voice erupted. All right, everyone, may the monster hunting begin. Lillian's team was located on the north side of the island, whilst the other was on the opposite side, separated by the huge mountain at the very center. If Lillian were to recall correctly, the peak of the mountain was around 600 meters off the ground. It was also at the peak where monsters that had taken on the ability of flight, for example, avian-type creatures. If one were to travel further down the mountain, one would find monsters with extremely tough defenses. Currently, their plan wasn't to encounter and defeat these monsters. Instead, they would go to the eastern side of the forest, which was vastly more populated. This decision would lead them to avoid the enemy team, keeping them safe while they garner points. Lillian sighed as she ran through the forest. Eliminating the enemy team members would also rack up some more points for us. She then turned her eyes up into the sky and through the canopies. Lewis Mana Academy. 0 points Luton School of Prestigious Magic. 0 points 1 point for an E rank, 3 for AD rank, and 5 for AC rank. I remember it's 4 for each elimination. Just before her mind could wander away, her steps slowed down once she heard the sounds of heavy breathing behind her. Chapter 217. Carrying? Turning around, she found Charlotte bent over with her hands on her knees. She was tired. Honestly, too. Get me to start running so suddenly. Is there a need to, get there so quickly? The noblewoman panted. Lillian gave her a wry smile. They had only been sprinting for 5 minutes or so. Granted, they did manage to cross a kilometer, but still, she glanced towards Norman, finding him to be more or less fine with the sprinting. She turned her attention back to Charlotte and stated, We need to get there to quickly get ahead. We can't leisurely stroll. Charlotte waved her hand. Yes. Yaima, Just give me a few seconds to rest. Did you not train before this? Lillian tilted her head as she folded her arms. She then stiffened. Before Charlotte could answer the question, she watched as the girl waved her hand dismissively. Actually, never mind. Don't answer that. Excuse me. Lillian knew what type of person she was. This woman had only ever trained her mastery with her ability rather than putting much effort into bettering her physical stats. Lillian couldn't help but sympathize with her a little, considering that was what her past self was like. Walking over to her side and placing a hand on the woman's shoulder, she asked, How about I carry you there, then? See, carry me? Do not belittle me. Vice Representative, I don't need to be. Lillian rolled her eyes and her back by the shoulder, causing the noblewoman to fall back. She then swiftly placed her arms behind the woman's knee as well as her back, catching and putting her into a princess carry. While there would have been a better way to carry her, this was the easiest way to pull her into one. Charlotte, startled, thrashed about as her green emerald eyes stared up at Lillian's face. Unkanme, I do not consent to this. Bah, calm it down. After saying that, she looked towards Norman, who was also surprised by her sudden actions. However, due to the need to act cool, he hid this. Pushing his glasses up using his middle finger, he stated in a cool tone, "Let's hurry. These fiends plaguing this forest are waiting for us to claim victory. Yeah, let's just return back to running." As Lillian and her team ran through the forest, back at the Colosseum, Millis was annoyingly poking the assassin's shoulder as she pointed towards the holographic screen. "Oi, look. Hey, look. Your girlfriend is carrying someone else in her arms. Getting jealous yet?" Marionette continued to wave her flag as she was bombarded by Millis' failing attempts to get a rise out of her. She eventually sighed and turned to look at her. "Why would I be jealous? Wouldn't you prefer if you were the only one Lillian would carry in her arms?" Marionette raised an eyebrow as she rubbed her chin, "I suppose. But there isn't necessarily anything for me to be jealous about." She then shrugged. "If you're implying that Lillian, under impossible odds, were to be stolen from me by her, then just know she isn't." Millis leaned back in her seat, blinking at the assassin teasingly. "Oh, confident are we?" Marionette turned her gaze away from the heroine, focusing on the holographic screen. She then stated in a voice coated in arrogance, "Of course, Lillian wouldn't settle for a downgrade. I know that for a fact." She crossed her arms, snorting. Millis blinked at her with a deadpan expression before turning to Ref. The prince watched as the heroine pointed at the assassin. He then shrugged, "Not like she's wrong. Don't bring me into this, Millis." "Are we here yet?" Charlotte asked, refusing to face the girl as she was being carried in her arms. Lillian glanced down before looking around. A sense of familiarity sparked into her eyes as she slowed down. Norman, running behind her, instantly noticed and slowed down as well. He then walked up beside her and asked, "Have we reached our destined location?" Lillian side-eyed the glass-wearing man and nodded. She then turned her face down to the noblewoman in her arms and asked, "So, do you still want to be let down, or do you still want to be in my arms?" She tilted her head. "Please let me down, Vice Rep." After letting her down and helping her to stand, she looked around. "Have you led us to some random location?" she asked, slowly turning her head. Her eyes glazed over the boulders in the distance. Besides those large boulders, this place doesn't look like it has many monsters. Lillian nonchalantly shrugged before gesturing towards one of the boulders. "How about you go up to one and send a strong vibration into it?" Charlotte raised an eyebrow. "And what would that do?" Lillian did a shooing gesture with her hand. "Just go on and do it. It won't bite, I promise." The noblewoman frowned at her, but went off nonetheless. While she was going up to the boulder, Lillian leaned in towards Norman and whispered, "You might also want to prepare yourself. The monsters might soon appear." Norman narrowed his eyes at what she said. He glanced around before nodding. "I see. I sense them everywhere." He, in fact, did not sense them. After saying this, he caused metal pillars to rise from the grounds like small obelisks, waiting to attack and defend their controller. Once Charlotte reached the boulder and placed a hand on it, she sent a destructive current of vibrations into the large stone. Crack, crack, crack. Jagged lines formed throughout the stone, eventually leading it to crumble and reveal a pair of dark orange antennas sticking out from the ground. Charlotte froze as she stared at what seemed to be the head of a centipede, its beady eyes staring back at her and causing her to jolt back. Soon after the sunlight bathed its antennas, it twitched once, twice, thrice. The head then trembled and turned at a disgusting rate and angle before eventually letting out an ear-piercing screech. Chapter 2:18-2:18. Skepticism? The head then trembled and turned at a disgusting rate and angle before eventually letting out an ear-piercing screech. Charlotte quickly ran away out of fear, stumbling back into Lillian and flinching. Lillian watched as the noblewoman dashed away from her. She tilted her head before smiling, turning her attention back to the centipede, which continued to screech loudly. She felt a subtle tremor pass through the ground. What's going on?" Charlotte yelled, looking towards Lillian for answers. In response, the white-haired girl shrugged. "Just get prepared for what is to come next. You don't need an answer right now, right?" Just as Charlotte was about to respond, her words became stuck in her throat and in the corner of her eyes. She watched as the centipede sank into the ground. She did as Lillian told and got ready for what was to come. She looked towards the hole it had disappeared into, watching as the mouth widened and rose. Eventually, it turned into a dirt hill several meters tall, and coming out of it was another centipede. It had a black exoskeleton with a deep orange outline the same color as its skittering legs. Charlotte watched as it slowly climbed out of the dirt hill, wrapping around the side of it. Its legs, which were kicking and scratching at the neck of the hill, were thin, sharp, and around half a meter long each. The total length of its segmented body was about 6 to 8 meters. It was also around half a meter in width. Its size gave a chilling first impression, added to the foul appearance of its circular mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. As Charlotte continued to stare at the eerie centipede, more continued to pour out from the mouth of the hill. From the pace of a silent river to an overflowing volcano, the hill erupted with a horde of centipedes, who climbed over each other as though in a frenzy to get them. Charlotte widened her eyes, her voice becoming high-pitched as she yelled, "How many of them are there? And what ranks are these creatures?" Lillian glanced at her coolly before looking back towards the rapidly approaching wall of insects. She nonchalantly tilted her head side to side before responding with, "I think there are about 30 maybe here. They're all around your rank. Anyway, Irank." With those sizes, Lillian plugged her ear, which was facing the noblewoman. She then asked, "Could you please stop yelling?" She then looked towards Norman to find him crouched on the ground, his palm pressing against it with absolute focus. The tall metal pillars scattered around them, then began to vibrate and shudder. Coming out from their sides, fences stretched out and connected to nearby pillars. It was a slow and intense process, especially when a horde of centipedes was charging towards them. And just before the horde could reach them, he finished. Clang! Clang! Lillian, resting her hands on her hips, looked around at the metal cage she found herself in. Not too bad. Looking back towards Norman, who was wiping the sweat off his brow, she praised him. "Excellent work, Norman. Do you still have any mana left?" Norman got up from his crouch, looking towards Lillian, slightly out of breath, and responding with, "Not a cough problem." He was of course lying, creating several pillars, each about 5 to 6 meters tall, and having to connect them with metal fencing was quite taxing for the young man. Lillian stretched her back, stretching her arms as well. "Welp, I should get to work now, considering I'm the one with the highest firepower here. No offense." Norma gave a huff. "I shall concede to that fact." Charlotte clicked her tongue and turned away. "My powers won't do any good to these filthy, deaf creatures." Lillian nodded with a smile and raised her hand, which was shaped like a gun. Before she began her barrage of attacks, she couldn't help but think, I should invest in sunglasses. Wouldn't they help in gaining some points for me?" Charlotte gave a repulsed expression as she backed away from the fence wall, disgusted over the shattered flesh and dripping green blood on it. "That's disgusting." She watched as Lillian lowered her hand and looked at her strangely. "Remind me, Charlotte, what was your first trial like again?" "My trial?" The noblewoman grinned before laughing poshly. "Well, if you must know, my trial was situated inside a rather established human civilization, and, So, your trial were with humans rather than monsters?" "I understand now." Lillian looked away from her, smiling wryly. Now I remember why she isn't used to monster guts. She then held her own chin. "Well, that should be the case for me, too, right? Coming from a world with no monsters and all that. Wow, I really adapted here, huh?" Pushing herself out of her thoughts and ignoring the noblewoman's pouting gaze at being interrupted, she said, "Well, then, let's go off and repeat this process a couple more times." "So, while I don't dislike such methods of attacking afar, are we truly not going to be attacking them head-on?" Charlotte asked, sitting on the grass as she leaned the side of her face into her right palm. Lillian shrugged, attacking a colony of ants whose mandibles were trying to grind through the metal bars. For what purpose? Even if it is a bit boring? Nowhere was it stated we can't use these tactics to win. After saying that and getting rid of the remaining monsters, she looked up into the sky and read their score out loud. Lewis Mana Academy up by 160 points, while the other team only have around 58. Charlotte widened her eyes. That's quite a large difference. Norman, having exhausted his mana reserves and lying down, huffed victoriously. He shakily raised his hand and pushed against his glasses. As such, is the result. We were destined for victory, after all. Charlotte, ignoring Norman's words, stared at the white-haired girl. Her surprised expression soon morphed into skepticism. Could you answer this humble question of mine, Vice Rep? You could just call me Lillian, you know? Lillian smiled wryly before nodding, but yeah, sure, go for it. How do you know the places where the monsters would be? Chapter 219. Falling dot? How do you know the places where the monsters would be? Lillian gave a small hum at the noblewoman's question. How is she going to get herself out of this situation now? She rubbed her chin and came up with an excuse. It's simple, really. I just did some research on possible locations the tournament would use. There's not much to it. Lillian shrugged, speaking in a casual tone that seemed to have satisfied Charlotte's curiosity, even if it was just for a bit. I see. Well then, what's next? Will we move to another place and break open a boulder again? Lillian shook her head. Nah. We'll begin moving towards the center. She then turned her eyes down towards Norman. Are you still tired, or can you run? At her words, Norman rose up to his feet. He stretched for a moment and gave back a firm response. I will be fine. It was just a mere temporary block in my mind that I had rid myself off. Right? Could you create another way out of this cage? Once exiting the cage, they hastily made their way towards the center. In the middle of their journey, Charlotte asked another one of her curious questions. The plan was to just stay on the eastern side of the forest. What's the sudden change? Or was this always the plan, and you just held it back? Twisting her head back at the noblewoman, Lillian answered. The plan was to rack up enough points to where the chances of us losing would lessen. But that was only step one of the plan. Turning her head back to the front, her eyes caught sight of the base of the mountain far ahead. As the thought of increasing her speed passed through her mind, she slowed down. The two around her noticed this and slowed down as well. Why are we stopping? Charlotte asked, noticing Lillian's gaze was dead set on looking above them. Lillian looked through the canopies of the trees, keenly watching as a black dot high in the sky was falling towards them. Let's back away from this spot. Charlotte, having noticed the incoming dot, yelled hurriedly, You think? The two ladies then dashed back, leaving behind Norman, who stared at the approaching unidentified object barreling towards them. With a snort and a push of his glasses, he said, raising his arm, Why run when you can block it? The ground beneath him then shook as a half wall of metal rose from it. However, Norman didn't look particularly satisfied with the unfinished wall as he gave a sigh. It seems I've run out of mana. What misfortune! The mysterious that then crashed through the canopies of the trees, causing a rain of leaves to slowly glide down. Snapping through the large branches, the surprising sight of a heavily wounded large bird appeared. Its brown wings were in shambles, and its yellow beak was cracked and torn. Its body was also splattered with blood, leaves sticking to it like glue, and sharp bones stuck out of its chest. Just before Norman was to be crushed under this falling avian, Lillian flicked her hand out, shooting a powerful blast of water at the falling monster. Norman ducked and raised his arms over his head, feeling the drops of water splashing over his body and watching as the bird was moved off course. Thub, thub, thub. The bird was several times off the ground, now drenched in water alongside its blood. It gave a few uncomfortable twitches before completely going still. It was dead. Norman then stiffened once he felt a hand land on his shoulder. Looking back, he found Lillian smiling at him wryly. Acting cool is fine and welcomed, but be sure you can without any consequences first. Thank you for your wisdom. Norman nodded in an understanding manner. Lillian nodded and pointed back to Charlotte with her thumb. You should hide behind her for now. It seems the second step of my plan has chosen to meet us instead. Charlotte watched as Norman moved toward her. She then raised an eyebrow at what Lillian said. Step 2? What do you mean it has chosen to meet us? Just before Lillian could get a chance to respond, she heard a loud groan coming from the corpse of the bird. Shifting her attention back, she watched as the body of the bird stretched and moved a bit, as though something was wriggling inside of it. Her curiosity then piqued once she watched an arm tear through the side of it covered in a sleeve of blood. The arm then sunk inside and disappeared. A millisecond later, fingers wrapped around the edges of the hole, pulling and pushing it wider. Eventually, it was wide enough for a man to crawl out of. Short, white, glistening hair dyed in scarlet red, a handsome face with red eyes, and a white uniform that was unfortunately ruined by the blood he had crawled out of. The young man then looked down at the corpse of the bird, smirking. He slicked back his hair and muttered in a casual tone as though it was an everyday thing for him. What fun joyride. Not an ideal one, but fun no less. He then noticed a small audience a few meters away from him. His eyes narrowed at their uniform and their unfamiliar faces. His lips curled up more into a grin. Oh, an audience of my descent? And ones of the opposing team, no less. After getting a much stabler footing on the bird's side, he placed his left foot back, moving it behind his right. He then placed one arm behind his back and one around his chest before taking a bow. In a stylish manner and flamboyant tone, he greeted his audience. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Sicilian Parrot. He then raised his head, locking eyes with Lillian before adding, and I'm going to need all of you to surrender yourselves and drop dead. Chapter 220, Chasing, and I'm going to need all of you to surrender yourselves and drop dead. Lillian's face twitched irritably at his words as she stared back. Sicilian Parrot, a member of the opposing team. His personality mainly consists of dramatic arrogance and tactical cowardness. Her eyes wandered around the young man's pose. She couldn't help but think, is it just me? Or is everyone here just dramatic in general? The developer of the game sure does like making these types of characters. She scratched the back of her head. Well, they're pretty entertaining, I guess. Her eyes then drifted over the blood on his body and the corpse he was standing on. If she were to recall correctly, this young man's ability was to control the very blood he was covered in. She grimaced, "He is quite the ammo." Shaking her head, she smiled at the blood-covered man. Drop dead? Call me arrogant. But for what I see, it's a 3 versus 1 right now. A disadvantage in numbers is not something you should be confident with. Sicilian straightened his back and swept his hair to the side, humming at her words in acknowledgement. Quite the keen observation. I wouldn't have guessed. Lillian's right, I twitched at his subtle insult. Another key part of his personality was that he was extremely irritating. On purpose as well. She then watched as he clapped his hands several times. Following this action, the clothes stuck to his body began to shift and move around. Suddenly, the blood staining his pure, white uniform stretched off his body. The young man raised his palm in the air, causing the blood to spiral towards it. He then lowered his palm towards them, revealing a crimson orb the size of a basketball that spun erratically at a slow pace. With a voice tipped with confidence, he said, "Unfortunately for you 3, I deal best with getting rid of populated rodents." With a malicious and toothy grin, the orb began to grow as it fed on the corpse of the bed, draining it of its blood. It gave a rather mysterious scene as crimson tentacles of blood stretched out from the countless wounds of the large avian. The orb continued to grow beyond its beginning size, eventually to where it was able to hide the young man behind it. It seemed that Sicilian was going to unleash a devastating attack. And despite knowing this, Lillian couldn't help but stare with a deadpan expression as she waited. She glanced towards the 2 beside her, finding them frozen and unable to do anything. Norman was understandable, given he hadn't even a lick of mana yet. But Charlotte's inactivity wasn't going to cut it. Patting her shoulder, Lillian leaned in. "So, I'm going to need you to blast that away. Vuvuka'a. Are you Ensign Dash?" Charlotte then froze before turning away from the white-haired girl. She puffed out her chest, tossing her momentary fear aside, and raised her arms. Fine. Such a thing is easy for me. As Charlotte prepared to face the attack head-on, Lillian prepared a little something of her own behind her back. Sicilian, seeing that Charlotte was stepping up to defend against his attack, snorted. Prepare yourself. Blondie, for my orb of devastating blood will crush you 3 into mush dash. Just as he finished his sentence, he watched as something blurred towards him with a deadly speed. Twisting his body around, he felt this thing pierce through his side, tearing through his uniform and flesh. His clothes were now once again stained in blood and also water. A pain-filled expression erupted on the young man's face as he gritted his teeth, bearing through the pain as he tensed his throwing arm. He launched the orb of blood at the 3 before rolling down behind the corpse of the bird. Charlotte widened her eyes at what had happened. In the period of a few seconds, what just occurred in those moments? She couldn't think about this query, for she had something else to be focusing on. She then narrowed her eyes, planting her feet on the ground as a dangerous shadow loomed over them. A slight hum then erupted from her palms, which then grew into a powerful blast of vibrations. Although the weight behind the orb forced through the vibrations made against it, Charlotte was eventually able to toss it to the side. Bum! Splash! Once the surface of the orb made contact with the ground, it exploded into a sea of blood. Fortunately for the 3, Lillian had prepared them a small dome of water, causing the blood to flow around them. Lillian raised her hand, patting the noblewoman's shoulder with a proud expression. Well done, well done. I heard that you practice your abilities in your spare time. I see that's not a lie, she said, chuckling at the end. Charlotte folded her arms, turning to the side. Did you not see me in action during the forest expedition? I am quite formidable, I'll have you know. Lillian smiled wryly, deciding not to answer her question at the risk it might either offend or upset her. Yes, but I think you should also work on your physical abilities as well. Charlotte eyed the woman before huffing. She turned her eyes outside the dome of water they were in. After a while, the blood had finally settled, either passing around them or sinking into the ground. Lillian, eyeing the blood-painted ground, took a step through the dome of water, catching the attention of the 2 behind her. Are you going after him alone? Charlotte pointed at her. Are you just going to leave me here with someone who can barely protect himself? Lillian waved her hand dismissively at the woman. Bah, you still have mana. I'm sure you'll be all right. And plus, I'm sure he didn't make it that far. After saying that, she dashed off, leaving behind the 2 on their own. Not good. Not good, indeed. This is not ideal in the slightest, Sicilian muttered, using his magic to manually keep himself from bleeding out. But because of this, Chapter 221, Blatant Statements. But because of this, he had lost track of where he was going. Initially, his plan was to scare them off using his orb of devastating blood and then tactically retreat. He wasn't naive enough to know he was capable of winning a 3 versus 1. There was no chance at his current level. Placing his hand against the side of a tree, he huffed deeply, getting back his breath before running again. After a few short minutes, he pushed himself off the tree, prepared to go before suddenly freezing. You look hurt. I wonder why. Quickly tilting his head up, he found a rather attractive white-haired girl with blue eyes, smiling down as she sat in the tree with her legs crossed. The way she was looking down at him couldn't help but make him irk. She was giving him a condescending look, straightening his back, ignoring the pain that came from it. He responded with his usual arrogant tone. Hurt. This is merely a flesh wound. A flesh wound that came from you, I don't doubt. Backing away from the tree, he pointed at her. You're the one who did that stealth attack. Am I correct? Lillian tilted her head to the right, then tilted it to the left. She gave him a curious and innocent look before smiling, having been caught red-handed. You're correct. And not like it was hard to guess, though. Pushing herself out of the tree, thump, she began to steadily make her way over to him. Sicilian grimaced, raising his hand to his hair that had fallen over his forehead and slicking it back like some stress-relieving habit. He then raised his palm towards her, causing her to stop out of curiosity. Lillian stared at him with a look of confusion. To respond to her inquisitive look, Sicilian spoke. Let's fight using weapons created by our elements. He then waved his hand into the air, creating a small curtain of blood that morphed into a simple sword. Once doing that, he then added with a tricky smile, You're not so shameless to eliminate an already wounded man without some fairness, right? Lillian gave him an odd look. Already wounded? I'm the one that wounded you. Was this guy a fool? Lillian didn't exactly remember him to be. Well, she didn't really remember much of anyone who wasn't important. Lillian gave an exasperated sigh before shaking her head mockingly. There's no reason for me to participate in such a pointless game. However, she then grinned. After taking a good look at the sword in the young man's hands, she flashed her hand to the side. Shooting from her palm was a torrent of water that swirled and wrapped in the air. She had created herself a simple sword as well, but there was something odd about it. It was an exact replica of the one in Sicilian's hands, with the difference being it was made of water. Same blade length, same crossguard, and even the same hilt length, pulling herself into a sword stance. She spoke with heavy mockery behind her breath. But I shall play this small game with you. Except, I will humiliate you so badly it would make it feel like I was tossing around a child. Sicilian blankly stared at her. It was only after a moment that he reacted. His eyes flared brightly at her words, his hand tightening around the handle of his sword. He chewed his bottom lip until it bled. His entire head had turned into the same color as his eyes. He seemed to be pretty angered by what Lillian had said. However, he then shortly calmed down. He smirked, baiting me to lose myself in anger. That's a typical tactic. He then stretched his arms out, laughing like some lunatic. Unfortunately for you, I have trained to keep my short fuse intact, for that is the most ideal dash. Dear Lord, just be quiet. Unable to bear the voice of the white-haired man before her, Lillian dashed forward, hastily swinging her sword, intending to slice through the man's mouth. Sicilian grinned, annoying her even more as he sliced through her sword. Splash, splattering it across the ground. Your constructs are weak. He laughed, raising his sword over his head before adding, as expected of a girl dash. That shit is sexist, and you know it. Lillian twisted her body around, facing her side to the white-haired man and kicking out her leg, BM, slamming it into the young man's chest. Sicilian was knocked back, the back of his heel skidding against the ground. He winced. Because of Lillian's sudden sidekick, his focus on the wound in his side was lessened. This caused Sicilian to momentarily lose control of his ability and allow his blood to drip and stain the ground. Lillian watched as a brief flash of panic crossed his face as he fixed his focus, controlling the bleeding before it could worsen his condition. Once regulating his condition, he raised his eyes back to Lillian, finding her constructing yet another sword of the same shape as his. He then met Lillian's eyes that stared at him patronizingly, as though she confidently believed he was lesser than her. Looking at the sword she created, he watched as she pointed it at him before speaking in a condescending and mocking tone. My constructs are weak. I'll have you know they are pretty durable. The corners of her lips curled up. But what's the point of making them that way? She waved the tip of her sword casually and added, It's like adding more effort onto something you can do instantly with absolute completion. She then tilted her head at him, resting the flat side of her sword on her shoulder. So, we'll just let you in on this. If you can destroy my constructs, then that means I want you to. If you can't destroy my constructs, then no, I don't want you to. Sicilian's face twitched irritably at her mocking words. We had barely begun, and you dare make such blatant statements? Lillian snorted and responded with, They're blatant because... Chapter 222, Manhood? Lillian snorted and responded with, They're blatant because... Before she could finish her sentence, swish. She watched as something blurred towards her in the corner of her eyes. Dissipating her sword, she leaned back, dodging a swift strike from Sicilian. The white-haired man clicked his tongue. He adjusted his hold on his sword, pointing the tip and aiming his blade down. Lillian, whose back was parallel and inches from the ground, twisted her body around. With a strong spin, she lashed out her right fist towards his right cheek. Bam! landing a decisive blow that caused him to stumble to the side. Sicilian growled, steadying his balance before turning back again. He leaned back and unleashed a stab with his sword, whose blade was around 28 inches long. Thud! Lillian landed on the ground with a soft thud, rolling to the side. Pushed! Sicilian's crimson blade stabbed into the ground, missing. Frustrated, he raised it against and followed after her, continuously stabbing at her location. Pushed, pushed, pushed. During his fit of frustration, he began to sweat slightly. His wound was taking a toll on him and his mind. The interval between his stabs slowed. Lillian noticed this. Amidst her roll, she bent her left knee. Once Sicilian had reached a certain close distance from her, she kicked her leg out. Bam! The heel of her shoe shot out and dug in between his crotch, crushing it. This action of hers caused Sicilian to pause mid-stab, his eyes widening and popping out. As he was left paused, Lillian went from a roll into a crouch. Slowly getting up from her knees, she watched as the young man slowly turned his gaze down to his crotch. His back began to hunch over slightly, little but surely. Soon enough, he raised his free hand around the area Lillian kicked, almost like it was out of instinct. His body then swayed side to side, his expression into one of discomfort. Lillian watched this spectacle and couldn't help but point and laugh as he hopped around in a circle. Ha ha ha! How's it down there? Lillian bent over, wrapping her stomach with her arms as she continued to laugh. She then added, Does it hurt? Are you still proud to be a sexist, or what? After hopping around and turning to her, Sicilian growled as he continued to clutch his area. Why you? Don't think because you have such a pretty face that I'm not afraid of damaging it. Lillian's laughter stopped. Her face then morphed into one of confusion. Looking at him with a deadpan expression, she said, As if you could. She straightened her back and flicked her hair to the side, chuckling. But thank you for the compliment. I'm very much pretty, I'm aware. Summoning back her fluid sword, she bent over. Anyway, I'm going to have to hurry this up. I have some classmates that are too afraid of me being gone for too long. With a kick of her right leg, she dashed towards him. Sicilian, startled, gripped his sword and fixed his stance. However, he felt his mind swirl and his focus overcome with vertigo. He felt like he had encountered a dangerous variety of motion sickness. He also felt like he was leaking something. That was when he noticed he was bleeding. Lillian's strike had caused his focus to become ripped away from supporting the wound on his side. His white-knuckled grip tightened on his sword even harder. His left hand shot towards his hair and slicked it back. He was panicking a little. Lillian's sword flashed before his eyes. In a desperate attempt to protect himself, he slashed at it, attempting to slice through it like before. However, instead, swish. His blade rebounded off it like it had encountered highly durable and flexible steel. His eyes widened in shock. How could this be? How could a substance as thick as blood lose to a much lesser density? SWIP. Then, everything became dark. A sharp pain stretched over his eyes. Lillian had slashed through them. He was blind. Gripping his sword, he swung it without any sort of style or fashion. Swoosh, swish, swoosh. Eventually, he felt his control over his arm was lost as well. Lillian had slashed through it. He had been disarmed. And without a delay after that, he felt his control over his body become lost, something seamlessly passing through his neck. He then heard a robotic voice whisper into his ears. You have been eliminated. Commencing respawn at a randomized location. Thud, thud. Two separate thuds then rang out. Each came from his body and severed head, respectively. Following that was his killer's voice, who was just staring down at his digitizing corpse with a smile. You know, at least you stuck to your own rules instead of cheating. Always nice to see that. After his body had finally disappeared, she added, If you hadn't done that, it would have been a whole different story, probably. Back at the Coliseum stands OOO. That was pretty cool. Millis yelled before muttering and leaning over to the assassin beside her. Don't you think, Red Ice? Turning to Marionette, she found the woman holding up her phone in a landscape orientation with a recording app open. Despite her stoic and expressionless face, Millis was able to tell with her supernatural talent and perception that the woman's eyes seemed to be shining. Millis sighed, turning around and shaking her head with a smile. Such love. She then wiped the imaginary tear in the corner of her eye. It brings a tear to my eyes. Charlotte continued to wait for Lillian alongside Norman as they sat on the corpse of a medium-sized monster. It had a brownish fur that had a woody texture for legs, wolf-like ears, and snout. It was just a wolf that seemed to have adapted to blending in with the trees. Unfortunately for it, and fortunately for them, they were able to take it down with minimal ease, as evidenced by a metal pike sticking out from its skull. Charlotte rhythmically tapped her cheek with her index finger in an impatient manner. When will she be back? Chapter 223. VIP Box. In one of the VIP boxes, quite a formidable young lady you have here, Headmaster Lewis. Oh ho ho. Formidable indeed. Can't say the same about that young man of yours. Mirage, disguised as the headmaster of the academy, who had gone missing, laughed as he looked towards a tall man. Seated beside him in one of the VIP box's comfortable red fur couch was the headmaster of the Luton Academy, Donatello. Donatello was a handsome man dressed in a black suit. Long and dazzling black hair, black eyes with a devilish look to them, and a handsome face that makes him appear slightly androgynous. However, there was one thing about him that no one would have expected from first impressions. He was of considerable age. He was also quite fussy over his appearance. Because of this trait of his, he had undergone magic and such to make himself look considerably younger. Thus, for his current appearance. So, for a man who was around the same age as Lewis, who was living in his 60s and 70s, he looked no different compared to any charming young man in his mid-20s. Donatello stroked his chin thoughtfully, gazing through the large glass pane. He stared at the holographic cube that floated in the air, giving them a real-time recording of the competition. This scene of Sicilian's pitiful defeat was still fresh in his mind. He drew his eyes and attention back to the old headmaster next to him. His blank and stoic lips then curled into a simple smile. He then softly spoke, "I suppose not. It wasn't my choice to choose, after all." Lewis stroked his awfully long white beard like the wise old sage he was. He gave a haughty laugh. "Oh ho ho, would you have chosen someone different then?" Despite Lewis' patronizing tone, Donatello saw nothing of it. It was, after all, just a playful and competitive gesture. There wasn't to get upset about when they were having a friendly competition between their academies. Adjusting his black tie, Donatello opened his mouth again as his eyes looked over the audience stands. Lots of people this year, it seems. Could it be you had some rather interesting students this year around? Or could it be all for this young girl currently competing? HM, of course we do. But why are you putting yourself down, Headmaster Donatello? Lewis leapt out of his seat energetically, his robe fluttering in his quick movements. They could all be here to spectate your students as well. Donatello gave a chuckling snort at that as he leaned into the back of his seat. I doubt that. You must have some with high potential, no doubt. His gaze then pierced through the glass window of their box and looked towards another VIP box. His eyes then met with a black reflective wall, which he could only assume to be made of glass. A one-way glass window. The pupils in his eyes then dilated before morphing into slits. His vision then broke through the black wall, piercing through and entering the box and gazing at the people inside. However, he soon withdrew his gaze once he felt the eyes of another staring back at him. But before he withdrew it completely, he gave a curious glance at the one staring at him. A glimpse of a golden crown entered the corner of his eyes. Sucking his vision out from the VIP box, he looked towards Lewis. Even your kingdom's royal family is here. Lewis waved his hand dismissively. They're always here this time of year. Is that so? Or are they always excited? They seem to be impatient about something. Lewis eyed the handsome man before responding. We just have their second prince is all. I'm sure they'll get excited about something more coming up. Lewis then froze as he held his chin. You know what? I have yet to greet them since the tournament had begun. I bet this would be an excellent time, too. Aha! Yes, you should, Headmaster Lewis. Don't miss me for too long. These old bones of mine would take a while to come forth and back. Just be here before this part of the tournament reaches its climax. As Lewis, or Mirage, walked through one of the open corridors of the Colosseum, his eyes couldn't help but be attracted to a certain passerby in the corridor. Clad in a dark brown cloak, they walked past him in an inhuman-like manner, in the sense that their steps were inconsistent. From a stiff walk to a fluid step, they walked as though they were some kind of machinery. And it didn't help that their face was covered with a mask that shrouded their face even further behind the shadow due to their cloak's hood. After his spark of curiosity died, he continued his march towards the royal family's VIP box. And once reaching their door and raising his hand to knock, he heard a voice resound through the door and invited him in. Opening the doors, he made his way into the room, his feet making contact with the red carpet. In the very instant he came in, eyes were drawn to his elderly figure. Lewis took a knee and greeted them without raising his eyes immediately. "I greet the royal family." Once saying that and raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of a mature woman's face looking back at him with orange straight hair and brown eyes. Although her face undoubtedly had wrinkles, she was, without a doubt, still beautiful with her radiant and warm smile. And beside her, getting out of his chair, was the king himself, with a crown situated on his blonde hair that seemed to flow down his neck like a lion's mane. He strolled over to Lewis. He was dressed in a royal manner, with his attire consisting of the colors mainly red, orange, and yellow, like those of a flame. He was tall, standing to the height of about 6'4". He was broad-shouldered, giving him a powerful first impression that was complemented by his thick arms and large hands. His gruff face also added to this first impression, as his golden eyes rested on Lewis' kneeling figure. Once reaching Lewis, he stretched his large palm out to the old man, and Chapter 224, Regular Gauntlets? Back in the competition, after seeing that Sicilian's body had disappeared into digital matter, she left. In this part of the competition, there was a 10-second timer before someone who had died could respawn. This could be displayed under the teams section in the holographic screen in the sky. Lillian, peering past the green canopy of the trees, stared at Sicilian's name, having been crossed out with a timer next to it, ticking down. She then swept her gaze toward her own team, finding that none of her team members' names was given this treatment. Although her team members were competent to defend themselves, given that they were in the same class, the other team were slightly more attack-oriented than theirs. Norman was added due to his significant defensive ability to construct steel barriers. While he could act as an attacker, he was quite slow. Charlotte, on the other hand, was a double-edged sword support. Even if she could destabilize an enemy's focus by rupturing their eardrums, she would ultimately destroy theirs as well. However, it didn't truly matter. They're only there as support, just like in the game. Lillian shrugged, shaking her head with a smile. "Am confident enough to call myself the heavy hitter, as an individual trained by a deadly assassin who, although possibly knew a variety of techniques and hadn't taught her them, she was assured her skills would suffice." She took a glance back at the blood-stained ground where Sicilian previously laid. Why hadn't he used any of his items at the beginning? Lillian scratched her head, wondering why a person like him wouldn't miss a chance to show off his equipment. Had he truly thought he could just use his orb of devastating blood to really drive them away? Lillian turned around and began making her way back. Meh, perhaps he did think that. As she strolled back towards her group, she looked up into the sky, reading out loud her points. "Our team is up by 167. She recalled that the points for eliminating a contestant were around 4. So, where did the additional 3 come from? Deciding not to dwell on such a question that would get her nowhere, she looked at the other team's score. And theirs is 72. They upped it by 14. Not bad. Soon, her walking got her back to her group. This was also where her earlier question of the 3 points was answered. She looked towards the woody brown wolf they were sitting on and couldn't help but smile a bit. She was then spotted by Norman, who greeted her with a nod with his head, added with a push of his glasses. Following that was Charlotte, whose face twitched at her. She yelled, "I thought you said it wasn't going to take long." "That took extremely long." Lillian tilted her head. "Why so loud?" and it was just a couple of minutes. The competition only ends after an hour and a half, or when one of either team reaches 500 points. Charlotte grumbled, I suppose. Lillian nodded before looking towards Norman, her eyes glancing at the metal pole sticking out from the monster's head. Is your mana back to a good amount, or do you still need a rest? The lenses of Norman's glasses flashed with a confident light. I will be fine in an engagement with the enemy. Is that so? Then let's keep on going. Let's try and reach the mountain as fast as we can. Lillian turned her head, trying to find the direction where the mountain would be. Using the corpse of the bird that Sicilian arrived in as a compass of sorts, she began moving forward. However, before that, she made sure to store the body of the wolf they had killed in her spatial ring. While they obviously can't take it back into reality, she had other plans for it. They rushed through the forest, encountering and killing the monsters along the way that were slightly higher in ranks the nearer they got towards the center of the forest. Soon, they had reached 200 points. The monsters weren't extremely difficult to deal with, even with the increase in ranks. This was because of the number of mana shells covering their core. The Academy had set it to the lowest possible option, which was, of course, 1. This was to allow the students to have a much higher pace and speed in hunting the monsters. Obviously, all the real difficulty laid in dealing with the enemy team. On their way to the mountain, they had stopped to rest several times, the main culprits being Norman and Charlotte. While the edgy youth constantly hid his tiredness, needing one of the two ladies to figure out his need for a rest. Charlotte was a tad bit more open about it. As the two were resting, Lillian went out of the group to find some monsters to kill. It was also during this that she had decided to wear her gauntlets. Watching as gauntlets materialized in the air from her spatial ring, she put them on. As soon as she wore them, she felt a strange weakness in her arms. She knew the cause for this was the restricted enchantment. And if she were to recall correctly, any close-quarter attack had its damage reduced by 50. It was a costly requirement, whilst also forcing her into needing to fight up close. She was also locked out of using her magic for offensive purposes. She smiled wryly, putting them away and feeling the strength in her arms return. There wasn't any point using them now, considering it would only slow her down from winning. Considering that she was also unable to unlock it from its limited enchantment was also part of her decision. It'll be worth it. As she thought that, she went on a hunt for a nearby monster, bringing their score up 6 points. Once returning, they continued on their journey, eventually making their way to the base of the mountain and discovering Chapter 225. A little convincing? Upon reaching the base of the mountain, they discovered bodies of armored beasts lying on the ground of blood-stained grass mixed with flesh-covered gravel. Well, from what they gathered, they used to be armored. Broken shells, akin to the texture of a pale brown granite, were laid shattered and strewn across the ground like someone had picked apart a stone pavement with a crowbar. The monster's flesh beneath their protective exterior was covered in lethal gnashes and crimson marks as their blood continued to flow out. However, their body was covered in a sort of dust and gritty sand that would belong on the path up a mountain. It seemed as though these frightening beasts had been kicked and rolled down said mountain as a way to free up space. This was what Lillian had analyzed as she continued to gaze upon this sight that was rather bone-chilling, especially so as the potent smell of blood wafted into their nose, spiking their brain with the scent of iron. Charlotte shifted uncomfortably, covering her nose at the repulsive sight. Turning her face away at a slight angle, she inquired Lillian, "Is there even a reason to come to this filthy area? As long as we reach 500 points, we would win. Wouldn't just finding more areas with those boulders be more efficient?" Lillian drifted her eyes to the side, gazing at the noblewoman with a deadpan expression. "You asked this before getting here?" Rolling her eyes, she answered her question. "To answer your question, yes, you would be right." She then moved forward, walking past the bodies and making her way around and up the steep path. "If we were to go around the forest and keep on hunting monsters until we reach 500, then we would, of course, win. However, why should we end it so soon?" She smiled, eventually turning it into an excited, toothy grin. "This is the first part of the tournament. It must be exciting, noteworthy, and last of all, capable of showing that our class are actually filled with powerful individuals that shouldn't be taken lightly. She stopped at the edge of a cliff, several meters high off the ground. She looked down at them, gesturing them to follow with an urging look. Let's show these Luton Academy students how powerful the Lewis Academy is. As her speech made its way into the ears of the two down below, she watched as their eyes widened and, at the same time, glimmered. The edges of Lillian's broad and attractive grin grew. It seemed that her inspiring speech had convinced them. This was one of the reasons why she had chosen these two to join her team. Norman was one to go along with anything that would prove his ability and reputation as cool. Charlotte was the type to go along with things that could prove her superiority over a selected group of people. By stringing her words together and making it so it would target their goals, it would make it extremely easy to convince them to go along with her plan. Her plan of an absolute victory over the other team. This ambitious goal of hers would be the only thing currently that would give her the greatest high. As the three of them ascended the tall and laborious mountain, whose peak reached the very clouds themselves, they encountered more bodies of monsters. Monsters like the exact one Sicilian killed and appeared from. Monsters that were plastered on the side of the mountain with their wings crushed into paste and slash marks. It would bid the question, what kind of cruel individual would mutilate a creature like this to such a painful degree? Despite these monsters reaching the rank and, uncommonly, some C ranks that were far more injured than their counterparts, it looked as though their enemy had barely made any effort to take them apart. Having reached halfway up the mountain, they began to feel the wind become harsher as it blew against them. But that was the only thing harsh about it, except for the fear of slipping and falling off the edge, because all the monsters had been taken care of. Well, that was what they had thought. Clinging fearfully to the side of the mountain, Lillian glanced to the side, discovering something that had peeked into the corner of her eyes. The two behind her did the same thing as the sounds of flapping were made apparent, even despite the harsh winds blowing into their ears. It was another bird, just like the ones they had been seeing on their way up. But there seems to be something off about it. It looked alien. Its torso had a red mark down the middle that was covered in dry blood. However, what would have been the reason for its organs to be spilling out was held together by a wall of string? Lillian's eyes darted from its chest towards its wings, finding traces of this particular white string on it as well. It was as though it was being controlled by it. Then, her eyes drifted towards its back, which was being ridden by two individuals. A short man of small stature with blonde hair, tied into a ponytail. His face had rather childlike features. He stood on the back of the bird, gripping the feathers on the back of its head. Situated behind this short man was another individual with black hair and a face hidden behind a featureless white mask. This individual was crouched on the bird, their hands raised as strings were wrapped around the tips of their fingers. With careful scrutinizing, Lillian was able to tell that the masked figure was assumably male. However, she already knew this since their entire team was filled with guys. But that wasn't the time to think about that. They had much greater and larger problems to deal with. Lillian's eyes narrowed on the masked individual in the back and the blonde man. The enemies had decided to meet them head-on. Chapter 226. Rolling Escape? Lillian looked towards the blonde-haired man, identifying him as Lincoln. Then, she watched as he opened his mouth and spoke. Well, if it isn't the ones that killed our dear buddy Sicilian, it was definitely you guys, right? Balancing himself, he stood on top of the hawk's head, which dipped a bit at his weight, but nonetheless kept afloat in the air as it flapped its wings. Lincoln then waved his hand, waving it side to side with a casual expression as he spoke about his team member. He was sure they were the ones who had killed his teammate. I can't say I'm surprised. He was impulsive beyond compare. I thought he'd fall off the mountain and split his skull. It would have been satisfying. Holding his chin, he imagined the thought. Then he sighed, shaking his head at the unattainable image. Lillian continued to listen as the short man continued to rant insults behind Sicilian's back, specifically ones that described him as obscenely irritating and annoying. Eventually, His ranting slowed and finished as he thanked them. You have my gratitude of freeing me of such a person for the last couple dozen minutes. Lillian smiled at him, which turned wry as she said, Don't you fear what he would have to say if he ever heard about what you said? Lincoln raised an eyebrow, then snorted mockingly. Why should I? He's weak, just a mere support character in the team, and was, unfortunately, our healer. That's a bit harsh. Lillian chuckled, but I do agree with you, though. He was a tad bit too arrogant for my liking. Lincoln's face lit up, completely forgetting they were enemies and engaging in a conversation with her. Exactly. You get what I mean, Dash. He was then interrupted with a pat on the shoulder from behind. Turning back and staring at the featureless white mask of what Lillian identified to be Paul, he was reminded of their task. Nodding and shrugging off the hand, he raised his palm towards Lillian and the two behind her and muttered in an indifferent and cold voice, a stark difference from his tone just a few seconds ago. We'll be needing you to go away while we clear things up. Inside of his palm, a slim wooden wand appeared, wrapping his fingers around it. He focused his mana through it. Lillian's eyes widened at the wand aiming at her, then watched as the tip pointed at her began to glow. Her mind raced as she scanned through her memories, recalling all the information about the blonde-haired individual. And what she came up with was that she would be killed if he released his attack with the wand. Right before Lincoln fired off whatever attack would come out of his wand, Lillian dashed to the side, pushing Charlotte back against Norman before lashing her hand out towards the hawk they were riding on. From the hurried wave of her hand, a blade of water shot out, stretching in height as it cleaved through the hawk's right wing. However, right before that could happen, right before the two men fell, a beam of condensed air shot out of Lincoln's wand, crashing into the wall and burrowing a hole into it that caused the side of the mountain to shudder. Lillian could feel the mountain tremble slightly from the sudden impact on its side, causing rubble to fall from the cliffs above. She quickly urged Charlotte and Norman to go down the path. The goal of going up the mountain was to aggro the enemy. Now that the task had been achieved, there was no point in staying up there. As they were quickly but carefully making their way down the mountain, she looked to the side, finding the disabled hawk falling from the sky, along with the two men. In any normal scenario, this would be the end for them. However, not even a brief panic crossed Lincoln's face, and neither did Paul's if his face were to be exposed. Instead, the blonde-haired man moved his hand towards the masked individual, and before Lillian's very eyes, they began to fly, but it was more accurate to say they were floating. Lincoln hovered in the air, holding on to Paul's hand, preventing him from falling and becoming a mushy blood splatter at the base of the mountain. His calculating eyes watched as Lillian made her way down the mountain along the path. Then, he raised his wand and began charging his next attack. This made Lillian grimace. Was this man truly about to bombard them from above, like some kind of airborne artillery? The answer was undoubtedly yes. Falling from the sky, a bombardment of narrow pillars of condensed air fell, crashing into the mountain and causing it to shudder, shake, tremble, and all that could describe the cause of the vibrations that spread across its rocky body. A quarter way down, it was beginning to become a lot more difficult to truly come down unscathed. Not only were they on the run from a flying artillery unit, but they also had to traverse the slopes of the mountain without falling off the edge. Her mind raced to come up with a solution to their precarious situation. That was when she had an idea spark inside her mind. Endelman, create a ball we can all get inside. Norman, who was leading them the way drew his attention back to Lillian. Without doing his signature gesture of pushing against his glasses, he did as he was told. Lincoln, who was slowly drifting around the mountain, spotted the three of them again. As he prepared to raise his destructive wand once more, he quickly turned his body to the side, narrowly dodging a blade of water from slicing him in half. Glancing at the blade of water that had passed by him, he looked back towards Lillian's group, only to find that they had disappeared. Instead, what he saw was a huge steel ball rolling down the mountain at an absurd rate. Chapter 227. Planning? Having created the steel ball and entering it, they pushed it down the mountain. And, It wasn't exactly the smoothest of rides, especially with the countless rocky bumps along the way. With her arms wrapped around her head, Lillian spun inside the dark metal sphere the side of her body, slamming against her teammates. Eventually, the sphere reached the bottom, landing and rolling on the soft grass. When it finally came to a stop, a hole appeared in its side. Coming out of the exit, the three rolled out, tumbling over and stacking on top of each other on the ground. Norman on the bottom, Charlotte in the middle, and Lillian on the top, all moaning from the dreadful dizziness that they had just endured. As the world seemed to swirl in Lillian's eyes, she noticed a blurry figure in the sky. Two figures, in fact, slowly descend in the air towards their location. Pushing herself off of the pile she found herself in, getting back to her feet, she held her hand out towards the two. "All right, we gotta get moving. Let's try not to die. Okay, Dash." Once her words left her mouth, she heard a faint but sharp whistle slip through the air, followed by a screeching crunch coming from the steel ball. Coming from the sky, a pillar of condensed air. The steel ball inverted on itself, scrunching up before having a hole punctured through it. Lillian's eyes followed the sparks, her face contorting due to her current situation. After pulling her teammates up to their feet, stumbling a bit from the residue of dizziness, they got back into a sprint. As they ran through the forest, moving behind the trees and under their canopies, the blonde-haired man, Lewis, followed behind closely. He glanced down towards his teammate, the masked individual, Paul, who still clung tightly to his hand. The white-haired girl is probably the most dangerous out of the three, don't you think? In response to his words, the masked man only gave a quiet nod, a usual answer. He wasn't one of many words, after all. Soon, they began lowering themselves to the ground, intending to go after them on foot. The use of his wand, added to floating, was taxing on his mana. Not only that, but chasing after them would prove far more difficult from above. This was, of course, planned by Lillian. Sure, the use of the sphere to roll down the mountain wasn't planned at first, but that didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Resting her shoulder against the side of the tree, Lillian breathed deeply, still feeling a tad bit sick from the ride down the mountain. She looked towards her teammates, seeing them do the same thing as her. Except Charlotte seemed to be a bit more affected compared to Norman and her. Lillian brushed the hair that had fallen over her eyes behind her ears. The thought of eliminating the enemy team by herself was still stuck in her mind. Should she be naive and try to do it on her own? By luring the two away and letting her teammates take care of the hunting so they can reach the required limit, shouldn't that be enough to satisfy her curiosity? She wouldn't die, in the sense that she would respawn seconds later. But she also had to account for the fact that Sicilian was nowhere to be seen. While she was out there taking care of his two teammates, he could stumble upon her team members and possibly take one or both of them out. They're not that weak, right? Lillian drifted her eyes back towards her group, still gauging their strengths at this point in time. Going off of game stats, if she were to send both of them out to go hunt for monsters and they happen to engage with Sicilian in combat, Charlotte would undoubtedly be the first one to fall due to her low physical stats. However, if she and Norman could work well together, they would surely win if they were careful. Lillian then scratched the side of her head. This is such mental gymnastics. Maybe it would be better if they fought with me instead, but at the same time it wouldn't. Her attention would then be torn between defending them and herself, whilst also attacking if they joined her in the battle with the two enemies rapidly approaching them. Seeing that a good possible option would be to send them away, she shared her plan. Charlotte, staring up at her as she leaned her hand against the tree, gave her an odd look. Go, hunt. I thought we were going to fight these guys together. What was the point of even giving that speech if you aren't going to let us do that? Lillian smiled wryly at her. She didn't factor in the effort to convince them. It was just so you guys would climb that mountain with me. And because of that decision, my legs are unbearably sore. She then placed her hand over her chest. And I feel like my chest is about to explode with how much I'm breathing. Lillian waved her hand dismissively. You'll get used to it. So, are you going to go with my plan, or? Norman, who was off to the side, pushed against his glasses, and spoke up. "He'll go with it. Under my calculations, this would bring us closer to victory." Lillian glanced towards him and nodded with a smile. "Glad you think so," turning back to Charlotte, who stared at the both of them irritably. Eventually, she agreed after letting out a deep sigh. "Excellent." Lillian's smile brightened, tilting her head to the side and painting a false image of an innocent and cheery girl as her eyes sparkled. However, her expression soon dropped as from behind them, the voice of the enemy appeared. "Fighting in the forest now, are we?" Lillian, gesturing for her teammates to leave quickly, turned around to face them. Chapter 228. Four Eyes? The short ponytailed man, Lincoln, strutted past the trees, closely followed by Paul, the black-haired masked man. With them standing at their full height, Lillian was able to roughly gauge their height, which she had easily forgotten. Lincoln stood at a height of around 4 feet 11 with his blonde ponytail reaching behind his waist. Paul was around 5 feet 10, considerably taller than his partner beside him, as well as Lillian. Lillian, hearing the scurrying of her team members and making sure they had left, responded to Lincoln's rhetorical question. "Why not? Right? A little bit easier for me to fight you, you know?" Lillian shrugged at them, grinning as excitement boiled in her blood. Not a shred of fear or even the thought of losing had crossed her mind. She had her lucky necklace to thank for that with its helpful enchantments. Lincoln, noticing the excited smile on Lillian's face that seemed to grow larger by the second, couldn't help but comment that it was a smile of his own. "That's quite the grin you got there. Excited?" "Uh-huh. Me too. But was it wise to send your teammates away? This is a 2v1 now." He then watched as Lillian began hopping on the spot, stretching a bit. The white-haired girl, once finishing her brief preparation, answered in a casual and playful tone. "I've always wondered what sort of high I would get from winning a 2v1. If that answers your question." "Extremely confident, huh?" Lincoln gave her a ridiculing look, whipping out his wand from his spatial storage and pointed it at her. Paul, seeing that his partner had entered into a stance, raised his hands, causing strings to magically stretch out from them. Lillian watched as they did this and went into hers, preparing for the fight that was to come. She stretched out her right hand, manifesting the regular short sword into her hand. Standing upright, turning her body to the side, she pointed the tip of her blade at them. It was a simple short sword, regular cloth wrapping around the hilt, a metal crossguard, and an unusually thin blade. However, there was something off about it. She felt she was drawn to a certain point, almost as if she was experiencing tunnel vision. And she was correct, for this was one of its restrictions. She would need to fight while having her field of vision narrowed, while also having to deal with its last restriction that would prove to be quite the debuff to her in this fight. Stabs only, no slashes, no parrying. She was limited to only stabbing and dodging. If she were to do any that were restricted, she would experience an immediate recoil that would offset her balance. She took in a deep breath. She was going to face 2 formidable enemies while subjecting herself to restrictions. Wasn't she just making it harder on herself? Ill win. She looked towards Lincoln, finding him opening his mouth and yelling something with a battle-ready expression. "Well then, let's see how long that confidence of yours will last." Lillian stared back with the same battle-ready expression of her own. "Sure. Try not to be surprised if I beat you guys." 10 minutes later, while Lillian engaged with the 2 enemies, Charlotte and Norman had run a safe distance away from them. They had even begun hunting monsters to increase their score. Charlotte, wiping her forehead, looked up towards the sky, finding the scoreboards. Lewis Mana Academy. 243 Luton School of Prestigious Magic. 193 the enemy team was gradually getting closer to reaching their score, but they just needed 250 more points to win. Looking back at the way they came from, Charlotte's eyes scanned over the bodies of creatures they had fought and killed along the way. If they wanted to win, they were going to need to achieve 250 more points. She looked towards Lillian's name, finding it still without a cross. She was still alive. Then, she drew her eyes towards Cecilian's name, noticing how it was without a cross. They had yet to encounter the Blood Mage, or even the chances of finding him in the enormous forest anyway. It's practically unlikely. Thinking something similar to this, she turned her attention towards Norman, finding him making sure one of the monsters they had killed was truly dead. After waiting for him to finish, Charlotte raised her finger at him. You took your time, sweet time. We have what? She raised her eyes, looking towards the timer. 0 hours, 34 minutes. We have 45 minutes left. Let's get a move on, and let's go find more monsters to put down. Norman eyed her before nodding slowly, pushing against his glasses. I suppose. Our victory awaits us. We must get a move on to achieve it. Charlotte's face twitched at his sentence. Something about it put her off. Then she asked which way. I shall allow you to pick which way to go. Norman raised his hand, and after a moment of careful consideration, he pointed towards his left without looking. That way. That way I detect has a formidable monster. Formidable? I appreciate your acknowledgement. Weakling. Norman's eyes widened behind his glasses as he turned to look in the direction that he pointed in. Standing in between the trees and in the direction he pointed was a young man with white hair and red eyes that held an arrogant light to them. It was Sicilian. Clap, clap, clap. And he was clapping his hands. I'm impressed you found me out. Since when did you know I was hiding there? For eyes? Norman didn't respond, nor did he show any other expression that would lessen his status as cool. Instead, he turned his body towards him, raising and folding his arms, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. My abilities of perception far surpasses you. That's how. In reality, of course, he didn't even know Sicilian was there in the first place. If the blood mage hadn't exposed himself on his own, he wouldn't have known he was there. Sicilian's face twitched at the insult. He smiled crookedly, well, as expected, with someone with 4 eyes. Chapter 229. Shattered hearing? Well, as expected, with someone with 4 eyes. The more eyes you have, the more vision you get. Sicilian let out a mocking sigh, shaking his head with his eyes closed as though he felt sad for Norman. He opened his right eye, glancing towards Norman's face, wondering what sort of expression he was making to his words. All he found was a blank expression hidden behind a hand. Norman, raising his fingers to the bridge of his glasses, pushed it. As though on a dramatic cue, his glasses flashed with a certain light. And this vision of mine that you speak of had already foresaw your demise by my hands. Saying this, he flexed his arms, manifesting strips of steel in the air before wrapping himself in them, as though they were delicate bandages. Taking on the form of some kind of stiff metal statue, he caused the steel wrapped around his body to form edges and slits. Like liquid, the metal morphed and shifted around until forming a rather impressive set of steel medieval armor. Norman looked through the slits of his helmet and at Sicilian, finding him widening his eyes in surprise. The blood mage, shocked by the new form that the edgy adult had taken on, then narrowed his eyes within his pupils flashed a humiliated and furious light. You dare speak so highly of yourself? He raised his hand toward the nearby corpse. Don't think just because you're wearing some thin metal bodysuit that you are protected. Sure, well, I may have fallen to your comrade rather easily. Using the blood found within the body, he created a crimson blade of blood with a menacing sharpness to it. Waving it around, he pointed the tip towards the armored Norman while slicking back his hair rather dramatically. You are by no means going to be defeating me as easily as she did to me. Moving into a stance, his eyes drifted towards Charlotte, who stiffened at his gaze. And neither is she. From the way I see it, both of you are going to die. Charlotte moved closer to Norman, whispering, So, what's the plan? Silence lingered for a moment between the two before Norman responded. Winning is always the plan. After saying that, Norman leaned forward, manifesting a metal spear into his right gauntlet and dashing towards Sicilian, who snorted condescendingly at him. Sicilian leaned forward, dashing towards him as well with a much greater speed compared to himself. Midway through the blood mage's dash, Norman stepped back, stabbing forth his spear. Sicilian tilted his body slightly to the side, raising his arm and letting the spear pass under his armpits. His shoe dug into the ground, tearing through the grass as he pushed himself closer to the armored individual. Closing the gap, he flicked his wrist up, lashing his sword like a whip as the blade extended a meter longer. Norman slowly leaned back, unable to completely dodge the attack. SKRRR, as a shallow diagonal gash appeared on his chest plate. Sicilian smirked. "You're just a metal practice dummy. You're too slow." With his sword arm in the air, he swung down his crimson blade, intending to draw another diagonal line on Norman's chest plate. However, coming out from behind the armored individual, Charlotte appeared with her palms raised, pushing them out towards the blood mage. Charlotte let out a deafening sound from her palms that caused all three of them to reel a bit. Watching as Sicilian backed away from them, giving Norman breathing room, Charlotte whispered, "They'll support you from behind. Just make sure to protect me if he changed targets." Norman gave a slow nod from behind his helmet, shaping his spear into a sword and tightly clutching it. They looked towards Sicilian, finding him rubbing the side of his ear with a look of uncomfort. "Sound? How annoying." Leaning forward again, he dashed back in, intending to skewer both of them onto his sword. But again, midway through, he was interrupted. Norman swung his sword, colliding it against Sicilian's, who met it head-on. Clang! A brief look of surprise flashed through Norman's glasses at the sound made by their clash. Was his crimson blade also as durable as metal? Sicilian pushed against Norman's blade, smiling, but then frowned as he felt himself get pushed back. He clicked his tongue at the metal mage's weight behind his push. Disengaging from their clash and dashing back, Sicilian, drawing more blood from the surrounding corpses, shaped his sword into a spear. Moving back in, he stabbed it towards Norman's chest. Just as the tip of his spear was about to make contact, Charlotte appeared from behind Norman, shooting out another pulse of sound that disrupted his piercing attempt. Sicilian felt himself get pushed back, his uniform fluttering at the wind created by the repelling sound wave. Due to this sudden attack on him, his focus was left distracted by her. And because of this, Norman took the chance to move in and attack him off guard. Sicilian, watching as a heavy shadow loomed over him, flickered his attention back towards Norman, finding him bringing down his sword. The blood mage stepped back and out of pure reflex raised his forearm to block the slash, leading him to lose it. Thud! Stumbling back, Sicilian watched as his arm plummeted to the ground with a soft thud. Then, he turned his eyes towards his bleeding stump. A look of annoyance spread across his face at the injury. Clutching his stump, flinching a bit at the pain, he yelled, "You wretched bastard." He glared at Norman before declaring with a hiss, "All right, I have had enough of you rodents humiliating me. I'm going to pry you open from your armor like a tin can, sever and distribute your limbs like you were some play doll, and use your blood to obliterate your friend and that woman." Once his words left his mouth, red tendrils shot out from his bleeding stump, homing in on his severed arm that continued to lay peacefully on the ground. The tendrils attached themselves to the stump of the arm, reeling it back like a fishing line catching a fish. The arm was pulled into the arm, wiggling a bit as though alive, and returned back to Sicilian's shoulder. The broken skin and severed muscle then began to heal at an alarming rate. Sicilian flexed his arm, checking his control and strength over it. After seeing that there weren't any issues, he tossed aside his crimson sword, letting it shatter upon impact with the ground. Raising his hand, he summoned a silver rapier out of thin air. It had a circular golden handguard. Curling over the blood mage's hand that tightly clutched the hilt was a knuckle guard of solid gold threads. Norman, alarmed at the sudden appearance of an item, pulled out his own, manifesting a long sword with a detailed design on its blade. Without any further delay, Sicilian slicked back his hair, entering in a rather strict stance, and lunged at him with blurring speed. Norman moved to intercept him, but was unable to contend with the vast disadvantage in speed as he felt something pierce through his shoulder. Charlotte, who was standing behind Norman, flinched, watching as a thin blade exited out of his shoulder. Stepping away, she was immediately met with the sight of Sicilian chasing after her, switching targets. A sharp silver blur then flashed through the air, followed by the sudden appearance of a deep slash across Charlotte's chest. The noble woman widened her eyes at the realization. Then, the burning pain erupted inside her mind. Her eyes trembled as she watched as Sicilian went in for another attack. However, right before it happened, she yelled with a pain-filled screech. Using her magic, she forced him back, sending him far whilst also scorching his ears with it, causing them to stream with blood. But, with the appearance of blood leaking from his ears, he used them to quickly form a crude pair of earplugs, which he telekinetically stuffed inside his ears. After enduring Charlotte's ear-bleeding scream and being forced meters back, he watched as the blonde woman fell back on her rear, breathing raggedly at the wound on her chest. Smirking sadistically and raising his rapier, he moved in again, but he felt as though he was forgetting something. Due to the variables of having his ears stuffed to prevent being affected by Charlotte's magic, he wasn't able to discover the rapid footsteps coming towards him. It was only in the corners of his eyes the reflection of a blade made its appearance. The glimpse of his reflection caused him to turn on reflex, clang, guarding against the heavy swing from Norman. But unlike before, the weight behind it wasn't as heavy for some reason. Sicilian drifted his eyes to the side, finding the empty shell of the steel mage's armor lying off to the side. Norman had discarded it for speed. So what? Sicilian laughed, pushing him back and disengaging. Even without that hunk of heavy metal you wore, you're still far too slow, he declared, his voice louder due to having his hearing muffled. The two then clashed once again. Clang, and again. Clang, and again. Sicilian's need to boost his ego at the expense of others caused him to leave countless cuts along Norman's body and uniform his blood leaking in several places. However, his mood was constantly soured as Norman remained steadfast in his blocking. Under his cool exterior, he was calculating his ways to win. He knew that, without a doubt, Sicilian wasn't currently abundant in mana. Why else would he choose to go into melee combat instead of attacking from afar? While this may be just to satisfy the blood mage's sadistic tendency, he was confident in believing this theory of his. And the topic of mana was the same for him as well. Creating the sphere to escape down the mountain, hunting monsters to increase their points, shaping and creating his armor. All of these had shortened whatever amount of mana he had. However, that wasn't the same for Charlotte. Clang! Norman grimaced under the weight of Sicilian's swing, stumbling back as he was persistently chased. Eventually, his steps brought him to a tree. Feeling his back pressed against a tree, he glanced at it, a moment of panic spreading across his face. He then pulled his attention back to the front, finding Sicilian mercilessly swinging at him overhead. Raising the flat side of his long sword, he blocked the strike, struggling under the weight behind the blow as he was forced further against the tree. He then felt Sicilian's weight disappear from his sword, followed by something puncturing through his ribcage, stabbing through his heart. Sicilian watched as the corners of Norman's lips flowed with blood that streamed down to his chin. He chuckled lowly, stepping back and slicking back his hair. He spread his arms out widely, taking in the sight of Norman pinned to the tree. Now, ain't this a sight? You were one slippery rodent, I tell you. But all rodents die pathetically in the end. He then grinned condescendingly. At least you died less pathetic than most. Isn't that ideal? Norman didn't respond, nor did he really pay attention, even when Sicilian continued to ran on without finishing him off like a fool. Currently, he was focused on something else. If he was going to die and respawn, he might as well hurt Sicilian's ego even further. How, you may ask? By making him lose again. That was the ultimate way of damaging someone's ego. Bursting from the ground behind Sicilian were two metal spikes that burrowed through his back, exiting out the front of his body. Sicilian spat out blood as his body was lifted off the ground at an angle. His eyes turned bloodshot at what went through his body. The sight of metal caused him to angrily yell. Damn mongrel! He looked towards Norman, finding his body limp against the tree, the edges of his body already beginning to digitize into blue pixels. He clicked his tongue frustratingly before looking back towards the spikes piercing through his body. Fortunately for Sicilian, his heart was fine. While several parts of his organs were crushed, he could still at least transport the blood around his body. He would look unseemly, but that was the price to pay for winning. He wrapped his hand around a spike, trying to wiggle a part of him free. However, just before he could even begin, two hands clasped the sides of his head, keeping him still. Sicilian glanced up, finding Charlotte's flushed red face as her breathing was ragged and harsh, the wound etched in her chest still bleeding. In Norman's calculations, throughout this competition, Charlotte used as much mana as he had. Well, in the sense that she hadn't really done much. He wasn't sure whether or not Charlotte's element used more mana than his, but for his plan to work, he had to gamble on the fact that she still had plenty of mana. "What the hell do you think you're doing, woman?" Sicilian growled, using the blood that came from his body to manifest a floating crimson bullet. Just before he could send and shoot it through the center of the blonde woman's skull, he felt his world begin to vibrate. Clasping Sicilian's head in between her hands, she began to inject his skull with sound, sending intense vibrations through it, which began to grow in brutality. Sicilian felt his world spin, his vision vibrating and trembling at a fearful speed that caused him to begin breathing rapidly. He even began to feel as though his brain was breaking apart and melting. He felt Charlotte's hands pressed against the sides of his skull, tightening their hold on him, pushing in and squeezing his head. His eyes began to bleed. Even with the pain inhibitor from the virtual reality machine, it was unbearable and it felt like brutal torture. Stop, he muttered before moving into a cry. "Stop it, you fucking bitch." Charlotte couldn't hear his cry, however, for the sound emitted by her hand had drowned out the noise. Even her ears weren't spared from her own attack, for it began to bleed as well. But she responded to his pleas. It just wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. "Winning is always the plan," she repeated Norman's earlier words. And just a couple seconds later, of constantly pumping his head with intense waves and vibrations of sound, Sicilian went limp, his eyes red, and his pupils rolling back. Without delay later, blue particles appeared on his body, enveloping his limp body and taking his body to an unknown place. Seeing this, Charlotte fell back on her rear, breathing deeply as she laid down, resting on the blood-stained grass. She then murmured, her voice hoarse, "I did fight after all." Charlotte slowly drew her eyes back towards the timer. 0 hours, 19 minutes, she gave a sigh, her eyes glancing towards the name in her team, finding Norman's name crossed out with a timer beside it. Her gaze then dropped down to hers before moving further down. Her eyes landed on Lillian's name and found it, crossed out as well. She widened her eyes. Lillian was eliminated? Chapter 230, Lillian vs. 2, 25 minutes earlier, sure. "Try not to be surprised if I beat you guys," Lillian declared, adjusting her stance. She pulled the pommel of her sword towards the side of her face, keeping the tip of her sword pointed at them as her vision still kept its narrowed form. Lincoln blinked at her, grinning at her confidence. "Very well. Let's introduce ourselves, shall we? The name's Lincoln, while my friend here is called Paul. He's a quiet one, so he won't be speaking much in our fight." Lillian nodded. "I see. I'm Lillian. Well, nice to meet you, Miss." Before he could finish his sentence, he quickly tilted his head to the side, his ponytail flicking up as it tried to follow after him. However, in the next moment, before his ponytail could even fall, something passed by his head, cutting a partial bit of his hair. Lincoln paused for a moment before bringing his hand around the back of his neck. Pulling his ponytail around and up to his eyes, he scrutinized the uneven end of his hair. Raising his eyes up from his ponytail, he looked towards Lillian, finding her staring at him, the palm of her hand aimed towards his face. With a disappointed smile, she said, "Ah, you dodged." Lincoln snorted, flicking his ponytail over his shoulder. "A water blade isn't enough to put me down, Miss Lillian." Lillian tilted her head, amused. "I suppose, but it was worth a shot." Once finishing, she leaned forward and with a stomp of her right foot, she lunged towards them with explosive force. Under the two men's eyes, They watched as Lillian crossed over a several-meter-long gap with a single dash, an achievement that the girl had been meticulously trying to achieve in her training. This was the result of enhancing your body with mana, a dramatic increase in one's physical stats. Having closed the gap between them, Lillian pulled back her sword and stabbed it towards Lincoln. The blond man, stunned by her impressive speed, leaned back on reflex. As the blade was about to reach his neck, several strings shot past between them, stopping the blade like a wall of metal wires. Lillian pulled back her sword, stabbing again, successfully piercing through the wall. However, in that short moment, Lincoln had prepared a counterattack. Having raised his wand and charged his attack, he blasted at Lillian with a stream of condensed air that would no doubt put her down. However, Lillian, having endured countless speedy attacks from a particular assassin, was able to react to this without too much of an issue. Ducking and letting the narrow pillar of air shoot over her, she turned towards Paul, readying her sword before lunging at him. The tip of her sword aimed towards the man's natural weak point, his crotch. Unfortunately for Lillian, Paul had managed to react to this. With a strong jump, he hopped over Lillian, watching as she passed underneath him. Raising his hand toward the tree, he shot a thick rope of string towards one of its branches and pulled himself in its direction like a spider. Lillian watched this happen, but not without acting to preventing. She shaped her hand into a blade and quickly waved it through the air, summoning a blade of water that cut through it like butter. Paul, noticing the pursuing water blade, let go of the rope and fell to the ground with a roll. Once getting up from the ground, he was immediately met with Lillian's presence as she stabbed at him. Leaning far back, he raised his right foot and slammed it into her chest. Lillian, under the effects of tunnel vision, was knocked back, her feet skidding back as she coughed and dusted off her chest. Feeling that she had regained her breath, she returned her attention back to her enemies. She squinted her eyes, making it easier for herself to find them. She then dashed out of the way. In the spot she was just in previously, a hole magically appeared. Lincoln, floating in the sky and aiming down his wand at her previous location, trailed the tip of his wand after her. He watched as she rushed towards Paul, who now wielded a dagger. She engaged in a tedious battle with him, whilst also subtly using the masked man as a shield against his bombardment. He clicked his tongue, struggling to find the right chance to shoot as Lillian danced around Paul like he was some totem. Lillian moved around the masked man, dagging his slicing swings and stabbing back in retaliation. She couldn't help but grimace every time he dodged. Pulling her arm back, she tried to stab again in another quick succession. However, she felt some kind of magical force hold her back, slowing her down. The sword let out an imaginary hum, restricting her attack speed. With each miss, her next stab would be slowed by around 30. It was even worse, for it was stackable. Fortunately, for her, Clang SKRR, having someone parry her stab didn't count as a miss. Lillian's blade skidded across the flat side of Paul's dagger, drawing a thin and shallow line on its surface. Paul pushed back her blade, causing her to now have it over her head. Lillian, steadying her balance, swung down her blade out of reflex. Once it made contact with the edge of Paul's dagger, she felt a sudden force slam into her. Lillian was sent meters back, her body tucking into a roll as her back crashed into the ground. Right before she rolled into the side of a tree, she got back up, coming to a stop. Lincoln, who still continued to float in the air, gave a look of surprise at what had just happened. Why did Lillian just suddenly fly back? He looked towards Paul, wondering if it was his dagger's doing. But he was only able to find a masked man to be confused as he tilted his head at his own dagger. The dagger wasn't the one that caused it. Lillian, giving a sigh and dusting herself off, sighed as she looked towards her sword. What she had just experienced was the magical recoil that was made by committing to a restricted attack. She let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Perhaps fighting with a limiter on herself was too much. Thinking something similar to this, she couldn't help but grin widely. Too much. This is far from enough. Moving back into her stance, empowering her body with even more mana, she shot back in the direction of the masked enemy, narrowly avoiding an attack from Lincoln. Her body sped forward with a blurring speed, her vision becoming vividly more narrower. Paul raised his dagger again, preparing to parry Lillian's attack once again. However, right before the moment of impact, Lillian enhanced her stabbing arm even further. Clang! Like a revolver, her arm shot forward, her sword crashing into Paul's dagger with a surprising amount of force. It was even more surprising for the masked man as he felt himself lifted off the ground. Right after his feet landed on the ground, Lillian was already there to follow up on her attack. This time, she was successful in drawing blood. As Paul attempted to raise his dagger in defense, he watched as Lillian, who was dashing towards him in a straight line, took a sharp turn. Moving around his defense, she stabbed her short sword into his lower abdomen, successfully completing one of the 3 stabs. However, once pulling out her sword and going in to deliver another stab, she felt something crash into the side of her body, shattering the bones in her left arm. She was knocked to the side, rolling as she coughed blood. Once she came to a stop, she pushed herself up on her knees, looking towards Lincoln, who had finally managed to get a shot off on her. She then looked down towards her arm, frowning a bit at the throbbing pain and the feeling of weakness in it. With a brave expression, she wrapped her broken arm in a liquid cast before stabbing her sword into the ground. Lincoln, who was just about to release yet another attack, froze as he watched something unexpected happen. Exiting out of Lillian's spatial ring, the corpse of a brown wolf escaped. The corpse of a monster that Charlotte and Norman had killed earlier before their fight. But why was she suddenly summoning this out of nowhere? He watched as Lillian placed her palm directly on the wolf, keeping it there for a long while. He glanced towards Paul, finding him confused as well. Then, he watched as he nodded at him. Nodding back, he raised his wand, aiming at her before having to dodge a volley of liquid bullets coming at him. Lillian, creating bullets in the air, shot them at the flying blonde man, whilst also keeping her focus on Paul, who decided to watch from nearby. After a while, Lillian released her hand from the corpse that had turned slightly shriveled, its fur turning a slight grayish. The liquid cast she had wrapped around her broken arm then dissolved, washing over her arm before dripping onto the ground. Standing up, she glanced towards the arm and raised it, a surprising sight to Lincoln, who still continued to dodge the volley of bullets coming at him. Lillian had somehow restored the damage he had dealt to her arm. Chapter 231. Parasitic Coating. By coating her arm in her parasitic element, she was able to directly transfer the lingering vitality found within the corpse. Of course, it would have to be fresh to a certain degree, not ones that had already decayed and become rotted. While she may have preferred to use her parasitic lines to feed the needed vitality into her injured arm, it would spark the 2 enemies before her to attack. Raising her arm, she roughly moved it around, checking whether or not it was properly fixed or not. Luckily, it was, but unfortunately, she was almost out of mana. This sort of technique required a large sum of energy whilst also needing a source of what she needed. Having already paused her volley of bullets on Lincoln, she looked towards Paul, seeing that he had already repaired the open wound in his lower abdomen by sewing it together. She smirked, amused, and also impressed. With her sword still on the ground, she turned to the corpse beside her, crouching down and clutching its tail in her hands. Standing up and stomping on the ground, she spun the wolf, giving it airtime before sending it towards Paul. The masked man, stunned by the sudden corpse hauled towards him, summoned a wall of string, catching it. He then looked around it, finding Lillian dashing off towards Lincoln, who was still in the air. The blonde man, a bit tired from dodging the rain of bullets, raised his wand towards Lillian, prepared to fire off another shot. However, right before he could, he watched as Lillian rapidly twisted her body around, twirling and gaining momentum. It was extremely comedic, but what happened next was far from being something to laugh at. Partway through one of her spins, she struck the ground behind her with her sword. And her strike wasn't a stab, it was a slash, as the edge of her blade sliced into the ground, digging through the grass and the soil beneath it. She felt a massive force explode from the moment of contact. It was the magical recoil of the sword's restriction. Lincoln watched in amazement as Lillian blasted several meters into the air, and even managed to reach him. He stared at Lillian's back as she made her way towards him. He became flustered at her unexpected achievement, even causing him to be flustered enough to where he lost focus in charging his attack. While in midair, Lillian twisted her body around, facing Lincoln with a manic smile as she laughed proudly. She drew back her sword arm and stabbed towards the floating mage, who woke up from his brief daze. He unconsciously raised his wand, using it to defend himself without thinking. Because of that, her sword cleaved right through it, thus the loss of his weapon. But fortunately for him, he was able to lean far back enough to where he was able to dodge the stab. Lillian, seeing them, raised her free hand toward his shirt. Tightly gripping it, she spun them around, offsetting his balance in the air. And because of that, they were now falling towards the ground. Luckily for Lillian, she had a good enough airbag to soften her fall. Using her strength that was superior to Lincoln's, surprisingly, she was able to drag him through the air and in front of her. With him between her and the ground, they crashed harshly. Lillian's body slammed into the blonde man, who felt as though a car had crashed his back into a wall. He even swore his chest caved in from their crash. Lillian released her hold of Lincoln's shirt, causing her to bounce off his body and roll to the side. She allowed a pain moan and slowly got off the ground. As she was doing this, she looked towards Lincoln's body, which still laid on the ground. She let out a low chuckle as she moved her hand below her fringe and then slicked her hair back like a certain blood mage. Wow, that was exciting. Never done that before. Lincoln, hearing her saw this, scowled, pulling himself up to his feet, albeit at a slow pace. I disagree. That was a terrible experience. Lillian stared at him, amused, blinking at him innocently. I'm sure being crushed by someone with my looks is exciting enough. Lincoln cringed before holding out his hand, summoning a sword from a hidden spatial storage. Lillian, seeing this, snorted, "What? Not true," before entering into a stance with him. The two stared at one another in the eyes before dashing in, ignoring the pain from their landing. Lillian sped forward. Even without her mana increasing her physical capabilities, she was still fast enough to where Lincoln was taken off guard. Raising his sword, he blocked Lillian's powerful stab that sent shivers into his arms. He then lowered his sword, blocking yet another stab that was aimed at his abdomen. With each stab he blocked, he couldn't help but feel as though the nerves in his arms were slowly being paralyzed. These attacks clang. They were extremely heavy. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Why were her attacks so heavy? Was she really attacking with this amount of force that was causing his arms to vibrate? He wasn't weak by any means. He was about above average in terms of physical prowess in his class. But even he was having a hard time keeping up with Lillian's relentless stabs. Were these stabs the one that Paul had been surviving and enduring so nonchalantly? Lillian, finding that his movements have grown slow and tired, found a gap in his defenses. Reeling back her sword, she shot it forth, snaking through his slack defenses and stabbing it through his chest. As soon as her sword entered his flesh and heart, she raised her free hand, lunging it towards his neck and brutally grasping it. Having coated her hand in her parasitic element, she began to leech off of his mana, and then with her sword. Chapter 232. Crushed, and then, with her sword, which was still embedded in his chest, she began to coat it with the parasitic element as well. But instead of leeching his mana, she chose to plunder his stamina. Now, filled with mana, she had leeched off of the blonde-haired man. She began to steal his stamina. Except it wouldn't be going to her, unfortunately. Rather, it would be going towards her sword. This wouldn't do anything for the sharp blade, as some might expect, and Lillian wasn't too bothered about missing out on a refill of stamina. As her sword continued to leech the poor mage's stamina, her hand continued to tighten around the man's neck, strangling him as he was raised from the ground. His hands, which were gripped around her wrist, eventually went limp, and soon enough, he was dead. Once the glimpse of pixels manifested in the corners of her eyes, she pulled out her sword and tossed the fresh corpse to the side, watching as it disappeared soon after. She flexed her hand, feeling her mana coursing through it. She smiled. Back to full strength. Or just about. She then pulled her attention down to her sword, raising it to her eyes. She gazed at the blood running down its sharp edge, squinting at it before face-palming. She was only a vital stab away from unlocking its true form. Why didn't she take the chance to do it while Lincoln was still alive? How did that slip from my mind? How annoying. Muttering that, she drew her attention towards her surroundings. She should go hunt down the remaining enemy that was still in the vicinity. However, as she was thinking this, she couldn't help but wonder, what direction did I feel from? She tilted her head, placing her finger on the edge of her chin as she pondered. After realizing there wasn't any point thinking about it too much, she chose a random direction and began walking. It was only after a few dozen turns that she finally returned, and it was far different from the last time she was here. Walking in between the trees, gazing at the countless strings attached to them, almost as if a horde of spiders had arrived to claim this area as their home. Added onto this eerie sight was an ominous silence, with her footsteps being the loudest thing in her vicinity. She soon came upon a line of string, stretching thin as its body hovered slightly above the ground. She raised an eyebrow, looking to the sides, and finding it attached to the bases of the trees with other threads tied around it. Was this a tripwire? Lillian gave a small hum before raising her foot and stepping on it deliberately. She was curious about what Paul's plan was, and without much of a wait, she quickly found out. She heard a scrape, a crack, and then, finally, a snap followed by an approaching rustling of leaves. It was as if an entire bush was falling toward her. Lillian glanced back, still curious to find out what it was. She then widened her eyes at what she saw. Falling towards her was a 15-meter-tall tree. Did this guy just fell an entire tree? Dashing to the side and allowing it to crash into the ground, she coughed as a massive cloud of dust erupted from its impact. She waved away the dust around her, coughing a bit and rubbing her eyes, a little irritated at some of it getting into her eyes. As she was rubbing her eyes, she felt hurried footsteps coming in her direction. Breaking through the murky cloud of dust, Paul appeared with his dagger in hand. Lillian clicked her tongue while also clicking her fingers as well. The masked man raised his dagger, adjusting it into a reverse grip before bringing it down on the girl, who hadn't put up any defenses against his attack. However, that was until a dome of water erupted from the ground, swallowing Lillian inside before spinning at a speed that could prove lethal. Paul quickly stopped, gazing at the dome as he stared through its blurry surface. Lillian, who continued to rub her eyes, eventually sighed in frustration. Splashing her face with water and cleaning and drying it after, she got rid of the irritation she was feeling. Flicking her hair back, she looked towards the masked man, slowing down the rate of her barrier so she could properly look at him. "You almost had me. What a shame," she stated mockingly. Once she said that, she bursted out from the liquid dome, darting towards the masked man with her sword raised. She just had to deliver one last stab to a vital area. Just one more. The masked man leaned to the side, allowing the blade to pierce through his shoulder. Lillian smiled at the blood spilt, but soon frowned. It wasn't a vital area. Her disappointed expression then soon turned to confusion as she watched strings wrapped around her sword, to her arm, and up to her shoulder, creating a sort of white sleeve. As she was about to question the man's actions, a glint shone in the corner of her eyes. The masked man raised his dagger, darting it toward her stomach and stabbing it through her body. Lillian winced, feeling the cold blade travel through her body. It doesn't get any easier to feel something wriggling inside your body, especially something as sharp as a dagger. Raising her other hand and coating it in her parasitic element, she shot it towards the man's throat, grabbing it in a tight hold and draining his vitality. "Just stabbing me isn't going to bring me down," Lillian muttered with a manic grin. With her hand clasped around his throat, she failed to notice what he was doing in his other hand. With his fingers wrapped in strings that led to different places, he made a fist with that hand, causing each individual string to tighten and pull against something. And then, another sound of rustling echoed, this time coming from all cardinal directions. Lillian raised her head, looking towards the falling trees that cast pillars of shadows over them, as though aligning themselves to spell her doom. She looked back towards Paul, then her sword, tugging at the handle. She found herself stuck as the strings wrapped around her arm kept it still like some stiff bandage. She glanced down at the dagger stuck through her body, then at the blood leaking through the slim gaps. Finally, she brought her gaze to her hand around his throat before looking at his mask. As she tried to pull away, she found that all attempts she made remained futile, well, except for transforming her body into water. But she wasn't going to do that. She tilted her head with a smile, staring at the masked man. Right before they would be crushed, she muttered with an amused smirk, "Taking me down along with you? What a thing to do, you stinking puppet." Boom! You have been eliminated. Commencing respawn at a randomized location. At the Coliseum, Marionette, having watched Lillian's demise under a pile of trees many times her height, rubbed the gap between her brows. She then quietly asked herself in disbelief that Lillian had been eliminated. Why didn't she escape? Chapter 233. Into monster hunting? In the last 10 or so minutes of the competition, nothing overly exciting happened after the confrontation between the two teams. In the end, the score came to about 293 for their side, while the opposing team reached 203. Lillian, having watched the timer tick down to 0, found the world going dark. Soon, a bright light appeared, followed by a cold hiss. Sitting up straight, she pulled herself out of her pod before taking a look around. She was back at the technological building. She moved her gaze beside her, watching as Norman and Charlotte exited their pods as well. She smiled at them before looking opposite her, finding Sicilian standing in front of his pod, glaring at all three of them. He raised his finger, pointing at them furiously. "This isn't over. Our academy are still superior compared to yours." After yelling that, he took a sharp turn to the side, following his team members as they exited the room with the help of a staff member. Lillian's face twitched. So annoying. Getting up from her pod, she stretched her back, letting out a satisfied moan. She was then approached by her two teammates, who stared at her with awe. "You actually won against two of them. How did you do it?" Charlotte asked eccentrically, and she wasn't alone in this question, for Norman nodded his head along with her words. Lillian shrugged, avoiding their intense gazes. "I just got lucky. That's all. I still died in the end anyway." Before they could comment on that part, Lillian turned to them and asked, "How about you guys? I assume you guys face Sicilian." Norman folded his arms. He was a formidable opponent. Fortunately, his arrogance was a weapon I could use. "Oh, is that so?" Lillian tilted her head, glancing towards Charlotte. "I'm quite surprised you survived that encounter." "No offense. I am taking that as an offense." Charlotte huffed, giving a half-turn to the side and pouting. Then she sighed, "But I was lucky to survive. Norman here really did all the work. I just happened to finish him off in the end." Lillian let out a hum before raising her hands and patting their shoulders. The two, startled by her sudden gesture, gave her a curious look. They were met with a warm smile. "Not bad, you too. I knew that putting you guys on my team would be the best option. Although we couldn't win flawlessly, it was still a win." She shrugged, and that's all that matters. After exiting the technological building and bidding the two farewell, she walked through the streets of the Academy realm, which had grown far more crowded. It seemed that everyone was leaving the Coliseum now that today's competition was over. She should probably go over there in case Marionette was waiting for her. Thinking something similar to this, she changed route and quickly made her way over there. She drew countless attentions and even had been stopped by a few to congratulate her on winning, as well as complimenting her skills. Once she finally reached the path straight into the Coliseum, her eyes couldn't help but glance several times towards the stands still left out. They were going to be here until the end of the tournament. She squinted her eyes forward, staring into the distance. Leaning against the Coliseum's outside walls was the beautiful assassin, who was casually listening to music with her arms crossed and eyes closed. She soon opened them once, sensing Lillian's approaching presence. Lillian gave her a small wave as she leaned against the wall beside her. She watched as the woman took off her headphones, making them disappear before greeting her back. Welcome back. Did you have fun? Uh-huh. Lillian wrapped her arms behind her head, leaning against them. It was a lot more fun than I thought. Where's Millis and Ref Dash? They went home already. Marionette immediately answered, surprising Lillian a bit. Okay. Have you been waiting here by yourself, then? Marionette nodded, then lowered her right hand towards Lillian's left, snaking her fingers around it. It's fine. You're here. And that's all that matters. She whispered, holding Lillian's hand in a warm manner as she interlocked their fingers. She stared into Lillian's eyes, who gave a stunned expression before sighing with a defeated smile. The girl then said, You're so adorable that it actually hurts to leave you alone. As it should. You should always be by me, after all. Lillian's face twitched. At this rate, I feel like you might develop some attachment issues to me. She watched as the woman tilted her head, her red eyes blinking at her silently. Marionette then pouted at her. That's not very nice. Just because I want to be with you doesn't mean I will eventually develop issues. Lillian giggled. Yeah, I know. Just joking. After saying that, she stood on her toe and raised her hand to the top of the assassin's head, patting it. Marionette, confused as to why she was suddenly being patted, gazed at the girl curiously, staring at her usual smile. She then heard her say, Even so, even if you did develop such an issue. She paused her patting and moved her hand to the back of the woman's head. She increased her height and then pulled the assassin's head in. Marionette, who had been silently watching her hand, widened her eyes as her lips met the girl. A sense of pleasure flashed through her eyes, followed by confusion. Once Lillian's lips left hers, she heard her speak. I wouldn't really mind if you developed such an issue. I would naturally take care of you anyway. Lillian pulled on the assassin's cheek, playing with it as she laughed at the woman's shyness and the rosy tint that appeared on her cheek. Marionette, who was looking away, eventually drew her eyes back to the girl before grabbing her hand. Pulling it away from her cheek, she quickly leaned in. Chapter 234. Punishment for being eliminated? She leaned in, planting a small kiss on the girl's forehead before leaving as quickly as she had leaned in. She then raised a half over the lower half of her mouth and muttered, I appreciate your reassurance. Lillian rubbed the area Marionette kissed before giggling. She fell back to her original height, then locked arms with the woman. Always. Let's go home now. I feel like resting for the day. Marionette briefly nodded, allowing Lillian to drag her through the street. Then, after a while, spoke up before I forget. Velen and the second prince wanted me to forward a message to you. Oh, and what would that be? Lillian tilted her head. They said congratulations on winning. They couldn't have stayed to tell me that themselves? Marionette shrugged, glancing off to the side, noticing the increase in guardsmen in the area. It is late afternoon. I would understand if they would like to go home early. She then paused before eyeing the girl, interlocking arms with her. However, their choice did prove rather fortunate for both of us. Lillian raised an eyebrow as she stared at the woman's face, wondering what she could possibly mean by this. Marionette, noticing her confused gaze, answered unhurriedly, We can spend some more time together. Alone, of course. Her voice, despite sounding indifferent and monotone, had a subtle hint of excitement behind it. And Lillian, having known what the woman was typically like now to a large degree, noticed this. She gave the assassin a knowing look, one that caused the assassin to blink at her silently before coughing into her fist. What's with the look? I don't believe I said something out of the ordinary. Lillian tilted her head at the woman before shaking it. Not out of the ordinary. You're right about that. I'm just experiencing a moment of disbelief at how cute you are. She then poked the side of the woman's shoulder gently. Which is always, by the way. She giggled. Marionette stared silently at the girl. Then faced the front, her steps quickening as she pulled Lillian along, who was startled by the increase in speed. As Lillian was about to ask about the sudden hurry, she watched as the woman opened her mouth and said, Let's go back quickly. I want you now. What? Lillian's face glowed, red, her blush becoming obvious. Wasn't the woman a bit too bold to suddenly announce that? Before she could even retort, She had found herself in front of her room's door. She stiffened as she felt arms wrapped tightly around her waist from behind. She shivered as she felt hot and wet air being blown into the back of her neck, almost as though it was hurrying her to open the door. And this feeling was confirmed a split second later. "Let's get inside, Lillian. Don't you want to rest?" Marionette, who was leaning down beside the rabbit's ear, whispered with obvious seduction. Lillian gave a crooked smile as she shakily reached in her pocket and pulled out her ID card. Then, she slowly pushed it out towards the scanner. Once Marionette heard a soft beep ring out from it, she quickly shot her right hand out towards the handle. After pushing down and opening it, she pushed Lillian in. The rabbit stumbled, hastily regaining her balance. She breathed a sigh at that before rapidly turning her head back towards the woman. "Hey, what was that dash?" Before she could finish her sentence, Marionette leaned down and silenced her with a kiss. "Joe, no need for words, Lillian." The assassin placed her right hand on the girl's shoulder, pushing her back through the corridor and into the living room. Lillian nervously stared at her, noticing the change in location. She raised her hands anxiously. Hey, do you really want to do this now?" She chuckled nervously. Marionette continued to remain silent. And after a few seconds, the hand she had placed on the girl's shoulder gave a sudden strong push. Lillian felt herself lean far back, the back of her legs falling over something. Her back soon fell onto the cushions of the couch. This was where she discovered it was the armrest that tripped her over. But this discovery didn't last long inside her mind, for Marionette was prepared to steal all of her attention for tonight. Placing her knee onto the armrest, Marionette began to climb over it and on top of Lillian, having it so her arms would be right beside the girl's head. Lillian's eyes glanced at the hand beside her head before looking back up at the woman's face, gulping nervously at the intense gaze she was giving her. She pulled against her collar. "Whoa, isn't it getting hot in here?" I think I should go turn on the AC. The air conditioner is always on." Marionette interrupted her, pulling a lock of her black hair behind her ears. She slowly leaned in. "Don't try to escape, Lillian." Her knee came in between the girl's legs. "Consider this as your punishment for getting yourself killed." Lillian shuddered at her words, then shivered as she felt the woman brushed her lips against her neck. How is this fair? That wasn't in my control." Marionette stopped her attack on the rabbit's neck. She drifted her eyes up, staring at the girl's face with a skeptical expression. "I highly doubt you couldn't have escaped." After saying that, she turned her attention back to the girl's neck, planting her lips against the rabbit's skin. Lillian moaned, her face reddening even more as she felt Marionette's knee press against her through her skirt. Her lips eventually stretched into a defeated smile as she raised her hand to the back of the woman's head. Fine. I guess I'll accept the punishment." However, as she said this, her smile soon morphed into a mischievous grin. She leaned into the woman's ear and whispered, "But you really shouldn't punish me with a good time, you know?" Chapter 235. This way of kissing? Bonus, but you really shouldn't punish me with a good time, you know? As her words left her mouth, she raised her hand up. Marionette, who was deep in the crevice of Lillian's neck, stiffened. She quickly leaned back away from the girl's neck, hovering her face above her as she glanced down. She watched as Lillian caressed her left chest with wide eyes, then shivered as she felt her thumbs circle around a certain peak on her breast. As her sensitivity for Lillian increased, she felt the girl lean into her ear and whisper, "Let's swap places, baby." Without waiting for a response, she wrapped her arms around the assassin's back and twisted their bodies around. Lillian, now on top of the woman, gave the woman a flirtatious look, which sparked a reaction out of the woman. And this reaction of hers grew once she pressed her knee up against the assassin's crotch. Marionette couldn't help but frown slightly as she turned her face to the side and muttered quietly, "I should be the one doing this." Lillian tilted her head cutely at her, smiling. "Don't worry." She gestured gently for Marionette to relax. "Just lie back and let me take care of everything." She reached over and began unfastening the outer layer of Marionette's clothing, revealing the collar of her shirt beneath. And they were quite tempting. Marionette watched as Lillian stared at her chest with a nervous expression, her lips shaky. Lillian, who had been staring at them for a while, eventually withdrew her gaze from them. She brought her attention back up to the assassin's face, finding her hiding it behind her hand. Marionette, who was hiding the lower half of her face behind the back of her hand, stared back at her shyly. Lillian tilted her head slightly to the side, smiling back. She then said in a low voice, "You're so cute." After saying that, she raised her hand and gripped the left part of the woman's collar, pulling it to the side before leaning in. Lillian pressed her lips against the assassin's neck, beginning her attack as the woman did to her own. "Choo, choo, choo." Marionette remained still under her, turning her head further to the side, giving Lillian more room to move in deeper. As she was doing this, her face was becoming flushed as time went on. She then felt a shiver travel down her spine as she felt something wet and long run over her neck. It was Lillian's tongue. She widened her eyes, her lips stretching into a thin line as she tried to hold back her moan. As she was doing this, she had unconsciously raised her left hand towards the back of the girl's head. Lillian, feeling the assassin push her head in further, smirked. She pulled away from the woman's neck, sparking a reaction to occur in her eyes. Marionette stared shakily at the girl, who still had the tongue out. Then, she watched as Lillian licked her lips at her and muttered, "Delicious." As usual, of course, the assassin lowered her right hand away from her face, staring at her with an almost pleading look. T-dash. Then why pull away? She then turned her head to the other side, pulling her right collar and revealing the untouched side of her neck. "You have another area to taste. Surely you would like the full experience, correct?" Lillian widened her eyes at the woman's perverted words, then grinned at how much she wanted it. "Oh, but what if I don't want to?" Marionette paused, then turned her face back up. She stared at Lillian's playful grin with a look of impatience. "Am I not tempting enough? Or do you think because you're on top of me that you get to decide before the assassin could even finish her sentence?" Lillian's lips silenced her again, moving against hers with a gentle tenderness that caused her to momentarily forget what she was about to say. Lillian soon disengaged from their kiss, stroking the side of the woman's cheek with the back of her finger. She chuckled. "I'm more interested in tasting these lips of yours, darling." The rabbit's words brought an unfathomable amount of shyness in the assassin's eyes, enough to where they refused to look them in the eyes. Lillian's lips curled even higher. She gripped both sides of the woman's face, leaning in again after whispering, "Don't look away, Mari. I want to look into your beautiful eyes." As we do it, Marionette immediately looked back at her, her face glowing with an embarrassing blush. Yexkis, but once again, she couldn't get her words out in time. Not when Lillian was ready to interrupt her midway through her words. And true to the rabbit's words, she stared deeply into the assassin's eyes as their lips moved against each other. This caused the woman to feel rather timid under Lillian, even more so with how assertive Lillian was currently. She watched as Lillian leaned away again before leaning back in. As their lips met again, she felt something was off about this one. She widened her eyes as she felt Lillian press herself further against her lips, which opened slightly. She looked into Lillian's eyes, a light of confusion passing through them as she felt her pry her lips open. What was she doing? That was when she suddenly felt as though something wet passed through her lips, entering into her mouth and making contact with her tongue. She widened her eyes in shock. She quickly placed her hands on Lillian's shoulder, pushing her back, causing their lips to detach and a warm string of saliva to appear. Marionette watched as it was Lillian's tongue that was inside her mouth. This left her stunned and her mouth to gape as the bridge of saliva shrunk before snapping. Lillian, having just been pushed back, tilted her head curiously at the woman. "What's up?" Her curiously turning playful in a split second. Not a fan of this way of kissing? Chapter 236. Interruption? Bonus Marionette flusteredly stared at Lillian's lips, her eyes darting between her own and the girl's. Then, She raised her fingers to her mouth, tracing over it as she remembered what had briefly happened. She looked back at the girl and stuttered, "Why dash? Your tongue was in my mouth." She watched as Lillian reached out for her hand, tangling her fingers and locking them together in an intimate and loving manner. Lillian did the same with Marionette's other hand, pushing them down beside the woman's head, keeping them in place as she stared hungrily at the assassin. "It's the next step in kissing," Lillian giggled, rubbing the tip of her nose against the woman. She smiled warmly, blinking innocently at the assassin. "It's my first time, too." At her words, Marionette tightened her hold on the girl's hands, her eyes narrowing a bit as she pouted slightly. "I hope it is." Lillian widened her eyes slightly, surprised at the sudden display of jealousy oozing from the woman. She gave a soft chuckle, pressing her forward against the woman. Such isn't the time to feel jealous. She then leaned in even closer, her lips dangerously close to begin prying open the assassin's soft lips again. "Now, then, would you like to go again?" Marionette, who had been waiting anxiously for Lillian to repeat what she had done, was caught off guard by her question. She gave a brief and quick nod. "You may continue." Lillian nodded back, leaning further in, as their lips were about to meet and engage in yet another fiery moment. She felt a notifying vibration inside her blazer pocket. Marionette, who was just about to bridge the inch gap between their lips, watched as the girl leaned away and reached into her pocket. Disappointment flashed through her eyes, and even a bit of irritation towards Lillian's phone for taking away their moment. Lillian, sitting on the assassin's legs, read the notification she had been sent. She looked past the countless ones Millis sent, which were mainly to congratulate her, sending her pictures and video recordings of her match. She smiled in amusement, responding before quickly switching over to the notification that caused her phone to vibrate. It was an email. She raised an eyebrow. Who could possibly message her this way at this time? And at a time like this? She glanced up from her phone, her eyes glazing over Marionette's seductive cleavage and face, whilst also noticing her impatient pout. She tilted her head before smiling at the woman reassuringly. Then, she went on to read the email. From Mirage Time, 1749. Good evening, Lillian. Could you please come to the classroom? I wish to discuss some matters that occurred yesterday and other matters that are required to be private. Do try not to be followed by Marionette. Lillian raised an eyebrow, her face twitching at the last sentence. Occurred yesterday? What happened yesterday? That was when she mentally facepalmed. It was when Marionette and Beatrice got into a squabble. She then held the side of her cheek, swaying lovingly. It was because of their squabble that she and Marionette were able to get together. Marionette keenly watched as Lillian pocketed her phone, her eyes softened as she expected the girl to continue their activity. However, she watched as the girl got off of her, moving her legs over the couch and standing up with nimble feet. She then heard her say, "I got to head out. Pretty urgent, I think." "Excuse me?" The assassin slowly sat up, pulling her shirt together and unconsciously doing back up the buttons. "Why? And why at this time? Can't you put it off?" She spoke the last part with a much quieter voice, something that Lillian picked up, although with a bit of effort. Lillian waved her hand tiredly. "It's from Mirage. So, I gotta go see what he wants." She smoothed out her clothes, trying to look more cleaner than she actually was. I suppose that is quite urgent." Marionette's tone became low. She was filled with disappointment as she sat on her knees. However, her negativity soon disappeared once she felt a certain someone's hand land on top of her head. Lillian giggled at Marionette's glumness and said, "Don't be so glum, Mari. Someone as beautiful as you should never be sad." She then grinned, and especially someone who is my girlfriend, she leaned down, kissing the woman's forehead, which undoubtedly cheered her up, although she was silent about it. "All right, I'm off." She walked towards the door, waving back and saying, "They'll try and come back as soon as I can." After saying that, she left through the door, leaving Marionette alone on the couch, who sighed at Lillian's lack of presence beside her. She fell back on the couch, turning on her side as she gently ran her hand over her chest, particularly the area Lillian caressed. She let a muffled moan before quickly pulling her hand away. She traced the tips of her fingers over her lips, still remembering the taste of the girl she loved on it. And she still remembered what it was like to have the girl's tongue inside her mouth, almost vividly to an extent. She raised her hand and summoned a white hoodie into her hands. She clutched its folded sides, pushing her face against it as she muttered with a furious blush, "How embarrassing." But she soon distracted herself from the feeling by using a particular scent that caused her chest to become stuffy and warm. She then muttered next, "I want her. Even more." Lillian sat in a seat in front of Mirage's desk with a wry smile as he showed a recording of her and Marionette having a rather intimate moment in the corridor. Her smile then turned crooked as he changed the footage of her shattering one of the Academy's windows. She raised her eyes from the tablet he was using to show these recordings and stared into his face, which was giving his usual smile. Except, this one seemed more tired and colder than usual. Chapter 237. Reunion? You broke one of our windows and engaged in inappropriate activities inside the building. Mirage, resting his elbows on the table and interlocking his fingers, lowered his chin onto them, staring at her interrogatingly. Lillian pulled against her collar, vividly remembering what had gone on yesterday. She felt a drop of sweat pour out from her cheek, running down it comically. It wasn't even her fault. To begin with, why was it that only she was here? Lillian coughed in her fist. Okay, but why am I the only one here? Shouldn't Beatrice and Marionette be here too? Mirage blinked at her, nodding. Under normal circumstances, yes. However, due to Beatrice being part of the student council and being in charge of disciplinary work, she is exempt from being in trouble and related to this situation. He then raised his other hand, waving it in a carefree attitude. As for your girlfriend, which I assume you guys are, she was already dealt with by Beatrice. So, I don't need to do anything with her. He shaped his hand into a fist, then popped out his index finger towards her. So that just leaves you. Lillian grumbled, placing her hands on her thighs as her fingers fidgeted at the unfairness. She gave an exasperated sigh, pulling out her phone. Fine. How much to pay for the window? HM. Mirage tilted her head before tapping his chin with a pondering expression. Then he said, 0 semis. Huh, 0? Lillian tilted her head as well, except hers was one of confusion. What was Mirage talking about? Were they not here to talk about payments towards a repair of the window? Mirage, noticing her confusion, cleared it up. The student council president herself sorted out the costs. You should thank her the next time you see her. Lillian widened her eyes. Beatrice took care of the expenses? If she wasn't in Mirage's presence, she would have gotten on her knees and prayed at the fact that she didn't need to pay. Then, can I leave now? Mirage stared at her silently, his smile widening a bit as he clicked his fingers. The sound resounded and echoed inside the classroom, as though it was surveying the interior and unveiling the secrets found within. And it worked to unveil an illusion beside him that hid a person from underneath. Lillian watched with a raised eyebrow as the illusion fell over the person like a thin blanket before widening her eyes. The person that Mirage was hiding beside him was someone familiar to her. All too familiar. And Mom? Standing beside the illusory mage was a woman with light platinum blonde hair, yellow eyes, and a beautiful face that exuded maturity. She stood at the height of about 5'9" and wore a gorgeous blue dress that radiated a motherly aura about her. It was her mother, Lillian Ker. Just as she was about to open her mouth to ask something, whatever noble impression her mother could have given was soon thrown out the window with what she did next. My baby! Her mother dashed forward and leapt over the desk, pouncing straight towards Lillian, whose eyes threatened to pop out. She quickly sat up to catch the woman, stumbling a bit against her chair and almost tripping over it. After regaining her balance and watching her mother's feet meet the ground, she asked with clear surprise in her voice, Emma, what are you doing here, Dash? But she was interrupted again once she felt the woman's hands pulled against her cheek. She watched as her mother leaned in, scrutinizing her face worriedly. Have you been okay? You haven't called in months. Are the people here treating you well? Have you eaten and drank properly? Lillian was bombarded with a multitude of questions, each ranging from her studies, health, and social life. She was, of course, unable to answer all of these in such a small span of time between each question. Oh, okay. Hold on. Could you please tell me why you are here? She flung her hands up flusteredly, causing the woman to stop in her barrage. Her mother gave a small hum, staring at her with closed eyes. She then tilted her head, almost as though the answer was obvious. I came to spectate you playing in the tournament, of course. Was it fun? I think you had fun. You looked like you had fun. Words flowed out of the woman's mouth, causing Lillian's head to spin at how much it was flooding into her ears. She eventually stopped her and said, Spectate me? How did you know I was participating to begin with? Her mother tapped her chin, thinking, well, since it's only this time of year where they allow you into the realm under a ticket, I thought it would also be a good time to visit you. She smiled brightly, causing Lillian's face to imaginarily light up to reveal her crooked smile. Ah, I see. I'm glad. Well, you don't look awfully glad. Her mother pouted, placing her hands on her hips with an offended expression. Lillian smiled wryly. Okay then, how about Dad and Victor? Are they here too? That was when her mother sighed. Oh dear, those two are always holed up in their lab. Well, I suppose this time being reasonable considering your father was injured severely while working. Huh, how? Lillian yelled, watching as her mother cupped her own cheek and began to recall what happened. I believe your brother went off to release one of the test subjects we had chained in our labs, under the reasoning that it would be funny. She then shook her head tiredly. But because of that, your father was injured, and he is now grounded, much to his disbelief. She raised a hand to her mouth and giggled into it. You should have seen his face when I told him he couldn't come see you. Your brother was rather devastated when I told him he can't. Lillian blinked at her mind recalling a key trait about her brother. Didn't he have a sister complex? Chapter 238. Introducing her? Then, is Dad all right? Was his injury severe? Oh, no, he's fine now. And he is still recuperating. She sighed. It would have been a lot faster if he got over his bias towards potions. Lillian tilted her head. Her father was biased against the use of potions. As the thought lingered inside her mind, the vague memory of it resurfaced. She remembered some parts of it and how it could stunt someone's growth. But past Lillian kind of blocked it all out as she played on her phone. She drifted her attention away from the thought and back to her mother. I see. So, it would just be you here then? Her mother nodded energetically. Yes. It has been months since I've been able to spend some alone time with my daughter. She stated, clinging to Lillian's side. Lillian gave a tired expression but smiled nonetheless. Okay, then, but why were you with my teacher? I can answer that one. Mirage raised his hand, having watched the two for the past couple of minutes. I found your mother amid the crowd, leaving the Coliseum. That was when I got the idea of having her stay with you during the remainder of the tournament. Lillian flinched at his words. Stay with her? If she recalled correctly, there was a separate building where all the guests, who had traveled far distances, could reside. Why was she tasked with letting her mother take residence inside her room? She then watched as Mirage tilted his head at her, a mischievous expression painting across his face. Do try to keep your hormones in check, Miss Lillian. Lillian stiffened. Was this his way of punishing her for making out with Marionette in the corridor? This was totally unreasonable. Her expression froze even more as she heard her mother speak up. Oh yes, you must let me meet that girl. Lillian creakingly twisted her face towards her mother, who stared at her intently. Oh, okay. Beep. Lillian pushed open the door to her room, letting both her and her mother inside. She glanced back, watching as the woman looked around. It's exactly the same as the boy once. Lillian tilted her head at this. Her mother had been inside one of the dorm's rooms before. Her mother, noticing her questioning look, casually waved her hand, clearing it up. I've been inside your brother's room when he attended here. Lillian watched as she walked past her, heading towards the living room before stopping. Her mother, who was just about to move past the empty doorway of the kitchen, froze as she looked inside it. Lillian raised an eyebrow and walked up to her side, looking inside and finding Marionette, who was in the middle of cooking, froze as she saw the two standing in the doorway. Her eyes darted between Lillian's and the woman beside her. The two looked awfully similar, and the face of the woman looked familiar as well. Besides the sounds of boiling water bubbling, the kitchen went silent. But that was until Marionette spoke. "Hi," the assassin said in an awkward tone. Veronica's eyes sparkled as she approached the tall, apron-wearing woman. "Oh my, you're much beautiful in person." She stopped before the assassin before glancing back at Lillian. "Come over here and introduce this lady to me." Lillian. The white-haired girl couldn't help but let a wry smile appear on her face before doing as she said. Once reaching her side, she began to introduce the two. "Marionette, this is my mother. Mum, this is Marionette." Her hand, which was used to point between the two, froze. She raised it to the lower half of her face and added shyly, "She's also my girlfriend." Marionette's heart fluttered a bit at Lillian's last sentence. However, she quickly focused her attention on the woman in front of her. This woman was Lillian's mother? No wonder the woman's face was extremely familiar to her. And the extremely large grin that was plastered on the woman's face was very similar to Lillian's. To think my daughter would find a lover, and one this beautiful. Veronica held her hand out to the assassin, intending to go for a handshake. Lillian, watching as she did this, hesitantly raised her hands about to tell her a little fact about Marionette's dislike of physical touch. But that didn't seem to be the case. Marionette, having just wiped her hand on a kitchen rag, stretched out her hands and gently clasped them around the woman's. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Arias." "Oh, and well-mannered, too. I take it that you've known Lillian for a while?" Marionette nodded. "Since the start of this year. And during that time, your daughter have completely stolen my heart." Veronica stared at the assassin's face silently before twisting her face towards Lillian, smiling teasingly. "To think you were like this, Lillian. I didn't take you for such a player." Lillian's face blushed. "Be because I am not. She's the one that stole mine first, not the other way around." Veronica looked back towards the assassin, reading her face. "So, you're the one who stole my daughter's heart first?" Marionette shrugged, smirking at Lillian a bit. "Who's to say? If you must know, your daughter played around with me for an excruciating amount of time. Only did recently we solidified our love." Veronica gasped. Turning back to Lillian whilst also covering her with his shock was evident inside her eyes. "Did you two already engage in debauchery?" What? "Oh, of course not." Lillian's face reddened as she stumbled over her words. "We only just made our relationship, official." That's it dash. That's it." Marionette interrupted her, turning her face slightly to the side and holding her hand up to her lips. "Could you really say that when you were trying to take advantage of me earlier?" Lillian noticed Marionette's sad voice. She knew she was faking it. Unfortunately, her mother couldn't see through the deception. "Lillian, how dare you play with the feelings of your lover? How unbecoming." Lillian looked between the two, her eyes flickering before she eventually yelled, caving in, "Why are you guys messing with me?" Chapter 239, Dinner? Lillian fidgeted in her seat, looking across the table she was sitting at. She stared at the mother, who smiled at her with her eyes closed. She grumbled and waited for the food to be brought out, and eventually it was. Marionette left the kitchen and entered the living room. In both arms, she held their meals on top of plates, and the third held in a dark, shadowy arm that stretched out from her back. She approached her mother from behind, placing it in front of her. It was also where Lillian was able to get a good look at it. It was a steak with a side of greens. Lillian tilted her head at this sight. Marionette seemed to be rather fond of making this particular dish. Then she smiled wrylier. This could be the only dish she knows how to make. Lillian watched as Marionette made her way around the table, moving behind her. Her eyes stared at the plate placed before her. As she was about to thank the assassin, she shivered. Marionette, having her face right about Lillian's left ear, playfully blew air into it before quickly seating herself beside the girl. Lillian, quickly covering her ear with a surprised blush, twisted her head towards the assassin. Her intense gaze on the woman's face only brought a smirk to their face. Veronica, who had been watching this brief interaction between the two, held her fingers above her mouth, muttering, "Oh my, how close you two are." Lillian drew her attention back towards her mother before shyly half turning away. She grumbled, unable to refute her statement. In fact, she was rather proud of how close she was to the assassin. Marionette, turning her attention towards Lillian's mother, nodded strongly. "Yes, we are," she said in a straightforward manner. She then gestured towards the meal before the woman. "Please do help yourself. And sorry for the wait. I didn't expect to make 3 tonight." Veronica shook her head, raising her hand to lower Marionette's worry. "No need to worry about it, my dear. I'm actually impressed you could cook another in such a short amount of time." After saying this, she started cutting through her steak. Once finished, she pulled it apart into a cross-section, revealing a beautiful pink center of the meat. It was medium rare. Lillian's eyes drifted towards the assassin, her eyes blinking as she thought, "What did you do this time?" She wasn't sure how, but Marionette seemed to always pull some random move to suddenly make things look appealing. It certainly worked on her, and she was sure it worked on him as well. But she had to remind herself that the woman had indeed improved her skills since the beginning of this year. It was edible, to a degree, unlike again her apple pie. "This is delicious." Lillian widened her eyes slightly, watching as her mother held her right cheek as she chewed the slice of steak she placed in her mouth. She then turned down to her own plate. Was it as good as her mother was making it out to be? Overcome with curiosity and expectancy, she cut into the steak and placed a slice into my mouth. The sauce tasted great with its smoky flavors. However, the steak is the problem. The steak was incredibly salty and tough, whilst also having a sort of gamey taste. Could their steak even have this taste to begin with? She had nailed the steak perfectly last time, but botched the sauce. But now she nailed the sauce, but botched the steak? Wasn't this completely in reverse? Marionette, looking towards Lillian's mother and finding her enjoying her cooking, nodded. "I'm glad you found it to your liking, Miss Arias." She spoke, her voice indifferent and her expression stoic. However, upon closer look, Lillian, having turned her attention to the assassin's face, could notice a slight glimmer of pride well up inside the woman's red eyes. She sighed, smiling. "Welp, as long as she's happy. I don't really care how it tastes." She then watched as the assassin turned to her, asking the exact same question. Lillian gave a faint smile. "I love the sauce. Just a little bit more practice, and you could make the steak itself heavenly." Marionette blinked at her before smiling faintly as well. "I see." The three then began to eat, cleaning their plate of meat, sauce, and greens. And once they finished, Veronica opened her mouth. "So, how did you two meet? Please don't hide any of the tiny details." Placing her knife and fork down on her plate, Lillian raised an eyebrow at her question. "How do we meet?" Well, funnily enough, we lived inside the same apartment complex." The one that we sent you to live in?" "Yeah, that one." Lillian nodded, and right as she was about to continue, she felt something land on her lap, something stroking her thigh. She froze for a moment, quickly glancing down at the hand situated subtly on her lap. She shot the assassin a glaring look at what she was doing. Marionette, noticing her stare, smiled softly, quickening her pace. "And what next, Lillian? You shouldn't keep your mother waiting." Lillian's face twitched at her words, feeling the hand press against her leg. In retaliation, she shot her hand out to the woman's thigh as well, giving back the same treatment. Marionette didn't seem to be in any way bothered by her intimate gesture. Instead, she just moved her other hand over on top of the rabbit's and kept it in place. Lillian saw this and sighed, finding no way she could win against the woman. She then went on to recount the sort of things that led up to their inevitable relationship. Throughout this, her mother interjected several times, especially the part where they entered their second trial, which caused her to gasp worriedly a few times. Lillian smiled at her eagerness, but her face twitched at a certain hand being rather bold on her leg, even going to snake under her skirt. Chapter 240. Helping with the dishes? "Do you not mind if I use your bathroom, Lillian?" Veronica slowly stood up from her chair, eyeing Lillian, who nodded. "Yeah, no problem. If you just go through that, you'll eventually find on the side. She pointed and watched as her mother left, leaving her alone with Marionette. Lillian turned towards the assassin, glaring as she continued to feel her hand roam her leg.